We now bring you breaking news. According to joint measurements conducted by 12 major nations and countless smaller countries, solar flares are undergoing violent activity and are about to inflict severe impact on Blue Star's atmosphere. Reports indicate that Blue Star is about to enter its fifth ice age and global temperatures will plummet sharply within a short span of time. According to surveys, a small asteroid is expected to encounter Blue Star 1 month from now. If nothing unexpected occurs, it will deliver a catastrophic blow to the planet. So the apocalypse really has come. In the outskirts of Jiangqing, inside a villa on a private estate, Yi Lianren watched the news on television and gently shook his head. It seems I must accelerate the schedule. With that, he immediately walked toward the door to the basement. As he opened it, an incredibly vast underground space came into view. Bedrooms, bathrooms, a kitchen, storage rooms, a plant cultivation room, a heating room, a generator room, virtually every kind of chamber one could imagine was present here. If any construction worker were to see the scene, they would be utterly stunned. With such an expansive floor area and so many rooms and all of it beneath the ground, the sheer engineering workload would normally require even an entire construction crew more than a dozen months, perhaps even years, to complete. Yet all of this had been built by Yi Lianren alone. Finally, after he installed the last pipe of the sewer system, he exhaled heavily. Yi Lianren let out a long breath. 10 years. My doomsday shelter is finally complete. Ding. A qualified shelter has been detected. System binding commencing. 1. 10. 99. 100. Ding. Doomsday shelter binding successful. Hearing the voice in his mind and seeing the virtual screen that had suddenly appeared in his field of vision, Yi Lianren's lips curved into a smile. System, I've finally activated you. From the moment he inexplicably transmigrated into this world 10 years ago, the system had appeared. At first he had been overjoyed, only to be informed that this world was on the brink of a global cataclysm and would soon plunge into doomsday. And for him to fully unlock the system, he had to possess a shelter. Moreover, the shelter could not be substandard, it had to reach at least a superior grade. Fortunately, the body he had transmigrated into belonged to a rich second-generation heir who had inherited a vast fortune, and the entire 3,000 square meter plot of land in the outskirts was his. Only thus had he been able to complete this shelter within 10 years. At that moment, the television news program switched to an interview segment. They were conducting random street interviews, and when they reached a fruit stall, a quarrel broke out at the stand. Damn it, these are all rotten fruits and you're asking 1,000 yuan per gene. Are you trying to rob me? Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, plenty of others do. Hello, may I interview you? Why have your fruit prices suddenly skyrocketed so much? Aren't you afraid of penalties from the relevant authorities? Afraid? Ha! After today, who knows if we'll even be alive tomorrow? What's there to fear? I'm telling you, that's the price. Take it or leave it. If you don't buy, I'll hoard it myself. Watching the news interview, Yi Lianren shook his head with a faint smile. So prices have already surged by nearly 100-fold. Fortunately, I started stockpiling early. He opened the shelter's storage room. Inside, shelves were crammed full of food, tens of thousands of kilograms of supplies in all. Satisfied, Yi Lianren smiled and continued studying the system. At that moment, a virtual screen visible only to him rose up before his eyes. Lines of text and data popped up one after another. Private shelter. Owner Yi Lianren. Area 989 square meters. Facilities: bedrooms, bathrooms, kitchen, storage rooms, plant cultivation room, heating room, generator room. Description: an exceptionally well-designed shelter capable of withstanding certain man-made disasters. Whether it can resist natural cataclysms remains to be seen. Ding. Shelter rating for the bound host is S. System reward granted: initial survival points 10000. Survival points: with the onset of the global cataclysm and the beginning of doomsday, any action taken by the host that increases survival odds will generate survival points. Survival points can be used to upgrade shelter equipment. In Yi Lianren's field of vision, many items throughout the underground shelter now had an additional attribute button. For instance, the basement door beside him and the living room where he was standing. Ordinary shelter, iron door. Upgradable. Upgrade path: full titanium alloy, heat resistant door. Branches: heat resistance 100, quality 100, shock resistance 100. Living room. Upgradable. Upgrade path: fully automated smart living room. Branches: expanded space 300, intelligent automation 1000, shock resistance 800, insulation 600. Bathroom. Kitchen. Every zone and every facility, once its attributes were opened, revealed corresponding data. Moreover, each could be assigned an upgrade path consuming varying amounts of survival points. Just then, two new lines of information appeared at the top of his vision. First wave of cataclysm: solar flare eruption. Within 3 days, due to sudden solar flare eruptions, the atmosphere will be directly corroded and ultraviolet radiation will be able to annihilate human cells outright. Within 3 days, global temperatures will rise to 50 degrees Celsius. After 3 days, glaciers will have completely melted, tsunamis will inundate most land surfaces, and fresh water will become extremely scarce. Heat resistance, cold resistance, and natural water purification, these three are absolutely critical right now. And of course, shock resistance and waterproofing as well. Once the glaciers melt, sea levels will definitely rise. Although the resulting tsunamis may not directly reach this place, there will certainly be a prolonged period of rainfall afterward. And the seismic aftershocks caused by the tsunamis. After reading the description of the first wave of cataclysm, Yi Liangren pondered for a moment and quickly reached a decision. After some thought, he walked straight to the shelter wall. Ordinary wall. Upgradable. Upgrade path: advanced shockproof wall. Branches: waterproofing 300, heat resistance 800, insulation 600, increased thickness 500. Yi Liangren selected waterproofing, heat resistance, insulation and increased thickness all at once. Though it pained him somewhat, upgrading just the walls cost him 2200 survival points. But the walls were beyond doubt the most crucial element. In the next instant his survival points dropped from 10000 to 7800. Before his eyes the wall began to twist and transform. The concrete structure morphed into metal. When Yi Liangren knocked hard on it, it emitted a deep muffled thud. Its thickness was definitely more than 10 centimeters, and judging from the sound it was neither iron nor steel. Unable to resist, Yi Liangren opened the wall's attribute panel. Alpha Beta Titanium Alloy Wall. Upgradable. Upgrade paths: automation 1000, quality 1000. So it's titanium alloy and alpha beta titanium alloy at that. Although Yi Liangren did not fully understand such materials, that did not stop him from consulting online information. A quick search only deepened his astonishment. This alloy possessed excellent heat resistance, cold resistance and shock absorption, and was widely used in aerospace. Yet his entire underground shelter was now encircled by this material, each wall with a thickness of no less than 10 centimeters. If such a thing could be sold, he could instantly become immensely wealthy. Truly incredible. Yi Liangren felt a surge of delight. Though he did not understand the underlying principles of how the walls had been so perfectly transformed out of thin air. With such a convenient system, his chances of surviving this global doomsday would be vastly improved. Just then another voice echoed in his mind. Ding! By upgrading the walls to safe alpha beta titanium alloy walls, you have ensured perfect resistance to the corrosive effects of the solar flare eruption. At the same time, waterproofing and shock resistance have reached level 3, allowing the shelter to fully withstand the first wave of cataclysm. Reward: survival points 600. Remaining survival points 8400. Yi Liangren's eyes lit up and his smile bloomed in an instant. A moment ago he had still been worrying about how quickly his survival points were being used up, and now he had already earned more again. Moreover, the defenses of his shelter were now fully capable of withstanding the first wave of the cataclysm. Yi Liangren shifted his gaze toward the faucet. In an instant 2 status panels appeared before his eyes. Ordinary water pipe. Upgradable. Upgrade path: top tier safe water pipe. Branches: purify water resources 800, durability 300, quality 400, increase water volume 600. Ordinary faucet. Upgradable. Upgrade path: intelligent comfort faucet. Branches: intelligence 800, quality 400. Note: upgrading intelligence allows the faucet to automatically turn into cold water, hot water, beverages, coffee, milk, according to the host's needs. Yi Liangren was utterly stunned. The water pipe was understandable. But this intelligent attribute of the faucet was a bit outrageous. Cold and hot water he could still accept, yet it could even automatically turn into various drinks, coffee or milk. System upgrade: the pipes purify water resources, durability and quality. Yi Liangren spoke at once. As soon as his voice fell, the system's chime sounded and a virtual screen that only he could see rose up before him. Ding! You have spent a total of 1500 survival points to upgrade the water pipe. Upgrade successful. Alpha Beta Titanium Alloy Purification Water Pipe. Upgradable. Upgrade path: quality 1000, increase water volume 600. Ding! The safe tier 3 alloy water pipe can perfectly avoid most earthquakes and geological disasters. Furthermore, after purification, 99% of harmful substances in the water entering the pipe will be removed, making it completely safe for direct consumption. For a long period to come, your water resources will be fully secured. Reward: survival points 700. Remaining survival points 7600. Yi Liangren revealed a satisfied smile, then turned his gaze toward the faucet again. The water pipe had already been upgraded. As for the faucet, to be honest, upgrading it was not strictly necessary. However, Yi Liangren still cared quite a bit about that intelligent function of the faucet. Automatically turning into all kinds of beverages, coffee or milk. That function was simply delightful. Yet survival points were obviously crucial. Was it really worth spending 800 survival points just for this feature? After hesitating only for a brief moment, Yi Liangren shook his head. Upgrade. Why wouldn't I? Even in the apocalypse I can't treat myself poorly. System upgrade: the faucet's intelligence function. Yi Liangren ordered at once. Ding! You have spent a total of 800 survival points to upgrade the faucet. Upgrade successful. Intelligent comfort faucet. Upgradable. Upgrade path: quality 400, increase water volume 600. As soon as the system's voice faded, the faucet before his eyes transformed in an instant. For a brief moment the space around the faucet seemed to twist. In the blink of an eye, the formerly plain silver cross-shaped faucet turned into a square faucet brimming with technological flair. A virtual screen even rose above it, allowing him to select the beverage he wanted: wine, soft drinks, milk, coffee, ordinary drinking water. At that moment the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The intelligent comfort faucet can satisfy anyone's drinking needs. Even in the apocalypse, life must be filled with a sense of ritual. A life without a sense of ritual, how is it any different from that of a salted fish? Reward survival points 600. Remaining survival points 7,400. The corners of Yi Liangrun's mouth curled into a brilliant grin. Nice. They even rewarded me 600 survival points. That means upgrading the faucet only cost me 200 survival points. So good. Yi Liangrun could hardly wait. He grabbed a cup, then tapped the character for wine on the virtual screen. In an instant a series of smaller options appeared: red wine, white liquor, beer. Yi Liangrun thought for a moment. If he was going for ceremony, he naturally had to choose red wine. He tapped again and his eyes went wide. There's even. Chateau Lafite 1982. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Liangrun directly selected Lafite 82. The next moment blood red wine flowed from the faucet and into the cup. Yi Liangrun took a gentle sip. Exquisite. The moment it enters the mouth, there's that distinctive oak aroma, smooth and silky with an extremely rich layering of flavor. So this is what Lafite 82 tastes like. I've never actually tried it before, but with something produced by the system, how could it possibly be fake? This trade is absolutely worth it. I've struck it rich. Yi Liangrun took another comfortable sip, then shifted his gaze toward the shelter's main door. Ordinary shelter, iron door. Upgradable. Upgrade path: full titanium alloy, heat resistant door. Branches: cold resistance 100, quality 100, shock resistance 100. Remaining survival points 7,400. System upgrade: the shelter doors, cold resistance, quality and shock resistance. Yi Liangrun commanded immediately. The shelter's main door was absolutely critical. If upgrading the walls was to guard against natural disasters, then the door was to guard against disasters caused by people. Especially in the apocalypse, once a shelter was discovered, most people would certainly use every means possible to break in. When faced with the threat of death, no one would care whose territory it was or whether it already had an owner. Even if it did have an owner, they would simply make themselves the new one. Ding! You have spent a total of 300 survival points to upgrade the shelter iron door. Upgrade successful. Full titanium alloy, heat resistant door. Upgradable. Upgrade path: quality 500. Ding! The safe tier 3 alloy heat resistant door can perfectly defend against man-made attacks, giving you far greater assurance of survival in the apocalypse. Reward survival points 200. Remaining survival points 7,300. Yi Liangrun showed a satisfied smile. So after deducting the reward, he had only spent 100 survival points. In the next moment, Yi Liangrun habitually turned to the monitor feed to check the situation outside. His gaze suddenly changed. Has the outside world already become this dangerous? Throughout Jiangcheng he had installed many small cameras to keep track of what was happening. Now the scenes transmitted back showed the entire city awash in blazing red. The riots have already begun. Yi Liangrun was slightly taken aback. He had anticipated that riots would erupt but had not expected them to come so quickly. At that moment sirens suddenly wailed. A loud bang followed. It was a gunshot. Yi Liangrun's pupils contracted slightly. The noisy sounds from the monitors cut off abruptly. Then a voice amplified through loudspeakers came through. Citizens, please remain calm and do not panic. The authorities have already begun constructing shelters. Before the cataclysm fully descends, everyone will be able to enter a shelter. We will not abandon a single person. Hearing this, Yi Liangrun shook his head. It's far too late. Even for the authorities, building a large-scale shelter in a short time was nearly impossible, not to mention how many people lived in Jiangcheng and how many supplies would be needed each day. In any case, staying in my own shelter is better. At the very least it's absolutely safe and supplies are plentiful. Yi Liangrun nodded to himself, then quickly moved everything from the upper floors down into the underground shelter. After that he connected the network to the shelter as well. The network was without doubt of paramount importance. On this point he was certain for any nation the very first priority would also be information and communication networks. Otherwise, in a global cataclysm, if one could not even grasp the external situation, it would be far too dangerous. Just then gunshots again sounded through the monitors. Bang! 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 A maniacal laugh erupted instantly. Aha, I've seized the guns. Hand over all your supplies or the next bullet will tear through your skulls. And heed this warning: do not trust those so-called official shelters. People like us, ordinary civilians, will never be allowed inside. Even if we were, how would thousands survive on daily rations? It's far wiser to join me. We'll live more freely, and if we seize a billionaire's underground bunker, we'll be safer still. Silence fell across Jiangcheng like a shroud. Then chaos erupted. Inside the shelter, Yi Liangrun's expression hardened instantly. The most perilous phase of the apocalypse had already begun. Natural disasters are rarely the gravest threat, the true danger lies in the human heart. How long had it been? Less than 2 or 3 hours since registration, and already private armed factions had formed. A faint furrow appeared between Yi Liangren's brows. He needed to accomplish something far more urgent: forging weapons. No matter how secure the shelter seemed without arms, it remained nothing but a fragile shell, destined to crack under pressure. Standard surveillance system. Upgradable. Upgrade path: full coverage satellite monitoring. Branches intelligence 1000, quality 600, expanded coverage range 800. Note: upgrading intelligence deploys a satellite that monitors a 100,000 kilometer radius continuously 247 and automatically alerts you whenever anyone approaches your territory. Each upgrade to expanded coverage range extends the satellite's monitoring radius by another 100,000 kilometers. Standard network. Upgradable. Upgrade path: advanced communications hub. Branches intelligence 1000, quality 400. Note: upgrading intelligence automatically constructs a compact communications hub inside the power room, seamlessly linking to satellites, ensuring uninterrupted global connectivity. System upgrade: the surveillance system's intelligence and expanded coverage range. System upgrade: the network's intelligence. At dawn the next day, Yi Liangren rose and, upon reviewing Jiangqing's status via surveillance feed, immediately authorized the upgrades. The city now lay half in ruins. Every shop stood shattered, every movable supply had been looted clean. Just 1 day had passed since the news broke, and devastation was already absolute. A deep sense of urgency surged within Yi Liangren. It would not be long before these marauders turned their violence upon ordinary citizens. Surveillance and communications had become indispensable pillars of survival. Ding! You have spent 1800 survival points to upgrade intelligent surveillance. Successful. Full coverage satellite monitoring. Coverage area 20,000 kilometer radius. Upgradable. Upgrade path: quality 600, expanded coverage range 800. Remaining survival points 5500. As the system notification chimed, the surveillance interface transformed entirely. The single laptop-sized screen multiplied into 20 43-inch television displays, encompassing every district of Jiangqing. Ding! You have spent 1000 survival points to upgrade intelligent network. Successful. Advanced communications hub. Coverage area: entire shelter. Upgradable. Upgrade path: quality 400. Remaining survival points 4500. At the sound, the old router vanished, replaced within the power room by a sleek, newly manifested communications base station. Though compact, it radiated cutting-edge sophistication, a vision straight from science fiction. When Yi Liangren opened his phone to browse news, loading speed increased 100-fold. Ding! Your upgraded full coverage satellite monitoring enables constant situational awareness. Even while you sleep. Intruders approaching your domain trigger instant alerts, averting 99 of latent threats. This added layer of security proved invaluable. Reward: 1100 survival points. Ding! Your upgraded network, now an advanced communications hub, features true fiber optic infrastructure directly linked to 12 major nations and countless smaller states, granting you real-time insight into Earth's current state. Your network now spans the globe, truly unparalleled. Reward: 400 survival points. Remaining survival points 6000. Yi Liangren nodded, exhaling faintly, yet unease lingered. He still possessed no weapons. Though the shelter's defenses could repel any assault, for now passive waiting contradicted his very nature. His gaze swept across several vacant rooms within the shelter, spaces deliberately reserved for future expansion. If the system can upgrade structures, then... A plan crystallized in his mind. He retrieved a wooden plank from storage, carved research base upon it, and hung it on one empty door. Instantly, a translucent holographic interface shimmered into existence before the room. Research base. Level 0. Upgradable. Upgrade path: level. Research tracks artificial intelligence 1000, weaponry 1000, expanded research scope 1000. Note: expanding research scope enables concurrent multitrack development. It works. Yi Liangren's heart leapt with quiet triumph. Artificial intelligence and expanded research can wait, more survival points later. Weapons: this is our immediate priority. System upgrade: the research base along the weaponry track. Ding! You have spent 1000 survival points to upgrade the research base. Successful. Military research base. Level 1. Upgradable. Upgrade path: level 2. Research tracks artificial intelligence 1000, expanded research scope 1000, research proficiency 1000. Remaining survival points 5000. At the chime, the barren chamber, previously marked only by a wooden sign, began to warp violently. Even its walls rippled and twisted. In the blink of an eye, the space underwent a metamorphosis, as though an elite construction team had just completed a decade-long build. It now stood as a hypermodern research facility, straight out of a sci-fi epic. Stepping inside, Yi Liangren stared, utterly awestruck. The equipment was astonishingly comprehensive. This was in essence a compact military armory. Its scientific capabilities were so advanced that unveiled to the world they would ignite global upheaval. Plasma handheld cannons. Miniature laser emitters. RPK air pressure launchers, every device belonged to the frontier of tomorrow's warfare. Ding! Your upgraded military research base grants genuine self-defense capability. Weapons are the bedrock of survival, especially in the apocalypse. Reward 800 survival points. Remaining survival points 5800. An award of 800 survival points means I only spent 200. What a great deal. Yi Liangren said with a radiant smile, immediately heading to the center of the research base. Pressing the production button, Yi Liangren's gaze was slightly stunned. Current weapons available for production: bullets level 1. Required materials: pure iron 0. 1 kilogram. Desert Eagle level 1. Required materials: pure iron 2 kilograms. AK-47 level 1. Required materials: pure iron 3 kilograms. Unlocked weapons: level 2 RPK machine gun, Gatling gun, TAC-50 sniper rifle. And so on. Current defensive equipment available for production: bulletproof vest level 1. Required materials: pure iron 1 kilogram, titanium alloy 1 kilogram. Bulletproof shield level 1. Required materials: pure iron 3 kilograms, titanium alloy 1 kilogram. Bulletproof helmet level 1. Required materials: pure iron 0. 5 kilograms, titanium alloy 1 kilogram. Unlocked equipment: level 2 lightweight bulletproof vest, lightweight bulletproof helmet. And so on. Is this research still unlocked by levels? Yi Liangren pondered. And it still requires materials. He noticed an important detail. Almost any weapon production required materials, and all the raw materials had one commonality: pure iron. Although Yi Liangren had stockpiled many supplies, he had used up most of the pure iron when building the underground shelter. Let alone titanium alloy, which was an expensive item. System, is there any way to obtain these materials? Yi Liangren contemplated for a moment and asked. Ding. Survival points can exchange for all materials. Seeing the suddenly appeared prompt, Yi Liangren was intrigued. At the same time, he noticed an exchange bar added at the bottom of his view. Yi Liangren clicked on it and a virtual screen instantly rose. Exchange system level 1. Can be upgraded. Upgrade direction level 2. Required survival points 1000. Current exchange list: pure iron 1 kilogram 10 survival points. Titanium alloy 1 kilogram 100 survival points. Unlocked list: level 2 energy stone aluminum alloy. And so on. He looked at the exchange conditions. Yi Liangren couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. So expensive. 10 survival points for 1 kilogram of pure iron, and 1 kilogram of pure iron couldn't even make a Desert Eagle. Even for the lowest configuration, a gun plus 50 bullets would still cost at least 70 survival points. When I calculate it this way, it doesn't seem expensive. Yi Liangren mumbled, then immediately shook his head. Even if I buy pure iron, how much is 1 kilogram? It's just a few bucks. Not to mention the most expensive items now are supplies items like pure iron might even drop in price. They might even give it away for a bit of food. Looking at it this way, spending dozens of survival points on this bit of pure iron seemed a bit pricey. However, if I want to go out and collect pure iron for safety, sake survival points still need to be spent. Moreover, does the system only require main materials for weapon production? Can auxiliary materials like gunpowder be completely omitted? Then it wouldn't be a loss. Yi Liangren calculated in his mind and immediately spoke. Exchange for 7 kilograms of pure iron. Ding. Exchange successful. As the prompt appeared, Yi Liangren saw the space in front of him suddenly distort, and in the next moment a pile of iron blocks appeared on the ground. Yi Liangren threw the blocks into the processing entrance. Immediately afterward, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Producing 1 Desert Eagle pistol and 50 bullets will take a total of 10 minutes. Please wait patiently. Yi Liangren nodded, taking the opportunity during the wait to open his phone and start gathering information. The eruption of sunlight spots had caused power shortages in many areas. However, places like communication stations were still well made for heat resistance and corrosion resistance. The entire Zheng city had not completely lost internet connection. However, news broadcasts had directly ceased. Yi Liangren focused his attention on the Zheng city urban forest. Upon opening, he was greeted by a slew of distress messages. Who can save me? I just woke up and was told it's the apocalypse. I went out to stock up on food and found that all the shops on the street have been emptied. Is there any kind-hearted person who can spare me some food? Address XXXX. Where are the officials? Is there still no human rights? I stockpiled tens of thousands of food and it was all looted clean. I was even beaten. Who can stand up and take charge now? Is anyone there? It's so scary outside. Is there anyone who can protect me? I feel wronged, pitiful and helpless. JPG. Upon opening the Zheng City Forum, it felt like discovering a new continent. In this apocalyptic situation, why were these people not looking for supplies but instead erupting online? Almost every refresh would yield dozens of near 100 posts. Can I ask if takeout is still possible in the apocalypse? Why has it been an hour and my order for crayfish still hasn't arrived? I've already paid. I'm the richest person in Zheng City. Can someone explain to me why I wasn't notified in advance about such a major event as the apocalypse? Where's my secretary? I'm a second-generation rich kid and I haven't eaten for a day. The chef and servants have all run away and even stole my stockpiled food. Who can treat me to a meal? I'll give them 5 million immediately. Hee the few above, are you still not awake? This is the apocalypse. Money is useless now. Such people who lack any skills and assume they are superior simply because they were once wealthy would likely be among the first to perish in the apocalypse. Yi Lianren shook his head. He continued searching for useful information and soon came across some exposed photos accompanied by some pitiful words. I'm just a weak woman now without food or strength. Is there any kind-hearted person willing to protect me? Is there anyone with a private shelter? If anyone is willing to let me stay, I'll do anything. Is there anyone willing to accompany me? It's so chaotic outside, I'm so scared to be alone in my room. Seeing these tempting phrases hinting at something in the text, Yi Lianren couldn't help but smile. Most of those saying such things were likely burly men. If he really went over or revealed the shelter's location, he would probably be in danger in the next moment. In an apocalypse, engaging in such behavior was akin to seeking death. Yi Lianren directly ignored this information and began to scour for other news. Soon his eyes lit up. I am the owner of a metal processing factory. Since it's far from the city, when I received the news and prepared to stockpile supplies, I had already run out of materials. However, I still have over 500 kilograms of pure iron left. Is anyone interested? This 500 kilograms of pure iron, although not much, could still reinforce a shelter. I only want food in exchange. You upstairs, are you still half asleep? Or are you brain dead? It's the apocalypse. What use is pure iron? You can't eat it. Exactly. The host has been identified as an idiot. In this situation, who would trade food for pure iron when they are full? Not to mention whether this material could construct a solid shelter. Can you teach us where to find workers now? At this moment, Yi Lianren's expression brightened. Over 500 kilograms of pure iron. If he got hold of it, he could directly build an armory. Yi Lianren immediately clicked on the profile of the metal processing factory owner to initiate a private chat. How much food do you need? 100 gene of rice. 10 gene of meat. 10 gene of vegetables. 10 gene of fruits. Yi Lianren raised an eyebrow. Given the current prices, these items could easily buy 1,000 kilograms of pure iron. What a lion's demand. Flat price 10 gene of rice. If you agree, send me the address. If not, then forget it. Yi Lianren replied indifferently. Not agree. If he declines, there probably won't be many others willing to trade with him. Once he's starving, he can go collect it himself. After waiting a few minutes, just as Yi Lianren thought this person might really refuse, suddenly a message came through. Outskirts, Tonghu Avenue, Section 3, No. 115. Yi Lianren instantly smiled and replied, "Don't worry, you will not regret this decision." Saying that, his gaze shifted towards the surveillance monitor. Adjusting the screen to Tonghu Avenue, Section 3, he quickly found the location on the address. It wasn't too far and indeed was a factory. And it was quite large. However, it was very quiet at the moment. Clearly the owner was right. Once the end report came out, the workers had all left. However, Yi Lianren was not anxious. Even if the entire factory had only the owner present, he wouldn't take reckless risks, especially when it came to transactions involving food which easily expose human nature. Yi Lianren glanced at the remaining time in the military research base. 59 seconds left until the production of a Desert Eagle pistol and 50 bullets. It's almost done. Yi Lianren nodded. But at that moment the owner seemed to be unable to wait any longer and immediately sent a message. How long until you arrive? Yi Lianren smiled lightly. Don't rush, I'll notify you. How can I not rush? I haven't eaten for 12 hours. 9 gene. I can reduce my food request by 1 gene. Can you arrive within an hour? Seeing this message, Yi Lianren chuckled, remaining silent as his gaze quietly fell on the military research base. The more anxious this person was, the more danger there was. Therefore Yi Lianren was in no hurry. He would ensure everything was foolproof first. Ding. Production of the Desert Eagle pistol and 50 bullets completed. At that moment the system's notification appeared. Yi Lianren's eyes brightened as he saw a Desert Eagle and 50 bullets being processed. He picked up the pistol and felt its weight. It was a bit heavy but manageable. Originally he wanted to practice a bit more. But there was no shooting range here. Establishing a separate shooting room would be too wasteful. Moreover, once the gun fired, the intimidation factor was already present. Furthermore, that factory was quite remote. After observing the surveillance footage for a long time, it should pose no significant danger. However, Yi Lianren thought for a while and spent 220 survival points to produce a bulletproof vest and a bulletproof helmet. At that moment the system's notification sound reappeared. Ding. You have successfully produced weapons and defensive gear. Although they cannot withstand the impending natural disasters, they provide significant deterrence against human threats, making your outings a bit more secure. Reward survival points 90. Remaining survival points 5,600. Yi Lianren smiled brightly. After donning the bulletproof vest, putting on the helmet and securing the pistol and bullets, he took 10 gene of rice from the storage room, stood up, went upstairs and walked towards the outside of the shelter. Trading pure iron. Just as he stepped out the door, Yi Lianrun suddenly felt very hot. It was November, how could it be this hot? At least 20 to 30 degrees. Yi Lianrun looked up and his pupils constricted sharply. What is that? The sky was very bright. Not a single cloud in sight. Moreover, it emitted a colorful light. Solar flares. Yi Lianren rushed back indoors, hurrying into the underground shelter. Given the situation, the atmosphere may be completely corroded by the solar flare explosion, so now absolutely cannot go outside. Compared to trading pure iron, his own safety was far more important. Without atmospheric protection, ultraviolet rays could kill all human cells. Yi Liangren's expression was serious. It was happening too fast. The atmosphere was corroding too quickly. Moreover, in the future more people would notice the importance of the shelter. It was highly likely that others would also want to trade for the 500 kilograms of pure iron. Yi Liangren's eyes sharpened. He hurried to the military research base. Looking at the information above. Military research base level 1. Can be upgraded. Upgrade direction level 2. Research direction artificial intelligence 1000, expand research direction 1000, research level 1000. Remaining survival points 5600. Yi Lianrun gritted his teeth and said, upgrade artificial intelligence and expand research direction. Ding. You spent a total of 2000 survival points to upgrade the research base. Upgrade successful. Super research base level 2. Can be upgraded. Upgrade direction level 3. Research direction research level 1000. Remaining survival points 3600. As soon as the system prompt appeared, the research base changed again. This time it became larger. The research base alone was at least 800 square meters. At the same time, many miraculous things appeared. Then the system's notification sound re-emerged. Ding. You upgraded the research base to a super research base which can genuinely produce artificial intelligence, allowing you to be equivalent to an entire army even if you are alone. Technology is always the primary productive force. Especially in the apocalypse. Reward survival points 1600. Remaining survival points 5200. Yi Lianrun let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my choice was not wrong this time. The reward of survival points is quite substantial. After several consecutive acquisitions of survival points, Yi Lianrun also subtly found a pattern in it. The more he could ensure his survival in the apocalypse ahead, the greater the reward of survival points. This time he received a direct reward of 1600 survival points, indicating that upgrading the research base to a super research base was indeed a matter of utmost importance in the apocalypse. Yi Liangren's gaze fell on the production list of the super research base. Besides the weapons, he already knew many other items were now available. Current producible series combat robot level 2. Required materials 5 kilograms of pure iron, 2 kilograms of titanium alloy, 1 energy stone. Transport robot level 2. Required materials 5 kilograms of pure iron, 2 kilograms of titanium alloy, 1 energy stone. Combat drone level 2. Required materials 3 kilograms of pure iron, 1 kilogram of titanium alloy, 1 energy stone. Unlocked weapons level 3 nuclear drone combat robot 2nd generation, transport robot 2nd generation. Etc. Note: robots below level 5 do not possess artificial intelligence and can only accept some simple basic commands. Current producible defensive equipment series steel battle armor level 2. Required materials 10 kilograms of pure iron, 2 kilograms of aluminum alloy, 1 kilogram of titanium alloy, 1 energy stone. Exoskeleton armor level 2. Required materials 5 kilograms of pure iron, 1 kilogram of aluminum alloy, 1 kilogram of titanium alloy, 1 energy stone. Unlocked equipment level 3 steel battle armor 2nd generation, exoskeleton armor 2nd generation. Etc. No wonder upgrading the research base can reward me with 1600 survival points at once. The robots that can be produced now can completely replace me in transporting pure iron, titanium alloy, aluminum alloy and other materials from the outside world. This way, even if a solar flare erupts, I can still complete transactions. Moreover, I can maximize my safety without having to go out myself. Yi Lianrun looked at the super research base and smiled brilliantly. However, to manufacture these robots, does the exchange system have to be upgraded to level 2? Yi Lianrun carefully examined the materials needed to create these robots, furrowing his brows, and his gaze fell on the exchange system. Exchange system level 1. Can be upgraded. Upgrade direction level 2. Required survival points 1000. Remaining survival points 5200. Upgrading costs a whopping 1000 survival points. Yi Lianren felt a pang in his heart. He was becoming increasingly aware of the importance of survival points. However, compared to survival points, the value of these robots at this moment is even higher. Yi Lianren gritted his teeth and said, "System upgrade the exchange system." Ding. Exchange system upgraded successfully. Exchange system level 2. Can be upgraded. Upgrade direction level 3. Required survival points 2000. Current exchange list: pure iron 1 kilogram 10 survival points. Titanium alloy 1 kilogram 100 survival points. Aluminum alloy 1 kilogram 200 survival points. Energy Stone 1 piece 500 survival points. Unlocked list level 3 nanomaterials super alloy T1V etc. Remaining survival points 4,200. To upgrade again it actually requires 2,000 survival points. Yi Liangren felt even more pain than let out a gentle sigh. However, the materials that can be exchanged at level 2 should last for a long time. After all, even at level 3 the super research base hasn't produced any nanoproducts. Yi Liangren studied the situation for a moment then spoke again. System exchange for 4 energy stones. 8 kilograms titanium alloy. 20 kilograms pure iron. Ding. Exchanging for 4 energy stones 8 kilograms titanium alloy and 20 kilograms pure iron will cost a total of 3,000 survival points. Confirm exchange. Yes. Yi Liangren gritted his teeth and nodded. Ding. Exchange successful. Remaining survival points 1,200. As the prompt appeared, the space in front of Yi Liangren twisted again and in the next moment a pile of materials appeared. Yi Liangren tossed them into the processing entrance. Then a prompt displayed. Producing 2 transport robots and 2 combat robots will take a total of 5 hours. Please be patient. Yi Liangren took a deep breath and nodded. A total of 3,000 survival points, a hefty sum, but he had no choice but to use it. The solar flare had already erupted and he needed to gather pure iron, titanium alloy, aluminum alloy and these materials as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the eruption truly occurs with glaciers melting and earthquakes and tsunamis frequently happening, he might not even be able to gather these materials. 2 transport robots, he even felt it was insufficient. The combat robot was specifically to protect these 2 transport robots from being destroyed. The other one was to protect his shelter. Without the protective effect of the atmosphere he absolutely wouldn't go out. And to avoid sitting idle he must ensure that his belongings are protected. Yi Liangren waited quietly, his gaze fixed on the surveillance screen. Above was the satellite monitoring of the entire Jiang city covering all areas. At this moment, with most of the atmosphere already corroded by the solar flare, the entire Jiang city was indeed very hot. Even on the monitoring screen he could feel this heat. Most of the plants withered immediately. Especially those drier plants which even caught fire directly. At this moment most people in Jiang City were still scavenging for supplies, but one by one they were shirtless, sweating profusely from the heat. In just a moment Yi Liangren directly saw this group of shirtless people develop one red spot after another on their bodies. Then the red spots began to spread and once they covered their whole body they turned into blisters and began to rot. Hiss. Is this the damage caused by ultraviolet rays without any atmospheric isolation? In just a few minutes it can harm a person's skin like this. Yi Liangren was shocked and further confirmed his belief that the outside world was very dangerous and he absolutely couldn't go out. Time gradually passed. In the monitoring screen Yi Liangren clearly saw that those people struck by ultraviolet rays fell to the ground completely within an hour after developing blisters all over their bodies. At the same time most people also noticed this. Even in the heat they began to wear several pieces of clothing to isolate themselves from the harm of ultraviolet rays. Soon 4 hours passed. The sun was about to set. The temperature was no longer that scorching and the harm from ultraviolet rays was not as terrifying. Most people finally dared to appear on the streets. Yi Liangren's pupils suddenly contracted at that moment. Because he clearly saw that these people began to frantically search for shelters. They began to scour every house for supplies and search for basements. As I guessed, once the atmosphere is corroded and the dangers of ultraviolet rays emerge, these people will understand the importance of shelters. Then they will desperately search for personal basements and private shelters while the sun is setting. Even the possibility of spending food to exchange for pure iron and building their own shelters is not small. Yi Liangren quickly took out his phone and switched to the Jiang City forum. Sure enough, the previous post offering 500 kilograms of pure iron for food had already received hundreds of comments. Brother, are you still trading? Is 5 gene of rice enough? I can only offer this much. If you agree, I'll drive over as soon as it gets dark. I can offer 6 gene. If you can personally transport the pure iron over, I can add another gene, making it 7 gene. I can offer 8 gene. Meanwhile, this boss also sent Yi Liangren several private messages. Brother, I'm starving. Now more than 10 people are willing to trade with me. But the requirement is that it must be done before dark. By the time it gets dark I might already starve to death. Brother, can you come and trade faster? 6 gene, I only need 6 gene of rice. Seeing this message, Yi Liangren smiled. Glancing at the super research base. Time remaining to produce 2 transport robots and 2 combat robots, 3 minutes 13 seconds. I'll be there within half an hour. Okay. I'll wait for you, brother, you must arrive early. Almost an instant reply. Yi Liangren furrowed his brows slightly. He sensed something was off. The response was too fast. And the tone was overly urgent. Yes, if someone is extremely hungry they would be anxious, but the speed wouldn't be this fast. This is the typing speed of a normal person. Moreover, under extreme hunger all bodily functions would decline. If they didn't make any mistakes that would be good enough, yet they could respond this fast. Also, going from 10 gene of rice directly to 6 gene is too much of a drop. I'm afraid there might be an ambush. Perhaps this is a trap to lure him in quickly then take him down. Yi Liangrun quickly devised a plan in his mind. This must be a trap. A trap designed to lure people in and seize their food. Especially now when the sun's rays have erupted, countless people are messaging him wanting to trade food for pure iron, which has stirred his greed. Yi Liangrun pinched his chin, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. So he is so eager to rush over. He needed to calculate the timing. If all the traders showed up at once even with weapons, it could be dangerous. Therefore he was willing to lower the price of 4 pounds of rice to attract himself to arrive early and avoid a collision. With this thought, Yi Liangrun's lips suddenly curved into a grin. He was confident that his guess had at least an 80% chance of being correct. But I wonder, when he sees that the trader is actually a robot, will he be stunned? Yi Liangrun chuckled. At the same time a system prompt suddenly appeared. Ding. 2 transport robots and 2 combat robots have been successfully manufactured. Ding. You have created transport robots and combat robots which can completely replace you in searching for supplies and can work continuously for 24 hours, ensuring your survival supplies and safety in the apocalypse. Reward survival points 2600. Remaining survival points 3800. Yi Liangrun's smile instantly brightened. As expected, I knew that manufacturing robots was an extremely important task right now. This is the first time my reward for survival points has exceeded 2000. The higher the reward, the more significant the impact on survival rate at this moment. At the same time, Yi Liangrun could almost confirm that the outside world was likely more dangerous than he had imagined. The super research base. Yi Liangrun looked at the 2 lifelike robots before him. 4 virtual screens suddenly appeared. Transport robot No. 1. Level 2. Function: can carry a weight of 50 kilograms at a time. Speed 60 kilometers per hour. Power consumption: can work for 48 hours at full operation, can automatically connect to power for charging time 2 hours. Combat robot No. 1 Level 2. Function: attacks any hostile entities, fully protects the safety of the manufacturer, and can also follow the manufacturer's orders to protect specific individuals. Ability: mastery of all combat techniques, possessing master-level firearm shooting skills, excelling in both ranged and close combat. Power consumption: can work for 48 hours at full operation, can automatically connect to power for charging time 2 hours. Transport robot No. 2. Combat robot No. 2. Yi Liangrun observed the properties of the robots. Yi Liangrun's smile grew even brighter. The robots he had created with a substantial amount of survival points truly lived up to their strength. Each transport robot could carry 50 kilograms of materials or supplies at a time, which may not seem like much, but the most crucial aspect was that the robots required no rest and could transport continuously for 24 hours. Moreover, they could maintain a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. This efficiency was equivalent to a small transport team. And the combat robots were even stronger. They were nearly all-purpose. Especially with their master-level firearms shooting skills. Simply marvelous. With the external ultraviolet damage being significant, he couldn't go out, making it impossible to utilize the Desert Eagle he had just manufactured. Now he could fully entrust the combat robots to enhance his combat capabilities. Furthermore, they could directly equip the bulletproof vest and helmet he had just created. This would further enhance their combat abilities. Even against a squad armed with guns, Yi Liangrun did not believe that the combat robots would lose. In this way, even if there were traps, Yi Liangrun was confident he could secure the 500 kilograms of pure iron. With that thought, Yi Liangrun pressed the activation buttons on the 4 robots. Instantly, the mechanical pupils of the 4 combat robots flickered, turning green as they looked at Yi Liangrun, emitting mechanical sounds. Greetings, Master. Yi Liangrun nodded and immediately commanded Combat Robot No. 1 guard outside the shelter and protect it. The other 3 go to the outskirts Tonhu Avenue Section 3 No. 115 and trade with the owner of the metal factory. 6 pounds of rice in exchange for 500 kilograms of pure iron must return in the shortest time possible. Command received successfully. The pupils of the 4 robots flashed, their mechanical bodies initially stiffened but quickly became familiar and began to act swiftly. Yi Liangrun's eyes brightened. Although the system had informed him robots below level 5 did not possess artificial intelligence and could only accept some basic commands. However, he considered this command not a simple basic command. Yet these 4 robots still received it successfully. This indicated that they still possessed some level of intelligence. Truly, the products of the system are indeed top-notch. After the 4 robots went out, Yi Liangrun's gaze immediately fell on the surveillance screen. He directly saw that apart from the 1 robot remaining at the shelter, the other 3 robots were speeding through the forest like racing cars. Yi Liangrun was exceedingly satisfied. He had requested they return in the shortest time possible, so the robots took a straight line the shortest distance. This route passed through a forest. That they could travel at such speed within the forest demonstrated the robots' impressive performance. Soon the 3 robots arrived at their destination. Outside a medium-sized metal factory. Then Combat Robot No. 2's pupils flashed as it began to detect whether there were residents nearby, heading straight towards a dormitory. Knock, knock, knock. The combat robot knocked on the door, emitting a cold voice. Trading supply. As soon as the words left its mouth, Lianren suddenly saw on the surveillance screen that the pupils of Combat Robot No. 2 changed from green to red. Simultaneously, the combat robot emitted a voice. Threat detected in the vicinity, automatically switching to annihilation mode. Yi Liangren's eyes lit up. Indeed. His guess was not wrong, this was indeed a trap. The next moment the door opened. First a pitch-black hunting rifle was extended out, then a bald man appeared grinning as he said, "If you don't want to get shot, leave the supplies and you can leave." Before he finished speaking, the bald man froze, standing dumbfounded. He saw that at the door a handgun was aimed at him, and behind the handgun stood a fully armed robot. The bald man's face instantly turned pale. "Damn it, the one trading with me isn't even human." Bang, as the sound fell, a gunshot rang out. The bald man collapsed. Danger eliminated, automatically switching to protection mode. The combat robot's voice echoed, its red pupils turning green once more. In the deep of night, 2 transport robots busily moved pure iron back and forth. Yi Liangren rubbed his chin. One transport robot could carry a maximum of 50 kilograms of supplies. For this time's total of 500 kilograms, it would take at least 5 trips. Too slow. Yi Liangren's gaze fell upon the super research base. Transport robot level 2. Required materials: 5 kilograms of pure iron, 2 kilograms of titanium alloy, and 1 energy stone. Now that I have enough pure iron, exchanging for titanium alloy would waste too many survival points. Yi Liangren shook his head, deciding to wait a bit longer. Perhaps soon someone would exchange titanium alloy for food. Then he turned his attention to the Jiangqing forum. At this moment the forum was also slightly quieter. "It's already past midnight and you're still searching for supplies. Don't you eat or sleep?" Yes, while searching for supplies is important, be careful not to collapse from exhaustion." "I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten all day. It was so hot during the day that I got several blisters just stepping outside. Now I don't even have the strength to look for food, not even water to drink. Is there anyone who can help me out?" "Just sleep, you'll find everything in your dreams." Most people were using the forum to express their grievances and alleviate their fear. Of course, some were simply showing off. No way. No way. You guys can't still be looking for food, can you? It's the dead of night, isn't it better to eat a full meal and go to sleep? Kong Shifu braised beef noodles, unified old jar pickled vegetable beef noodles, Coca-Cola. Sigh, it's the apocalypse, I can't afford to eat too much, I can only have 2 cups of instant noodles and a bottle of soda each meal. 2 more pictures appeared on the forum. One showed a large warehouse filled with hundreds of boxes of various flavors of instant noodles. The other displayed a small warehouse stocked with various drinks and snacks. Wow. Brother, you're overdoing it. Is your family running a supermarket? I advise you to be kind. Brother, you lack martial ethics. Tale of a rat juice. Brother, can I trade for instant noodles? I'll exchange with rice, I can only eat plain rice for 3 meals a day without any side dishes, I'm about to be sick. No instant noodles. Snacks are fine. In the underground shelter, Yi Lianren looked at these pictures and couldn't help but click his tongue. Tisk, what a show off. I'm afraid this guy really does have a supermarket at home, maybe even lives in the supermarket warehouse now. Yi Lianren shook his head and walked to the food storage room in the shelter. Looking at a pile of refrigerated beef and lamb, he smiled. While instant noodles taste good, I still prefer steak paired with a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Yi Lianren took out a large steak. He entered the kitchen and skillfully began to cook. Since learning of the apocalypse, he had been cooking for himself, and now, though he wouldn't call himself a top chef, he could still produce first-rate flavors. After frying the beef, he gently sliced it, drizzled on sauce, and plated it. Then he filled a glass with 1982 Lafite from the tap. Ah, life must indeed be full of rituals. Yi Lianren opened his phone and looked at the barrage of messages about how much everyone craved instant noodles. He snapped a photo and commented, "Sigh, instant noodles, I haven't had them in a long time, I really miss that flavor. Unfortunately, I actually didn't stock up. I can only make do with M8 Australian Wagyu steak paired with 1982 Lafite." As soon as this message was sent out, the entire forum exploded. Wow, brother, you're overdoing it. In the middle of the night, someone is still showing off. Ah. I want to cry, I only had 1 meal today and it was porridge. I only used a handful of rice, relying on the soup to fill me up. This picture. This steak. I can almost smell it, heaven send a lightning bolt to strike this guy. Yi Lianren smiled as he took a bite of the steak. Suddenly he raised an eyebrow. This flavor doesn't seem right. Forget it, I'll fry it again. 10 minutes later, 2 photos appeared on the forum. One showed a steak with a bite taken out. The other was a freshly cooked steak still steaming. Sigh, the steak fried with 1982 Lafite tastes a bit off, it should have been fried with Sangiovese red wine, which would bring out a rich smooth texture with hints of sweet pepper and cream. This is solid advice if you're making red wine steak, never use 1982 Lafite or it'll ruin the steak. Don't learn from me, trying out a new method has cost me a piece of M8 Australian Wagyu which I can only throw away. At this moment the entire forum suddenly fell silent. For a full 2 minutes no messages appeared. 2 minutes later the information exploded. Brother, be a person. You tossed it just because the taste was slightly off. This is the apocalypse. Brother, where did you toss it? Tell me, you'll go pick it up. If you want eat it, I will. Countless people were chattering and cursing on the forum. Even more than 100 people directly messaged Yi Liangrun. The phone vibrated non-stop. At this moment, the person who had previously shown off their instant noodles couldn't hold back and directly spoke up. Brother, you must have a lot of meat stocked up, right? Do you want to trade? I'll give you instant noodles. A cup of instant noodles for a piece of M8 Australian Wagyu, how about that? As soon as this message came out, Yi Liangrun laughed. This guy really took my words seriously. Trading instant noodles for Wagyu. Aren't you afraid of losing out yourself? Yi Liangrun shook his head with a smile, then patted his belly. Well, one steak surely isn't enough. Looking at the forum, countless people were expressing their sour opinions. And there was that person begging to exchange instant noodles for Wagyu beef. Yi Liangrun smiled brightly and said, you still need to grow up if you want to show off in front of me. At that moment, the system's prompt suddenly appeared along with a virtual screen rising. Ding. 500 kilograms of pure iron have been transported. Ding. You have successfully collected materials 500 kilograms of pure iron. All metal materials are extremely useful in the apocalypse. They can not only be used to produce weapons but also to expand the shelter. Please remember, in the apocalypse, metal materials are to some extent more important than food. Reward survival points 600. Remaining survival points 4400. Yi Liangrun's eyes suddenly lit up. To think I was rewarded with 600 survival points. This is the first time I have received a massive reward without spending any survival points. Materials. Metal materials. As long as I find enough metal materials, isn't it true that the survival points I earn can infinitely upgrade my shelter? Yi Liangrun's smile grew even brighter. He then checked the monitoring screen showing the 500 kilograms of pure iron all piled outside the shelter at this moment. It was almost piled up to an impassable state. Just 500 kilograms and it's already overflowing. There will likely be even more to come. Yi Liangrun shook his head, immediately went to an empty room in the shelter and hung up a simple sign. Metal Materials Storage Room. The next moment, when Yi Liangrun looked at the empty room again, a virtual screen suddenly appeared. Metal Materials Storage Room Area 300 square meters. Upgradable. Upgrade direction: expand storage space 500. Note: metal materials placed in the metal materials storage room will automatically merge to save space. Moreover, when the shelter requires metal materials, they can be used directly without needing to be transported again. Note: each time the storage space is expanded through an upgrade, the metal materials storage room will gain an additional 500 square meters of space. Remaining survival points 4400. Upon seeing the two notes on the virtual screen, Yi Liangrun was completely astonished. This was simply a tremendous surprise. The metal materials placed in the metal materials storage room could actually merge automatically. And when they need to be used, they can be automatically utilized. This was simply too convenient. You must know pure iron can fit 7 to 8,000 kilograms if merged into 1 square meter. This was simply too space-saving. System: upgrade the space of the metal materials storage room. Ding. You have spent a total of 500 survival points to upgrade the metal materials storage room. Upgrade successful. Metal materials storage room area 800 square meters. Upgradable. Upgrade direction: expand storage space 1000. Remaining survival points 3900. Sure enough, for the second upgrade the survival points doubled. But 800 square meters is enough to store tens of thousands of kilograms of metal materials. Yi Liangrun nodded, looking at the monitoring screen where the transport robots were outside the shelter. He said, transport robots move the pure iron into the metal materials storage room. Command received successfully. The two transport robots immediately became busy. Yi Liangrun then shifted his gaze back to the Jiangqing forum on his phone. It was almost 2 o'clock now. The forum had become a bit quieter. Most people had already gone to sleep. In the apocalypse, conserving strength and energy was also extremely important. Now it's time to get to business. Yi Liangrun nodded, ready to type. Suddenly he felt a chill and asked, system, can someone trace my address through my IP address? Ding. Host, please rest assured. The advanced communication base you upgraded is a true Cross-era product. In the current world, no hacker can decipher your location based on your IP address. Seeing this message, Yi Liangrun felt relieved. At that moment, another prompt suddenly popped up. Ding. Your strong sense of crisis leads you to consider drawbacks before acting. In the apocalypse, this lifestyle is undoubtedly very secure. Reward survival points 200. Remaining survival points 4100. Yi Liangrun's eyes brightened. It was completely an unexpected joy. Immediately Yi Liangrun typed a message on the forum. I am exchanging food and fruits for various metal materials. Interested parties, please private message me. If you know any information regarding metal materials, that's also fine, of course, assuming it's true. After sending the message, Yi Liangrun took out a few fruits from the storage room. Not many. Well, just 6 apples, 3 bananas, 2 bunches of grapes and a pound of cherry. Picking up a cherry and popping it into his mouth, Yi Liangren took a photo of the fruit, posted it on the forum, and then continued to leave a message well after drinking and eating. It's time for some fruits. Even in the apocalypse, one must pay attention to vitamin intake. This is also practical information. Fruits contain a large amount of vitamin C, which can boost immunity and prevent disease. If you lack vitamin C for a long time, you could very likely get scurvy. As soon as these words were said, the already quiet forum became even more silent. Originally there were still 4 to 5 messages every minute. Now, it had been a full 5 minutes without a single message. Until the 6th minute. Finally a message with a blood-spitting meme appeared. In this apocalypse, someone is actually teaching everyone medical knowledge in the forum. Blood-spitting guy, also want to eat fruits, but I have to have them first. Yi Liangren chuckled and ignored it. Leisurely eating fruits while looking at the forum, quietly waiting for private messages. Now the people in the forum should already think that my food is very abundant. It just depends on how many people are willing to exchange metal materials for food. Half an hour later. Half of the pile of fruits was already eaten. The forum had become even quieter. For a full half hour there were only about 10 messages. Moreover, almost all of them were talking about how he was not adhering to the rules. It seems it's time to give them a little push. Yi Liangren shook his head and took 2 photos to post on the forum. One was of the remaining half-eaten fruit. The other was of the remnants of the fruit that had already been eaten. I have already eaten most of the fruits. Once they are completely gone, I will go to sleep. Tomorrow you all have to stay awake for a whole day. Now those who are willing to exchange private message me and I can take the food to you tonight. During the day with such strong ultraviolet rays I dare not. After sending the message, the forum fell silent again. 2 minutes later. Suddenly a private message came through. Yi Liangren's eyes lit up. He directly tossed the half-eaten apple and immediately opened it. The first person to private message him was actually the one with a large stock of instant noodles. Brother, what should I call you? I am Du Long, the owner of the Jiayufu supermarket in Jiangchang. You can check my information directly, it's definitely real. In terms of food, to be honest, I don't lack any. Right now I am living in the underground storage room of Jiayufu and I can live for at least 10 years. I have fruits too, although they can't compare to yours. There are still quite a few. However, judging by your environment and the food you eat, you must be living in a high-level shelter, right? Would you like to make a... I can provide you with some information about metal materials for free. You can share some intelligence with me as long as it's about the apocalypse. Upon reading Du Long's private message, Yi Liangren paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. This fellow is quite clever indeed. Wants to be friends with me. Very well. Since you've shown such sincerity, and even offered intelligence on metal resources for free, I accept you as a friend. Yi Liangren nodded with a smile and replied. Fair enough, I do possess certain intelligence regarding the apocalypse. How much I'll share depends entirely on the depth and accuracy of the metal resource information you provide. The message had barely been sent when Du Long instantly replied. Senior brother, please guide and support your junior brother. As for metal resources, Jiangchang has relatively few players in this sector. To my knowledge, 3 operators have already evacuated to the official shelters. One factory lies at No. 238, North Avenue, it's a titanium alloy plant. Another sits at No. 316, Jiangyu Avenue on the outskirts, also a titanium alloy facility. The third is an ironworks located at No. 771, Huitong Avenue in the Old Town. All 3 stockpiles are yours for the taking. Other sites remain under active ownership. I dare not speak further on those. I trust you'll understand. I also know several untapped mines. My family once planned to develop one, an iron deposit atop Shiling Mountain on the city's outskirts. Should the 3 factories prove insufficient, that mine awaits excavation. Yi Liangren's eyes gleamed upon reading Du Long's torrent of messages. Remarkable. Truly extraordinary. He even knows whether owners fled to official shelters. This man must carry considerable influence. 3 metal factories. 2 mines. Tisk tisk tsk. If all this proves true, my survival points will overflow. This friendship was struck at a tremendous bargain. Just then a holographic interface flickered into view. Ding. 500 kilograms of pure iron successfully transferred to the metal resource storage chamber. Yi Liangren's gaze sharpened. Perfect. With a radiant smile, he turned back to the forum's private message thread and typed swiftly. I'll dispatch personnel immediately. If verified, I'll reply without delay. No sooner had the message been sent than Du Long replied instantly, this time appending 2 emoticons. Senior brother, you still command field operatives in the apocalypse. Could you possibly be some elite figure? Government affiliated. Or perhaps a private powerhouse? Do enlighten your junior brother. Yi Liangren smiled faintly, offering no reply, and closed the interface. He turned his attention to the 4 robots before him. Factory metals can be transported directly, but mining raw or from deposits requires extraction. Transport bots alone won't suffice. Still, we may hold these sites in reserve. Once our industrial capacity expands sufficiently and the super research base upgrades, it should unlock specialized mining drones. Transport bots 1 and 2 proceed sequentially to No. 238, North Avenue. No.
316, Jiangyu Avenue and No. 771, Huitong Avenue.
Retrieve all metal resources and return them to the metal resource storage chamber.
Combat Bot 1, you remain assigned to escort and protect the transport units. Command received and confirmed. Instantly the 3 bots departed. Satisfied, Yi Lianren set down his phone and lay back on the bed. 3:30, it's time to sleep. I wonder how many private messages await me tomorrow morning.
Yi Lianren drifted peacefully into slumber.
Afternoon. Zhongqing streets.
Several more corpses now lay scattered, victims of lethal ultraviolet exposure. Most passers-by recoiled in horror, slamming shut their curtains, never daring to step outside again. Then each prepared a thin gruel, scanty with only a few dozen grains of rice. Those slightly better provisioned might add 100 or so grains. Even the most well-stocked dared not exceed 2 liang or resorted instead to instant noodles or bread. All eyes remained locked on the bustling Zhongqing forum. Ah, I'm starving. Where's that senior brother from last night?
Still asleep.
I should have stayed up later last night, traded for food first. What kind of world is this? In the dead of winter sunlight kills. I plan to forage wild vegetables by day, but at night as a woman I dare not leave my home.
Any elder brothers willing to take me in?
2 liang per day suffices. I'm stunningly beautiful and I can even deliver commanding, mature woman tones.
Get lost. What good is a mature woman voice?
I'm 36D, I deserve adoption first.
1 liang per day is enough.
A cacophony of voices buzzed across the forum.
Finally at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Lianren opened his eyes.
He stretched languidly. At once a holographic interface rose before him, displaying a cascade of notifications.
Ding.
You have successfully collected 50 kilograms of pure iron.
Reward 30 survival points. Remaining survival points 4130. Ding.
You have successfully collected 50 kilograms of pure iron.
Reward 30 survival points. Remaining survival points 4160. Ding.
You have successfully collected 50 kilograms of titanium alloy. Reward 60 survival points.
Remaining survival points 5160. Current metal inventory. Pure iron 2100 kg. Titanium alloy 1800 kg. Remaining survival points 5600. What the? Yi Lianren blurted out an expletive, utterly stunned.
He'd merely slept, and yet his survival points had surged from 4100 to 5600.
An astonishing leap of 1500 points.
This friendship with Du Long was worth far more than I imagined.
And, astonishingly, they're still not done transporting. Yi Lianren glanced at the surveillance feed. The 2 transport bots were still laboring at the 3rd factory, hauling titanium alloy. He immediately reopened the forum app. VVVRRRRR. Hundreds of private messages flooded in simultaneously, his phone trembling violently in his palm.
After skimming 10, his head throbbed. Only 1 in 10 asked about the exchange ratio between food and metal resources. The rest were almost uniformly.
Elder brother, I'm so hungry. Could you spare some food?
Handsome brother, please adopt me. I can be sweet and innocent, or poised and commanding, fulfilling every desire.
Cool big brother, may I have your contact info? I'm 36D. Yi Lianren nearly lost composure, then slammed the app shut.
He filled a glass with 1982 Lafite to steady his nerves, then retrieved fresh vegetables and meat from storage to begin cooking.
Half an hour later he uploaded several photographs to the forum accompanied by text.
Boiled sliced pork.
JPG braised lion's head. JPG sweet and sour lotus root. JPG.
Finally awake, I haven't indulged in a lazy morning like this in ages. By the way, a vital tip: never ration grain excessively.
With daylight now lethally intense, prolonged exposure depletes vitamin D, leading to osteoporosis.
If your diet consists mostly of water, fatigue, lower back pain and leg aches become inevitable, raising grave risk of fractures while gathering supplies at night. In times like these, a single fracture could seal your fate.
Friendly reminder.
JPG. As Yi Lianren's kindly practical reminder appeared, the forum instantly exploded with activity. Brother, please have mercy, I just finished thin porridge.
I finally felt a little full and can barely hold on, and you come and tempt me like this. Brother, that's too much, I haven't eaten at all. I only have 2 gen of rice left and was wondering how to survive. You telling me not to skimp on food is trying to kill me.
At that moment Du Long logged on and immediately left a comment, even sending an image.
I bow to the master.
Listen, what this master says actually makes a lot of sense.
Food is not something to save on. Daytime is extremely dangerous, now everyone can only move about at night.
If you faint while searching for food at night from sheer exhaustion, you may never wake again. And even if you do wake up, if it is already daylight, then do you have any confidence you could make it back to your home? I suspect most people would only be roasted by the sun.
Those calm analytical words suddenly silenced the entire forum. After a moment someone else left a message. Isn't this the same fellow from yesterday, the instant noodle prince who hoards a warehouse of ramen? The prince actually knows the apocalypse health expert.
Also, the apocalypse health expert is actually a real big shot. I thought that profile picture was just some random image picked online to troll everyone. Dulong immediately replied with another image.
The instant noodle prince.
I just happened to have stored a few more packets, that's all. Must you give me such a nickname? Still, the apocalypse health expert truly is a real big shot. After that master's well-meaning reminder, I've decided from today on, in addition to 2 cups of instant noodles each meal, I will also take a piece of fruit. In the apocalypse, one must ensure proper nutrition.
The forum fell silent once more.
Then followed a string of exasperated reactions.
Yi Lianren watched and could not help but smile. This fellow is a master of humble bragging.
At a time like this, he still uses his own post to show off. The resentment that creates is incredible.
At the same time, Dulong's message reappeared on the forum. Everyone be quiet for a moment. The master is still collecting metal supplies and I can vouch for his credibility.
If you have metal supplies, hurry up. While the master still needs them, exchange them for food as soon as possible. If you wait until he no longer needs them, you won't even have the chance to swap.
Yi Liangren's eyes brightened at Dulong's message. This kid is useful. I haven't even given him my apocalypse intelligence yet and he's already done me such a favor. Yi Liangren felt a fleeting warmth at the sincerity.
It was enough to move him.
The forum erupted once again. Ah!
I hate this, why don't I have metal supplies?
Master, do you need any other materials?
I want to trade for food too, but I have no metal supplies. A vibration sounded. Yi Liangren's phone buzzed again. A private message from Dulong arrived. Big brother, how am I doing at cooperating?
Yi Liangren smiled and replied, I'll take you as a friend. Several quick images came pouring in. Yi Liangren answered with a smile, intelligence that is too far away won't do you any good now. For the present, especially within the next 3 days, you should pay attention to earthquake protection, waterproofing and keeping warm.
And above all, make sure your food does not get damp.
Dulong did not reply immediately this time.
A full minute passed before his private message returned.
Thanks. Brother, you've done me a huge favor.
If I ever need anything, you'll be sure to ask.
My underground storage is fine for shockproofing and warmth, but it leaks. Without your warning, I would have been done for this time.
I have to rush to move food now and maybe offline for a long stretch. My phone will stay with me though. Big brother, feel free to message me if anything comes up.
All right. Yi Lianren nodded and closed the private chat.
In the apocalypse, one should not trust people lightly, let alone make friends. But for those determined never to leave their shelter, such concerns no longer applied. And Dulong, he was exceedingly sensible.
Yi Lianren shook his head with a smile. Another private message arrived. Apocalypse health expert. Master, are you there? My name is Liang Quan. You can call me Xiao Quan. I know of a medium-sized mining area. I used to work there. It is a metal mine mostly producing iron.
We have already extracted over 20,000 kilograms, but that's less than 1/5 of the deposit.
Master, how much food could this information be exchanged for? Yi Liangren's eyes lit up, his interest was piqued. Are you sure you've only mined less than 1/5? I'm sure. Liang Quan replied at once.
My brother lives with me now, he was the one who surveyed the mine.
Good.
If it's true, I can give you 20 gene of rice and 5 gene of vegetables.
Really? Master, please don't deceive me. The address is Tonghu Road 377. When you get there, you'll see it. You can directly see the mine. My address is Beishi Road 122. Master, you must keep your word.
Without food, my brother and I probably won't survive until tomorrow. Especially my brother, he went out yesterday and now his whole body is blistered. He survived but is bedridden. Without food, he'll starve.
Don't worry. Tonight I'll send people to the mine. If it's true, I'll have food delivered to you this very... After sending the message, Yi Lianren closed the forum and looked at the surveillance feed.
The 2 hauling robots were still... Notifications scrolled beneath the view. Ding.
You have successfully collected supplies 50 kilograms of titanium alloy. Reward survival points 60. You currently possess metal supplies pure iron 1,100 kilograms, titanium alloy 900 kilograms. Remaining survival points 5720. Now there's another mine.
Including the 2 Dulong told me about, I know the locations of 3 mining areas. It's time to upgrade the research base and begin mining. Yi Liangren turned his gaze to the super research base.
Super research base, level 2. Upgradable. Upgrade target level 3. Direction research capability 1000.
System upgrade the super research base's research capability.
Ding.
You have spent 1000 survival points to upgrade the research base's research level. Upgrade success.
Upgradable. Direction level 4. Upgrade direction research level 2000. Remaining survival points 4720. To advance another level requires 2000 survival points. So expensive. Yi Lianren clicked his tongue, feeling that he had already earned a few thousand survival points from collecting metal resources, thinking he was quite wealthy. Now looking back, he was still far from being wealthy.
His gaze fell back on the super research base.
Yi Lianren directly ignored the weapon aspect and looked at the artificial intelligence interface. Current producible series combat robot 2nd generation level 3. Required materials 50 kilograms of pure iron, 20 kilograms of titanium alloy, 1 energy stone. Transport Robot 2nd Generation Level 3. Required materials 50 kilograms of pure iron, 20 kilograms of titanium alloy, 1 energy stone. Nuclear Drone Level 3. Required materials 30 kilograms of pure iron, 20 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Mobile Small Mining Base Level 3. Required materials 200 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Unlocked products Level 4 All-in-One Home Robot Mobile Medium Mining Base Transport Robot 3rd Generation. And so on. Note: robots below Level 5 do not possess artificial intelligence and can only accept some simple basic commands. Current producible defense product series: Steel Armor 2nd Generation Level 3. Required materials 100 kilograms of pure iron, 50 kilograms of aluminum alloy, 10 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Exoskeleton Armor 2nd Generation Level 3. Required materials 50 kilograms of pure iron, 30 kilograms of aluminum alloy, 5 kilograms of titanium alloy, 1 energy stone. Unlocked equipment Level 3 Steel Armor 3rd Generation, Exoskeleton Armor 3rd Generation. And so on. Yi Liangrun was taken aback. Can the 1st generation robots no longer be produced? Ding. The super research base has been upgraded to Level 3 and the 1st generation robots are considered outdated products and their production methods have been automatically destroyed. Seeing the prompt from the suddenly appearing virtual screen, Yi Liangrun raised an eyebrow. While being outdated means being eliminated, directly destroyed. Yi Liangrun shook his head. Fortunately, the energy stone required for the 2nd generation robots is still just 1, otherwise with my current survival points I would have run out after making 1. After all, exchanging for 1 energy stone costs a full 500 survival points. Too expensive. The mobile small mining base is definitely needed, which requires 2 energy stones. The 1st generation transport robot is already very inefficient, now it will definitely not be enough. Yi Liangrun thought for a moment and asked, can the 1st generation robots be upgraded to 2nd generation robots? Can be upgraded. Upgrading the 1st generation robot to 2nd generation requires 25 kilograms of pure iron, 10 kilograms of titanium alloy and half an energy stone. Yi Liangrun's eyes lit up and he breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it can be upgraded, although it requires half an energy stone. It's much cheaper than producing a brand new one. System exchange for 6 energy stones. Yi Liangrun immediately spoke. Ding. Exchanging for 6 energy stones will cost a total of 3,000 survival points. Do you confirm the exchange? Yes. 3,000 survival points. Yi Liangrun felt a bit of pain but still nodded. Ding. Exchange successful. Remaining survival points 1720. With the prompt appearing, the space in front of Yi Liangrun twisted and 6 black stones appeared. Yi Liangrun threw them into the processing entrance. Then a prompt displayed. Consuming 2 energy stones, 100 kilograms of pure iron, 40 kilograms of titanium alloy, upgrading 2 transport robots 2nd generation and 2 combat robots 2nd generation, a total of 1 hour, please wait patiently. Consuming 4 energy stones, 300 kilograms of pure iron, 140 kilograms of titanium alloy, producing 1 mobile small mining base and 2 transport robots 2nd generation, a total of 6 hours, please wait patiently. Yi Liangrun took a deep breath and nodded. The upgrade is relatively fast, 1 hour is enough. Although production is a bit slow, it should be almost ready by night. However, you currently have metal resources: 700 kilograms of pure iron, 720 kilograms of titanium alloy. Remaining survival points 1720. Yi Liangrun looked at his current resource list and survival points. Indeed, doing research costs money. Only a little over 1,000 survival points left. Moreover, the pure iron and titanium alloy have also decreased significantly. Pure iron and titanium alloy are relatively easy to come by, they can always be mined, but the energy stones are too expensive. Yi Liangrun mumbled and couldn't help but ask, system, besides using survival points to exchange for energy stones, are there other ways to Ding. Energy stones are high-energy crystalline products that may appear in places such as deep seas, mines, volcanoes, and underground caves. However, naturally occurring energy stones have no energy protection measures and robots will automatically absorb them upon contact. If the host decides to mine energy stones, it is best to do it manually. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Yi Liangrun was instantly delighted. However, the subsequent information poured a bucket of cold water on Yi Liangrun. Robots actually absorb them automatically. It's best to mine manually. Forget it, that's fine. Honestly, manual mining might actually be a bit cheaper than using robots. In the apocalypse, as long as food can be provided, there can be as many people as needed. On the other hand, producing a robot requires an energy stone worth 500 survival points. Too expensive. Yi Liangrun calculated in his mind and nodded. Moreover, the solar flare lasts for 3 days and today is already the 2nd day. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be over tomorrow. At that time, the atmosphere will gradually recover and during the day these people will be able to move. Efficiency will more than double. With this thought, Yi Liangrun immediately went to the plant cultivation room. This is where he cultivates vegetables and rice. At this moment, many vegetables are almost ripe, such as tomatoes, cabbages, eggplants. Although the area is not large, it is completely sufficient for him to be self-sufficient. However, if he wants to sustain people, this space is definitely not enough. Yi Liangrun opened the attributes of the plant cultivation room. Plant cultivation room area 200. Upgradable. Upgrade direction large all-purpose cultivation field. Branches intelligence 500 plant growth speed 500 expand cultivation area 500. Note after upgrading intelligence the plant cultivation room will enter fully automated cultivation mode requiring no operations from the host mature plants will automatically be collected into the storage room. Note each time the plant growth speed is upgraded the time for plants to mature will be halved and they can mature a second time. The second maturation time will be halved from the original basis. Note each time the cultivation area is expanded the area of the plant cultivation room will increase by 500 square meters. Yi Liangrun hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and said system upgrade all branches of the plant cultivation room. Ding. You have spent 1500 survival points to upgrade the plant cultivation room and the upgrade was success. Fully intelligent large-scale plant cultivation facility. Area 700 square meters. The virtual screen's prompt appeared and almost instantly the space began to distort. In the blink of an eye the entire cultivation facility transformed dramatically. It was filled with a strong sense of high technology. Even the temperature had changed. Then 3 vegetable greenhouses appeared all within the expanded area with countless robotic arms tilling the soil, sowing seeds and watering. Especially above the entire cultivation room there was even a miniature simulated sun. Yi Liangrun was utterly stunned by this transformation. So advanced. However, seeing the remaining survival points. 220. Yi Liangrun felt a pang in his heart. His survival points had fallen below 1,000. But I can earn it back. Especially after the solar flares occur, the glaciers will completely melt and earthquakes and tsunamis will frequently happen. The only time to quickly mine metal resources and energy stones is during the upcoming period. In any case, upgrading the plant cultivation room was definitely the right choice. Yi Liangrun nodded, comforting himself. Just as he finished speaking, a virtual screen suddenly rose up. System prompt appeared. Ding. You have upgraded the plant cultivation room to an advanced fully intelligent large-scale plant cultivation facility which can perfectly ensure your food supply in the apocalypse so you will never face hunger. At the same time, this scale of cultivation facility can easily sustain hundreds of people. And in the apocalypse, having enough food means that you are the emperor. Reward survival points 1300. Remaining survival points 1520. Upon seeing the system prompt, Yi Liangrun let out a gentle sigh and smiled. Sure enough, my actions were not wrong. Survival points have broken 1,000 again. Finally I can relax a bit. Having less than 1,000 survival points makes me feel a bit anxious. Yi Liangrun patted his chest. At that moment suddenly the Jiangcheng broadcasting station transmitted the loudest announcement. Emergency notice. The official apocalypse shelter has been fully constructed, location suburb at the junction of Jiangling Expressway and Lingbo Expressway. Please residents who have not yet reached the shelter hurry there. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. The broadcast continued for dozens of times before it ended. Almost instantly the Jiangcheng forum exploded. Brothers, the location of the official shelter is public. Is anyone going together? In and count me in. 1. 10086. Let's all go together tonight, there's strength in numbers. Even if we encounter beasts we will be safe with so many of us. Wait. I just checked the distance on my phone, damn, that place is a full 118 kilometers away. Shocking. Terrifying. I just checked too, damn it, it's also 101 kilometers away. How can we get there that far? Just one night, who can make it? Are you stupid? Drive. Idiot. You're the idiot, you're the one who's stupid. Do you think I don't know how to drive? You need gasoline to drive and my car is parked downstairs. I checked already, in these past 2 days under the high temperatures caused by solar flares the gasoline in my car has evaporated by over 90% and the engine has malfunctioned. Metal easily conducts heat and under such high temperatures it's easy for engines to break. That's just because your car is too bad. Say that again if you dare. In an instant the forum erupted in noise. Yi Liangrun's gaze turned to the surveillance screen searching for the location of the official shelter. Soon he found it. It was a plain area. The view was very open and the shelter was also built underground. Indeed, the official experts must also know that after the solar flares there could be earthquakes, heavy rains, etc. Along with the upcoming 5th ice age. So they chose to build the shelter there. That place is an area free from seismic activity, so even if an earthquake occurs it won't be greatly affected. Moreover, since it's a plain it's not easy to accumulate a lot of water, making it a good place to build a large shelter. But it really is too far. Now most people are already facing food shortages leading to physical exhaustion. Relying solely on foot is really too difficult to get there. Yi Liangrun shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. At the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. He thought the officials would try to take people from him. He had just upgraded the fully intelligent large-scale plant cultivation facility, and if the officials attracted everyone away, wouldn't that be a waste of his upgrade? Wait. Yi Liangrun's gaze suddenly sharpened.
The solar flares are about to end soon and the next few days will belong to a stable calm period. Indeed, the officials must know this, so they specifically chose this timing to notify us. Looks like I need to compete with the officials for people. Yi Liangrun took a deep breath. His gaze returned to the forum. At this moment, Dulong's comment also appeared. To be honest, I don't believe the official shelter would be safer than now. Wow, the instant noodle prince has appeared. Little prince, will you go to the official shelter? I won't go. Moreover, I advise everyone it's best not to act impulsively and rush over. As soon as this message came out, almost instantly Dulong was directly condemned. Get lost. Of course you wouldn't go, you hoarded so many supplies you won't starve. Angrij. Exactly. We can't even fill our stomachs now. Where else can we go if we don't go to the official shelter? The ones I hate the most are people like you who can sit and talk without feeling pain. Disgusting. Actually, I'm doing this for everyone's good. Dulong's comment reappeared unfazed by the public's outcry, still seriously analyzing. The official shelter definitely won't only have residents from Zhangchang. If I'm guessing correctly, residents from the entire Jiangnan province will head there. With so many people, it means food will definitely be in short supply, and even the food you bring may be confiscated and then distributed uniformly. Moreover, with many people it means disputes. The officials confiscating the food you bring and distributing it uniformly is originally a good thing, allowing the majority to survive. But there will certainly be those who are dissatisfied. Why should their food go to feed others? Once disputes escalate, it will lead to systemic issues, even forcing you to take sides, and choosing the wrong side means death. On the contrary, in Jiangcheng, although food is a bit scarce, you are free and safe. You still have opportunities to gather food every day. Seeing the various analyses posted by Dulong on the forum, Yi Liangrun couldn't help but sigh. This guy is indeed a talent. Even at such a moment, he can still conduct his analysis calmly and methodically. Unfortunately, this is ultimately the apocalypse. No matter how correct the analysis is, most people will just scoff at it. Yi Liangrun shook his head. The next moment, as expected, the forum was buzzing with more messages. The voices condemning Dulong not only did not decrease but rather increased. What good is all your talk? You have so many resources, you won't starve, but what about us? Exactly. If you want us to stay away from the official shelter, then you should share your resources with everyone. I actually think that the instant noodle prince has a point. Point. Nonsense. His analysis is completely incoherent. If he can think of these problems, can't the officials? Will there be no solutions? Right. Clearly he is just trying to irritate us. Hypocrite. After sending an ellipsis, Dulong said nothing more. Yi Liangrun couldn't help but smile and shake his head. What Dulong analyzed, the officials naturally could think of. However, coming up with ideas is one thing, being able to find solutions is another. Human hearts are inherently the most complex thing, not to mention that this is the apocalypse. This apocalypse came too suddenly and too quickly. The officials could even be said to be exhausting all their efforts just to build a shelter, let alone look for solutions to these issues. However, Dulong has indeed reminded me. The more such times are, the more unstable people's hearts become. Verbal assurances mean nothing here, showing them real guarantees is the most effective. For example, directly taking out food. Buzz, at that moment Yi Liangrun's phone suddenly vibrated. A private message from Dulong had arrived. I'm so angry. This truly drives me crazy. These people have no brains at all. A string of complaints opened the conversation, causing Yi Liangrun to smile in amusement. Is this coming to me to complain? Big shot, you wouldn't go to the official shelter, would you? Dulong suddenly sent a message. Of course not. Yi Liangrun replied with a smile. As expected, the big shot agrees with me. With a big shot accompanying me, I feel much more at ease. Those brainless ones can be ignored. Relieved sigh of relief. That's not necessarily true. Yi Liangrun suddenly replied with a smile and continued typing. If all goes well, I should be recruiting another batch of people to help me soon. You can keep an eye out for me. If there are trustworthy, solid and reliable people, you can directly introduce them to me. As soon as this message was sent, Dulong's side went silent. After a full 2 minutes, a message finally reappeared. Shotchik. Worship Big Shotchik. Big Shot, you are actually recruiting people. Don't worry, Big Shot, I will definitely keep an eye out for you. Yi Liangrun closed the forum with a smile. At the same time, a system notification popped up. Ding. Transport Robot X2 Combat Robot X2 upgrade successful. Transport Robot Mark II Number 1 Level 3. Function can transport a weight of 100 kilograms at one time. Speed 120 kilometers per hour. Power consumption can operate for 48 hours at full power. Can automatically connect to a power supply for charging. Charging time 2 hours. Combat Robot Mark II Number 1 Level 3. Function attacks any hostile entities. Provides comprehensive protection for the creator's safety and can follow the creator's commands to protect specific individuals. Capability: all combat abilities improved by 60 based on the first generation, while defense has significantly increased. Ordinary firearms cannot harm it. Power consumption can operate for 48 hours at full power. Can automatically connect to a power supply for charging. Charging time 2 hours.
Yi Liangren's eyes brightened. The upgrade was complete. Moreover, especially for the transport robot. The transport weight and speed had doubled. In total, one second-generation transport robot now had the efficiency equivalent to that of 4 first-generation transport robots. Moreover, upgrading the 2 transport robots only cost 1 energy stone. Now that's a real bargain. Yi Liangren revealed a satisfied smile and immediately said Transport number 1 continue to transport supplies from the titanium alloy factory. Transport number 2 go to No. 377, Tonghu Road and check if there are any mining sites there. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Yi Liangren was preparing dinner. Suddenly a system notification popped up. Ding! Portable small mining base transport robot X2 manufacturing successful. Portable small mining base level 3. Function automatically travels to target mining areas, mines and mineral bases to lay foundational equipment ensuring the safety of mining resources in those areas. Provides excellent equipment to assist humans and robots in mining resources. Capability can perform mining area modifications displaying real-time data information of current mining areas, mines and mineral bases. Based on the world's top mining teams, efficiency is doubled, mineral output quality is doubled, environmental friendliness is doubled, safety index is doubled, and it is resistant to seismic events and collapses. Can comprehensively and thoroughly check if there are still unexplored areas in the mining areas, mines and mineral bases. Power consumption uses solar power, wind energy, water energy and other fully intelligent power storage modes capable of intelligently responding in any environment without needing to charge. Finally manufactured. Yi Liangren smiled. At this moment the system voice sounded again. Ding! You have manufactured a portable small mining base. Now you can search for metal resources without being limited to factories, greatly increasing your resource-seeking speed. In the apocalypse, having ample resources is the guarantee of survival. Reward survival points 600. Remaining survival points 2300. Yi Liangren paused his cooking wearing a satisfied smile. Survival points have finally surpassed 2000. Moreover, the resources I collected from those 3 metal factories have all been mined. Now I can continue to earn survival points. Yi Liangren hurried to the super research base only to be stunned when he arrived. The 2 newly appeared second-generation transport robots were present, but the portable small mining base was nowhere to be seen. At that moment a system prompt appeared. Ding! The portable small mining base is too large, it has automatically relocated outside the shelter. Note: large items once manufactured will automatically migrate outside the shelter if there is no demand. Yi Liangren breathed a sigh of relief and immediately looked at the surveillance screen. Outside the shelter a huge object indeed appeared. It resembled a large RV, a top-tier RV parked prominently there. Yi Liangren immediately issued a command. Portable small mining base go to No. 377, Tonghu Road and conduct mining area modifications. Soon after, Yi Liangren had just finished his meal. The mobile small mining base arrived at No. 377, Tonghu Road, the medium-sized mine area mentioned by Liang Quan. Yi Liangren looked at the surveillance footage and suddenly he was taken aback. He couldn't help but curse, what the hell? Incredible. He saw the mobile small mining base transform as it reached the mine area, instantly changing form. The original RV seemed to morph into a transformer, beginning its transformation. It expanded and then covered the entire mine area for renovation. In just over 10 minutes the mine, which originally looked rusted and shabby, transformed into a super modern area. It hardly resembled a mine anymore, instead it looked like a high-tech exhibition area. At the same time a virtual screen rose up. Medium-sized iron and titanium alloy mine area 1800. Currently mined area 200. High energy reaction wave intermediate. Simultaneously can hire mining personnel 20 people. Is secondary mining possible? Yes. Note: high energy reaction wave can detect whether there are energy stones in the mine. Intermediate may contain 24 energy stones. Advanced may contain 46 energy stones. Top level may contain more than 6 energy stones. Note: secondary mining depends on the current level of depletion in the mine. If there is no depletion, or if the depletion is minimal after the mining is completed, the mobile small mining base will undergo maintenance. After a month of maintenance the mine's ecology will recover to 80%. System produced it will never allow the mine to suffer depletion. However, if the host takes over a mine that has already been mined by humans, maintenance may not be possible. Seeing the information on the virtual screen, Yi Liangren was overjoyed. This is simply too exciting. Liang Quan said that they could mine less than 1/5. But this is not 1/5, it's clearly only 1/9. Especially since there might be 24 energy stones. This is an energy stone. Moreover, there is even a possibility of secondary mining. With an ecological recovery of 80%. Not to mention the metal resources. This means he could get several more energy stones. Yi Liangren immediately looked at a transportation robot and said, Robot No. 3 take 30 gene of rice and 7 gene of vegetables to No. 122, Beishi Road, drop the food at the doorstep and come back immediately. Instruction received successfully. Robot No. 3 set off immediately. Yi Liangren watched the mine area with a bright smile. He was going to make a big profit this time. He would give Liang Quan a taste of sweetness, making him his first hired worker. Just a few minutes later, at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, the transportation robot had already reached its destination. Yi Liangren saw on the surveillance footage that after the robot left, he immediately took out his phone, opened the private message on the forum, and found Liang Quan. The food has been delivered, please check. The next moment he saw Liang Quan open the door, and the look of surprise on his face upon seeing the food was immense. This is something that cannot be faked. At the same time he heard Liang Quan shout after his joy. Wang Peng. You're saved, I got food. At this point Yi Liangren shifted his gaze away from the surveillance footage, unable to hide the satisfied smile on his face. Liang Quan was qualified. That sincere smile and the characteristic of caring for his brother's life even in the apocalypse was enough to show that Liang Quan is definitely a person of deep feelings and very sincere. Or rather, an honest person. Such people may not flatter or cater to others, but they are the most desirable employees in the eyes of all bosses. Because they will wholeheartedly help you work, will not cheat or slack off, and will not be a fraud. Suddenly Yi Liangren's phone vibrated. A private message appeared. It was from Liang Quan. Boss, I received the food, but... Did you send too much? The food you sent is far more than 20 gene of rice and 5 gene of vegetables. Upon seeing this message, Yi Liangren's smile widened. This was his final test. If this test was not passed, he would still accept Liang Quan as a worker, but at that time Liang Quan's status in his heart would not be as significant. He would not specifically cultivate Liang Quan. But if this test was passed, it would indicate that Liang Quan is truly an exceedingly down-to-earth person, even honest. Even in this apocalypse he did not hide the fact that he took a little more resources. Instead he chose to inquire, truly honest to the extreme. Such people are really hard to be turned against. They would never leave just for some small benefits or even large benefits. And Liang Quan has truly accomplished this. Yi Liangren could almost say with certainty that this kind of thing, especially in the apocalypse, is nearly 1 in 10,000 or even 1 in 100,000. There might not even be one Liang Quan. And he had encountered one. This made it hard for him not to be satisfied. Yi Liangren looked at the private message and replied with a smile, that is to reward you, and at the same time I want to offer you a job with daily meals provided. I don't know if you are willing. Liang Quan replied instantly. Really? What kind of job is it? By the way, can I bring my brother along? He really needs such a job right now. I am even willing to give my spot to him. Seeing Liang Quan's reply, Yi Liangren was even more satisfied and felt a bit touched inside. This is truly a good person, a nice guy. However, in the past society, such good people, nice guys, had a hard time surviving. Even now, without himself, Liang Quan, such a nice guy, would probably be among the first to die. With a gentle sigh, Yi Liangren replied, don't worry, your brother can also work. I still need a lot of people here. If you have acquaintances, you can also invite them, but of course they must be trustworthy and of good character, otherwise they will be fired even if they... The job is very simple. Also mining, I believe you should have a lot of experience. Boss, really? From the instant reply it was clear that Liang Quan was still somewhat in disbelief. Yi Liangren smiled calmly and replied, of course it's true. Don't worry, I wouldn't go so far as to deceive you. If I wanted to deceive you, I wouldn't need to give you food. Next, you just need to rest well. Barring any accidents, work will start tomorrow. So eat well, don't skimp. I don't want you to lack strength when working. You can rest assured, boss. Seeing Liang Quan's message, Yi Liangren smiled, turned off his phone and lay flat on the bed. Next, let's see if the impact of solar flares will improve tomorrow. The next morning at 9 o'clock. The sun had just risen. Yi Liangren immediately woke up. This was the first time in 3 days that he did not oversleep. Because today is an extremely important day. He needs to check the situation of the solar spots and compete with the officials for people. After waking up, he hurried to the monitoring room. Looking at the surveillance footage from outside, there wasn't much change in the outside world. The city remained as broken, desolate, and deserted as ever. However, Yi Liangren keenly noticed a detail. Outside the city, there were more birds chirping. Especially in the forest among the towering ancient trees, one could often see a few squirrels high up on the tree trunks. Such scenes were absolutely impossible a few days ago. Indeed, just as I suspected, today the influence of the solar spots has already diminished significantly. Yi Liangren nodded inwardly. The reason why no one in the city dared to come out was that humans are far less aware of changes in the outside world compared to animals. They do not dare to take risks. However, I believe they should have noticed it by now. Yi Liangren murmured, looking at the Jiangcheng forum on his phone. At this moment the forum was extremely lively. Have you all noticed? Today the temperature seems to have changed. I noticed it. I was directly awakened by the cold this morning. I noticed too the sun today doesn't seem as fierce as before. Do you think that now during the day there is no harm to us? It's hard to say. Who dares to go out and try? Go out. Who would dare to go out? Even if the temperature has dropped, what if the ultraviolet rays are still so strong and one dies instantly? The forum instantly fell silent. No one dared to speak. When it comes to personal safety, no one is willing to make reckless decisions. Just then a photo suddenly appeared on the forum. It was a picture from outside showing a tree with many red berries. It's safe outside. I've already been gathering wild fruits out here. Today is the fullest I've eaten in a long time. Bro, really? Bro, how dare you go out? Aren't you afraid of getting sunburned? Thanks to my dog Huang.
A few days ago Huang was lying around the house barely moving. But this morning as soon as I woke up it started barking. I thought it was hungry, but as soon as I untied its leash it ran straight outside. I was afraid it would get burned, so I quickly put on more clothes and chased after it, only to find that it was safe outside.
Shachik. Surprise chik. Well done edgek.
A series of emoticons suddenly appeared. The forum buzzed with excitement again.
Bro, in the apocalypse when we can't even feed ourselves you actually have a dog.
Speaking of dogs, I miss my Dahe so much.
I was so hungry yesterday that I had no choice but to cook him. Ah, my Dahe. The one above that's too much, are you missing him? I think you're just craving him, right? Tears of longing flowing from your mouth. No brothers, aren't you focusing on the wrong point? It's safe outside. Safe. Does that mean we can go out during the day to gather supplies? Brothers, let's go, let's gather supplies and pick fruits. What fruits to pick? It's not easy to go out during the day. I want to go hunting, I want to eat meat.
Instantly the entire forum ignited with enthusiasm. At this moment a sudden message interrupted the excitement. After so long you can finally go out during the day, haven't you thought about going to the official shelter? As soon as this was said the forum fell silent again. Of course everyone had thought of this, but they were intentionally avoiding. Previously it was because they couldn't go out during the day with just one night who could say whether they could reach the official shelter. The night itself was dangerous. Moreover, during the day Dulong's analysis, even if they all slandered him when it came down to them making their own decisions, they were still hesitant. Now that there was nothing wrong during the day, they instinctively avoided discussing this topic. As long as they could survive, there was no immediate danger and they wouldn't starve. Who would willingly head to the official shelter to become reliant on others? At this moment a message came through again. I'm planning to gather some wild fruits and head straight to the official shelter.
Is anyone going with me?
I know your thoughts now that it's safe during the day, you think you can survive. But has the apocalypse really ended?
Not at all.
The news has reported that the solar spots are just the first wave of disaster.
Next is the onset of the fifth ice age.
Once the plants wither and once the supplies that can be gathered in the city are exhausted, what will you do? Isn't going to the official shelter the most reliable option?
But by the time that happens it will be too late. To be blunt, by then the official shelter will be full. Even if you're lucky and there are still spaces, you will be among the last to enter, meaning you will only get in after the food is all gone. Do you think those inside will treat you kindly? You haven't provided any food, you have been living freely outside for so long, and once you can't hold on any longer you just come in. Do you think the official shelter is what? A free canteen that simply lets you come and go as you please. If there are really ruthless characters they might quietly get rid of you that night. So you better think this through. At 10 o'clock I will be at the south of the city, leaving on time. If anyone wants to join, come along. The more people there are the more strength we have. If enough of us go together we can look out for each other, and I believe the official shelter won't dare to act recklessly. A series of calm analyses caused the forum to quiet down again. Yi Liangrun looked at this analysis and couldn't help but nod. I must say the analysis is indeed quite reasonable. After all, no matter the environment or the era, there will always be smart people. But why are you trying to lead everyone into the official shelter? I clearly got up early to see everyone's reaction and gather some workers. With your analysis I can't even collect workers properly. Yi Liangrun shook his head, placed his finger on his phone and immediately began typing. Just as he typed a few words, Yi Liangrun suddenly shook his head. Simply recruiting workers probably won't be compelling enough. He immediately went to the kitchen.
After more than 10 minutes, a bowl of fragrant seafood noodles was freshly prepared.
Yi Liangrun found the best angle to take a picture.
Then he typed a message: it's time to get up and eat.
Let me share a little tip.
Everyone, you must eat breakfast in the morning after resting for a night. Most of the energy in the human body has already been digested, and if you don't replenish energy at this time the body will start to digest fat for energy. And in the apocalypse fat is actually very important. You can even extend your life by reducing food intake every day.
So everyone must eat breakfast in the morning. Moreover, if possible, try to eat seafood.
Seafood is rich in protein and trace elements. Eating seafood regularly can lower cholesterol, promote blood circulation, replenish calcium, enhance physical strength, prevent osteoporosis and boost immunity. However, seafood is considered cold in nature, so if you eat it it's best to pair it with some high-calorie liquid foods like meat, porridge or milk.
After sending the message, Yi Liangrun filled a large cup of milk from the tap.
With a click he took a picture and posted it on the forum.
He's here again, the End Times wellness expert. Yet today inexplicably tears streamed silently down my cheek.
Ah, the End Times wellness expert has posted another feast of culinary images. These days I can only force down my meals by gazing upon his sumptuous dishes. Plain steamed rice alone is simply unbearable. Seafood for nourishing vital fat paired with meat, congee and milk. The logic is sound, yet how can I follow it without access to such ingredients?
Mother asked why I was kneeling while staring at the image.
I replied, I'm starving, I long to devour what's in the picture.
To my astonishment she retorted, then go ahead and eat your phone.
Seafood is so endearing, yet must I truly consume it?
He watched a cascade of forum messages scroll past. Yi Liangrun nodded with a quiet smile. The moment had arrived. Instantly he composed and sent a message. Do you yearn for fine food? Do you wish to awaken each day no longer tormented by hunger? Follow me, and I shall ensure you never wake famished again, greeting each dawn with vigor and vitality. We seek 20 workers daily mineral excavation with 3 full meals provided, breakfast, lunch and dinner. Outstanding performers receive weekly bonuses 3 gene of rice and 2 gene of vegetables. Those who shirk duties or feign competence will be dismissed on the spot, barred from rehire for life. The moment Yi Liangrun's message appeared, the entire forum fell into a stunned 3-minute silence. Then, chaos erupted. Senior expert N times wellness master, is this truly real? Master, will you really provide 3 meals daily if we work under you? Where is the location? I'm coming. Choose me. I'm steadfast as bedrock, known across the construction sites as the bricklaying prince. My strength rivals that of 3 men combined. Bricklaying prince. Nonsense. If anyone deserves selection, it's me, the site Wusong. With one hand I lift a full-grown ox. Watching the frenzy of replies, Yi Liangrun's lips curved into a brilliant smile. Indeed, compared to the distant intangible promises of official shelters, his own vivid presence wielded far greater allure. As Yi Liangrun prepared to reply, the same analytical user spoke once more. I urge you all not to rush headlong into servitude. In the apocalypse, blind employment almost guarantees starvation. Yi Liangrun's gaze sharpened. The forum exploded anew. Denunciations surged instantly. Who the hell are you? How dare you slander the senior expert? Exactly. What gives you the right to defame the N times wellness expert? Precisely. He dines so exquisitely each day, he surely won't skimp on our rations. On the contrary, it's you who bears ill intent. The man responded coolly. Is that so? Ha! My name is Zhong Sheng, you may search my credentials online. At Zhong Sheng's words, the forum hushed for a breath. Yi Liangrun arched an eyebrow and instinctively searched Zhong Sheng on Dubai. Instantly a flood of results appeared. Zhong Sheng, China's top investor. Zhong Sheng, hailed as the youngest prodigy in investment circles. 78 investments over 10 years, 0 failures. Not a single return fell below 50%. Dubbed the Bill Gates of finance, his uncanny foresight drew corporate giants willing to spend millions to secure his counsel. Yi Liangrun's eyes narrowed slightly. For the first time, genuine surprise flickered within him. So, this truly was a figure of immense stature. Meanwhile, the forum detonated a new senior expert. A genuine titan. He even has a Baidu key entry. Incredible. No wonder his analysis was so incisive. Joining him at the official shelter guarantees absolute safety. Ha! Zhong Sheng replied with a single sardonic chuckle, seemingly mocking the crowd's fervor. Then another message appeared. Do you still believe my words were mistaken? What appears on Dubai reflects only my public investments. My private ventures remain entirely invisible to search engines. Yet I state unequivocally, since entering this field I have executed over 200 investments, none yielding less than a 50% return. My highest return exceeded 200%. I hold that under any circumstance my analysis, though perhaps not infallible, remains utterly unassailable. Yi Liangrun furrowed his brow. Why must he oppose me so adamantly? I possess a system, do you? I know precisely which calamities lie ahead, do you? Yi Liangrun shook his head and sighed deeply, burdened with quiet sorrow, then replied rationally, on the forum, in truth I advise against excessive self-assurance. We now confront natural disasters, not human machinations. And nature grants no time for meticulous analysis. Overconfidence. Ha! Zhong Sheng fired back, instantly laced with irony. Are you flustered? Seeking rebuttal. Let me assure you, this is no blind arrogance. Let me dissect point by point precisely why becoming your laborer entails grave peril. First, you indeed possess abundant supplies, I concede that. Yet for one person such stores are plentiful, for dozens do they remain so. Even at their fullest they cannot rival official reserves. Once scarcity strikes, how will you sustain us all? Second, none can predict the exact nature of impending disasters. You're correct there. Yet official shelters, by every conceivable metric, structural integrity, resource stockpiling, contingency planning, outstrip any private refuge. Even if your shelter stands secure today, what if an earthquake collapses it? Trapped beneath rubble, unable to retrieve your stores, how then shall we survive? Official shelters would never suffer such vulnerability. Third, I do not know your motive for recruiting miners, yet mining by its very nature must conclude. Your current need for minerals does not guarantee perpetual scarcity. Once your reserves suffice, what becomes of us? Shall we starve? Or will you maintain idle hands indefinitely? Fourth, as I stated earlier, the later one arrives at the official shelter, the poorer the terms become. Even setting aside the prior 3 points, can you truly guarantee this position carries zero risk? Should misfortune strike and we seek refuge at the official shelter, might they simply bar our entry? Fifth, 10 consecutive analyses appeared on the forum. Each of them was thoroughly analyzed by Zhong Sheng, making one feel upon reading that there was indeed some truth to it. In particular, many of the analyses genuinely considered the concerns of the audience.
Even if one could refute a couple of points, the rest were honestly quite difficult to counter. At this moment Zhongshang's message reappeared.
Big shot. An apocalypse wellness expert, right? Come.
Explain to me how I can avoid the 10 analyses you provided.
Yi Liangren raised an eyebrow, shaking his head with a smile.
This person was clever but foolishly so. His gaze was entirely focused on the future, completely oblivious to the greatest challenges everyone faced in the present. Yi Liangren leisurely took out a pile of fruit from the storage room, snapped a photo and posted it on the forum, replying with a smile, "There's truth in that. Keep analyzing while I enjoy my snacks and watch your performance."
You. Zhongsheng sent a flurry of exclamation marks, seemingly angry that Yi Liangren completely bypassed his analyses without any explanation and insisted on continuing his analysis instead. Was he completely disregarding him? Seeing this, Yi Liangren shook his head and smiled. He was still too naive to get angry over such things. What about me? What's wrong with me?
Yi Liangren lazily replied, continuing, "All right, fine, I yield. I can't be bothered to argue with you here. How about this? For those willing to work for me, I'll reward each with a piece of fruit every day." As soon as he said this, it instantly ignited the entire forum.
Big shot, is it true? You're amazing. Long live the big shot. Bow to the big shot. JPG. Apocalypse wellness expert, my eternal idol. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to look at my phone. I said the wellness expert was hiring, providing enough food every day and even giving a fruit.
To my surprise, Mom knelt down with me to look at the phone. Worship the big shot.
Yi Liangren smiled at this. This is the nature of humanity in an apocalypse. What is most lacking in an apocalypse? Food. And among food, fruits are even more of a luxury.
Official statements, no matter how well articulated or seemingly safe, ultimately are intangible.
Here I not only provide meals but also add an extra fruit. How can you compare with me? Even if you have a silver tongue, I can simply offer an extra fruit. How can you compete with me?
Yi Liangren smiled faintly.
Ah, how uninteresting. Bullying a child really holds no significance. There's no helping it. Who told me I have too much food?
At this moment Zhongshang could no longer contain himself and immediately replied, "No matter how well you speak, isn't it just verbal promises?
I refuse to believe you have that much food and fruit. Fruits have a short shelf life. Even if you hoard a lot, it won't last more than a few days. You are clearly misleading everyone.
Once they choose to follow you, even if they might receive fruit up front, they will definitely not get any later." Just as he finished speaking, suddenly a message came through.
No, I believe in the big shot.
It was Liang Quan, who also attached 2 photos.
A large bag of rice. JPG.
A pile of vegetables.
I absolutely believe the big shot would never deceive me.
This bag of rice and these vegetables were given to me by the big shot. I informed the big shot about mining area information and he promised me 20 pounds of rice and 5 pounds of vegetables. As a result, the big shot directly gave me an extra 10 pounds of rice and 2 pounds of vegetables. Such a big shot, could he be a fraud? If he were truly a fraud, he wouldn't have given me the rice and vegetables.
Additionally, the big shot personally invited me to be a miner.
I unconditionally believe in the big shot. If it weren't for him, I would have starved to death long ago.
By the way, that mining area is quite large. If 20 people mine, it can at least last a month.
As soon as this was said, the forum was once again flooded with memes.
The big shot is amazing. The big shot is my eternal idol. I will always believe in the apocalypse wellness expert.
At this moment, Dulong also appeared and began his rational analysis.
I also believe that the big shot is trustworthy. Moreover, putting everything aside, purely in comparison to the officials, I feel that the big shot is a bit better. Because there are enough people in the official setup.
Even if there are food cultivation bases in the official shelter, the greatest guarantee is merely to prevent everyone from starving.
The more people there are, the more food is needed, and various unexpected situations must be considered.
It absolutely won't allow everyone to eat their fill, because being well-fed implies having the strength to resist.
However, being well-fed gives strength to resist. Being underfed leads to disputes and food theft. Moreover, this is just one point. The most important point is another. In a situation where one can only barely avoid starvation over the long term, the bonus immunity will inevitably decline. Even if one does not starve to death, one becomes susceptible to illness, and once someone falls ill, it can lead to widespread contagion. If the number of infected rises high enough, the virus can mutate. Conversely, following the big shot, one can eat enough at every meal, have sufficient energy and strong immunity, completely free from these worries. Calm analysis. Watching Dulong and Liang Quan's comments, Yi Liangren's smile deepened.
Now the situation had completely tilted in his favor. At this moment, Zhongshang could only cling to one point, that the officials were safer than him in the apocalyptic environment. The next moment, as expected, Zhongshang spoke again.
Yes.
I admit that the official shelters have many people, and when there are many people, this situation can indeed occur.
But now it's the apocalypse. Everyone must not forget this is the apocalypse. The apocalypse signifies that at any moment a cataclysmic disaster could strike.
The officials at least have a sufficiently sturdy shelter.
At least inside, even if we face hunger or conflicts, we won't die from disasters. But outside, even if he can genuinely provide you with food, what will happen when disasters strike? You will just be waiting to die. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangrun nodded. I must say this person speaks quite persuasively. At least aside from those analyses, he did well in stirring emotion. Not bad, too bad you ran into me. Yi Liangrun smiled slightly and typed on the forum, what you said makes a lot of sense. I can't even refute it. Fine, I'll yield once more. Everyone must be curious about why I am collecting minerals, right? Actually, I am doing this to build a sturdier shelter. Thus, for any workers who perform exceptionally in the mining area, I will construct a small private shelter for them free of charge to ensure their safety. Yi Liangrun's words stirred up immense waves across the entire forum in an instant. Countless expressions surged forth in a flash. Big shot forever a gajk. Big shot, I wanna have your child. Long live the big shot. Of course, many directly tagged Zhongsheng. Your analysis makes a lot of sense, but I choose the big shot. Your analysis is correct, but I choose the big shot. The official side is indeed strong, but I choose the big shot. Seeing this, Yi Liangrun's lips curled into a bright smile. At that moment, Zhongsheng finally had no power to refute, and he replied in a fit of anger, all right. You're not going to the official shelter, are you? You will definitely regret it later. I will definitely go to the official shelter. I will watch with my own eyes how much you will regret it then. Now it's already 10 o'clock and I am ready to set off. I will give you one last chance. Anyone willing to go with me to the official shelter? I will wait for you at Tonghu Road No. 377 for half an hour. Once half an hour is up, I will leave immediately. Yi Liangrun watched Zhongsheng's messages with a smile. At this moment, Zhongsheng truly seemed to be in a fit of rage. The words he sent were far from decisive, filled with hesitation and anger. Then Yi Liangrun turned his gaze to the surveillance screen. In the southern part of the city, there were 3 people. In the middle was Zhongsheng, looking just like his picture on Baidu Encyclopedia. However, at this moment he appeared somewhat frail and his entire demeanor was listless and dejected. The other 2, judging by their appearance, should be Zhongsheng's friends. Soon half an hour passed. Zhongsheng's group had increased significantly. From the initial 3 people to now over 3,000. Then these 3,000 people began to march towards the official shelter in an imposing manner. Yi Liangrun nodded. The number was about what he had expected. The departure of these people was related to Zhongsheng's instigation. But more importantly, it was because he had only invited 20 people for his first recruitment. Although most of those who left might still think that the treatment here is better than at the official shelter, it couldn't be helped. He had recruited too few people and they lacked the confidence to believe they would be successfully selected, so they had to leave. Yi Liangrun understood this well. After all, he truly had few survival points left and it was not feasible to recruit on a large scale from the beginning, so he had to take it slow. Fortunately, only 3,000 had left. There were definitely more remaining. Once he started recruiting, he could almost instantly fill the positions. At this moment, suddenly a virtual screen popped up. Ding! You have successfully achieved a victory in the game of survival. This victory has earned you the trust and attention of over 80% of Jiang City. In the apocalypse, the more people trust you, the smoother your subsequent developments will be. Reward survival points 800. Remaining survival points 3,100. Upon seeing the system reward, Yi Liangrun's smile brightened. Survival points have surpassed 3,000. I didn't expect that engaging in a game and chatting could also earn survival points. Awesome. Meanwhile, Yi Liangrun checked the time. 10:35. Recruitment begins. With a smile, Yi Liangrun opened the mobile forum and immediately sent a message. At Tonghu Road No. 377 metal mining area, recruitment starts today. Those willing to try, please head to the mining area at Tonghu Road No. 377 within half an hour. This recruitment will hire a total of 20 people. If the number of applicants is too high, this recruitment will be conducted in batches with 1 round every hour, 20 people per round, ending at 11 o'clock tonight. I will select the 20 most diligent and capable workers. Additionally, everyone participating in the recruitment will be provided with a free meal. Once this was said, the entire forum exploded in an instant. Long live the big shot. I'm on my way. Regardless of whether I succeed, I will definitely have a feast today. I'm only 5 kilometers away from the mining area and I can definitely arrive within half an hour. Ah. Why is it required to arrive within half an hour? I'm freaking 20 kilometers away from there. Crying. Wow. The big shot is amazing. Even the recruitment assessment provides free food. I definitely made the right choice by not going to the official shelter. Watching nearly 100 messages appear every second, causing the forum to lag. Yi Liangrun smiled slightly and replied, please don't rush everyone. If you can't participate in this recruitment assessment, there will be a next time. This time is just the beginning. Barring any accidents, there will soon be a second, third, and even more. By the way, in addition to the 20 mining workers being recruited this time, 3 chefs will also be needed. As for the assessment criteria, there will be 1 round every hour, 3 people per round, with each person preparing 3 dishes. The 3 who are chosen for their best dishes will pass. They will then serve as chefs in the mining area, responsible for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Once this message was sent, a wave of dark expression packs appeared instantly. Long live the big shot. Long live the big shot. Long live the big shot. Yi Liangren smiled at the flood of expression packs in the forum. Then his gaze fell back on the surveillance screen. Looking at the entire Jiang city in an instant, it surged, breaking free from the previous lifelessness and desolation. It became lively. The streets were suddenly filled with people. A sea of humanity surged towards the same area, Tonghu Road No. 377 mining area, chatting and laughing as they advanced. Indeed, even in the apocalypse, having more people makes it livelier and more interesting. A cold, empty city feels a bit too lonely to look at. Yi Liangren chuckled. Suddenly his gaze diverted and he froze in place. He saw in the southern part of the city the more than 3,000 people who had originally followed Zhongsheng towards the official shelter suddenly rushed back in unison. They looked as if they had spotted humans like zombies eager to fly back. Their destination was surprisingly also the mining area at Tonghu Road No. 377. Interestingly, the southern part of the city was the closest area to the mining area. And it was only a kilometer away. Yi Liangren couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. Especially upon seeing Zhongsheng standing blankly in place wearing a look of despair. Yi Liangren laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. Bro. You really can't blame me for this. The mining area was determined by me early on. It's just that the path you chose isn't right. Why did you choose the southern part of the city? Originally, most of the people who followed you thought that since only 20 people would be recruited, they probably wouldn't be selected. But they were simply too close. And since they could also have a good meal, how could they not give it a try? As expected, the first group to arrive at the mine was the 3,000 who had left with Zhongsheng and returned. However, it was clear that Zhongsheng's intentions were different from those of the others. At this moment, he was still trying to persuade them. Everyone, listen to my advice, don't waste time for momentary cravings. The later we arrive at the official shelter, the worse our treatment will be. In fact, we might not even have a room and we'll have to squeeze into one big room together. The authorities will provide food. They won't let us starve. Zhongsheng persistently advised. As soon as he finished speaking, several people retorted, will the food you mentioned fill us up? Is the food you mentioned made by a chef? Zhongsheng He was at a loss for how to rebut. Or rather to explain. Others resumed speaking. It's not like we aren't going. Exactly. However, if we are really chosen, then we won't go. That's right. Who would still go to the official shelter if they could eat chef's meals every day? Hearing this, Zhongsheng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was a mix of green and white, filled with resentment. If it weren't for the long journey and fear of encountering beasts at night, he would have had the impulse to go alone. Forget it. Zhongsheng couldn't help but angrily say, you all go ahead. But let me remind you, I've already pointed out the downsides. If your delay leads to poor treatment at the official shelter, don't blame it on me. As soon as he said this, quite a few people patted their chests, looking unconcerned. Don't worry, brother Zhongsheng, how could we blame you? Exactly, brother Zhongsheng, we all understand. You are looking out for us, and the official shelter is definitely safer than where we are staying. The environment might be a bit worse, but it's nothing to worry about. Right. We just want to have a good meal before heading to the official shelter. Yes. As these words were spoken, Zhongsheng's grim expression gradually eased. However, it hadn't completely calmed down before it became even darker. He overheard some people murmuring. Seriously, we are going to the official shelter just to give him face, and he's still here meddling and everything. Who does he think he is? Exactly. If it weren't for the fact that the big boss recruited too few people who would bother with him. Acting all self-important here, it's really laughable. But speaking of which, I really hope to be chosen. If I am chosen, I can eat until I'm full every day, and it's all made by chefs. I would probably wake up smiling every day. He'll tell you a method that guarantees you'll be chosen 100. Really? What method? Instantly, many people gathered around. The person smiled and said, when you sleep at night, raise your pillow higher. Sleep peacefully. In your dreams, you can have anything. You. A group of people burst into laughter, completely ignoring how dark Zhongsheng's face was at that moment. His fists were clenched tightly. If it weren't for his two friends beside him constantly advising him not to act impulsively, he might have rushed in to fight. Inside the shelter, Yi Liangren observed the situation on the surveillance screen and nearly burst out laughing. This was far more entertaining than any variety show on TV. Yi Liangren shook his head with a smile. Really, why do they have to go against me? It's such a thankless task. If they enter the official shelter and the treatment isn't good, then they might need to be careful even while sleeping. Yi Liangren sighed, his gaze shifting to the other areas of Jiangqing on the surveillance screen. At this moment, a massive wave of people was rushing towards the mine. There must be at least 10,000 of them. This. Yi Liangren couldn't help but gasp in surprise and then checked the time. 10:55. There are still 10 minutes left. They will definitely make it. Does that mean I need to prepare food for at least 15,000 people? The most troublesome part is, can we really assess all 15,000 people?
One round takes an hour and 20 people can be assessed per hour. Since it's almost 11 now, even if we go until 11 at night, it will only be enough to assess 240 people in 12 hours.
Yi Liangren's heart sank. Not good. I've made a mistake. How could I have forgotten this?
He slapped his forehead. But soon he also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the wasted food this time might be a bit much, it at least proves one thing.
My supplies are definitely sufficient, which reassures everyone.
Moreover, the nearly 15,000 people mining in the assessment is worth much more than this meal. And while the small mining base indicates that it can only hire 20 miners at a time.
This is because the mining tools provided by the small mining base are only 20. The rest can mine by hand. Yi Liangren smiled, his gaze falling on the mining area in the surveillance footage.
After the small mining base's renovations, the entrance to the mine was quite large and spacious enough inside. It could accommodate 500 people at once. Although mining by hand or finding some spare tools would be tiring, after all, this is a job recruitment and such assessments would only take half an hour.
Moreover, this would clearly show who was working the hardest. Yi Liangren calculated for a while and made up his mind. The next moment he immediately summoned the robots. Transport robots 1234, go to the storage room and get food for 15,000 people to the mine. Combat robot number 1, you escort them to the mine, and if anyone causes a riot, stop them immediately. Command received. The 5 robots immediately set off. Yi Liangren smiled brightly. Now we have the deterrent of force as well. Soon 10 minutes passed and over 14,000 people appeared here. The entire mining area was almost completely filled. This scene of a sea of people, even if it weren't the end times, was still extremely rare. At this time, Yi Liangren controlled the broadcast of the small mining base and spoke loudly. Due to the excessive number of participants in this recruitment, the recruitment situation has been changed. Yi Liangren's words fell. Everyone was still in confusion.
According to Yi Liangren, doesn't that mean this mine needs to accommodate 520 people at the same time? In general, a large mining area accommodates at most 300 to 400 people, never exceeding 500. Moreover, looking at the entrance of Yi Liangren's mining base, it is so small that it can only be considered a medium-sized mine. At this moment, even Liang Quan was stunned. This mine was introduced to Yi Liangren by him. He was a worker here before. He knew very well that this mine was merely a medium-sized one, accommodating no more than 100 people.
Moreover, the previous mining workers never exceeded 50. Could it be? The big shot doesn't understand this area. What should we do? Liang Quan immediately took out his phone, even preparing to privately message Yi Liangren about the situation.
At that moment, the gate of the mining base opened.
Everyone looked over instantly.
The next moment, they were all stunned.
Everyone gaped, dumbfounded. This is definitely not a mine. This is simply a high-tech exhibition area. The high-tech items inside.
Whether it's the shovels gleaming with silver light equipped with power devices that greatly reduce labor, or the metallic luster spread throughout the entrance of the mine, the texture of which exemplified perfection in shock resistance and collapse prevention. Not to mention the lights inside the passage, which resembled the high-tech products of alien spaceships in movies.
Especially Liang Quan.
At this moment, he was completely astonished. He was most familiar with this mine, so he was the most surprised. Is this still the mine he was familiar with before?
Could it be that he was hallucinating?
Liang Quan blankly pinched his arm, feeling the pain, and only then did he come to his. Looking at the spacious area of the mine, he felt a wave of shame. The big shot truly is a big shot. I actually doubted the big shot's understanding of the mine and even wanted to privately message him about the situation.
How embarrassing.
At the same time, others were also so shocked by this high technology that they found it hard to regain their senses. After a long while, they scratched their heads in confusion and said, "Is this a mine?
Do I have some misunderstanding about mines?
With this kind of quality, I feel that hiding inside this mine is safer than anywhere else."
Exactly, I think so too.
Zhang Shang was also shocked upon seeing the mine. He originally wanted to use the mine to further manipulate the crowd. For instance, the mine is very dangerous and it might collapse at any moment. If an earthquake occurs, we wouldn't even be able to escape. It would still be safer to go with him to the official shelter. But upon seeing the inside of this mining base, the words he was about to utter were swallowed back. However, he quickly shook his head, wearing a nonchalant expression. Looking at the crowd around him, exclaiming in amazement, he sneered inwardly, as expected a spendthrift. A mere mine is built so luxuriously. No wonder they lack metal resources. If this continues, they will eventually meet their demise. At that time, I will be living well in the official shelter while you all wait to die here. You will regret it.
Zhang Shang let out a cold laugh. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly looked at their phone.
The next moment, that person's eyes lit up and they shouted loudly, "Big shot, impressive."
The heart-wrenching expression was simply beyond words.
As soon as these words were spoken, the people around instantly reacted and all shouted together,
"Big shot, impressive. Big shot, impressive. Long live the big shot."
At that moment, the person who spoke first shouted again, "Everyone please quiet down for a moment.
There might be something that everyone hasn't thought of yet. Let me explain. The big shot is truly a good person. A true great person. I have recognized the big shot for my entire life.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback, still unsure of what was being implied.
What was the matter?
This mining base is indeed stunning, and the big shot providing them with work is certainly a good deed, but it's far from what this person claimed. At this time that person spoke with emotions, tears streaming down, saying, "Think carefully, did you overlook any details?"
Everyone was stunned.
Before they could understand, that person continued with tears, "Haven't you thought about it?
There are actually over 14,000 people present.
According to the big shot's initial recruitment plan, 1 round per hour, 20 people per round, continuing until 11 at night. At most 240 people could participate in the recruitment assessment.
In other words, at most only 240 people can have that meal from the recruitment assessment. The big shot might not have anticipated that so many people would suddenly show up for the recruitment this time. But the big shot didn't complain about the number of people.
Instead, in order to ensure everyone could have a meal, he specifically changed the recruitment rules to allow everyone to have a try.
To ensure everyone could have a meal. Over 14,000 people, how much resources is that for each meal? Think about it now. Isn't the big shot a good person? A truly great person?
As these words were spoken, the entire mine exploded with excitement.
Everyone suddenly pounded their chests, extremely excited. A good person. The big shot is truly a great person. Big shot, you have given us so much. Most people even shed tears. In the apocalypse they couldn't even eat. Now they understood the importance of food all too well.
But the big shot unexpectedly prepared resources for over 14,000 people all at once.
This is too moving. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, Yi Lianren watched the scene completely dumbfounded. Then he let out a bitter smile. He quickly rewound the surveillance footage and switched to a person's phone. That person's phone clearly received a text message. It was from Du Long.
The message was precisely what this person had just said.
Yi Lianren was instantly overjoyed. This kid.
Having made friends with this kid, I've truly struck it rich.
Just as Yi Lianren was feeling emotional, the voices of everyone on the surveillance screen suddenly fell silent. Yi Lianren immediately looked over.
It turned out that the robots had arrived.
For transport, robots brought a large pile of supplies to the mining area and then set them down.
A large pile of rice, a heap of vegetables, and a stack of meat.
Moreover, there were pork, beef and chicken all included. Instantly the crowd erupted again. Meat. It's actually meat. I haven't eaten meat for 2 whole days. The big shot actually brought out meat. The next moment everyone shouted the same thing at once. Long live the big shot. Long live the big shot. Long live the big shot.
Looking around, all he could hear were deafening cries. At that moment the sound reverberated throughout the entire mining area.
Zhongshang's face darkened even further upon witnessing this scene. A bunch of short-sighted, hopeless fools.
Amidst the shouts, Zhongshang cursed angrily. He then patted the shoulders of his 2 friends beside him and said, "Wang Tang Li Wei, let's go. These guys have no idea how tremendous the benefits are of entering the official shelter earlier.
Since they want to waste time, let them waste it. We should leave first." Zhongshang said angrily.
After this remark, his 2 friends, whether it was Wang Tang or Li Wei, couldn't help but fidget with their sleeves, looking hesitant and lost.
They didn't want to discourage Zhongshang. But
they really wanted to participate in this assessment. Especially after seeing that pile of meat. Although they had been eating better than others these past few days. But it was just rice porridge with pickles.
As for meat, that was simply a luxury. However, this time, as long as they participated in the assessment, they could eat.
Even if the portion of meat for each person was very small, it was still meat.
They hesitated, unsure of how to voice their thoughts. Yet no matter how much Zhongshang pulled, they were unwilling to leave. "You guys." Zhongshang was taken aback, suddenly looking at the 2, his face filled with disbelief. "You guys. Don't tell me you also want to participate in this so-called recruitment assessment. Don't you understand the advantages of arriving at the official shelter early?" Zhongshang was filled with indignation and disbelief. Seeing Zhongshang's astonishment, Wang Tang and Li Wei sighed. Though they didn't want to discourage their friend at this moment, they could only nod. "Zhongshang, we haven't eaten meat in a long time. We understand what you're saying, but participating in this assessment will only delay us for a day." "Exactly, Zhongshang, just 1 day, it won't make a big difference. Moreover, even if the 3 of us arrive early at the official shelter, how much weight can 3 people carry? On the contrary, once the assessment is over, those who did not pass the recruitment assessment will likely leave with us. At that time, with enough people, our influence at the official shelter will be greater. Yes, Zhongshang, why don't you join us for the assessment? You should have not eaten meat for a long time." The 2 spoke to him in turns. They continuously urged Zhongshang. Yet the more he listened, the angrier he became. "I clearly did this for your own good, for everyone's good. But you all are actually willing to give up such a great opportunity for a meal." Zhongshang took a deep breath and angrily said, "Go then. Go. If you want to eat, then go. I absolutely won't be able to eat this meal. I'm leaving first. If I stay here any longer, I fear I might feel sick." Zhongshang let out a heavy breath and spoke to the 2.
Then he glanced around at the crowd, waved his hand and strode towards the exit of the mining area. Wang Tang and Li Wei watched the scene, shook their heads and sighed, waving. Then Zhongsheng, you go ahead. As soon as the assessment is over, we'll immediately meet you outside. Although they felt a bit regretful about Zhongsheng leaving, the thought of finally being able to eat meat made the two of them instantly excited. In the next moment they rejoined the crowd of shouts. Long live the boss. Inside the shelter, Yi Lianren felt a surge of blood boiling at the deafening shouts from the crowd. He even felt as if with a single command 100,000 soldiers would rush forward. Yi Lianren smiled and shook his head, controlling the small mining base's broadcast system, loudly stating, the recruitment assessment now officially begins. Please do not rush and participate in an orderly manner, everyone has a chance. Chefs can also go and cook as the base has a kitchen. As soon as Yi Lianren finished speaking, the nearest several hundred people surged into the mining base. Fortunately, each time someone entered the mining base would keep a record and an information display would appear above. Current number of people in the mining area 311. Once the number reached 520, the people behind immediately stopped in their tracks. It was all quite civilized. Mainly they were also afraid. Afraid that if there was chaos and the boss got angry, there would be no recruitment. In the apocalypse, food is incredibly important. Not to mention this was a job that could provide 3 meals a day, all of which were filling. The apocalypse truly is a synonym for chaos. However, if there is food as the foundation for order, the apocalypse will be more orderly than ever. After the first round of 520 people entered the mining area, the vast majority rushed directly into the depths of the mining area, starting to mine with their bare hands. As for the 20 high-tech shovels placed at the entrance of the mining area, most people chose to ignore them. In their view, mining by hand was the most profitable. After all, the assessment only lasted half an hour. Most of them had never been full and their stamina was already lacking. If they had to endure for an hour, it would be too exhausting. Half an hour was still manageable. Inside the shelter, Yi Lianren watched the scene and shook his head with a smile. He knew best how good the items produced by the system were. Each shovel had its own power system and the small mining base had direct introductions, allowing users to save over 80% of their let alone 1 hour. Even if it was 2 hours, those using power shovels would definitely find it much easier than those mining by hand. Most of the first batch of these 500 people will probably be eliminated without a doubt. Yi Lianren shook his head inside. They are too greedy for small gains. They think mining by hand for half an hour is definitely less tiring than an hour. If they are already cheating on the initial assessment, they will inevitably continue to cheat during the actual assessment. Yi Lianren filled a large cup of cola from the faucet and lay back in his chair, leisurely watching the monitoring screen. Meanwhile, outside the mining area, most people's eyes were glued to the time displayed above the mining area, anxiously waiting for the second round of assessment. Some people's eyes were greedily fixated on the kitchen beside the base, eagerly listening to the sounds of cooking and swallowing hard. Among these people, soon half an hour passed. The mining base's broadcast station announced Yi Lianren's voice. Half an hour is up. The first round of hand mining assessments is complete. Please proceed to the restaurant for your meal. Participants in the second round of hand mining assessments, please enter in an orderly manner after all first round participants have left. Inside the shelter, Yi Lianren spoke loudly, seemingly indifferent to his own words, which sounded a bit convoluted as his gaze remained fixed on the virtual screen popping up from the mining base. Participant no. 1 Li Mumu, total mining time 29 minutes and 57 seconds, during which rest for 11 minutes and 38 seconds, total mine 37 Jin. Participant no. 2 Wang Mumu, total mining time 27 minutes and 54 seconds, during which rest. Participant no. 3 Zhang Mumu, total mining time 30 minutes and 3 seconds. The most mined was only 48 Jin. Yi Lianren decisively shook his head. Indeed, there were too many lazy people in this first round. They were clearly just here to scrounge a meal. As the second round of assessments commenced, everyone once again readied themselves with eager anticipation. Yet this time most eyes no longer lingered upon the mining base. Instead they turned toward the crowd outside, men and women squatting on the ground, each cradling a sturdy iron lunchbox brimming with nearly 2 generous bowls of steamed white rice, 3 hearty meat dishes and 1 fresh vegetable dish, devouring their meals with unrestrained delight and radiant contentment. Many even glanced repeatedly at the waiting candidates while eating, then lifted their chopsticks to pluck enormous morsels of meat, flaunting them with theatrical mocking exaggeration. Wow, what an enormous slab of beef! Ah, how blissful! Among the 3 meat dishes alone, there are 5 or 6 thick slices of beef, over a dozen tender shreds of pork and 7 or 8 succulent pieces of duck. Heavens above! These chefs must be masters from 4-star restaurants. Their cooking is simply exquisite. Indeed. Indeed. I feel exactly the same. No sooner did this food touch my tongue than I was swept back into the warm embrace of my mother. Ah, this is the taste of home. Within moments many had finished and rushed back for seconds. Even those already sated insisted on returning for more. After all, who knew when the next meal would come? Meanwhile, across from them, candidates awaiting subsequent assessment rounds stood transfixed, saliva dripping freely. The ground beneath them seemed on the verge of pooling into rivulets. Why do I still have over 1,000 people ahead of me? I'll have to wait through 2 more rounds. Look how deliciously they're eating. I ache to taste it too. No, I must give my absolute all. Even if it kills me, I must be selected.
To eat such fare daily, even laboring 18 hours a day would be worth it.
Amidst the crowd, Wang Tang and Li Wei stared, their eyes gleaming with sudden fierce light.
There's so much meat. Indeed. I'd assumed we'd be lucky to receive just 1 or 2 small pieces per person. This standard of provision, it's simply extraordinary. In official shelters, meat is a distant dream. Even securing enough food to stave off hunger remains uncertain.
The two exchanged a glance, their shared wry smile heavy with irony. Their association with Zhongshang was no accident, they possessed connections. Within the official shelters they had acquaintances, thus they knew its realities intimately. Their ordinary residents barely ate their fill. Even with help from their contacts, satiety remained hollow, a mere swelling of the stomach achieved by mixing compressed biscuits with water.
As for meat, a single serving per week was considered generous. Often it stretched to half a month before meat appeared on the plate, a rigid decree enforced even upon their own allies. Here, however, employment meant meat every day.
And the other provisions were genuine rice and fresh vegetables, not desiccated rations.
Compared to such fare, compressed biscuits were laughably inadequate. Shall we give our absolute all?
Wang Tang turned to Li Wei, voice suddenly resolute.
Li Wei nodded fiercely. Absolute all.
If I slack off and miss selection, despite having been within reach, I'll regret it for the rest of my life.
So will I.
Wang Tang replied with a rueful smile, then added, what of Zhongshang?
He's still waiting for us. Li Wei faltered, torn between loyalty and sustenance.
Few choices weigh heavier upon the soul than this.
After a long silence, Li Wei sighed softly. Man seeks higher ground, water flows ever downward. Wang Tang nodded. Agreed.
Their eyes met, and in that gaze burned unwavering resolve. For meat they would stake everything. To hell with official shelters, if meat could be had daily, let them vanish into oblivion. Just then a voice erupted from the crowd. Hey, you're still going back for more?
Do you have any shame? Some of you have taken 3rd helpings already. Can't you leave something for the rest of us?
At those words Wang Tang and Li Wei instantly pivoted, faces tightening.
What? 3rd helpings?
Simultaneously other waiting candidates recoiled in shock, then roared in unison.
Damn it, do you even possess a shred of decency?
Though the benefactor provided ingredients for 15,000 people, those portions were calculated for normal consumption.
Exactly. 2 helpings, and you still claim hunger. Put down your bowl. If you gorge yourself into vomiting, you'll waste precious food. I'll beat you senseless.
These furious outbursts gave pause to those still contemplating a final defiant bite, hesitation flickering across their faces. They patted their distended bellies.
Yet, this was pure white rice. And vibrant crimson meat, and refills were limitless. Days of gnawing hollow starvation had left deep scars. In that moment Wang Tang and Li Wei stepped forward. Friends, please hear us. Instantly every gaze swung toward them.
Wang Tang and Li Wei drew deep breaths, exchanged a glance, and spoke in turn, voices ringing clear. Not only we but everyone here has gone without a full meal for far too long.
Let alone tasted meat.
Thus faced with free refills, rich with meat, we continue taking more even past satiety until our bodies can hold no more. But reflect deeply, is this truly right? It is not merely wasteful, it wounds the benefactor's heart. He provided provisions for 15,000 precisely because so many attended, yet those ingredients were his own, never meant for public. Even under his original recruitment terms he need have prepared rations for only 240 people. He knows our hunger and treats us with kindness.
Shall we repay kindness with ingratitude?
Though 15,000 portions should suffice, if all eat as you do, he may be forced to supply another 15,000.
Will he dare hold a second recruitment then?
No, he will see us only as insatiable, ungrateful wolves. Their words fell like stones upon still water.
Silence descended upon the entire mining site. Those holding utensils bowed their heads, shame flooding every face. I was wrong.
I won't take more, I've been full for some time now.
I am a thankless wolf, I betrayed the benefactor's generosity, squandered his provisions, and even cheated during the assessment.
Suddenly a man dropped his utensils, stood motionless, and wept as he berated himself.
At his first confession others holding bowls followed, overwhelmed by remorse. I cheated too. Benefactor, I betrayed your goodwill. I was wrong, I wasted food I didn't need though I'd already eaten my fill.
These individuals are not ignorant of these truths. Rather, in the face of the allure of food, as soon as such thoughts arise they are cast aside, instinctively ignored. In the daily struggle against food scarcity nothing can hinder their determination to eat until the speeches of Wang Tang and Li Wei.
This completely awakened them. No one present is foolish.
Although they had instinctively ignored it before, at this moment, with someone already having reminded them, they could no longer choose to overlook it. Otherwise, truly disappointing the big boss and ceasing to hire would mean that today's meal might very well be their last supper. Instantly everyone lifted their heads in alarm, a wave of trepidation washing over them.
They almost completely offended the big boss. Even in the apocalypse they cannot repay kindness with malice.
The big boss provided them a chance to have a full meal, how could they be so ungrateful as to deceive him? If everyone acted this way, then the apocalypse would truly become an apocalypse.
In that instant many in the crowd began to speak up. Let's set a rule. Yes. Let's set a rule. Each person can take food only once. Yes.
The amount of food per person is already quite generous. Even if one isn't full, taking another serving is definitely enough.
There is absolutely no need to take a second serving. That's fine. I think this rule is good.
Instantly many in the crowd nodded in agreement. Thus a customary agreement was reached. Inside the shelter, Yi Liangrun observed the unfolding events, unable to suppress his shock.
However, his concern was not about food.
Even if these people took 2 or 3 extra servings, he had enough food. If necessary, he could simply send more via robots. Compared to the 15,000 people mining, this amount of food truly means nothing. What startled him was the kitchen. He also knows how to cook and naturally understands how exhausting this task can be. Within half an hour, preparing food for over 500 people would undoubtedly be exhausting. Even with all the necessary kitchen equipment available at the mining base, after half an hour these chefs would likely be nearly exhausted. Let alone if everyone were to take 2 or 3 extra servings, that would directly amount to food for 1,000 people. In a situation where physical strength was already depleted, it was conceivable that a chef might suffer a heart attack. I fear that in this recruitment assessment the most exhausted will be the chefs. Yi Liangrun chuckled, shaking his head as his gaze fell back on the surveillance feed. Looking at the 2 individuals who spoke first, Wang Tang and Li Wei. These 2 are indeed talented. To stand up and speak out in such a situation is not something just anyone can achieve. Especially since the argument had already begun. Without these 2, there was a real fear that a riot might occur. But why do these 2 look so familiar? Yi Liangrun's gaze sharpened, suddenly realizing. Aren't these 2 friends of Zhongshang? Yi Liangrun couldn't help but chuckle. Have I just directly turned Zhongshang's friends to my side? And without even uttering a word. Yi Liangrun's smile turned peculiar. His gaze shifted to another side of the surveillance feed. Outside the mining area, Zhongshang sat on a stone looking sullen. Seeing Zhongshang's despondent expression made Yi Liangrun want to laugh. Brother, you really can't blame me for this. I haven't said anything. It was your friends who insisted on speaking for me. But to be fair, your friends are indeed capable.
Yi Liangrun pinched his chin, his smile suddenly brightening.
It wouldn't be good to let such capable people go just like this. How about even if they don't pass the recruitment assessment, we can still let these 2 be team leaders. After all, the mining area still needs management. Yi Liangrun contemplated for a moment and then nodded. All right. His gaze turned serious as he looked back at Zhongshang on the surveillance feed, saying, well brother, let's compete fairly. I'm just giving them a job opportunity. If they wish to follow you, I absolutely won't obstruct. At most. Well, a better treatment, of course. Let's provide them with 4 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish and 1 soup. As we all know, the position of team leader is a level above that of an ordinary miner, so it's quite reasonable for the meals to be more sumptuous, right?
Yi Liangrun said with a smile.
Soon it was 10:30 in the evening. The sky had completely darkened. Outside the mining area, Zhongshang was already looking dispirited. Alone, he sat outside the mining area nibbling on a cookie he had brought along to stave off hunger. His gaze was vacant as he looked into the mining area. Inside the mining area, however, there was a flurry of excitement. Everyone was eagerly discussing how delicious the food was, how hard they were working hoping to be selected. Especially when the food came out, the aroma. Even from hundreds of meters away, Zhongshang could almost smell it. This made the cookie, which had been quite tasty, lose all flavor in an instant, making it hard to swallow. But asking him to participate in the recruitment assessment just to have a meal, he absolutely could not swallow that humiliation.
Wang Tang, Li Wei.
You too. Once we reach the official shelter, just wait and see how I will deal with you for leaving me here for over 10 hours. Zhongshang said fiercely, his heart ablaze with anger. Meanwhile, in the mining area, the recruitment assessment had reached its final round.
Everyone was waiting for the last round to conclude, feeling incredibly nervous, apprehensive, yet hopeful.
Among them, many suddenly felt great regret. Regretting why they had slacked off. If they hadn't, what if they had been selected? It was just half an hour. In such a complex and highly anticipated situation, the last round of the recruitment assessment concluded.
Inside the shelter, Yi Liangrun watched the virtual pop-up from the small mining base.
A very satisfied smile appeared on his face.
Candidate no.
14778 Lu something, total mining time 33 minutes 59 seconds, resting time 2 seconds, total mine 67 kilograms.
Candidate no.
14779 Fong something, total mining time 32 minutes 41 seconds, resting time.
Candidate no.
14780 by something, total mining time 30 minutes 1 second. As expected, aside from the first round where most people were just muddling through, in the subsequent rounds almost everyone was mining with full effort.
Of course, a significant reason for this may be the abundant food.
3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, and in generous portions. Being able to have extra servings made these people desperate to be selected.
But this is going to be a huge gain for me.
Except for the first round, on average each person could mine at least 50 kilograms barehanded.
Converted to survival points, that's nearly 30 survival points. Yi Liangrun's smile was exceedingly bright.
Although the system had not disclosed the method of obtaining survival points and the quantity of rewards. Previously, when the transport robots returned with pure iron reaching 50 kilograms rewarded 30 survival points, and it had always been this way. This indicates that this is a sustainable reward system.
Half an hour of hand mining assessment rankings. First place assessor no. 13418 Wang XX total mining time 31 minutes and 59 seconds with a break of 3 seconds total mine 68 kilograms. Second place assessor no. 14778 Lu XX total mining time 33 minutes and 59 seconds with a break of 2 seconds total mine 67 kilograms. Third place assessor no. 12710 by XX total mining time 31 minutes and 1 second.
1 hour tool mining assessment rankings.
First place assessor no. 180 Zhang XX total mining time 60 minutes and 59 seconds with a break of 1 minute and 3 seconds total mine 420 kilograms. Second place assessor no. 37 Zhou XX total mining time 59 minutes and 59 seconds with a break of 42 seconds total mine 419 kilograms. Third place assessor no. 125 Sha XX total mining time 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Yi Liangren instructed the system to categorize and rank all the applicants for the mining assessment. He glanced over the rankings with a hint of helplessness. Sixth place assessor no. 7878 Wang Teng total mining time 30 minutes and 9 seconds with a break of 30 seconds total mine 64 kilograms. Eighth place assessor no. 7879 Li Wei total mining time 30 minutes and 9 seconds with a break of 30 seconds total mine 63 kilograms. I really didn't cheat. I didn't expect these two brothers actually passed. But this is better, they are in the top 10, letting them be team leaders will at least make people satisfied. Yi Liangren smiled and sighed, glancing at the lifeless Zhongsheng on the surveillance screen before shrugging. Brother, I really can't help it. They all passed, I can't not hire them, that would be too unfair. Saying this, Yi Liangren released the rankings. In the mining area, 4 large screens suddenly appeared above the mining base, densely displaying the rankings and mining situations of all individuals. At this moment the entire mining area fell silent. Immediately after, a wave of sobbing could be heard, regretting why they had slacked off. Especially those ranked closely within the top 30 who had been lazy, their mentality instantly collapsed, crying uncontrollably. Among them there were naturally a few who jumped up in excitement. I passed. And me, from now on I can eat such delicious food every day. At this moment the broadcast station transmitted Yi Liangren's voice. Everyone quiet down. As soon as this was said, the entire mining area became silent. Yi Liangren continued. A total of 22 people were recruited this time. The top 11.5-hour hand mining and 1-hour tool mining assessments please come at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. At the same time, Wang Tang and Li Wei, given the disputes among the assessors during the assessment, you two stood out timely and stopped the disputes. Therefore I plan to make you 2 team leaders in the mining area, each managing 10 miners. Are you willing? If not, you can also choose to be miners and I will select others. As soon as this was said, Wang Tang and Li Wei instantly rejoiced and immediately replied, willing. We are willing. Hearing this, Yi Liangren in the shelter smiled and continued, good. Now this recruitment assessment is officially concluded. The second recruitment assessment will start soon. Please pay attention to the forum announcements. At the same time, the workers who successfully got selected this time should not slack off during future working hours. If anyone is lazy for more than half an hour each day, they will receive a major demerit. 3 major demerits will lead to dismissal. Of course, I am not a devil, I will only work you hard. For every 2 hours of work you will have half an hour of rest, with mealtime also being half an hour, and you will also have an hour of rest. At the same time, the worker with the highest workload each day will receive 1 point. Points can be exchanged for food, fruits, meat and other items. I will prepare an exchange list later. By the way, I almost forgot about the chefs. The top 3 chefs please come to work on time tomorrow, don't forget. After saying this in the shelter, Yi Liangren stroked his chin, feeling that something was missing. Then suddenly his eyes lit up and he opened the broadcast again, saying, those who were not selected this time, please do not be anxious. You can collect some metal materials in the city. Iron, titanium alloy, aluminum alloy, etc. All of these I want. For every 100 kilograms of metal materials collected, you can bring them to the mining base. Similarly, I will also reward you with 1 point. You can choose to exchange for food or directly eat a meal at the base. Of course, just like the employees at the base, you can have seconds, but only up to 2 times. As soon as this was said, the entire mining area was momentarily stunned. The next moment, it directly boiled over. Then cheers erupted again. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. Everyone was incredibly excited. They were deeply moved by the boss' words. The boss is truly a good person. A super good person. Only in the apocalypse would such good people appear, right? Yes, even if we didn't succeed in getting hired, the boss still thought of us, providing us another chance to eat. Ah. Boss, you will be my faith from now on. Count me in. 1. 10,086. If anyone dares to speak ill of the boss again, watch me not beat them to death. In the shelter, Yi Liangren shook his head and smiled at this scene. He really didn't think of this much. It's just that today, after seeing the labor force of these people, this idea suddenly popped into his mind and he almost forgot it. For 100 kilograms of metal materials, even iron, the system would reward a minimum of 60 survival points, let alone higher rewards for titanium alloys.
These metal materials are still plentiful in the city. It would be a waste of time for him to search. It's much better to let these people search. And he only needs to exchange for a meal or a pound of rice. Using 60 survival points to exchange for a meal or a pound of rice. No matter how you look at it, he is making a big profit. Alright, everyone stop cheering, it's getting late, so head home and rest. Yi Lianren reconnected to the broadcast station and spoke. At this moment the cheers finally stopped. Good. I will listen to the boss. Good. Boss, have a good rest. Yeah, wish the boss sweet dreams. Then with everyone's chattering blessings they left. Yi Lianren stretched lazily. I wonder how many survival points I can gain when the transport robots bring back these metal materials mined today. Yi Lianren's eyes brightened. 25 workers multiplied by 100 survival points. In other words, for every worker I recruit I can gain 100 survival points. Yi Lianren was suddenly filled with joy. This was completely unexpected. He originally thought that the survival points he would earn this time would only come from the collected metal resources. To his surprise, recruiting workers rewarded him with a full 2,500 points. Combined with the metal resources, he was making a huge profit. It seems the second recruitment must be expedited. This model, which could provide a large number of survival points right from the start and continue to develop, was simply exhilarating. Transport 1234, move all the metal resources from today's mining base back to the metal resource storage. Command received successfully. As the 4 transport robots began moving the resources, Yi Lianren also started upgrading the shelter. This upgrade would keep him busy for quite a while. Meanwhile, outside the mine, Zhong Shang was utterly exhausted. A full 11 hours. Do you know how he spent those 11 hours? Alone outside, feeling lonely with no one to talk to, he could only shiver in the cold wind while listening to the bustling sounds from within the mine. Finally. At that moment he saw people coming out of the mine. A large wave of people, a dense crowd emerged. The recruitment assessment finally concluded. He could finally lead these people to the official shelter. But in the next moment he suddenly froze. Because he noticed that the expressions of those who emerged seemed somewhat off. Almost everyone wore a look of joy, excitement and vitality. If it were those who were successfully selected to become workers showing such expressions, he could understand. After all, they had jobs now, they could eat their fill every day and wouldn't have to go hungry anymore. But all nearly 15,000 people had such expressions, which was quite unusual. It couldn't be that all 15,000 were selected to become workers. That person must have used some despicable means to sway their hearts. It must be so. Zhong Shang muttered angrily. Then he regained his determination. No matter what means you use, I will definitely bring these people into the official shelter. I will make everyone see clearly that in this apocalypse following the right person is the safest thing to do. Zhong Shang thought coldly. Immediately after the crowd emerged, he prepared to speak. But at that moment many who saw him looked surprised and began to ask him questions. Zhong Shang. What are you doing here? Yeah, didn't you leave early? I thought you had already gone to the official shelter. Why haven't you left yet? Zhong Shang's face instantly stiffened. He felt an impulse to curse. Damn it, I've waited outside for you all for a full 11 hours and you completely forgot about me. Zhong Shang suppressed his anger and forced a smile, saying, I was waiting for all of you to go to the official shelter together. I still have some say at the official shelter. I can negotiate for better treatment, so I waited outside for everyone to go together. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The next moment they all spoke with strange expressions. Well, that's a bit embarrassing, but I decided not to go to the official shelter. Me too, Zhong Shang, I'm sorry, I've thought it over and decided to stay. I've decided to stay too, brother Zhong Shang, sorry for making you wait so long. Zhong Shang was left utterly dumbfounded. His face instantly darkened significantly. Almost immediately he couldn't help but say, didn't we agree that after the recruitment ended we would go to the official shelter together? Didn't you all say you were just coming for a free meal? As soon as these words came out, everyone awkwardly smiled. Well, something came up last minute. Yeah, I also feel like it's better to stay here. The official shelter might not be very free. I feel the same way personally. I prefer more freedom. I don't like being restricted. Zhong Shang's face turned completely. He hurriedly pushed through the crowd. Finding Wang Tang and Li Wei, he immediately said, Wang Tang, Li Wei, why aren't you helping me persuade everyone? Upon hearing this, Wang Tang and Li Wei showed bitter smiles and did not move. Zhong Shang looked at them with a stiff expression. Then his eyes widened in disbelief. You all. Don't tell me you aren't planning to go to the official shelter either. Wang Tang and Li Wei exchanged glances, sighed and nodded sadly. Instantly Zhong Shang felt as if the world was collapsing, nearly going mad. Seeing this, Li Wei sighed softly, gently pulling Zhong Shang aside and whispering, Zhong Shang, actually you still have a chance to win everyone back. The reason everyone is reluctant to go to the official shelter is because the big boss is publicly collecting metal resources. For every 100 kilograms you can trade for food. However, with such a small city, everyone collecting it will eventually be exhausted. You can use this point to win people over. Listening to this, Zhong Shang's frantic emotions calmed slightly as he looked at Li Wei and asked, what about you? Why aren't you and Wang Tang going? Li Wei sighed softly, saying, well,
I and Wang Tang were selected and have already become formal employees of the big boss. Zhongsheng's pupils shrank sharply as he pushed Li Wei away and glared at Wang Tang, pointing at the two in anger. You too. You actually played me. You clearly agreed to go together. Why did you choose him? Is he really that great? The big boss, is he even more familiar with you than I am? Do you understand his character? Zhongsheng suddenly shouted. Before he could finish, Wang Tang shouted angrily. Shut up. Zhongsheng instantly stuttered, staring at Wang Tang in disbelief. You actually yelled at me because of an outsider. Yelling at your childhood friend. Wang Tang shook his head and said no more. Because he saw many people looking over with dissatisfaction. In front of so many people, if he didn't stop Zhongsheng from speaking ill of the big boss, Zhongsheng would probably get beaten up. But obviously Zhongsheng was currently unable to understand this. His mind was filled with only one thought. Just a single recruitment assessment. His childhood friend whom he had played with since they were small actually yelled at him because of a few words about an outsider. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Zhongsheng suddenly burst into laughter. Good. Good. Well done. Li Wei's gaze suddenly changed. He hurriedly grabbed Zhongsheng's arm and said, calm down. Wang Tang is doing this for your own good. Zhongsheng abruptly turned around, shaking off Li Wei's hand, laughing loudly. Haha, for my own good. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. It seems that even you have become like this now. Then it's just right, from now on the three of us will part ways. You go your own way and I'll take my own path. Li Wei was taken aback, his mouth opening and closing several times, hesitating to speak. In the end it turned into a long sigh. At that moment Zhongsheng suddenly turned around, surveying everyone around. And you all. A bunch of untrustworthy scoundrels. As soon as these words were spoken, many people became angry. What the hell did you say? Say it again if you dare. Who do you think you are? We are following you out of respect. If we don't follow you, what can you do? How dare you act so arrogantly here? Hearing this, Zhongsheng burst into laughter, completely losing his mind. Outside the mine he had suffered alone for 11 hours. What did he get in return? Just everyone's refusal to go. Even his two childhood friends turned out to be the same. At this moment he was completely enraged. He didn't want to consider anything else. He just wanted to shout out loud. Am I wrong? Don't you all have any dishonesty? Ha ha. Today, because of short-term benefits, you didn't choose me. One day you will definitely regret it. Collecting metal resources from Jiang City can be exchanged for food. How much food do you think you can exchange for? Ha ha. Zhongsheng sneered coldly, his face full of sarcasm. 10 meals. 100 meals. I bet you won't even manage 3 meals. Have you carefully calculated how many people are in Jiang City? Everyone is frantically searching for metal resources. Each person needs 100 kilograms for 1 meal. 10 people means 1,000 kilograms, which is a ton. 100 people need 10 tons, 1,000 need 100 tons, and 10,000 need 1,000 tons. How many tons do you think Jiang City has? Or a few tens of thousands? Do you really think it's endless? You're truly a bunch of foolish, hopeless creatures. For just a few meals you would risk your lives. Zhongsheng spared no effort in his furious rant. Yet this outburst genuinely woke many people up. Indeed. Jiang City is large and metal resources are everywhere. But if everyone starts collecting, those resources will be divided so that each person only gets a few meals. What will they do after those meals? They have no idea how long it will take for the big shots to recruit. And even if they do recruit, how many can they bring in? At this moment, recalling what Zhongsheng had said earlier, he still had a bit of influence in the official shelter and could negotiate for better Instantly many people with smiling faces gathered around again. Brother Zhongsheng. Big brother Zhongsheng, we were just joking earlier. Right, just joking, we never said we wouldn't go to the official shelter. Yes, yes. How about we go to the official shelter now? Seeing the sudden change in attitude of these people, Zhongsheng couldn't help but sneer. Oh. Now you're ready to follow me to the official shelter. The crowd immediately flattered him, smiling. Brother Zhongsheng, calm down, calm down. Exactly, don't let your anger harm your health. Zhongsheng snorted coldly, sternly saying, I can give you all another chance, but if there's a next time and you don't listen to me, you'll face the consequences. Especially in the official shelter. Of course, of course. A group of people answered in unison. Zhongsheng swung his hand, glancing back at Wang Tang and Li Wei, snorting, you will definitely regret this. Saying that, he strode forward. He was indeed angry. He was truly furious. So furious that he felt like he might explode. Yet he did not lose his reason. On the contrary, he remembered Li Wei's words clearly. Moreover, leveraging this anger, he controlled his speech, making everyone believe he was genuinely considering their best interests. Making everyone think they were in the wrong. He had truly become the spokesperson of this group. Although he lost 2 childhood friends. But when did he ever truly regard those 2 as close friends? They were merely friends formed out of interests. And today these 2 friends actually abandoned him for others. Then it was fine to cast aside those friends.
Moreover, losing these two friends and becoming the leader of this group was not a loss in his eyes. Instead, it was a gain. As for that person, Zhongsheng opened his phone looking at the forum where he was referred to as a big shot and doomsday survival expert. Zhongsheng sneered in his heart. Impressive. You managed to push me to the brink several times. I really underestimated you. But there won't be another time. In this apocalypse, the safest place is always the official shelter. Even if you're strong, you'll still be on a road to nowhere. Zhongsheng turned off his phone and looked back, a triumphant smile appearing on his face. This time the number of people following him did not decrease. In fact, it even exceeded the 3,000 who initially planned to follow him. Altogether there were more than 6,000 people. Although compared to the vast population of Jiang City it seemed rather insignificant. However, with so many people following him, he could still possess considerable influence in the official shelter. On the other side, inside the shelter, Yi Lianrun was completely unaware of all this. Or rather, even if he knew, he couldn't be bothered. After all, he was very busy right now and had no time to pay attention to trivial matters. He had been upgrading the shelter. The original 5600 survival points now only had 100 left. However, the upgrades had produced extremely impressive results. Metal resource storage room area 1800. Upgradable. Upgrade direction, expand storage space 1000. Note each time the storage space is upgraded it increases by 500 square meters. The metal resource storage room could now hold nearly 10,000 tons of metal resources. Fully intelligent large plant cultivation center area 1700. Upgradable. Upgrade direction, expand cultivation area 1000. Note each time the cultivation area is expanded it increases by 500 square meters. The fully intelligent large plant cultivation center could now harvest enough food for 2,000 people for a month, and the most important thing was that the food harvested here only took a quarter of the time and they could harvest twice. This meant that every month it could satisfy the needs of 4,000 people. Even if he were to support 4,000 people for free, Yi Lianrun felt no pressure at all. At the same time, Yi Lianrun also opened up a new space. A ranch. This ranch was the most costly in terms of survival points in this upgrade. Fully intelligent ranch. Area 500 square meters. Upgradable. Upgrade direction, expand ranch area 1000. Current livestock, cattle 3 chickens 10 ducks 10 pigs 6. Exchange livestock. Cattle 100 survival points each. Chickens 20 survival points each. Ducks 20 survival points each. Pigs 50 survival points each. Note within the fully intelligent ranch all livestock will enter automatic breeding mode requiring no operations from the host and will be automatically slaughtered when mature with proceeds stored. Note in the fully intelligent ranch all livestock growth time is doubled. Note each upgrade to expand the ranch area increases the area by 500 square meters. The ranch is where Yi Lianrun spent the most survival points. After all, Yi Lianrun also exchanged for some livestock. However, the results are extremely remarkable. Livestock can breed and growth time is doubled. Although not much has been exchanged over time, the number of offspring will increase. During this time the food he stored is more than enough. However, remaining survival points 100. Looking at the current remaining survival points, Yi Lianrun feels quite pained. Then Yi Lianrun shifted his gaze back to the surveillance screen. He was slightly startled to see nearly 6,000 people following Zhongsheng, somewhat unexpected. Immediately he rewound the surveillance footage to the time of upgrading the shelter. Then he witnessed the dramatic brotherly betrayal. Yi Lianrun couldn't help but chuckle. Brothers, you really can't blame me. I never imagined that you two childhood friends would sever ties because of me. Moreover, I did not coerce them. Everything they said on my behalf was voluntary. I couldn't help it, I was quite helpless. Yi Lianrun shrugged, then saw Zhongsheng's last moment of inciting the crowd and couldn't help but nod. Still impressive. In such moments to think of such stirring words. Even leveraging the momentum of severing ties with two childhood friends to elevate the emotional fervor to its peak. However, Yi Lianrun chuckled and shook his head. For Wang Tang and Li Wei to regret. Impossible. I'm just joking. As someone with an external advantage I can seize every opportunity. How could I fare worse than the official shelter? Wang Tang and Li Wei under my command will only thrive more. Moreover, giving you 6,000 people for free tisk, that's a bit too generous. It seems I still need to find a way to get those 6,000 people back. Yi Lianrun pinched his chin. At the same time 4 transport robots returned. From Yi Lianrun's perspective a virtual screen rose up. Ding. You have successfully collected materials 100 kilograms of titanium alloy. Reward survival points 120. Ding. You have successfully collected materials 300 kilograms of pure iron. Reward survival points 180. You currently possess metal materials. Pure iron 1000 kilograms. Titanium alloy 820 kilograms. Remaining survival points 400. Yi Lianrun yawned and then rested his hands behind his head. The efficiency is still somewhat too slow. For second-generation transport robots took a full 20 minutes for a round trip, only able to transport 400 kilograms of metal materials. Today's recruitment assessment had a total of 15,000 people and the mined metal ore exceeds 100,000 kilograms.
Even if each person mines 50 kilograms, that's still 750,000 kilograms.
The ratio of ore to iron production is roughly 1 to 20, which means a substantial amount of over 30,000 kilograms of metal ore. Transport robots can only carry 400 kilograms in 20 minutes. At most they can manage 1,200 kilograms in an hour.
It would take an entire night to move it all back.
Furthermore, tomorrow, in addition to the extraction of ore from the mining area itself, many will surely come from Jiangcheng to collect metal for food exchanges.
At this rate, the metal will only pile up more and more, and neither the efficiency nor the point acquisition will come close to maximizing benefits. Yi Lianren pinched his chin. He considered making a few more transport robots.
However, actively purchasing energy stones would still be a bit too costly.
Yi Lianren shook his head.
Forget it, time to sleep. After all, now wanting to buy energy stones, my survival points are still insufficient.
I'll wait until tomorrow morning to see how many survival points he'll gain from the metal materials transported back. The next morning, Yi Lianren opened his eyes.
The first thing he did was look at the notifications that appeared at the bottom of his view.
Ding!
You have successfully collected materials 200 kilograms of titanium alloy.
Reward survival points 240.
Ding! You have successfully collected materials 200 kilograms of pure iron.
Reward survival points 120.
Ding! You have successfully collected materials 100 kilograms of titanium alloy.
Reward survival points 120.
Ding! You have successfully collected materials 300 kilograms of pure iron.
Reward survival points 180.
You currently possess metal materials.
Pure iron 10,600 kilograms. Titanium alloy 5220 kilograms. Remaining survival points 9,660. Yi Lianren's eyes suddenly lit up.
In the next moment he was grinning foolishly. In just one night I directly earned 9,660 survival points.
Yi Lianren checked the time, 9:20. Counting everything, it has barely been less than 11 hours. Moreover, those 4 transport robots are still transporting. Sure enough, recruitment and mining are the best ways to reap benefits.
Yi Lianren's smile was radiant.
As for now, why should I still consider manufacturing transport robots?
Directly upgrade the super research base.
Upgrade the transport robots as well, it's much faster than manufacturing new ones.
Super research base.
Level 3.
Upgradable.
Direction level 4.
Upgrade direction research level 2000.
Yi Lianren's gaze fell on the super research base and he immediately spoke.
System, upgrade the research level of the super research base.
Ding!
You have spent a total of 2,000 survival points to upgrade the research level of the base. Upgrade successful.
Super research base. Level 4. Upgradable. Direction level 5. Upgrade direction research level 4000. Remaining survival points 7,660. TSK. Upgrading once more actually requires 4,000 survival points. However, I remember that once the research level reaches level 5, artificial intelligence will emerge. Given that it takes 4,000 survival points to upgrade, that seems reasonable. Yi Lianren clicked his tongue. He initially thought that accumulating over 9,000 survival points meant he was already wealthy.
Now looking at it, he was still far from being rich. With just this amount of survival points, upgrading the research level a few times would probably deplete it all. His gaze fell on the super research base once more.
Yi Lianren's eyes instantly lit up. This time I have truly struck it rich. For now the weapons can be disregarded, as Yi Lianren directly focused on the artificial intelligence interface. Current producible series small sturdy shelter level 4. Required materials 100 kilograms of pure iron, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy, 1 energy stone. All-purpose home robot level 4. Required materials 50 kilograms of pure iron, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Nuclear drone 2nd generation level 4. Required materials 200 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Combat robot 3rd generation level 4. Required materials 100 kilograms of pure iron, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Transport robot 3rd generation level 4. Required materials 100 kilograms of pure iron, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Mobile medium mining base level 4. Required materials 500 kilograms of pure iron, 200 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Unlocked products level 5 intelligent transport robot, intelligent combat robot, high intelligent robot, mobile large mining base, large disaster shelter. And so on. Note: robots below level 5 do not possess artificial intelligence and can only accept some simple basic commands. Current producible defense products series steel battle armor 3rd generation level 4. Required materials 100 kilograms of pure iron, 50 kilograms of aluminum alloy, 10 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Exoskeleton armor 3rd generation level 4. Required materials 50 kilograms of pure iron, 30 kilograms of aluminum alloy, 5 kilograms of titanium alloy, 1 energy stone. Unlocked equipment level 5 nano battle armor exoskeleton nano armor. However, there are two new products. Small sturdy shelter all-purpose home robot. Upon seeing the descriptions of these two new items, Yi Liangren's smile instantly brightened. Small sturdy shelter, a small mobile multi-person refuge lightweight structure able to withstand most earthquakes, provides warmth and cold protection suitable for workers' dormitories, easily transportable. 10 rooms in total, recommended for 20 residents. Workers who reside here will receive an additional 10 faith value towards the host. All-purpose home robot, a versatile home robot that can cook, fry, do laundry, clean. Providing a series of home services, all at top-level quality. There's nothing you can think of that it cannot do. It is one of the essential robots for home travel. These two items are exactly what I lack at this stage. Once the shelter is completed, it will not only ensure the living standards of the workers but also deepen the willingness of others in Jiang City to become my workers. Because becoming my workers means greater safety in the apocalypse. However, this matter can wait. It will be more effective when the second stage of the apocalypse approaches. As for the all-purpose home robot, Yi Liangren smiled slightly. Even in the apocalypse, one must maintain a sense of ceremony. Hiring a robot butler to take care of my life would be even more enjoyable. Yi Liangren's gaze fell upon the robot, checking what materials were needed to upgrade it. Upgrading the second-generation robot to the third generation requires 50 kilograms of pure iron, 20 kilograms of titanium alloy, and 1 energy stone. Yi Liangren raised an eyebrow slightly. Honestly, it's a bit expensive, but the upgrade is necessary. If all goes well, upgrading the super research base to level 5 should allow the third-generation robots to transform into intelligent robots, and this should also be one of the methods for maximizing benefits. After all, the manufacturing method for the second-generation robots has already been destroyed. If I don't upgrade to the third-generation robots once we reach level 5 and the third generation is also destroyed, the second-generation robots will never have the chance to upgrade again. System exchange for 8 energy stones. Yi Liangren immediately spoke. Ding. Exchanging for 8 energy stones will cost a total of 4,000 survival points. Do you confirm the exchange? Yes. 4,000 survival points. That's quite a sum. Yi Liangren nodded painfully. Ding. Exchange successful. Remaining survival points 3,660. As the prompt appeared, space in front of Yi Liangren twisted, revealing 8 black stones. Yi Liangren tossed them into the processing entrance. Then a prompt displayed. Consuming 6 energy stones, 300 kilograms of pure iron, 120 kilograms of titanium alloy to upgrade 4 transport robots third generation and 2 combat robots third generation will take 2 hours. Please wait patiently. Yi Liangren's gaze fell upon the surveillance footage. In the entire Jiang City, over 30% of the buildings had collapsed. The earthquake still showed no signs of stopping. Moreover, even within the perfectly fortified shelter, Yi Liangren could feel a slight tremor. Outside, almost no one was able to stand steadily on the ground. At the same time, a system notification popped up below Yi Liangren's viewpoint. Phase 2 catastrophe: the 5th ice age has erupted. Due to solar flares causing global glaciers to melt, continuous earthquakes will occur within 2 days. On the 3rd day, temperatures will plummet. On the 4th day, tsunamis will sweep coastal cities. On the 5th day, widespread rain will fall globally. On the 6th day, inland areas will face the danger of being submerged by heavy rain and floods, while freshwater resources will be extremely scarce. Yi Liangren's expression shifted slightly. Has the second catastrophe already struck? For the second catastrophe, will my shelter be able to withstand it? Yi Liangren's gaze fell on the main interface of the shelter. Personal shelter owner Yi Liangren. Space 3989. Facilities: bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, heating room, super research base, fully automated large-scale plant cultivation facility, fully automated ranch, advanced communication base. Description: an exceptionally perfect grade shelter capable of perfectly resisting man-made disasters and most natural calamities. Phase 2 catastrophe, survival probability 60. Yi Liangren's expression suddenly changed. Survival probability is only 60%. Indeed, most of the equipment upgraded previously only corresponded to the first phase catastrophe. For the second phase catastrophe, is my shelter's defense still far from enough? At least the survival probability must reach 99. Yi Liangren was preparing to upgrade the shelter. Suddenly at that moment, a system prompt popped up. To correspond to the second phase catastrophe, the system is upgrading automatically. Time remaining for upgrade 1 hour 59 minutes 59 seconds. Yi Liangren was taken aback. He began an anxious wait. Meanwhile, he opened the forum to understand the situation. Suddenly he discovered a message from 5 minutes ago: Big Boss is amazing. At that time, it was just when the earthquake struck. This earthquake completely destroyed the signal base stations throughout Jiang City. Yi Liangren's expression changed slightly. At this moment, he could only focus entirely on the surveillance footage. Watching Jiang City, where most people had terrified and panicked faces, Yi Liangren's expression turned grave. He then looked at the surveillance footage of the mining area. Yi Liangren let out a slight sigh of relief. The situation in the mining area was much better than in Jiang City. At least they were still working.
However, this was also related to the fact that the mining base had transformed the entire mining area. The earthquake resistance in the mining area was excellent. Even with this major earthquake there was not much shaking. In fact, many people did not even feel the earthquake. Time passed second by second. Yi Liangren's gaze was fixed on the system upgrade timer. To correspond to the second phase catastrophe, the system is upgrading automatically. Time remaining for upgrade 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Ding. System upgrade successful. Ding. Before the second phase catastrophe arrived, you decisively sent over 90 of the population in Jiang City out to seek supplies, ensuring that over 90 of the population was outside when the earthquake struck, greatly increasing the escape space. In this earthquake, the death toll in Jiang City was below 1. Reward survival points 8,000. Remaining survival points 11660. Ding. You successfully realized that in the apocalypse with sufficient supplies, the population is also an extremely important resource. Whether to relieve mental pressure or help you find supplies, it is extremely important. You successfully provided a source of food for most people, becoming a mental support for the majority. Keep it up. Reward survival points 8,000. Remaining survival points 19660. Ding. You passed the first phase of the apocalypse catastrophe without any harm. System rating a grade. Reward survival points 1,000. Remaining survival points 20660. Watching the sudden pop-up of one system reward prompt after another below his viewpoint, Yi Liangren felt instantly invigorated. At the start of the second phase, the system upgrade surprisingly provided him such a great gift. However, Yi Liangren noticed a detail with keen insight. Both times the large survival points rewards were related to the population. Both were due to him reducing the population casualties in Jiang City. Yi Liangren rubbed his chin. Could it be that ensuring my own safety is one thing, but guaranteeing the population of Jiang City is also extremely important? Yi Liangren was pondering when the system prompt appeared again. Ding. This system upgrade adds the city construction module. The host can check it in the Super Research Center. Note: the population is an extremely important source of survival points. If the host wants to survive the final rounds of catastrophes, please ensure the population as much as possible. Yi Liangren's gaze shook. As expected. Just as I guessed, the population is extremely important to survive the final rounds of catastrophes. In other words, if I don't ensure the population, I should be able to withstand the earlier rounds of catastrophes, but when it comes to the last few phases, my survival points will definitely be insufficient. Yi Liangren nodded secretly. The next moment his gaze fell on the Super Research Base. At this moment, aside from weapons and AI modules, the Super Research Base indeed had a brand new module. City Construction Center. Currently buildable items: T1 steel wall level 4. Required materials: 100 kg sand, 50 kg pure iron, 10 kg titanium alloy. T1 earthquake resistant house level 4. Required materials: 200 kg sand, 100 kg pure iron, 50 kg titanium alloy. T1 flood resistance trench level 4. Required materials: 50 kg sand, 50 kg pure iron, 50 kg titanium alloy. T1 water purifier level 4. Required materials: 50 kg titanium alloy, 50 kg aluminum alloy, 2 energy stones. T1 regional heating device level 4. Required materials: 50 kg titanium alloy, 50 kg aluminum alloy, 5 energy stones. Note: each steel wall is 10 meters long, 2 meters high and half a meter wide. To enclose the entire Jiang City, it requires 1,000 walls. 200 for each side. Note: each flood resistance trench can cover a range of 1,000 meters. To solve the flood resistance for the entire Jiang City, it requires 100 trenches. Note: each water purifier can provide daily water for 10,000 people. To meet the water needs for the entire population of Jiang City, it requires 20 purifiers. Note: each regional heating device can warm a range of 1,000 meters. To ensure warmth for the entire Jiang City, it requires 200 heating devices. If the population is concentrated, it requires 20 devices. Looking at the city's construction center, Yi Liangren's eyes brightened. Now is there another resource to collect? Moreover, it's actually sand and stone. This thing is too easy to collect, isn't it? I just wonder what the reward ratio of survival points is. Yi Liangren pinched his chin, his gaze instinctively falling on the forum on his phone. For now, the top priority is to fix the network in Jiang City. Yi Liangren arrived at the communications base of the shelter. Advanced communications base area, the entire shelter. Upgradable. Upgrade direction quality 400. Remaining survival points 20,660. System upgrade the quality of the advanced communications base. Yi Liangren immediately spoke. In the next moment, the system's voice appeared. Ding. You have spent 400 survival points to upgrade the advanced communications base. Upgrade successful. Advanced communications base area, the entire Jiang City. Upgradable. Upgrade direction quality 800.
Note upgrading quality can provide a wide range of network information coverage. Remaining survival points 20,260. The area can cover the entire Jung City now. Yi Lianrun nodded in satisfaction and then spoke again.
System connect the communications-based network to the civilian network.
Connection successful.
In the next moment when Yi Lianrun looked at his phone again, the entire forum trembled instantly with hundreds of nearly 1,000 messages appearing in an instant. The forum almost crashed.
The network is finally working. I almost thought the network was completely unusable. In this apocalypse, if I couldn't even use the network, I would definitely collapse. The earthquake just now was so strong, did you all feel it? How could we not feel it?
But speaking of which, can I say the big boss is awesome. If it weren't for the big boss releasing the points exchange list a few minutes ago urging me to leave my house, I would probably have just laid dead in my house all day.
And just now my house collapsed directly. If it weren't for the big boss, I might have already been finished. Me too, I owe it all to the big boss. 10086. By the way, where's the big boss? Is he okay?
Looking at the messages in the forum, Yi Lianrun smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine."
Instantly the entire forum exploded again. The big boss has appeared. He's here, the apocalypse wellness expert is here. I knew it, the big boss must be fine. Just then a system notification suddenly appeared. Ding!
You have upgraded the network and connected it to the civilian network. The advanced communications base now successfully covers the entire Jung City, and Jung City will no longer suffer from network outages due to natural disasters. In the apocalypse, understanding information from the outside world is an important source of stress relief for a person. You have successfully alleviated the fear of Jung City residents being unable to obtain outside information due to network outages.
Reward survival points 1,000. Remaining survival points 21,260. Yi Lianrun's expression brightened. It only cost 400 survival points to upgrade, but the reward directly gave me 1,000 survival points. Did I just earn an extra 600 survival points?
Now can the rewards for upgrades exceed the survival points used for the upgrades themselves?
Yi Lianrun seemed to have discovered another new way to earn survival points. However, after some thought, he shook his head. This upgrade is related to the residents of the entire Jung City. The introduction of the reward suggests the same, so ordinary upgrades shouldn't exceed the survival points used. However, it does provide me with a way to earn survival points. Yi Lianrun nodded and then realized that he had been neglecting something. His gaze suddenly turned to the super research base. Ding! Transport Robot 3x4 Combat Robot 3x2 upgrade successful. Transport Robot 3 Model 1 Level 4.
Function can transport a weight of 400 kilograms at one time. Speed 240 kilometers per hour. Power consumption can operate for 48 hours at full power, can automatically connect to power for charging. Charging time is 2 hours.
Combat Robot 3 Model 1 Level 4.
Function attack any hostile entities, provide full protection for the creator's safety, and can also obey the creator's commands to protect specific entities. Ability: all combat capabilities have increased by 100 compared to Model 2, while defense has significantly improved with even shells unable to inflict damage. Power consumption can operate for 48 hours at full power, can automatically connect to power for charging. Charging time is 2 hours.
Yi Lianrun's eyes brightened. The Combat Robot 3's combat capability is double that of the Combat Robot 2, and now even shells cannot inflict damage. It has truly become a humanoid weapon. Perhaps even when facing an army, victory could be assured. And the Transport Robot has improved even more. The transport weight has directly increased from 100 kilograms of Model 2 to 400 kilograms. Speed has also risen from 120 kilometers to 240 kilometers. With speed doubled and transport weight increased fourfold, the efficiency has increased eightfold. With such efficiency, other mining areas could be opened up. Yi Lianrun broke into a radiant smile. He glanced at the time. It was already 1230. Yi Lianrun's gaze fell back on the forum and he directly posted a message. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. we will start recruiting again. Recruitment address: No. 113 Shieling Mountain area. No. 772 Wutong East Road. Both major mining areas are recruiting simultaneously. Residents nearby are expected to arrive on time. The recruitment method will be the same as the first time. As soon as this message was released, the entire forum exploded. The big boss is awesome. Long live the big boss. My house just collapsed and I couldn't get the supplies out. I was worried I'd starve in the apocalypse, but I didn't expect the big boss to start recruiting again. Me too. The big boss is awesome. I knew the big boss wouldn't ignore us. Big boss, I wanna have your babies. Buzz. At this moment, Yi Lianrun's phone suddenly vibrated. A private message came in. It was from Du Long. Big boss, thank you. If you hadn't told me to prepare for earthquakes in advance, I would have moved all my supplies to several earthquake-resistant storage rooms. I would probably be finished now. Yi Lianrun smiled and replied, "No problem, I've actually benefited from you these days, you've helped me a lot." Du Long replied instantly. Hey, why are you being polite, big boss? This is what I should do. Obedient and understanding. By the way, is the big boss preparing to recruit again? Is something big about to happen?
Yi Liangren smiled slightly, thought for a moment and replied, how's the waterproofing I told you about last time?
If nothing goes wrong, there will be large-scale rainfall soon and floods may occur within a week. You better enhance the waterproofing, otherwise it could be very dangerous. Flood. Boss, are you sure? We're in Jiang City, an inland city. A flood. To sweep into Jiang City. I have a feeling I'm hearing absurdities. Upon seeing the message from Dulong, Yi Liangren shook his head and smiled.
Indeed, without a system, even someone as wise as Dulong found it hard to believe such news. However, it was still possible to wake Dulong up a bit. Compared to others, Yi Liangren had a good impression of Dulong, a friend who had helped him many times. The solar flares a few days ago have caused the glaciers at the poles to completely melt. The sea level has risen at least 100 meters. You should understand the severity of this. With a 70-meter rise in sea level, coastal cities will be almost completely submerged, and with the heavy rains expected in the coming days, it's quite normal for floods to reach Jiang City.
This. Dulong did not question further.
Instead, he fell silent for a full 10 minutes.
10 minutes later, a message finally came through. Boss, I understand now. If it's a flood, my current waterproofing is far from enough. It looks like I'll be busy soon.
By the way, boss, if it's a flood, then Jiang City.
Seeing Dulong's message, Yi Liangren smiled lightly. Rest assured, I will make some preparations for Jiang City. At the very least, I won't let there be any casualties. Haha, then I can rest easy.
Your words are more reliable than anyone else's.
Worship the boss. Yi Liangren nodded and smiled. This kid really knows how to flatter. However, Yi Liangren also noticed something. Even with a flood, can Dulong really manage to improve the waterproofing? Moreover, it was clear that Dulong cared a lot about the situation of Jiang City's residents. This kid might be even more powerful than I imagined. After pondering for a while, Yi Liangren shook his head.
Who cares? Anyway, he's a good person and indeed a friend worth making. Even if he has ties to the authorities, it's fine. Yi Liangren's gaze fell on the super research base. Next, I need to recruit again tomorrow. I hope these 2 mining areas can give me a big surprise. Otherwise, to withstand this flood, I still lack too many materials.
Mobile medium mining base level 4. Materials needed: 500 kilograms of pure iron, 200 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Yi Liangren immediately spoke.
System exchange for 4 energy stones.
Ding.
Exchanging for 4 energy stones will cost a total of 2,000 survival points.
Do you confirm the exchange? Yes. Yi Liangren nodded. Ding. Exchange successful. Remaining survival points 18,260. Manufacturing mobile medium mining base.
Consuming 4 energy stones, 1,000 kilograms of pure iron, 400 kilograms of titanium alloy. Producing 1 mobile medium mining base will take a total of 6 hours.
Please be patient. Yi Liangren took a deep breath and nodded. Then he looked at his current inventory and survival points. You currently have metal resources: pure iron 9,250 kilograms. Titanium alloy 4,650 kilograms. Remaining survival points 18,260. Yi Liangren focused and looked at the city construction center, his mind starting to calculate. T1 level steel wall level 4. Materials needed: 100 kilograms of sand and stone, 50 kilograms of pure iron, 10 kilograms of titanium alloy. T1 level flood resistance trench level 4. Materials needed: 50 kilograms of sand and stone, 50 kilograms of pure iron, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy.
For T1 level steel walls enclosing the entire Jiang City requires 1,000 pieces.
200 for each side. Sand and stone can be easily obtained, so I can set that aside. The main concern is pure iron and titanium alloy.
To get 10,000 pieces, I need 5,000 kg of pure iron and 1,000 kg of titanium alloy. And this is just for the steel walls, which can only withstand the flood. To fully defend against it, I also need the flood resistance trenches. Each trench has a range of 1,000 meters. To cover the whole Jiang City requires 100 pieces. 100 pieces means 5,000 kilograms of pure iron and 5,000 kilograms of titanium alloy. So just to deal with this flood, I need at least 5,500 kg of pure iron and 1,500 kg of titanium alloy. Yi Liangren pinched his chin, his expression somewhat grave. Plus, due to the flood, there will also be water resource issues requiring a T1 level water resource purifier and a T1 level regional heating device for warmth. At least I need to prepare 1,000 kg of pure iron and 5,000 kg of titanium alloy to be sufficient. The burden is heavy. Yi Liangren exhaled lightly. Let's see what the sand and stone rewards are. Yi Liangren's gaze turned to the 4 third-generation transport robots standing in the super research base. Transport robot no. 1. Go gather 100 kilograms of sand and stone from outside and transport it to the material storage room.
Robots 2, 3 and 4 continue to the mine to bring back metal resources. Instructions received successfully. The 4 transport robots immediately started moving. Sand and stone are easy to collect. This is the outskirts. About 10 minutes later, transport robot no. 1 returned.
At the same time, a system notification popped up.
Ding. You have successfully collected resources 100 kilograms of sand and stone. Reward survival points 10. Remaining survival points 18,270. Yi Liangran nodded.
Since the collection difficulty of sand and stone is several times lower than that of pure iron, the reward is also several times lower.
About just 1/6 of the pure iron reward. However, it's still enough.
After all, the more I collect, the more survival points I get.
Yi Liangran opened the forum, which was still bustling with activity.
Watching as people's sense of crisis diminished instantly once the network was restored. Yi Liangran hesitated whether to share some of the news he knew with these people.
There are benefits, but there are also drawbacks.
After contemplating for a while, Yi Liangran quickly made a decision.
More benefits.
Not only can it raise their sense of crisis, but it can also motivate them to collect resources for him. As for the drawbacks, I can greatly reduce them by announcing certain things.
Everyone please be quiet. I have an announcement to make.
As soon as this message was sent, the forum was instantly silent.
Yi Liangran smiled and began to edit the information.
I just received news from a friend. Recently, due to the solar flare, the sea level has risen drastically. Within days, coastal cities will be completely submerged. Then our inland cities will also face a severe flood crisis.
So I decided to build walls
to completely block the flood from the outside.
I need your help, but of course it won't be for free. I have restructured the ways to earn points. You can take a look. Points redemption list. 1 gene of rice 1 point. 0. 5 gene of vegetables 2 points. 0. 5 gene of fruit 3 points. 0. 5 gene of meat 3 points. Lunch for 2 at the mine 1 point.
A room in the small shelter 100 points.
A 3-person earthquake-resistant room 150 points. Points earning rules. Mine workers. The one with the highest work output each day gets 10 points. For every 5 days worked without laziness, 20 points will be rewarded.
Immediate family members of workers, for every 50 kilograms of sand and stone collected, 2 points will be rewarded. Immediate family members of workers, for every 50 kilograms of metal resources collected, 10 points will be rewarded.
Non-mine workers.
For every 100 kilograms of sand and stone collected, 2 points will be rewarded. For every 100 kilograms of metal resources collected, 10 points will be rewarded.
Damn. Awesome. Long live the boss. Long live the boss.
Now we can even exchange collected sand and stones for points with the boss.
The boss is so nice.
When the boss announced that collecting metal resources could be exchanged for points today, I realized that everyone was really quick to grab them. Exactly, especially those who participated in the recruitment assessment last night must have known this news in advance.
All the visible metal resources in Jiang City have been completely scavenged. Even many titanium alloy rolling shutters have been taken. Yeah, I noticed that too.
They said how long would it take to collect 100 kilograms of metal resources. Now the boss is even collecting sand and stones. Although the points exchanged are a bit less, we can still be self-sufficient.
Right. The coming days will finally be a bit more stable. Moreover, if we have enough points, we can also exchange for housing and shelter qualifications. Long live the boss.
The boss is awesome.
Long live the boss.
The boss is forever a deity.
Almost at the moment Yi Liangran re-announced the way to gain points, the entire forum exploded. Countless messages surged forth in an instant.
The residents of Jiang City, who were worried and fearful just a second ago due to the earthquake, were now engulfed in cheers and excitement. Meme images began to flood the screen in waves.
Yi Liangran raised an eyebrow at this scene.
The focus of these people seems somewhat misplaced. Clearly, the real emphasis should have been on what he initially said. A flood is coming and the situation is very dangerous. Yet they are putting all their focus on points. Especially when he saw many people saying the coming days will finally be a bit more stable.
Yi Liangran frowned.
The points exchange method has just been updated, and after these people ensured their survival, have they immediately become complacent. Right now there is already a severe shortage of resources.
If these people continue to be complacent just collecting what they need for the day, then they definitely won't be able to handle the second stage of the disaster.
I can resist the second stage of the disaster, but without these people the subsequent disasters will definitely be extremely dangerous. I must find a way to make these people realize the seriousness of the situation.
Yi Liangran pondered while pinching his chin.
At that moment a message from Du Long appeared on the forum.
Everyone quiet down. I have something to announce.
As soon as this message appeared, the forum became lively again.
Isn't this the Instant Noodle Prince? The Instant Noodle Prince is here too. Does the Instant Noodle Prince have something to announce? It must be good news, right? Hurry up and tell us.
Everyone calm down for a moment.
Now your emotions are too high and that's not good.
As soon as these words came out, the forum erupted.
What do you mean, Instant Noodle Prince? Exactly. Why should your excitement matter to us? Yeah. Just because you're the Instant Noodle Prince, do you think you can command us? Who do you think you are? Damn it, the boss just announced the points acquisition method, significantly lowering the difficulty of obtaining points. We can't even be happy about this. The entire forum was suddenly in an uproar, with most comments expressing dissatisfaction with Dulong.
At this moment Dulong's message appeared again.
I'm not saying you can't be happy, nor am I commanding you. In the apocalypse, having food secured, ensuring you won't starve, is completely normal to be happy about. But aren't you putting the focus in the wrong place? Did you not see what the boss said before announcing the points acquisition? The forum quieted down a bit. Dulong's messages continued. Sijk. The real focus is that due to the solar flares, the sea level is significantly rising. Within days, coastal cities will be completely submerged. Subsequently, our inland cities will also face a powerful flood crisis. To combat the flood, the boss has decided to build walls to completely block the flood from the outside. Yet you all completely ignored this, only thinking about how you can eat enough. Some even started thinking about stability. Have you all forgotten that this is an apocalypse? In the apocalypse, wanting stability. Are you all idiots?
In your current complacent state, can the boss gather the resources to build the wall? I can assure you, once resources run out and the walls are not built, when the flood rushes into Jiang City, the boss will definitely be fine. But for you, over 90% of you will die.
The boss is considering all of us using all his strength to ensure our survival.
Even for something as easily collectible as sand and stones, he allows it to be exchanged for points to gather food. The boss has made so much effort, yet what about you? You completely haven't taken this matter to heart, not only failing to gather resources immediately but also cheering and celebrating here.
Aren't you afraid of disappointing the boss? You all fought for food during the recruitment assessment and now you're acting like this.
If you truly make the boss disappointed, you will all be done for.
A bunch of wastes. A bunch of idiots. As Dulong's series of messages came out, the entire forum fell silent. For a long time no one spoke.
After a moment, many who were still cheering in Jiang City began to gather resources. Those shoveling dirt, those collecting metal resources, their actions were extremely swift. On the forum, messages began to appear one after another.
Boss, I was wrong. I'm sorry, boss.
After knowing that sand and stones can be exchanged for points, I admit that I even prepared to dig 100 kilograms of sand daily just to guarantee food for survival. But we were too complacent to notice your true intentions.
I have the same thought. I'm really sorry for you, boss.
You are willing to exchange even sand and stones for points to help us combat the flood, yet we actually had such thoughts.
Instant Noodle Prince, I admit you are right, and I admit we were wrong before.
But why do you have to insult us?
Exactly. You could have expressed it nicely. Why insult us? Right, just say it nicely.
We aren't unreasonable. How could we not understand the seriousness of the situation?
The forum began to show signs of polarization.
One side kept apologizing to themselves while the other side constantly targeted Dulong.
Yi Lianren sighed at this scene.
The biggest trouble had been resolved.
Thanks to Dulong. However,
it was also tough on him. In truth, these people were not wrong. Dulong could have communicated more calmly without resorting to insults or extreme statements. Yet the effect was completely insufficient. Yi Lianren was well aware that a calm discussion would never achieve the same outcome as the current situation. Perhaps initially these individuals would work hard to gather supplies, but they would quickly become complacent again. Once complacency set in, the supplies would definitely fall short. The only way to guide this matter was to direct it towards himself. Only through himself could he ensure the food supply for everyone. To avoid feeling disheartened, these people would continue to work hard, remain filled with a sense of crisis, and strive desperately to gather supply. However, this would surely result in many targeting Dulong for having spoken too harshly. Of course, this matter could also be initiated by himself. Yet if it were to come from him, it would feel as though he was forcing these individuals to gather supplies, changing the dynamic. Only if Dulong spoke, and only if he spoke in this manner, would the effect be the best.
Moreover, this way all the animosity would be borne by Dulong.
And he would receive the gratitude of everyone.
Yi Lianren felt a bit guilty.
Buzz, at that moment his phone suddenly vibrated.
A private message appeared on the forum. It was from Dulong.
Hee big shot, there's no need to feel guilty or grateful, this is what a younger brother should do. Furthermore, I'm also doing this to save myself. If the flood truly rushes into Jiangqing, even if I prepare for it, while I fear I would still be doomed. Moreover, it was indeed my fault for not organizing my words well. I was busy with waterproofing and saw the message, so I just sent it all out in a rush.
So it's normal to be hated by everyone. Sensible and understanding.
Upon seeing the private message from Dulong, Yi Lianren's eyes glistened with moisture and he shook his head with a smile.
This kid is too understanding.
So understanding that it almost brings tears to my eyes.
You have already expressed yourself very well. Yi Lianren replied. Dulong replied instantly. Thank you for the compliment, big shot. With this praise from you, even if everyone in Jiangqing looks at me with disdain, I feel it is worth it. I am forever the most loyal younger brother of the big shot. Seeing this message, Yi Lianren felt even more that having Dulong as a friend was incredibly valuable. You should focus on waterproofing first. If there are any new developments, I will inform you in advance. Thank you, Big Shot. Big Shot is awesome. Big Shot is forever a gaj. Then Big Shot, I will go get busy now. If you need anything, feel free to message me. I promise to be available. 247. Yi Liangran nodded. He turned off his phone and focused on the surveillance screen. Watching the residents of Jiangcheng frantically gather various supplies, he nodded in satisfaction. However, with this the consumption of food will multiply several times. Yi Liangran's gaze fell on the cultivation area. Fully intelligent large-scale plant cultivation center area 1700. Upgradable. Upgrade direction, expand cultivation area 1000. Note: after upgrading to intelligent mode, the plant cultivation room will enter full automatic cultivation mode, requiring no operation from the host. Mature plants will automatically be stored in the storage room. Note: each upgrade to plant growth speed will have the maturation time and can allow for secondary maturation. The time for secondary maturation will be halved again based on the original time. Note: each upgrade to expand the cultivation area will increase the plant cultivation room's area by 500 square meters. Remaining survival points 20270. System upgrade: the fully intelligent large-scale plant cultivation center, upgrading 3 times to expand the cultivation area. Yi Liangran immediately spoke. Ding. Upgrading 3 times to expand the cultivation area will cost a total of 4,500 survival points. Confirm upgrade. Confirm. Ding. You have spent a total of 4,500 survival points to upgrade the fully intelligent large-scale plant cultivation center. Upgrade successful. Fully intelligent large-scale plant cultivation center area 3200. Upgradable. Upgrade direction, expand cultivation area 2500. Note: the fully intelligent large-scale plant cultivation center operates in full automatic cultivation mode, requiring no operation from the host. Mature plants will automatically be stored in the storage room. Note: the maturation time for plants in the fully intelligent large-scale plant cultivation center is halved and can allow for secondary maturation. The time for secondary maturation will be halved again based on the original time. Note: each upgrade to expand the cultivation area will increase the plant cultivation room's area by 500 square meters. Remaining survival points 15770. Does each upgrade really necessitate an increase of 500 survival points? Yi Liangran looked at how many survival points were needed to upgrade to the next level to expand the cultivation area. It had reached an exaggerated 2,500 points, causing him a headache. Although the current fully intelligent large-scale plant cultivation center has halved the maturation time for plants and allows for secondary maturation, the harvest quantity is almost equivalent to 4 times what it was before. However, the area remains too small. 3,200 square meters. At most it is just about 5 acres. Combined with the halved maturation time, while it is entirely feasible to support thousands or even tens of thousands now that all the residents of Jiangcheng are gathering supplies in large quantities, this size is completely insufficient. However, if I continue to upgrade, it would be too much of a loss. Yi Liangran pinched his chin, feeling a headache. Suddenly he looked up and couldn't help but ask, "System, can we open a few more branches? For example, increasing plant yield." Ding. Plant yield, animal breeding rate as well as taste texture issues belong to the biological category. The host can construct a biological research institute. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangran's eyes immediately lit up. How could I forget about this? Indeed, this type belongs to biological hybridization and can definitely have another room. Since there are no branches, I can start from the seeds and sources. Without hesitation, Yi Liangran immediately took out a wooden board from the storage room. He wrote Biological Research Institute and then hung it on an empty room. In the next moment, the empty room immediately displayed its attributes. Biological Research Institute Area 50. Upgradable. Upgrade direction, intelligence 500, plant yield 500, animal breeding rate 500, plant and animal taste 500. Note: after upgrading to intelligence, the Biological Research Institute will enter full intelligent research mode, accelerating the research speed by 2 times. Note: after upgrading plant yield, the Biological Research Institute will begin researching plant seed yield issues and can conduct multiple studies, with each study increasing the yield. Note: after upgrading animal breeding rate, the Biological Research Institute will begin researching animal breeding rate issues and can conduct multiple studies, with each study increasing the breeding rate. Note: after upgrading plant and animal taste, the Biological Research Institute will begin researching plant and animal taste issues and can conduct multiple studies, with each study increasing the edible taste. Remaining survival points 15770. System upgrade: the intelligence of the Biological Research Institute, the yield of plants, the breeding rate of animals, and the taste of both plants and animals. Yi Liangran immediately spoke. Ding. Upgrading all branches of the Biological Research Institute will cost 2,000 survival points. Do you confirm the upgrade? Confirm. Ding. You have spent 2,000 survival points to upgrade the Biological Research Institute. Upgrade successful. Biological Research Institute Area 50. Upgradable. Upgrade direction, research speed 1000. Note: after upgrading research speed, the research pace of the Biological Research Institute will accelerate. Current research products, initial mass production rice seeds, increase yield by 50%. Research time required 9 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Initial mass production vegetable seeds, increase yield by 50%. Research time required 9 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds.
Initial mass production fruit seeds increase yield by 50%.
Research time required 9 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds.
Initial breeding of livestock offspring increased breeding rate by 50%.
Research time required 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds.
Initial edible quality of plants and animals increased deliciousness by 30%.
Research time required 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Remaining survival points 11,770.
Initial mass production seeds and offspring can actually increase yield and breeding rate by 50%. If it's intermediate or even advanced, wouldn't that directly multiply the yield and breeding rate several times? Yi Liangren's eyes brightened and he felt a bit relieved. Finally, concerning food he could be somewhat at ease. As for the research speed, there was no need to rush for the time being. By the time the first batch of seeds matures, the advanced seeds and offspring should have already been researched. Currently, with plenty of food storage, upgrading the research speed is not very significant. He can still afford it for a while.
Ding!
You have successfully constructed the Biological Research Institute and upgraded all branches. Next, the yield of your plants and animals will greatly increase. Next, your food will be absolutely guaranteed in abundance and will be enough to sustain the majority of people, even forming a supply chain. In the apocalypse, the emergence of a supply chain signifies that you will become the most revered existence among all. Reward survival points 2,000. Remaining survival points 13,770. Indeed, constructing the Biological Research Institute was absolutely the right choice, although the survival points awarded did not exceed the expenditure it balanced out, indicating that the Biological Research Institute is equally crucial in the apocalypse. Yi Liangren nodded in satisfaction, his gaze fixed on the surveillance screen, watching as nearly everyone in Jiang City was tirelessly gathering various supplies, a radiant smile blooming on his face. Night fell. Darkness once again enveloped the entire land. The people of Jiang City continued their efforts to gather supplies without pause.
Meanwhile, within the shelter, Yi Liangren's eyes brightened. Ding!
Mobile medium-sized mining base 2 all-purpose home robot manufacturing successful.
Mobile medium-sized mining base level 4.
Function can automatically proceed to target mining areas, caves and minefields to lay basic equipment.
The mining equipment constructed and provided is 5 times that of a small mining base.
Ability can modify mining areas output, mineral quality, environmental protection, safety index, earthquake resistance and prevention of collapse, etc.
5 times that of a small mining base.
Electricity consumption uses solar energy, wind energy, water energy and other fully intelligent power storage modes, able to intelligently cope with any environment without needing to charge.
All-purpose home robot level 4. Function constantly ensures the safety of the owner.
Ability monitors the current physical condition of the owner, arranges reasonable schedules, can treat illnesses, cook, fry, do laundry, clean and tuck the owner in for sleep, etc.
From major tasks to minor ones, everything is handled with master-level proficiency. Electricity consumption, fully intelligent charging mode, ensuring 247 online availability. Finally manufactured. Looking at the 2 massive machines that suddenly appeared outside the shelter on the surveillance screen, Yi Liangren's eyes brightened, smiling radiantly. The mobile medium-sized mining base is also an RV. However, its size is directly 2 to 3 times that of a small mining base. Moreover, what pleased Yi Liangren the most was that the various metrics of the medium-sized mining base are fundamentally 5 times those of the small mining base. This includes the quality of the minerals produced in the mining area. 5 times the quality means that the output of the mining area can multiply several times. And all of this translates to survival points. Medium-sized mining base No.
1 go to Shiling Mountain Area 113 Construction Area.
Medium-sized mining base No.
2 Wutong East Road 772 Construction Area.
Command received successfully.
Outside the shelter, the 2 RVs immediately began to drive towards their destinations.
Meanwhile, in the kitchen,
suddenly the sounds of cooking emerged. Yi Liangren peeked in and saw that the all-purpose home robot had already started cooking.
A wave of aroma wafted over, greatly increasing Yi Liangren's appetite.
Soon 3 dishes and a soup were served.
Twice-cooked pork, sweet and sour tenderloin, stir-fried lotus white and Crucian carp tofu soup. Yi Liangren picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and put it in his mouth. Sizzle.
Quickly, the rich flavor of the fatty meat filled his mouth, and it was oily yet not greasy.
Yi Liangren hurriedly stuffed another big mouthful of rice. Delicious. He then tried the sweet and sour tenderloin.
Biting into it, he was met with a mouthful of sweetness and the unique texture of the tenderloin, especially as it seemed to have been marinated specifically, not dry at all. Combined with the fresh and crunchy taste of the stir-fried lotus white, Yi Liangren had never felt such an appetite as he did today. Finally, when he drank the Crucian carp tofu soup, his eyes sparkled, shining brightly. The flavor of the tofu perfectly blended with the Crucian carp, eliminating any fishy taste, resulting in a dish that was both aromatic and fresh. The fish was incredibly tender while the tofu was soft and delicious.
Simply exquisite.
Originally, Yi Liangren felt that although he had created an all-purpose home robot to take care of his daily needs for the sake of a ritualistic life, it was indeed a bit pricey, costing a full 1,000 survival points and a heap of metal resources, leaving him with a sense of loss. Until this moment, after tasting the food made by the all-purpose home robot, only one thought filled his mind. Profit. And it was a substantial profit.
The level of cooking was completely at a state banquet level. Eating this food was no longer just about filling his stomach but about enjoying it.
The moment he enjoyed the food in his mouth, he felt a profound sense of happiness. At this moment he truly realized the importance of culinary skills. Compared to the food he made himself, the all-purpose home robot could genuinely elevate the ingredients to new heights. Satisfied after finishing his meal, Yi Liangren suddenly noticed that the forum had become lively. Upon looking, it turned out that Zhongshang had successfully arrived at the official shelter with over 6,000 people.
Then what made Yi Liangren's happiness soar even more was
the images sent by these 6,000 plus people at this moment.
Sweet potato flavored compressed biscuits. This is our dinner tonight. I'm so distressed. And it's all compressed biscuits. To make it easier to swallow, we can only divide each biscuit into 7 or 8 pieces so that everyone can taste a few different flavors. But after having enjoyed the chef's cooking at the mine yesterday, eating compressed biscuits feels like chewing on wax. Wow. I really want to cry. I miss the fragrant white rice and braised pork from the mine so much. Why did I slack off yesterday? Why wasn't I chosen to be a big shot employee yesterday? I regret it so much. Why didn't I just try a little harder? What if I had been selected? Life is so hard. Eating compressed biscuits is bad enough, but each meal only comes with one biscuit, barely filling us up. Looking at all the complaints flooding the forum, Yi Liangren watched as the versatile home robot finished washing the dishes and started preparing desserts. Tears of empathy flowed from his mouth. At this moment, a friend working in the mine sent a congratulatory message in the forum. Wow. It's compressed biscuits. I haven't had biscuits in ages. I really want to eat some, but unfortunately I can only make do with the dinner at the mine canteen. I remember the last time I had compressed biscuits was back in college. To be honest, I kind of miss them. Though the dinner at the mine canteen is okay and the meat is quite plentiful compared to compressed biscuits, it instantly loses its allure. As soon as the pile of photos from mine employees appeared, the forum exploded. Wow. Is that meat? Wow. Is the food at the mine that good? You guys are so inconsiderate. Not only do you not comfort us, but you also flaunt your meals here. You people in a drama would definitely not survive past the second episode. Crying heavily. In unbearable pain. I'm so sad that even a salted fish can't be eaten. Looking at the messages in the forum, Yi Liangren couldn't help but smile. This group of people is just too interesting, right? We're all brothers struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Is it really necessary to torment each other like this? Yi Liangren shook his head, dissatisfied. Seriously, can't you guys learn from me? What did I just eat? I had a banquet-level Sichuan dish. Did I brag about it? I didn't even brag. You all are here showing off without any thought for those who went to the official shelter. As soon as Yi Liangren finished speaking, the versatile home robot came over with several desserts. Yi Liangren immediately smiled and snapped a photo with a click, posting it to the forum. Vanilla pudding fruit pastry. Egg yolk lotus root pastry. Chocolate sundae. You guys are having dinner too. I just finished my meal and now I'm getting ready for dessert. But speaking of which, I've never had compressed biscuits before. I really wonder how they taste. Unlike my dessert, which is okay, I bet compressed biscuits can't compare. But still, eating is a must. Saying this, Yi Liangren smiled slightly. Aren't you all calling me an apocalypse health expert? Then now I shall truly take on that role. With a bright smile, Yi Liangren continued to write. The apocalypse health class has started. Everyone must pay attention to learning. Even in the apocalypse, health is important. Sugar is very important for the human body. If the intake of sugar is too low, it can cause hypoglycemia, and prolonged hypoglycemia can severely damage brain cells, potentially leading to dementia or even death. Even if you replenish your sugar, the damage cannot be reversed. Moreover, insufficient sugar intake can affect heart function, leading to arrhythmia, angina, or even acute myocardial infarction, etc. So everyone must be sure to replenish sugar. Of course, you can't overdo it either. Excessive sugar intake can lead to excessive insulin secretion, disrupting the metabolism of carbohydrates and fats, causing endocrine disorders and promoting various chronic diseases. Actually, it's a misconception that eating too much sugar leads to diabetes. It doesn't directly cause it, but rather indirectly. So everyone must remember to consume sugar or sweets, but definitely don't overdo it. After sending this long message, Yi Liangren contentedly picked up a spoon, gently placed it on the chocolate sundae, and took a full spoonful into it. In the next moment, Yi Liangren's eyes lit up again. Delicious. It's completely different from the sweets he had before. The chocolate sundae made by the versatile home robot is sweet but not greasy at all, and not overly sweet. Moreover, that melt in your mouth feeling, everything is just right, can only be described in one word. Refreshing. Truly, the versatile home robot lives up to its name. Not only are the dishes banquet level, but this dessert is definitely Michelin chef level. Looking at the forum again, the messages exploded once more. The big shot has appeared. The big shot has really become the apocalypse health expert and even started a class. Ah. Sweets, I really want dessert after my meal too. I really want to consume sugar, but I don't have any. Wow, pastries. Looking at the big shot's dessert, I suddenly feel like the tomato beef brisket from the mine canteen isn't appealing anymore. Crying heavily. Originally I thought my meat-flavored compressed biscuit was okay. At least it had a meaty taste, I wouldn't trade it for anything. Now looking at this meat-flavored biscuit I feel like I'm eating wax. Why isn't there a chocolate sundae-flavored compressed biscuit? Loss of appetite. Looking at the suddenly lively forum, Yi Liangrun contentedly enjoyed his dessert. At the same time he couldn't help but murmur, it's all your fault. It's all your fault for showing off to those who went to the official shelter. I couldn't help but post pictures too. Clearly I didn't want to show off, it's all of you tempting me. Actually this dessert is just average. Really average. I could probably eat 10 more. After all, normal people have 2 stomachs, one for sweets and another for main dishes. Ding. Master, your sugar intake for today is sufficient. For your health I will only prepare the next dessert 2 days later. A virtual screen suddenly popped up from Yi Liangrun's perspective. Looking at the content on the screen, Yi Liangrun's expression became strange. Can you give me some face? I just said I could eat 10 more and you immediately denied me. The master's command can be accepted, but for your health, if you eat 10 more desserts today, the next dessert time will be delayed by 10 days. Yi Liangrun was instantly speechless. He waved his hands repeatedly. Forget it, I won't eat. What a joke, I can have dessert again in 2 days. If I indulge today it will be 10 days later, anyone would know how to choose. After finishing the last 2 desserts, Yi Liangrun licked his lips, still unsatisfied. Then he glanced at the messages that had piled up for a long time. Ding. You have successfully collected resources 400 kilograms of pure iron. Reward survival points 240. Ding. You have successfully collected resources 400 kilograms of titanium alloy. Reward survival points 330. Ding. You have successfully collected resources 400 kilograms of sand and gravel. Reward survival points 40. Ding. You have successfully collected resources 400 kilograms of sand and gravel. Reward survival points 40. You currently possess the following metal resources: pure iron 13,250 kilograms. Titanium alloy 6,650 kilograms. Sand and gravel 12,700 kilograms. Remaining survival points 18960. Yi Liangrun's eyes suddenly brightened. No wonder it's the 3rd generation transport robot. However, in just one afternoon all the pure iron and titanium alloy from yesterday's assessment have been completely transported. Now they have even started transporting the sand and gravel collected by the residents of Jiang City at full speed. Indeed, efficiency is the most important. I earned 5,000 survival points in just one afternoon, awesome. Yi Liangrun wore a satisfied smile. Then he turned his attention to the forum. Immediately he was taken aback. Big shot. Can survival points be credited? I have no place to live. Me too, the sudden earthquake today destroyed my house, I have no place to stay now. Damn earthquake in this damn weather. Just a few days ago it was so hot I didn't want to wear clothes, and now it's freezing. If it weren't so cold, sleeping on the street would be acceptable. Looking at the numerous messages on the forum, Yi Liangrun's expression changed slightly. He actually forgot about this. During the day most residents were busy collecting sand and gravel, probably neglecting this matter. Now night has completely fallen, and due to the earthquake many electrical circuits are damaged, leaving the streets without lighting. Relying solely on the darkness, these people can no longer collect sand and gravel. So the problem suddenly became apparent. Originally I said to first build the walls to ensure the flood wouldn't threaten Jiang City. Now it seems I need to build earthquake-resistant shelters first. Otherwise tonight most people might manage, but the temperature will only drop further, they definitely won't survive. Moreover, even if they survive tonight, a large portion will fall ill. They are already physically exhausted and their immunity will drastically decrease. In the apocalypse, becoming ill is fatal if it spreads. Yi Liangrun shook his head, his gaze gravely fixed on the urban construction center of the super research base. T1 level earthquake-resistant shelter level 4. Required materials: 200 kilograms of sand and gravel, 100 kilograms of pure iron, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy. A single earthquake-resistant shelter can accommodate 3 people, and if squeezed a maximum of 5 people can fit. Yi Liangrun's gaze fell on the surveillance screen. At this moment about 6,000 people were still outside without returning home. At least 1,200 earthquake-resistant shelters are needed. Yi Liangrun looked at his current resources. You currently possess the following metal resources: pure iron 13,250 kilograms. Titanium alloy 6,650 kilograms. Sand and gravel 12,700 kilograms. Remaining survival points 18960. Not enough. Completely insufficient. Pure iron is fine, but the sand and gravel are utterly lacking. One earthquake-resistant shelter requires 200 kilograms of sand and gravel. With 12,700 kilograms of sand and gravel I can at most make 63 shelters. What to do? Yi Liangrun rubbed his chin, frowning. At the same time on the forum Zhongshang suddenly spoke up. What's going on? Was your house collapsed by the earthquake? No place to live. Just waiting to die. Look, what did I say at the beginning? I said going to the official emergency shelter with me is the best choice. You didn't believe me, and now it's too late. Even if you can eat plain rice, what good is it? You need to be alive for that to matter. As soon as these words were spoken, the forum exploded. Zhongshang, what the hell are you saying? Zhongshang, can't you have some decency? We are all partners trying to survive in the apocalypse. Do you really have to kick someone when they are down? Exactly. It's not like we didn't go to the official emergency shelter with you. Why hold a grudge until now? What the hell? Zhongshang directly replied with an emoji. Hehej. Did I say something wrong? Or are you still hoping for that big shot in your heart? That's really funny. Do you really think he can help all of you? Is that even possible? Even if there are small emergency shelters and earthquake-resistant shelters on the points exchange list he provided, he must have that many resources. Even if it's repaired, it would take at least half a month or a month. Do you really think the shelters he mentioned just fell from the sky? Zhongshang's sarcasm became even harsher. The forum gradually fell silent due to his words. At that moment, Yi Liangren's eyes suddenly lit up. Small emergency shelter. The mention of a small emergency shelter by Zhongshang awakened him. Yi Liangren's gaze instantly turned towards the super research base. Then he fixedly locked onto two messages. Super research base level 4. Can be upgraded. Direction level 5. The small sturdy refuge can accommodate at least 20 people. And the large disaster refuge upgraded to level 5 can hold at least 100 people, right? Moreover, this is under the recommendation for occupancy. If people squeeze in, the population could multiply several times. However, ensuring the safety of these people is more important right now. I should really thank you, Zhongshang. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have overlooked this point. System upgrade the research capabilities of the super research base. Ding. Upgrading the research capabilities of the super research base requires a total of 4,000 survival points. Do you confirm the upgrade? Yes. 4,000 survival points. Although it's expensive, it's worth it. Once I ensure that these people have a place to stay, my reputation in the hearts of everyone in Zheng City will undoubtedly rise significantly. And with this pure natural disaster, the sudden earthquake, I can resolve their greatest difficulty. Their trust in me will surely increase dramatically afterwards. And I have to thank Zhongshang for his mockery at this moment. The next moment, a message from the system popped up. Ding. You have spent a total of 4,000 survival points to upgrade the research capabilities of the research base. Upgrade successful. Super research base. Level 5. Upgradable. Next level, level 6. Upgrade cost research capabilities 8,000. Remaining survival points 14,960. Another level up actually costs 8,000 survival points. Forget it, let's not worry about that for now. Solving the current problem is the most important. The focus of my gaze immediately fell on the artificial intelligence production interface. Current producible series large disaster refuge level 5. Required materials 300 kilograms of pure iron, 200 kilograms of titanium alloy, 3 energy stones. High intelligence robot level 5. Required materials 100 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Intelligent drone level 5. Required materials 200 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Smart combat robot level 5. Required materials 200 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Smart transport robot level 5. Required materials 200 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Movable large mining base level 5. Required materials 800 kilograms of pure iron, 500 kilograms of titanium alloy, 3 energy stones. Unreleased products level 6 super intelligent nano robot quantum fluctuation transmitter. Etc. At that moment, Yi Liangren immediately focused on the large disaster refuge. Large disaster refuge, a large movable multi-person refuge lightweight structure capable of resisting most earthquakes, keeping warm and preventing cold. It's suitable for worker dormitories, can be moved at any time and is very convenient. A total of 100 rooms recommended for occupancy of 200 people. In extreme conditions it can accommodate 1,000 people. The occupancy will increase the host's faith value by an additional 50. Yi Liangren's eyes lit up instantly and he was overwhelmed with excitement. What the heck? In extreme conditions it can actually accommodate 1,000 people. Right now there are only 6,000 people without a place to stay. That means I only need to make 6 large disaster refuges and it will be completely sufficient. System exchange for 18 energy stones. Ding. Exchanging for 18 energy stones requires a total of 9,000 survival points. Do you confirm the exchange? Yes. 9,000 survival points. Yi Liangren gritted his teeth and nodded. Ding. Exchange successful. Remaining survival points 5,960. At that moment 18 energy stones dropped to the ground. By the way, system, for this large disaster shelter, if I need to deduct a point from each resident daily and remind them at any time, can it be done? After the 6 large disaster shelters were completed, Yi Liangren curiously asked. In the next moment a virtual screen popped up. Ding. Host, please rest assured this request is quite feasible.
Energy stones can be modified into a visible small screen on every door of the large disaster shelters displaying the current points of the residents and automatically deducting them as per the host's request.
If the residents' points are insufficient, they will not be able to open the door. Upon seeing this message, Yi Liangren's eyes lit up.
As expected of the system, truly convenient.
Yi Liangren nodded in satisfaction, then turned his attention to the forum. At that moment, news from Zhongshang reappeared in the forum. What's going on? Why is everyone silent? Could it be that I hit the nail on the head? And what about that big shot? Why aren't they showing up? Feeling guilty. Just a few days ago, weren't they also fierce on the forum against me? Indeed, they are a hypocritical little person boasting about what they have on the forum to gain everyone's trust. Once there is a problem they cannot solve, they immediately vanish. It's simply ridiculous. How could you choose to follow them instead of me?
Zhongshang continuously posted arrogantly, seemingly wanting to vent all his discontent from the past 2 days. The quiet forum was suddenly flooded with Zhongshang's messages.
Finally, someone couldn't hold back. They retorted, I won't allow you to slander the big shot. The big shot is definitely not that kind of person. Exactly. The big shot is truly a good person. Yes. You have no idea how much the big shot has done for us. Many people on the forum couldn't help but respond, unable to bear Zhongshang continuing to insult the big shot.
To this, Zhongshang simply replied, oh really?
Hee, then why don't you call your big shot to come out? At once everyone was left speechless. Hee. Why is everyone silent again?
Have you discovered that the big shot you speak of is completely ignoring you?
Now you know who is truly good to you, right?
If you had chosen to follow me to the official shelter, would this have happened?
Zhongshang continued to mock.
Just after sending the message, suddenly new messages appeared on the forum.
I'm here. Why is everyone silent? I just finished my dessert and didn't pay much attention to the group. Oh, by the way, I've actually repaired the shelter. Wasn't someone just asking if I could allow points to be credited? Sigh.
Running a small business crediting points is definitely not possible, but
I can offer rental services.
For one room in the shelter, renting it for a day requires 1 point, and if you squeeze in a bit, a room can accommodate up to 10 people. You can take turns 1 point each, which means you could stay for 10 days. Should not be too difficult, right?
Yi Liangren's message appeared on the forum. In an instant, the entire forum fell completely silent.
After Yi Liangren posted this content, he looked at the forum and smiled, shaking his head at Zhongshang's previous statements. This kid really knows how to seize opportunities. Everything can be twisted by this guy to lure people to the official shelter. But now go ahead and keep seizing those opportunities. Oh, by the way, the shelter is located in the west of the city around No. 710 Wutong East Road. This location is quite close to the 2 mines that are hiring tomorrow. If anyone doesn't have a place to stay, you can head over now. Yi Liangren once again typed on the forum, a playful smile on his face. By the way, what were you all discussing just now? Curious. At that moment, after a brief silence, the forum exploded. Long live the big shot. The big shot is awesome. The big shot is forever a legend. 10086. Hey, weren't you just mocking the big shot? Why are you suddenly silent? Ha. I've never seen someone get slapped in the face so quickly. I've never seen it either. I can even picture it in my mind, seeing Zhongshang stretch his face over and boasting in front of the big shot, come hit me. And the next moment, smack, the big shot slaps him in the face. And at that moment, the big shot should add, I've never heard such a strange request, asking me to hit him voluntarily. Ha, I can picture it now. Awesome. The entire forum suddenly became incredibly lively. At this moment, Zhongshang's avatar suddenly turned gray. Many people immediately noticed this key point. Instantly, the forum erupted again. Zhongshang, why did you go offline? Little friend, weren't you just questioning the big shot about why he vanished? Now that the big shot has appeared, why did you? As soon as the big shot appears, you immediately flee. Did you uninstall the forum too? Ha. With someone like you who doesn't even dare to confront the big shot, how could you just slander him? I really don't know who is the one that is ridiculous. Exactly. The big shot is forever a legend. In an instant, everyone on the forum directly countered everything Zhongshang had just said. Yi Liangren watched this scene, the smile on his face growing wider. I have to say, Zhongshang is really good at drawing hatred and giving me support. It's truly impressive. After this series of operations, not only did it make everyone admire me, but he also became a target for everyone to criticize. At this moment, someone suddenly sent 2 images in the forum. Large disaster shelter. Inside the shelter. I have arrived at the west of the city where the big shot mentioned found the shelter and have already moved in. The shelter is incredibly warm, and most importantly, I came here 4 days ago to search for supplies and there were no 6 large shelters at all. If there were, I would definitely not have overlooked them. So these 6 large disaster shelters were entirely built by the big shot within these 4 days. As soon as this was said, it caused a huge uproar in the forum. Wow, awesome. Wow. Unfortunately, I lack culture, but one wow can conquer the world.
In just 4 days 6 large shelters were built and the interior decoration. Awesome. The Big Shot is amazing. Heartbreaking. The Big Shot is forever a legend. Long live the Big Shot. I have also arrived at the refuge. There is actually a display screen on the door of the room, and surprisingly it even has facial recognition directly linked to the mining area data. I collected sand and gravel all day today totaling over 300 kilograms and submitted it to the mining area, which showed that I have 3. The door shows that I have 3 points and even asks if I want to deduct points for accommodation. Isn't this too advanced? Awesome. In just 4 days the Big Shot was able to build such a high-tech refuge. The Big Shot is amazing. Long live the Big Shot. After a flurry of excited messages the forum quieted for a moment before another image popped up. Look, what did I find? Isn't it just an electrical outlet? What's so surprising about that? Exactly, don't tell me you still live in the countryside. No, electricity has already been popularized in rural areas. Don't say you're still a caveman who has never seen an electrical plug. Let's disperse, this person doesn't seem too clever. You don't understand what this electrical outlet represents, how terrifying it is. I have 15 years of experience as a renovation worker. I have been involved in almost all renovations. I just measured the thickness of the walls of the refuge provided by the Big Shot. Guess what I found? The walls are only 8 centimeters thick. And I couldn't help but check the wall material. This material should be a blend of pure iron and titanium alloy. However, despite being a blend, its strength far exceeds most metals on the market, reaching aerospace levels. Moreover, the insulation is excellent. The temperature outside the refuge is at least -2 or 3 degrees, but inside the refuge the temperature is actually over 18 degrees. I don't even need to turn on the air conditioning. Discovering this material made me kneel in awe. This is terrifying. No wonder the Big Shot is so impressive. Wait, what does all this have to do with the electrical outlet? Yes, what you're saying has nothing to do with the electrical outlet. The forum got lively again. The person continued speaking. Don't rush, I'm not done yet. The wall has nothing to do with the electrical plug. You are all greatly mistaken. The wall itself is only 8 centimeters thick, making it difficult to run electrical circuits in this case. Let alone the wall has this aerospace level hardness. What does this indicate? This indicates that the electrical outlet does not actually use wires. What? Wait, are you saying that the electrical outlet is just a decoration? No, that's not right. The electrical outlet is definitely not a decoration. My phone is still charging. I am living in the Big Shot's refuge. Bro, hurry up and tell us more, I'm getting more and more curious. Can't you just listen to me finish my explanation all at once? The person sent an emoji and continued. The electrical outlet doesn't necessarily have to use wires. It can also use other methods. For example, the material used for the wall itself is conductive. Then the Big Shot used several power storage methods while building the refuge, such as solar energy, wind energy, and hydropower. Electricity is continuously stored. So the electrical outlet only needs to be installed on top and it can be directly powered. However, this has a downside. For example, during rainy days with thunderstorms, will the entire refuge become a lightning rod? But I just used an electric shock device and a voltage tester and found that this refuge's electrical protection has achieved nearly 99.999%. What does this represent? It means that even 1 billion volts of lightning strikes will perfectly store electricity into the power storage device without causing any harm to the human body. You must know that ordinary lightning strikes are generally only about 1 billion volts. And ordinary buildings typically get destroyed when struck by lightning. This level of electricity storage capacity and electrical protection is absolutely the highest national standard. Only major projects such as aerospace bases can achieve this. This means that every person living in the refuge provided by the Big Shot is essentially living in a building of the same level as an aerospace. Now, do you still think my discovery is not terrifying? After this person's analysis, the entire forum fell silent for a moment. The first reward, constructing 6 large disaster shelters, was anticipated by Yi Liangrun. After all, it indeed resolved the current housing issues for many residents of Zheng City. After the system upgrade, any actions beneficial to the residents were rewarded with substantial points. What Yi Lianren did not expect was the second round of competition. It couldn't even be called a competition. It could be described as a simple act of Versailles-style face-slapping. Zhongsheng had been misleading everyone to the official shelter. He just stood up and said a word. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhongsheng immediately disappeared from sight. This actually rewarded a full 3,000 survival points. This Zhongsheng is indeed a great helper for earning survival points, capable of endlessly milking benefits. Yi Liangren chuckled and shook his head. At that moment, 2 virtual screens suddenly popped up beneath Yi Liangren's perspective. Medium-sized titanium alloy mining area 2100. Current mined area 100. High energy reaction fluctuations intermediate. Simultaneously can hire mining personnel 100 people. Can it be mined again? Yes. Medium large iron mining area 3300. Current mined area 200. High-energy reaction fluctuations advanced.
Simultaneously can hire mining personnel 100 people.
Can it be mined again? Yes?
Seeing the sudden pop-up information about these two mining areas, Yi Liangren's eyes instantly lit up. These were the two mining areas that Du Long had initially informed him about. At this time, the movable medium-sized mining base should have arrived and constructed the mining area base, which is why the mining area information was displayed. What Yi Liangren did not expect was that one of these two mining areas actually had high-energy reaction fluctuations advanced. Note high-energy reaction fluctuations can detect whether energy stones exist in the mining area. Low-level 02 energy stones may exist. Intermediate 24 energy stones may exist. Advanced 46 energy stones may exist. Top-level more than 6 energy stones may exist. Looking at the description related to high-energy reaction fluctuations, Yi Liangren smiled brightly. The mining area base constructed by the system can be mined again. And the advanced energy fluctuations indicate that there are at least 4 energy stones. Mining twice means 8 stones plus the 2 times from the intermediate means 4 stones. From these two mining areas I can at least obtain 12 energy stones.
Yi Liangren's eyes sparkled.
Compared to those metallic resources, energy stones were what truly captivated him since they were genuinely valuable.
This time I've truly owed a great favor to Du Long.
Yi Liangren muttered with a smile. At that moment the all-purpose home robot brought over the foot-soaking water and simultaneously a prompt box popped up.
Ding! It is now 10 o'clock at night. For your health, please soak your feet before going to sleep. The all-purpose home robot health tip reminder.
Seeing this prompt, Yi Liangren was taken aback for a moment, then immediately smiled.
Wow, turns out you're the true expert in post-apocalyptic health.
Yi Liangren promptly dipped his feet into the foot basin and then snapped a photo to post on the forum. After all, since everyone regarded him as a post-apocalyptic health expert, he naturally had to act like a competent one. Hot water foot soak JPG. It's getting late, everyone, remember to rest early and of course don't forget to soak your feet in hot water before sleeping.
The post-apocalyptic health class is now in session.
Cute JPG. Everyone must remember to soak your feet in hot water before bed. Soaking your feet in hot water is very beneficial for your health. Especially before sleep, it not only promotes metabolism and blood circulation but also reduces the occurrence of high-risk diseases such as hypertension and heart disease. It can also relieve fatigue, but the temperature should not be too hot and the soaking time is usually around 30 minutes. So everyone must not stay up late. Good night, JPG. Once Yi Liangren's message appeared, the previously quiet forum instantly became lively. Is the big shot going to rest so early? Truly a post-apocalyptic health expert. Good night, Big Shot, wish you sweet dreams. Good dream, JPG. Good night, Big Shot 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 JPG. The Big Shot's life seems really comfortable. Of course, the person above, are you silly? If the Big Shot lived like us, would he still be the Big Shot? Worship Big Shot JPG. That's true. In 2 weeks, JPG. However, to be fair, I really didn't expect that soaking feet could have such benefits. I didn't expect that either. Hearing the Big Shot say this, I want to soak my feet in hot water, especially after collecting sand and stones all day today. It's just right to relax. Not bad, heroes see alike. Soon photos began to circulate. Hot water foot soak JPG. To be fair, soaking feet is truly comfortable. Indeed, the Big Shot is impressive. Even the small detail of soaking feet is so clear, looks like he really is a post-apocalyptic health expert. You only just found out. Didn't you see the Big Shot's other post-apocalyptic health classes before? Exactly. Has the Big Shot ever been wrong? Yeah. It's just that what was previously said we knew was correct, but most of it was food which we don't have to eat. Crying JPG. The forum became lively again. At this moment, suddenly a group of people emerged posting pitiful expression packs. I also want to soak my feet. Pitiful JPG. Me too, but now soaking feet is a luxury for me. Want to cry without tears, JPG. I envy you all too much. In the official shelter, even the food is limited and the daily water usage is also limited. I even dare not wash my face, fearing that if I do I won't have drinking water left for the day. Crying JPG. Wow, is the official shelter that miserable? Brothers, I truly sympathize with you. I decided from now on I will soak my feet for half an hour every day and twice in the morning and evening, soaking for you as well. 66,666. The one above, that's a good idea, count me in. 10086. Wow, you guys are too much, right? Exactly. Not only are you not comforting us, but you also want to pour salt on our wounds and soap for us. We don't need your help. Whoa. The official shelter is too miserable, I want to go home. I also want to go home, I can't sleep in the official shelter. Can this place even be called a bed? It's simply a wooden board. The forum was in an uproar again. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, Yi Liangren lay on a comfortable mattress. Beside him, the all-purpose home robot was using master-level massage techniques to massage him.
Yi Lianrun looked at the Versailles-style statements from the residents of Jiang City on his phone and boredly shook his head. Boring. How comfortable can soaking feet be? Massage is truly the best. But to be fair, the massage technique of the all-purpose home robot is indeed impressive. Under the comfortable massage he was indeed feeling sleepy. All-purpose home robot forever a god. The next morning. At 9 o'clock the omnipotent robot had already prepared breakfast. Then using a super unique technique it massaged Yi Lianrun. The massage brought Yi Lianrun to a state of extreme comfort, waking him up. This feeling made him want to say just one word. Refreshing. From childhood until last night it was his first time sleeping so comfortably. Even upon waking under the massage of the omnipotent robot he felt absolutely no fatigue. He felt completely rejuvenated. Getting out of bed he comfortably stretched and freshened up. Looking at the dining table. Yi Lianrun licked his lips. Breakfast was simple. 2 fluffy milk buns, 2 scallion rolls, a bowl of orange-flavored egg custard and a cup of peanut and red date soy milk. Although simple, the unique aroma wafting from the dining table was incredibly appetizing. With a faint scent of milk and wheat combined with the fragrance of scallions complemented by the freshness of the orange custard and the rich essence of peanuts and red dates. At that moment, just from the smell, Yi Lianrun closed his eyes and felt as if he were in a vast wheat field surrounded by the unique fragrance and sweetness emanating from the grain. It was as if there was a carefree, free-spirited comfort devoid of any worries. One can only say, is it not worthy of being called a national banquet-level culinary skill? Even a breakfast so simple can reach such heights. Indeed, the simpler the dish, the more it tests the skill. Yi Lianrun opened his eyes and gently exhaled. Then with a satisfied look he began to eat breakfast. This time he decided not to take any photos. Overdoing it with the Versailles vibe is not good. Yi Lianrun glanced at the surveillance feed. At this moment quite a few people had already appeared at the 2 mining sites. Clearly they had been waiting here since early morning. They were afraid they might miss the recruitment this time. With this situation, who had time to eat breakfast? Without comparison, it's really meaningless to just share a breakfast picture alone. Yi Lianrun chuckled and shook his head. After finishing breakfast to his heart's content he checked the time. 9:55. Just in time for the second recruitment assessment to begin. Yi Lianrun controlled the broadcast at the 2 mining bases and declared loudly, the rules for this recruitment assessment are the same as last time. However, the scale has expanded. Each mining area will recruit 100 workers. 5 management personnel. 5 chefs. Those who hold the mining tools provided by the mining base can mine for 1 hour with 100 people assessed in each round. The one who collects the most minerals will pass. Each area will hire 50 people. For those who find mining tools or use simple tools, or even those who mine with bare hands, they have half an hour with 1,000 people assessed in each round. The one who collects the most minerals will pass. Each area will hire 50 people. Now the recruitment assessment officially begins. As soon as the words were spoken the crowd trembled. Everyone's eyes widened. This recruitment assessment actually requires 100 people from each mining area. Long live the big boss. Yes. And adding the chefs and management personnel, that's 110 people. 2 mining areas add up to 220 people. Long live the big boss. 220 people. This opportunity is so much greater than the last time. Long live the big boss, thank you for giving me a chance. Long live the big boss. Long live the big boss. Long live the big boss. The entire mining area erupted in deafening cheers. Everyone's expressions were filled with excitement and joy. Once they became employees of the mining area, their lives in this apocalypse would be thoroughly secured. Meanwhile, the doors of the mining base opened. Next, a scene filled with a silver-white high-tech feel appeared before everyone. Those participating in the recruitment assessment for the second time were fine. But those who came for the first time were completely stunned upon seeing this mining base. The next moment there was another round of cheers. The big boss is awesome. The big boss is awesome. The big boss is awesome. This kind of mining base makes me want to live inside it. Living in there is probably 100 times safer than my little shabby house. Exactly, the big boss is simply amazing. A mining area that is this luxurious. Big boss, you are forever a god. Just as many people at both mining areas were cheering and discussing, suddenly most of those participating in the recruitment assessment for the second time had their eyes light up and rushed inside. Since you all are not planning to participate in the assessment first, then I will go first. Damn. Can you have some shame? I was clearly in front of you. Get out of my way. Rolling is impossible, it's never going to happen. It's you who didn't go in. The sooner I finish the assessment, the more time I have to collect some sand and stone. Anyway, the assessment ends at 10 o'clock tonight. I will just come over then and earn some extra points. Exactly. You all are just dawdling. Whose fault is that? Goodbye, you all. Watching the quarrel on the surveillance screen, Yi Lianrun couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. These guys are actually quite clever. But that's just right. In this quarrel, Yi Lianrun also discovered many good candidates using their own ways to calm things down. Soon half an hour passed. The broadcast from the mining base announced Yi Lianrun's voice.
Half an hour is up. The first round of the barehanded mining assessment has concluded. Please proceed to the dining hall for a meal. Participants in the second round of the barehanded mining assessment, please enter in an orderly manner after all participants from the first round have left. Yi Liangrun spoke loudly. If one looked at the virtual screen that popped up in the mining base, they would see participant No.
1 Li Mumu, total mining time 29 minutes 57 seconds, resting time 0 minutes 38 seconds, total mine 78 kilograms. Participant No. 2 Wang Mumu, total mining time 27 minutes 54 seconds, resting. Participant No. 3 Zhang Mumu, total mining time 30 minutes 3 seconds. Seeing the information, Yi Liangrun's eyes smiled. This second recruitment assessment is going to be so much more comfortable. These people are putting in much more effort than the first time. To avoid any regrets, almost everyone gave their all in the first round. With a full 1,000 people, surprisingly no one mined less than 70 kilograms. Moreover, this time both mining areas are recruiting simultaneously with a scale much larger than the first time. So comfortable. Yi Liangrun smiled brightly. Today he had gathered enough metal supplies for a short period of time. Even if it was slightly lacking, it was merely a minor issue. At the very least, it was sufficient to resist the second phase of the Great Cataclysm. The only deficiency was in sand and gravel, but that could be dealt with slowly, no need to rush. Next, I just need to wait until 10 o'clock tonight to announce the list of selected candidates for the recruitment. Yi Liangrun stood up and stretched a little. Then his gaze fell upon the overall information of the shelter. Personal shelter owner Yi Liangrun. Space 3,989 square meters. Facilities: bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, heating room, super research base, fully intelligent large plant cultivation field, fully intelligent ranch, advanced communication base. Description: a perfect grade, a shelter capable of perfectly resisting man-made disasters as well as most natural disasters. Survival probability during the second phase of the cataclysm 60. Is the survival probability during the second phase still only 60%? Yi Liangrun frowned. 60% is far from enough. The second phase of the cataclysm is the outbreak of the fifth ice age. First, the melting glaciers will lead to torrential rain and flooding, followed by a sharp drop in temperature and the arrival of cold waves. The most important thing to pay attention to is to keep warm. Yi Liangrun's gaze instantly fell on the heating room. Heating room: current constant temperature 15 degrees Celsius. Temperature increase possible 10 degrees Celsius. Upgradable. Upgrade direction: intelligence 500, increase heating power 500. Note: after upgrading intelligence, the heating room will automatically control the current temperature, maintaining the most comfortable temperature for the host. Note: after upgrading heating power, the temperature adjustment capability of the heating room will increase by 20 degrees Celsius. Remaining survival points 14960. System: upgrade the intelligence and heating power of the heating room. Yi Liangrun immediately spoke. Ding. You have spent a total of 1,000 survival points to upgrade the heating room. Upgrade successful. Constant temperature heating room: constant temperature automatic control 17 degrees Celsius. Upgradable. Upgrade direction: increase heating power 1,000. Remaining survival points 13960. With this, the temperature aspect should be no longer a threat, right? Yi Liangrun looked again at the survival probability. Survival probability during the second phase of the cataclysm 65. 65%. Yi Liangrun raised an eyebrow. It has indeed increased, but only by 5% in survival rate, indicating that this aspect is actually dispensable. If it's unrelated to keeping warm, then which aspect is insufficient for survival? Yi Liangrun stroked his chin deep in thought. Torrential rain. Floods. Ice age. Suddenly Yi Liangrun's eyes widened. Oxygen. I'm in an underground shelter and it's located on the outskirts of Jiangchang. Even if city walls are built to withstand the floods, they can't possibly cover this area, it's too convoluted. Therefore the floods will definitely invade here. Once the floods cover the upper area, oxygen will cease to circulate. Moreover, with the arrival of cold waves, accumulated water will freeze, further obstructing oxygen. Thus oxygen is the most crucial. Yi Liangrun's eyes lit up. He immediately took out a wooden board and wrote 3 words. Oxygen production room. Oxygen production room upgradable. Upgrade direction: intelligence 1000, increase oxygen production power 1000. Note: after upgrading intelligence, the oxygen production room will automatically control the current oxygen content, maintaining the oxygen content at the most comfortable level for the host. Note: after upgrading oxygen production power, the oxygen production speed of the oxygen production room will double. Remaining survival points 13960. Without any hesitation, Yi Liangrun immediately spoke. System: upgrade the intelligence and oxygen production power of the oxygen production room. Ding. You have spent a total of 2,000 survival points to upgrade the oxygen production room. Upgrade successful. Comfortable oxygen production zone upgradable. Upgrade direction: increase oxygen production power 1000. Remaining survival points 11960. After completing the upgrade, Yi Liangrun was about to check the survival probability. At that moment, a virtual screen popped up. Ding. You successfully created the oxygen production room and upgraded it to a comfortable oxygen production zone. The comfortable oxygen production zone can ensure that your shelter will not be threatened by lack of oxygen in any environment. Moreover, in the apocalypse, oxygen is also an essential resource, especially in the current phase of the Ice Age. Reward survival points 3000. Remaining survival points 14960. The excess reward of survival points confirms that the oxygen production room was undoubtedly the right choice. Yi Lianren smiled and then looked at the survival probability. Survival probability during the second phase of the cataclysm 95. As expected. Yi Lianren beamed with joy.
As for the remaining 5%, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the walls. Although the current walls are extremely sturdy, if the floods truly rage on and continue to wash away, the walls might still collapse. However, the probability is extremely low, so it only reduced the survival rate by 5%. Nonetheless, even 5% is still dangerous. Yi Lianren looked at the wall information. Alpha Beta Titanium Alloy Walls Upgradable. Upgrade Direction Quality 1000. Remaining survival points 14960. System Upgrade the Wall Quality. Ding. You have spent a total of 1000 survival points to upgrade the wall quality. Upgrade successful. T1 Grade Super Alloy Wall Upgradable. Upgrade Direction Quality 4000. Remaining survival points 13960. Survival probability during the second phase of the cataclysm 100. Ding. You have successfully upgraded the walls, and the T1 Grade Super Alloy walls with extremely strong defense can perfectly resist nearly all natural disasters. You no longer have to worry about the protection of the walls. Furthermore, during the second phase of the cataclysm, your survival rate has successfully reached 100%. Reward survival points 8000. Remaining survival points 21960. Finally, during the second phase of the cataclysm, I am completely safe. Yi Lianren stretched lazily, revealing a radiant smile. Then he opened his phone and glanced at the forum. The forum was extremely lively. Almost everyone was discussing the same thing. Is the fifth ice age really upon us? Yi Lianren flipped to the front and found someone had posted several news pictures covering a lot of important news. As sea levels continue to rise, coastal cities have been submerged by more than half. Small island nations and countries like D have over 80% of their inland areas submerged, and more than 16 small countries have been covered by tsunamis. Next, there will be a continuous 3-day period of heavy rainfall, and the rain will bring floods devastating most cities. Residents are advised to pay attention to waterproofing and flood prevention. Those who have not reached the official shelter should hurry to the official shelter. If you are far from the official shelter and the route is blocked by floods, please pay close attention to keeping warm. After the torrential rains and floods, a real cold wave will arrive. Most cities will rapidly cool down in the shortest time, with temperatures comparable to the polar regions. And this is just an appetizer. Ultimately, the temperature will drop to -100 degrees. What the hell? Is it that terrifying? Is this for real? Even small island nations have been submerged. The lowest temperature is -100 degrees. Can people really survive this? But speaking of which, if this is true, then it's the apocalypse, right? Yeah. They keep talking about the fifth ice age, yet the weather has never been that cold. Just a few days ago it was excessively hot. You know it's winter now. Exactly. To be honest, there really isn't much of an apocalyptic feeling. With the big shots protecting us as long as we move supplies daily, though tiring life can still go on. You up there, is this what you call no apocalyptic feeling? Just think about it, without the big shots protecting us, how many people in Jiang City would starve? Exactly. It's not that there's no apocalyptic feeling, it's just that we have powerful support. The big shots are amazing. Heart-wrenching. 10,086. The big shot truly is forever a god. But if a cold wave comes, can the big shot really protect us? You up there, of course they can. Don't joke, before the flood came the big shot already said they would build barriers. Exactly. The big shot's information network is so advanced they know much earlier than we do, and they must have ways to deal with the cold wave. Watching the forum bubbling with news, Yi Lianren's expression was grave. He had already prepared plans for heavy rain and floods. However, he had always overlooked the cold wave. It is known that human survival at -50 degrees is already the limit. Moreover, that requires extremely large amounts of equipment. As for temperatures of -100 degrees or lower, no one dares to experience that. However, one thing is certain: if such low temperatures truly exist, it would take less than 10 seconds for a person to freeze to death. The refuge is indeed warm. If everyone lives in the refuge, at least the sleeping areas can be guaranteed. But what if they go outside? Moreover, if everyone huddles in the refuge and no one goes out to collect supplies, they would still face doom during the subsequent stages of disaster. Thus, the cold wave must be addressed. If it's cold, warmth is necessary, and the best choice for warmth is clothing. But Yi Lianren raised his eyebrows, his gaze landing on the panel of the Super Research Base. Super Research Base Level 5. Upgradable. Direction Level 6. Upgrade Direction Research Level 4000. Current Producible Series Large Disaster Prevention Refuge Level 5. Materials required: 300 kilograms of pure iron, 200 kilograms of titanium alloy, 3 energy stones. High Intelligence Robot Level 5.
Materials required 100 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy 2 energy stones. Intelligent drone level 5. Materials required 200 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy 2 energy stones. Intelligent combat robot level 5. Materials required 200 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy 2 energy stones. Intelligent transport robot level 5. Materials required 200 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy 2 energy stones. Mobile large-scale mining base level 5. Materials required 800 kilograms of pure iron, 500 kilograms of titanium alloy 3 energy stones. Unlocked products level 6, super intelligent nanobots, quantum wave transmission devices, etc. Current producible defense product series, nano battle armor level 5. Materials required 300 kilograms of pure iron, 150 kilograms of aluminum alloy, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy 2 energy stones. Exoskeleton nano armor level 5. Materials required 150 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of aluminum alloy, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy 1 energy stone. Unlocked equipment level 6, intelligent nanospheres, fully automatic nano bracelets, etc. However, the clothing from the super research base is at least battle armor. Nano-level battle armor can definitely provide cold protection. But, to make such battle armor, the amount of metal resources needed is one thing, just the energy stones alone require 2. How many people are there in Jiang City? Not to mention the people of Jiang City. Just in the mining area after today there are nearly 300 of my employees. 300 nano battle armors. That's 600 energy stones each, costing 500 survival points, a total of 300,000 survival points. Just getting all the mining employees to wear nano battle armor is completely a dream. Let alone all the other people left in Jiang City. Yi Lianren rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. His gaze swept across the entire refuge. Finally it landed on the last empty room. Unless I build another clothing manufacturing room. But this room was the last one Yi Lianren left when constructing the refuge. If this room is used, what will he do when facing problems in the future? Yi Lianren shook his head fiercely. He was being overly cautious. Future matters can be discussed later, surviving the present is the most crucial. Yi Lianren immediately took out a board and wrote the 5 characters clothing manufacturing room. In the next moment information appeared. Clothing manufacturing room upgradable. Upgrade direction: lightweight 500, fire resistance 500, cold resistance 500, toughness 500. Note: after upgrading to lightweight, the weight of the manufactured clothing will not exceed 1 pound. Note: after each fire resistance upgrade, the clothing produced will increase by 50 degrees in fire resistance. The first upgrade can withstand 100 degrees of temperature. Note: after each cold resistance upgrade, the clothing produced will increase by 50 degrees in cold resistance. The first upgrade can withstand 0 degrees of temperature. Note: after each toughness upgrade, the toughness of the manufactured clothing increases by 1 stage. Stage 1 can withstand the penetration of knives, axes, and other cold weapons. Stage 2 can withstand the penetration of ordinary firearms. Stage 3 can withstand the damage of powerful penetrating weapons such as sniper rifles. Stage 4. Remaining survival points 21,960. Yi Lianren's eyes brightened. Indeed, building a clothing manufacturing room can solve this problem. However, according to the notes, to withstand the minus 150 degrees of the 5th ice age, at least 4 cold resistance upgrades are needed. That's yet another large sum of survival points. Yi Lianren gritted his teeth and said, "System, upgrade the clothing manufacturing room's lightweight, fire resistance, toughness, and 4 cold resistance upgrades." Ding. Upgrading the research level of the clothing manufacturing room requires a total of 6,500 survival points. Do you confirm the upgrade? Yes. Yi Lianren nodded. Ding. You have spent a total of 6,500 survival points to upgrade the clothing manufacturing room. Upgrade successful. Clothing manufacturing room: current fire resistance stage 100 degrees. Current cold resistance stage 150 degrees. Current toughness stage 1. Upgradable. Upgrade direction: fire resistance 1000, cold resistance 3000, toughness 1000. Remaining survival points 15,460. Ding. You have built the clothing manufacturing room and successfully upgraded it. You can now create garments capable of resisting the greatest threats of the second phase of the disaster. With this technology at hand, your employees will be incredibly safe. Moreover, their faith in you has reached a new reward: survival points 100,000. Upon seeing this reward, Yi Lianren couldn't help but curse in disbelief. 10,000 survival points. This is the first time I've received such a substantial reward. Yi Lianren realized that any improvement in residents' safety index as well as their faith in him would yield enormous rewards. Without further ado, Yi Lianren pushed open the door of the clothing manufacturing room. In the next moment, the second information panel of the clothing manufacturing room popped up. Clothing manufacturing room: current producible garments, protective suits, integrated clothing 1,000 pieces can be produced per minute. Materials required: 100 kilograms of pure iron, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy. Ordinary garments top and bottom 1,000 pieces can be produced per minute. Materials required: 50 kilograms of pure iron, 30 kilograms of titanium alloy. Seeing this information, Yi Liangren revealed a satisfied smile. System produce 100,000 protective suits. Ding. Clothing production in progress, consuming a total of 10000 kg of pure iron and 5000 kg of titanium alloy. Total time needed 1 hour 39 minutes and 59 seconds. You currently possess the following metal resources: pure iron 3250 kg, titanium alloy 1650 kg, sandstone 12700 kg. Remaining survival points 25460. The cold wave issue is finally resolved. Yi Liangren stretched and leaned back in his chair. The all-purpose home robot immediately came over and started massaging Yi Liangren's shoulders. So comfortable. Yi Liangren leisurely closed his eyes and began to take a nap. Meanwhile, the Jiangcheng forum became lively once again. Someone had sent another news report. As of yesterday at 11 p.m., the tsunami and floods caused by a significant rise in sea levels have completely submerged our coastal areas and are heading inland. Moreover, it is highly likely that they will converge, marking the greatest marine natural disaster humanity has ever faced. At the same time, according to relevant departments, tonight a cold air current will form a massive atmospheric vortex, causing a sudden drop in temperature. Within 5 days, temperatures will plummet to a minimum of minus 30 degrees Celsius. And the temperature will stabilize between 0 and minus 20 degrees Celsius. This is just the beginning and signifies the arrival of the fifth ice age. Residents are urged to ensure comprehensive warmth and to head to official shelters as soon as possible. Damn, the news is coming in real time again. This news is actually real time. Impressive. Where did you get your internet? Why can I only receive news from within Jiangcheng? The lowest temperature will drop to minus 30 degrees Celsius. And the temperature will stabilize between 0 and minus 20 degrees. How terrifying. Especially the most important part: it's happening tonight. It's obvious you haven't read the news properly. Exactly. Didn't the news say it would happen within 5 days? Even if the cold wave hits, it will take some time. The temperature can't drop instantly. Looks like we need to prepare for warmth. If we catch a cold during the apocalypse, we might be in real trouble. Warmth. The average temperature is below minus 10 degrees. How can we stay warm? Just as everyone was discussing, suddenly a message silenced the forum. Did you not see the news urging you to head to official shelters quickly? Spokesperson Zhong Shang. After a brief silence, the forum exploded with activity. Isn't that Face Brother? Face Brother is here. Awesome. Face Brother, your face isn't swollen again, right? Are you trying to get the big shot to hit you again? I was wondering where this news came from. Turns out it's all been sent by Face Brother. Of course, the official shelters must be privy to the latest information, being official and all. Face Brother, come on. You get slapped in the face every time, yet you still try to convince us to go to the official shelters. Is that interesting? In an instant, hundreds of messages flooded in. Messages about Face Brother began to dominate the forum. Zhong Shang was left clueless about when he had acquired this nickname, nearly spewing out a mouthful of old blood at the sight of all these messages. Last time I didn't expect him to have already built the shelter. But this time, are you sure he can protect you? Wake up. It's impossible. Once the cold wave erupts, all of you will suffer. How can he protect you? Only going to the official shelter is the right choice. Zhong Shang gritted his teeth as he said these words. If it weren't for the increasing number of recruits granting him more status at the official shelter, he wouldn't even bother with these people, letting them fend for themselves. How dare they insult him? To give him such a humiliating nickname as Face Brother. In an instant, many people on the forum replied. Face Brother is recruiting again. Face Brother is impressive, losing battles yet returning to fight again, determined not to give up. But Face Brother, aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face again by the big shot? Exactly. How can you be so sure that the big shot can't protect us? Right. Didn't you forget what happened with the shelter incident just yesterday? You were saying the big shot couldn't build it, yet he did it right away. Have you forgotten? And what about the cold wave? So what if it erupts? Let me tell you, the shelters provided by the big shot are very warm. I sleep without clothes and don't feel cold at all. Yes. Face Brother, you have been slapped in the face so many times. Don't you understand how impressive the big shot is? Zhong Shang could only respond with a meme. Ignorance. JPG. About the shelter, I admit I didn't consider it. But the shelter and this cold wave are completely incomparable. So what if the shelter is warm? Don't you need to go out? If you don't go out, who will provide resources for the big shot you speak of? If you don't provide resources, do you think the big shot will give you food for free? Don't dream. And don't say you will go out to find resources. You can't even imagine how cold the cold wave will be. Or do you think that big shot will provide you with cold resistant? That's even more of a pipe dream. Even if he gave each of you a coat, how much fabric and cotton would that require? He has only been collecting metal resources. What can he use to make these clothes? Not to mention, in a cold wave, a single coat would be useless. He won't provide each of you with a protective suit, right? Don't be ridiculous. It's absolutely impossible. So this time the big shot you all speak of definitely cannot protect you. If you want to survive, the only choice is to go to the official shelter. Think carefully, have I spoken falsely? Or do you truly believe that this powerful figure possesses infinite resources? Can he simply conjure whatever you desire? He is no deity, he is human. Even official shelters cannot guarantee such abundance, how then could a single individual possibly possess it? Ha! Zhongsheng spoke once more. His words plunged the forum into profound silence once again. Too many were left speechless, unable to mount any rebuttal. Indeed, Zhongsheng's words held undeniable truth. Venturing outside during the frost surge demanded absolute uncompromising thermal protection. Yet under their current circumstances they lacked even basic clothing, let alone achieving such extremes. Still, having witnessed countless miracles wrought by the master, most clung to him rather than heed Zhongsheng's logic. More crucially, those who had already sought refuge in official shelters appeared to be suffering terribly. Seeing the prolonged silence, Zhongsheng seized the moment. He spoke again. Well, have you nothing to say? Do my words strike you as irrefutably reasonable? Is there truly no flaw you can expose? No, why? Because this is reality. No matter how benevolent your master may seem, his provision of food stems not from altruism but from mutual interest. You gather supplies for him. But should you lose your capacity to labor, he will cease feeding you without hesitation. And stepping outdoors during the frost surge guarantees certain death, thus you face an inescapable deadlock. A deadlock no one, not even the most brilliant mind, can resolve. Zhongsheng paused, letting the weight of his words settle for several minutes before continuing. I'll tell you plainly why I've urged you toward official shelters. It too is driven by self-interest. The more recruits I bring in, the higher my standing within the shelter becomes. Try seeing it from his perspective. If you were the master and your followers could no longer contribute labor, would you still remember this? Well, this is the apocalypse. The forum fell into deeper, heavier silence. Then, at last, one voice broke through. Even if every word you've said holds true, your entire argument rests upon one unproven assumption that we cannot venture out to scavenge. Yet the master built entire shelters from scratch. Why are you so certain he cannot devise means to shield us from the frost surge? Exactly. Agreed. 10,086. Zhongsheng replied instantly with a meme. Laughing. JPG. Let me share some breaking news with complete honesty. The frost surge's lowest temperature will plummet to minus 150 degrees Celsius. Shield against it. Ha! Do you grasp the sheer impossibility of crafting protective suits capable of withstanding minus 150 degrees? I concede, the master you speak of may indeed succeed in producing such suits. But at best, only a handful, perhaps a dozen. And yet you expect one for every person. How many of you are there truly? Even official shelters possess fewer than 1,200 such suits, and you expect him to equip each of you individually. Should that ever happen, I'll livestream eating excrement. As Zhongsheng's words faded deep inside the shelter, Yi Liangren, reclining lazily in his chair lost in a peaceful afternoon nap, suddenly heard a voice echo in his mind. Ding! Master, your nap has concluded. Prolonged sleep induces mental fatigue, physical lethargy, and reduced metabolic rate. Please rise promptly. Your all-in-one domestic robot offers this health tip. Yi Liangren slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the time. 2:40 p.m. Have I slept this long already? Still, I must admit, falling asleep beneath a massage is utterly sublime. Yi Liangren stretched languidly, then turned his gaze toward the garment fabrication chamber, where instantly a holographic screen materialized. Ding! 100,000 thermal protective suits have been completed. Yi Liangren's eyes lit up, a radiant smile spread across his face. The greatest hurdle of Phase 2 has been resolved. His gaze shifted to the forum on his phone. Just as he prepared to announce the news, Zhongsheng's words caught his eye. Should that ever happen, you'll livestream eating excrement. A peculiar expression crossed Yi Liangren's face. Could you be the legendary Lao Ba? But I refuse to believe it. A faint knowing smile curled at the corner of his lips. He began typing immediately. Just enjoyed a blissful afternoon nap. Today's session of Apocalypse Wellness Wisdom begins now. Cute. JPG. Actually, everyone should try napping at noon. Even just 30 or 60 minutes yields remarkable benefits. Napping restores energy, alleviates fatigue, bolsters immunity, and even helps prevent obesity. During slumber, the brain emits unique metabolic regulatory signals, enabling the body to sustain active metabolism even while resting. So, do take a midday nap if you can. Oh, and what were you all discussing earlier? Sounds fascinating. The moment Yi Liangren posted, the forum erupted. The master has arrived. The master appears. The Apocalypse Wellness expert has opened class once more. The master even naps at noon. How envious we are. Master's afternoon greeting. JPG. Master's afternoon greeting. JPG. Master's afternoon greeting. JPG. 10,086. Did the master dream sweetly? Master, we were just discussing the frost surge. Amidst a flood of greetings, someone finally broached the topic. Yi Liangren typed back instantly. Oh right. I nearly forgot to mention it. The frost surge arrives imminently. Its onset will trigger a catastrophic temperature plunge, rendering scavenging virtually impossible.
Thus I have manufactured 100,000 thermal protective suits. They will be distributed simultaneously across all mining districts tonight at 10 o'clock, exactly one per person. Kindly relay this message to anyone unaware, ensuring no one misses their suit.
Silence absolute and total descended upon the forum. Then in the next instant it detonated. Ha 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 ha. Face brother. Face brother, did you hear that? Face brother, what was it you just declared? Should every person receive one, you'll livestream eating excrement.
Face brother, back to your old tricks of swindling free meals and drinks.
Face brother, when's the livestream? Face brother, how's your face holding up? Sigh. Face brother, why do you never heed sound advice? Exactly. We warned you repeatedly, but you refused to listen, insisting instead on offering your face as target. Truly, only Face brother could pull off such audacity.
Forum comments grew increasingly fervent, so much so that Zhongsheng abruptly logged off.
Hey brother Lian, why did you run? Brother Lian, weren't you just swearing just moments ago that the expert could never exist? Why log off? Let's keep talking. Don't flee brother Lian, we're still waiting for your livestream. Exactly. Sigh, how dull. Every time the expert appears he instantly bolts, how utterly spineless.
True. When the expert isn't around, his words sound so utterly convincing, so unshakably authoritative. Yet the moment the expert shows up, he can't even muster the courage to exchange a single word with him.
As laughter rippled across the forum, growing ever louder and more boisterous.
Suddenly a new message appeared on the forum. Hello everyone, and hello expert. I'm one of those who arrived at the official shelter alongside Zhongsheng a few days ago. Zhongsheng is sitting right beside me now. He handed me a packet of meat-flavored compressed biscuits and asked me to relay this message to you all. He still firmly believes your best and only option is to head to the official shelter.
The cold wave is far more perilous than you imagine.
Even if the expert truly has manufactured protective suits, Zhongsheng refuses to believe mass-produced suits, nearly 100,000 units, could fully withstand the cold wave.
Should they fail even once, you will be the ones frozen to death.
Oh, and Zhongsheng also asked me to tell you this.
He isn't afraid of the expert you speak of, not in the least, and he certainly isn't unwilling to converse with him.
Rather, you trust the expert too absolutely. When he speaks, no other voice can pierce through your conviction. That is precisely why he logged off immediately. The moment this explanation surfaced, the entire forum erupted.
ROFL. JPG. Laughing Guntilio can't breathe. JPG. Baffled Dandamist. JPG. Brother Lian really is something else, isn't he? Exactly. He bolts mid-conversation, then reappears to deliver another line. Indeed.
And even now he hasn't given up, he's still trying to sway us. Brother Lian, honestly, it's astonishing how many times you've been publicly humiliated yet you still stretch your face forward, now even enlisting others to speak for you.
Brother Lian, can you see this? Don't forget your livestream. Anticipating. JPG.
At that moment the person who had just spoken on Zhongsheng's behalf suddenly spoke again. Let me whisper this to you, I don't believe for a second the expert will lose to Zhongsheng. Honestly, I deeply regret coming to the official shelter with Zhongsheng. Every day there's nothing but compressed rations, and worst of all, you can't even choose your flavor.
Meat-flavored compressed biscuits. JPG.
This very packet, Zhongsheng just gave it to me, and only then did I agree to speak for him.
In the official shelter, meat-flavored compressed biscuits are incredibly valuable, I'm telling you.
A single packet trades for at least 2 packets of any other flavor. Ah, how I missed the day before arriving at the official shelter, the meal I ate during the expert's recruitment assessment. I'll likely never forget it in my lifetime.
Drooling. JPG.
His words instantly reignited the forum's energy.
Ha ha ha, I'm literally dying of laughter. Absolutely. You hire someone to speak and even they don't believe Brother Lian. Brother Lian's reputation has truly hit rock bottom, hasn't it?
By the way, you said you missed the food at the official shelter.
Coincidentally, I'm taking the expert's second round of recruitment assessments today. I've just finished and am heading to the cafeteria for lunch. Sweet and sour pork. JPG. Twice cooked pork. JPG. Fish-flavored shredded pork. JPG.
These 3 dishes are on today's cafeteria menu. Here, let them stir your nostalgia.
What a coincidence, I'm in the cafeteria too. Here, let me stir your nostalgia as well. Playful. JPG. Sweet and sour fish. JPG.
Braised pork ribs.
JPG. Mapo tofu. JPG.
The moment those images appeared, the speaker nearly exploded.
Holy hell, you've gone too far. I'm about to burst into tears. Sobbing. JPG. I'd actually been thrilled. I just received an extra compressed biscuit today and it was meat-flavored.
I haven't tasted meat-flavored compressed biscuits in 3 full meals. And then you go and flood me with photos of the mine cafeteria's meals.
Dare you come over here? I swear I'll beat you senseless. Wailing. JPG. Drooling. JPG. At that very moment. Inside the shelter, Yi Lianrun watched the forum banter unfold and couldn't help bursting into laughter. These folks are genuinely entertaining. And Zhongsheng, what a resilient little cockroach he is. Just then a translucent virtual screen materialized beneath Yi Lianrun's field of view. Ding. You have secured victory in your third strategic contest of the apocalypse. This triumph has elevated your prestige among Jiangqing's residents. Simultaneously, your standing has risen significantly among those who travel to the official shelter. This advantage will greatly bolster your future endeavors. Keep pushing forward. Reward 3000 survival points. Remaining survival points 28460. Holy hell, is it that satisfying? Yi Lianrun's eyes lit up upon reading the notification. This is already my third victory. And there's actually a reward. Not to mention, it's a substantial one. Zhongsheng, excellent work. Yi Lianrun's smile widened, radiant and unrestrained. Soon after the clock struck 10 p.m. Yi Lianrun gazed at the virtual pop-up from the medium-scale mining base. A deep satisfaction spreading across his face. Applicant 83,321 Lu Momu mining duration, 31 minutes 52 seconds rest interval, 5 seconds total or yield 81 kilograms. Applicant 83,322 Fong Momu mining duration, 31 minutes 43 seconds rest interval. Applicant 83,323 by Momu mining duration, 30 minutes 1 second. The second round of recruitment assessments has finally concluded. Nearly 90,000 applicants participated this time, and thanks to the precedent set by the first round, almost no one slacked off. Virtually no one mined less than 70 kilograms. I wonder how many survival points this round will net me. Yi Lianrun's grin grew dazzlingly bright, then his gaze shifted to the surveillance feed. Perfect, the transport robots have already delivered the protective suits to both mining zones. With a smile, Yi Lianrun released the official list of qualified applicants. Then without delay he activated the broadcast system across the mining zones. With this, today's recruitment process concludes successfully. Employees qualified for recruitment, please report to the mine area promptly at 10 o'clock every morning. The rules are the same as the first recruitment. If anyone is lazy for more than half an hour each day, it will count as a significant offense, and 3 significant offenses will result in dismissal. At the same time, for every 2 hours of work there is a half-hour break, and the mealtime is half an hour along with an additional hour of rest. Please proceed to the mine cafeteria in an orderly manner to collect your protective gear. After receiving the protective gear, please inform any acquaintances who are unaware of this situation. Lastly, everyone who participated in today's mine assessment will receive 3 points. With that, Yi Lianrun turned off the microphone. And at that moment the 2 mine areas erupted. Shouts erupted instantly. Long live the big boss. Long live the big boss. Long live the big boss. Everyone was incredibly excited. In their hearts there was only one thought about the big boss. Moved. Many of them after the recruitment assessment still went to collect sand and stones. Naturally, the purpose was for points. After all, the point system provided by the big boss could be exchanged for many great items. Other matters could be set aside for now. 1 point could be exchanged for a meal at the mine cafeteria. Moreover, it could be renewed twice. For those who did not pass the recruitment assessment, this was simply a goal to strive for. And this time, directly awarding 3 points was equivalent to giving them 3 meals. The big boss is truly a good person. Indeed, truly a super good person. Yes, he even gave us 3 points for free. I originally collected 300 kilograms of sand and stones today, which is 6 points. Adding the points given by the big boss, I earned a total of 9 points today. I am currently staying at the big boss shelter with 10 people rotating. A little point can cover 10 days, and 9 points mean I can stay for 90 days. Wow, I'm envious. I collected less sand and stones today, but I still earned 4 points with the big boss points. That's 7 points, enough for 70 days. Me too. 1. 10086. Long live the big boss. Long live the big boss. In the shelter, Yi Lianrun smiled as he watched the scene. The points were not something he suddenly thought of giving to everyone. There was also his reasoning behind it. A heavy rain was about to come. In the heavy rain, collecting sand and stones would be difficult. Most people's harvest would definitely be very low. In such a situation, many people would inevitably run out of points. At this moment, giving these people 3 points would be enough for them to get through the rainy weather. However, to be honest, hearing these people shout long live made me inexplicably excited. At that moment, a virtual screen suddenly popped up. Ding! The 3 points you gave to most people for the recruitment assessment made them feel grateful towards you. Your status in their hearts has increased. Reward survival points 1000. Remaining survival points 29460. You provided free protective gear to all residents of Jiangqing, allowing them to safely weather this cold wave, which guaranteed your main source of material collection in the future. At the same time, it has also increased their faith in you. In the apocalypse, population is always the most important labor force. Reward survival points 10,000. Remaining survival points 39460. Upon seeing these 2 messages, Yi Lianrun's eyes instantly lit up. He had anticipated the second reward of giving free protective gear to all residents of Zhangcheng.
However, he never imagined that it would reward him a full 10,000 survival points. As for the first reward, the 3 points given actually yielded 1,000 survival points.
This was completely an unexpected delight. I'm just a few hundred survival points away from reaching 40,000 survival points. That's great. Yi Liangren revealed an immensely radiant smile. Moreover, this time nearly 90,000 people have collected ore and it hasn't been transported back yet. Once it gets transported back, how many survival points will I earn then? However, with this I finally won't have to feel pained anymore.
Once the survival points are in, I can build the entire shelter, allowing these people to move in and avoid freezing to death. Originally I was worried that building a shelter for so many people would deplete my survival points, but now it seems completely sufficient. At this moment 4 transport robots just returned.
Ding! You successfully collected materials 400 kilograms of pure iron. Reward survival points 240. Ding! You successfully collected materials 400 kilograms of pure iron. Reward survival points 240. Remaining survival points 39940. Ding! You successfully collected materials 400 kilograms of titanium alloy. Reward survival points 330. Remaining survival points 40270. Ding! You successfully collected materials 400 kilograms of sand and stones. Reward survival points 40. Remaining survival points 40310. You currently possess metal resources: pure iron 4050 kilograms. Titanium alloy 2050 kilograms. Sand and stones 13,100 kilograms. Remaining survival points 40310. Looking at the displayed information, Yi Liangren's smile grew broader. 40,000 survival points. Ah, that's comfortable. Meanwhile, the all-purpose home robot arrived carrying a foot bath basin. Ding!
It is now 10:20 in the deep night. For your health, please soak your feet before going to sleep.
The all-purpose home robot reminds about health tips. Yi Liangren smiled and nodded. Alright. The next morning, Yi Liangren had just gotten out of bed.
Opening the forum, he saw a bunch of messages.
Damn, it's so cold today. How are you all in Zhangcheng? Is everything okay?
It's freezing to death at the official shelter. The temperature has dropped by at least 10 degrees.
Although it's not 0 degrees Celsius, it's definitely in single digits.
That is to say, I didn't bring any clothes when I came, and the official shelter isn't giving out clothes. I really feel like I'm going to freeze to death.
Yes.
The official shelter is really terrible. They clearly have central air conditioning but won't turn it on, just letting us freeze.
It's bad enough we can't eat enough, but they won't even let us warm up. Don't they care if we freeze to death? Damn, is the official shelter really that bad?
But to be fair, it is indeed very cold today. I was half asleep last night and woke up from the cold hurriedly adding another blanket. Thankfully I didn't go to the official shelter. I have plenty of blankets at home. 2 more.
What the hell, you're already under 2 blankets, yet there are 2 more. Wow, just thinking about it makes me want to cry. My home has so many blankets: 3 thick quilts, 2 light ones, and even 2 sets of woolen throws. But I left in such a rush, I didn't bring a single one. Ah, same here.
Who knew the official shelter would be so terrible? Who told you to go to the official shelter in the first place?
Following the expert isn't far more sensible. Let me tell you, he gifted us 3 survival points yesterday. 3 points. That's enough for 3 full meals at the mining camp canteen, with unlimited refills at each. By the way, did you notice? It's raining outside. You just realized. Did you only wake up now? Sleeping that long, you truly are remarkable.
I woke up at 7, by then the streets were already soaked.
I knew too. Sigh, another day of utter idleness.
Still, credit where it's due, the protective suits the expert provided are incredible.
Absolutely. And they're so light. I'm wearing just a t-shirt and shorts underneath, and yet once I slip on the suit, unbelievably warm. Of course. Do you have any idea who gave them to us? The expert himself. Exactly, he's the expert. Ugh, I want to slap myself.
Why did I follow Zhong Shang to the official shelter? Inside the shelter, Yi Liangren ate breakfast while scanning forum updates, his brow furrowing slightly as his gaze shifted to the surveillance. Rain had already begun and was intensifying rapidly.
A torrential downpour would surely follow within hours. Though a few people still scavenged gravel and sand along the streets.
Clearly productivity had plummeted in this weather, and very few remained outdoors. So soon, the monsoon season has already arrived.
This won't do. If the deluge has begun, the floodwaters cannot be far behind.
Yet I haven't even erected a single steel wall around Zhangcheng. How could such flimsy defenses possibly withstand the surging tide? Worse still, rainfall has drastically slowed gravel collection, making it highly unlikely we'll ever complete the steel walls encircling Zhangcheng.
I must find a solution immediately to enable gravel collection during rain.
First, the flooding. Excessive standing water renders gravel collection nearly impossible, most of it lies submerged.
And now? Yi Liangren glanced at the surveillance feed and shook his head in dismay. Zhangqing's drainage system is catastrophically flawed or rather severely damaged by last week's earthquake with many pipes crushed and collapsed.
As a result, nearly every street has devolved into a network of shallow sluggish channels.
But this can be fixed.
Yi Liangren turned his attention to the city construction hub inside the super research base.
City construction hub available structures. T2 steel wall tier 2 level 5 requires 200 kg gravel, 100 kg pure iron, 20 kg titanium alloy. T2 earthquake resistant dwelling tier 2 level 5 requires 200 kg gravel, 100 kg pure iron, 50 kg titanium alloy. T2 flood containment trough tier 2 level 5 requires 200 kg gravel, 100 kg pure iron, 50 kg titanium alloy. T2 water purification unit tier 2 level 5 requires 100 kg titanium alloy, 100 kg aluminum alloy and 2 energy stones. T2 regional heating system tier 2 level 5 requires 100 kg titanium alloy, 100 kg aluminum alloy and 5 energy stones. Note each steel wall measures 20 meters long, 4 meters high and 1 meter thick. To fully encircle Zhangqing, 500 units are required, 120 per side. Note each flood containment trough covers a 2-kilometer radius. To protect all of Zhangqing, 50 units are needed. Note each water purification unit serves 2,000 people daily. To meet Zhangqing's entire population's needs, 10 units are required. Note each regional heating system warms a 2-kilometer radius. To heat all of Zhangqing, 100 units are required, or just 10 if residents are concentrated. Note each earthquake-resistant dwelling comfortably houses 10 people up to 20 in emergency conditions. Yi Liangren stared at the hub's interface, stunned. T2. Wasn't it T1 at the start? He paused, then his eyes suddenly widened. Level 5. Did the city construction hub upgrade alongside the super research base itself? Incredible. Though material requirements for T2 structures have nearly doubled, their efficacy has also doubled or even surpassed that threshold. Most critically, flood containment troughs now require only 50 units to safeguard Zhangqing. T2 flood containment trough tier 2 level 5 requires 200 kg gravel, 100 kg pure iron, 50 kg titanium alloy. Yi Liangren calculated the total materials needed, approximately 10000 kg gravel, 5000 kg pure iron and 2500 kg titanium alloy. Then he checked the inventory panel at the bottom of his view. He froze, entirely stunned. Instantly a cascade of notifications flooded his screen. Alert! You successfully collected 400 kilograms of pure iron. Reward 240 survival points. Alert! You successfully collected 400 kilograms of titanium alloy. Reward 330 survival points. Remaining survival points 70270. Alert! You successfully collected 400 kilograms of gravel. Reward 40 survival points. Remaining survival points 88310. Current metal inventory. Pure iron 44050 kg. Titanium alloy 28050 kg. Gravel 33100 kg. Remaining survival points 88310. Yi Liangren stood utterly dumbfounded. What the hell?
In just one night, 4 transport drones returned 80 to 90,000 kilograms of raw materials.
Are third-generation drones that powerful?
And survival points, nearly 50,000 earned overnight.
My total is nearing 90,000.
Seeing this mountain of resources and points, Yi Liangren surged with exhilaration. Build. 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 First priority, deploy the flood containment trough. Even though the city construction hub has upgraded, gravel remains insufficient to encircle Zhangqing with T2 steel walls, so manual collection must continue.
System, construct 50 T2 flood containment troughs now. Confirm construction of 50 T2 flood containment troughs. Material cost 10000 kg gravel, 5000 kg pure iron, 2500 kg titanium alloy. Confirmed. Ding. Construction successful. Your current remaining metal resources: pure iron 39050 kg. Titanium alloy 25550 kg. Sand and gravel 23100 kg. Ding. The flood control tank has been automatically distributed throughout Jiang City, allowing for immediate guidance of water flow underground.
Yi Liangren's eyes lit up as he looked at the surveillance screen.
In an instant his smile was radiant. The T2 level flood control tank is truly impressive. Just as it was distributed, he could visibly see the entire Jiang City, where roads that once belonged to small ditches were now directing water flow underground. In just a few minutes the ground was still wet, but merely wet. Meanwhile, Yi Liangren immediately took out his phone. He was just about to open the forum when he suddenly noticed the date. Today is December 24th. Then tonight is Christmas Eve. Yi Liangren smiled slightly. He could give out some benefits to encourage everyone. After all, those living a hard life in the apocalypse should still be cared for. Yi Liangren took an apple from the store. He opened the forum and immediately began typing. A flood is about to arrive. Given that it has mostly been rainy recently and resources are hard to collect, I've decided to change the rules. Originally collecting 100 kilograms could be exchanged for 2 points. Now it will be changed to just 50 kilograms for 2 points.
I hope everyone will work hard to gather resources, especially sand and gravel. As soon as these words were spoken, the forum exploded. Damn. The difficulty of point exchange has been halved. Can you believe it? Just 50 kilograms of sand and gravel can be exchanged for 2 points. Long live the big shot. Long live the big shot. Long live the big shot. 1. 10,086. Everyone charge ahead. What if it rains? Exactly, with the difficulty halved, we might even earn more points on rainy days than sunny ones. Seeing the heated discussions in the forum, Yi Liangren smiled slightly and sent another message: everyone please calm down. I have one more thing to announce. In an instant the forum fell silent. Only a few people sent some emoji. Waiting for the big shot to speak. Well behaved and understanding. I am a good little baby. Yi Liangren couldn't help but smile at these emojis and typed: today is December 24th and tonight is Christmas Eve. Don't forget to eat apples tonight. I have also prepared an apple for each of you. You can go to various mining bases to collect them. Alright, I have finished my announcement, you may now speak. After Yi Liangren sent the message, the entire forum exploded. Damn. Fruit. 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 The big shot is actually giving out fruit. Ah. I haven't eaten fruit in 3 or 4 days. Although I can exchange points, I just can't bear to do it. It costs 3 points to exchange for half a kilogram of fruit, while 1 point can be exchanged for a kilogram of rice. I can't believe the big shot is actually giving it for free today. The big shot is amazing. Long live the big shot. Long live the big shot. Long live the big shot. Ah. How great would it be if every day were Christmas Eve, then I could get a free apple every day. 1. Watching the messages in the forum, Yi Liangren couldn't help but smile. Every day is Christmas Eve. Do you really think I have enough fruit to eat? As soon as he finished speaking, a virtual screen popped up. Ding. You gave every resident of Jiang City an apple on Christmas Eve, allowing them to successfully feel the festive atmosphere. Moreover, your action has made the residents of Jiang City extremely joyful and their work efficiency has increased. Additionally, among those heading to the official shelter, your reputation has increased again. Reward survival points 2,000. Remaining survival points 90310. Looking at the reward message, Yi Liangren was first stunned, and in the next moment he was both confused and pleasantly surprised. Giving apples and feeling the festive atmosphere, and I can still receive rewards. Yi Liangren glanced at the last message in the forum. How great would it be if every day were Christmas Eve, then I could get a free apple every day. Yi Liangren suddenly felt a deep resonance. If every day were a holiday, wouldn't that mean I could get free survival points every day? Wait. Yi Liangren looked again at the reward message. Among those heading to the official shelter, your reputation has increased again. I gave apples to the residents of Jiang City, and it can also increase my reputation in the official shelter. As soon as Yi Liangren voiced his confusion, the forum exploded again. Damn, why? I just asked the manager of the official shelter for apples, saying tonight is Christmas Eve, a festive occasion, can't we have something good to eat? Are there any apples? Even if there are no apples, at least let us have a meal. Stop feeding us compressed biscuits or I might vomit. Do you know what the people at the official shelter replied to me? Crying heavily. They said, since you don't want to eat compressed biscuits, you don't have to eat breakfast. Your breakfast is gone. You had compressed biscuits today for breakfast. As soon as this news came out, the residents of Jiang City immediately sent their congratulations. Ha ha ha, you made me laugh to death. Brother, I can only say to you, awesome. Wow, brother, you are really amazing. You even dared to ask the manager of the official shelter for apples. Exactly, this is just like asking the boss for a raise at work. Do you think the boss will agree? You haven't even been in the official shelter for a few days, not even a week. Yeah, and how could you possibly be the one to bring this up? Some things are not available just because you bring them up. It has to be that the higher-ups already have that intention. You think everyone is as kind as the big shot. How is that possible? Right, you should also consider that the official shelter can't possibly give you apples. If they really did, others would want them too, and they probably don't have that many apples. Ah. Please stop kicking me while I'm down, my mentality is breaking. Apples. Do you know how long it has been since I ate an apple? 5 days, a whole 5 days. Suddenly remembering that my fridge still has the fruit salad left over from my last takeout. Why didn't I eat it before coming to the shelter? Crying heavily. Apples. You can actually get free apples. Wow. I want to cry. Why did I come to the official shelter? Damn Zhongshang. Right. If it weren't for Zhongshang constantly misleading us, how could we have come here? If we hadn't come here following the big shot, our lives would definitely be much more comfortable. 10086. Looking at the messages in the forum, Yi Liangren almost burst into laughter. The apocalypse had begun 7 days ago, yet people were still thinking about the fruit salad left from ordering takeout 7 days prior. Can that stuff still be eaten? Aren't you afraid of food poisoning? Are you all really struggling so badly in the official shelter?
Yi Lianren couldn't help but ask in the forum. As soon as he said this, the forum exploded. Big shot. The big shot has appeared. Not only has the big shot appeared, but he also took the initiative to ask about our treatment in the official shelter. Flabbergasted. 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 Well, about the treatment. How should I put it? It's hard to describe. Crying. The treatment, alas. Let's put it this way, the official shelter is truly treating us as nothing more than pure labor. Yes, yes. Every day everyone has many tasks that must be completed. Now that the cold wave has come and floods are about to surge, the official shelter has specifically opened up a large sandy area where everyone must help transport sand, build walls and waterproof. If the task quota isn't met, they won't even give us food. Actually, I can understand this point. After all, everyone relies on the shelter to survive. If the shelter is submerged by the flood, no one will be able to live. But can't they give us a bit more food? Exactly, every meal consists of just one compressed biscuit. It's not enough to fill us or keep us warm, and we still have to be manual labor. Crying. I really regret it now. I regret it so much. How could I have been so impulsive to come to the official shelter? If I had known it would be like this, I would never have come. Right. Isn't it much better to follow the big shot? 10086. The residents of Jiangcheng who had gone to the official shelter spoke up one after another. Without exception, they were all complaining. Yi Lianren couldn't help but feel some sympathy for these people. It was too tragic. At this moment, the residents of Jiangcheng also joined in. Who told you not to choose to follow the big shot? Following the big shot is really great. Right, not only do we get food every day, but when an earthquake strikes and the houses collapse, the big shot even provides us with shelter. Especially today, the big shot even generously offered free fruit. It's fantastic. Exactly, what does the apocalypse matter? With the big shot around, it's a small issue. The big shot is our eternal god. Sorry, following the big shot means you can do as you please. Speaking of which, it's noon, it's time to eat. Right, I wonder what delicious food the cafeteria will have today. I arrived. Wow, is the cafeteria's food this good today? Boiled beef, sour cabbage fish, bean sprout pork soup. The food today is incredibly warm and comfortable. Did the chef know that the temperature is dropping today, so most of the dishes are stews to provide us warmth? So loving. Amazing. Especially this bean sprout pork soup. While this pork is tender and not greasy, refreshing and rich in flavor. It's so delicious. Even the food from a 5-star chef can't compare. Wow. The mining area here is the same, although there aren't many stews. There's actually dry pot ribs and shrimp, dry pot beef, dry pot spicy chicken wings. Just smelling this aroma makes my appetite soar. Today I want to add 2 big bowls of white rice. Speaking of which, for the brothers who went to the official shelter, actually it's not bad there. At least on rainy days you won't get drenched. Yes, and you all still have compressed biscuits to eat every day. Actually, the food here really isn't that great. It's really not necessarily better than the compressed biscuits you have. Forget it, I can't hold back any longer. What you're saying is a bit excessive, isn't it? Clearly we are all brothers struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Even if we eat well, live well and have warm and lightweight protective clothing, and the big shot provides us with food for free, you don't have to flaunt it to them, right? Can't you show them some sympathy? The forum exploded. Especially those in the official shelter, their mentality completely collapsed. Upstairs, especially the last person who spoke. Aren't you the one being the most excessive? What do you mean? Even if we eat well, live well and have warm and lightweight protective clothing, and the big shot provides food for free, isn't that enough for you? Exactly, my mentality is exploding. Looking at the compressed biscuit in my hand, I just feel it's tasteless. You guys are too much. It's one thing for you to eat good food, but why do you have to post pictures? I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the sun. Cried out loud. Yi Lianren couldn't help but twitch his mouth at this moment. This group of people. What's there to flaunt? I provide you with food, is it just to let you show off? You really don't know how to sympathize with others. Yi Lianren couldn't help but type, that's indeed excessive. We're all brothers, do you really need to torment them like this? Their daily food consists of only compressed biscuits, which is already very tough. As soon as this was said, people from the official shelter began to express their gratitude. The big shot is right. Exactly. The big shot is the kindest. Yes, you guys are too much oomph. I hate you all. At this moment, the residents of Jiangcheng couldn't help but start apologizing. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was wrong too, I shouldn't have posted pictures, you were already having a hard time. Sigh, how could I not control my hands? I'm sorry, I really shouldn't flaunt it. Thinking back a while ago, I was also having a tough time, why am I now adding insult to injury? Sigh, it's okay, this indeed was our wrong choice. Yes, who told us to be deceived by Zhongsheng into coming to the official shelter? No, we don't blame you. Looking at the harmonious forum, Yi Lianren nodded in satisfaction. This is how it should be, we are all brothers in the apocalypse, how can we flaunt? Before he could finish his sentence,
Suddenly the all-purpose home robot came over carrying a large pot and several plates of side dishes. When Yi Liangrun saw the big pot, his body shook directly. This. Today's lunch is actually this. With a snap, Yi Liangrun instantly took a photo and posted it in the forum. Spicy beef hot pot. The forum fell silent. At that moment Yi Liangrun couldn't help but pick up his chopsticks, grab a large piece of fatty meat, and with a snap he took a picture. Signature tender beef. Royal fat lamb rolls. Then while waiting for the food to cook, Yi Liangrun began typing. Indeed, eating hot pot in winter is essential. The Apocalypse Health class is in session. I tell you, hot pot is truly a wonderful food. Eating it in winter not only keeps you warm but also helps expel dampness and toxins from your body. In summer, when temperatures are high and sweating is excessive, it's easy to lose minerals and water from the body. Eating hot pot also allows for the absorption of rich moisture and minerals, thus balancing the ion levels in the body. Moreover, eating hot pot can refresh your mind, replenish a large amount of vitamin B, and nourish your nerves. It also allows for the absorption of abundant amino acids, promoting metabolism and revitalizing your spirit. Indeed, eating hot pot is beneficial all year round. However, it shouldn't be consumed for extended periods or it can easily lead to excessive internal heat. As he spoke, Yi Liangrun picked up a piece of royal fat lamb roll that had been cooked. Snap, he took another picture and then put it into his mouth. Spicy and fragrant fat lamb roll. Dipping fat lamb rolls in hot pot is my favorite. The rolls are thin and cook quickly, ready to eat in just a few seconds. Moreover, they perfectly absorb the aroma and juices of the hot pot, completely covering up the mutton's gamey taste. It can truly be regarded as the pinnacle of food. Indeed, winter is the time for hot pot. After sending the message, Yi Liangrun continued to enjoy his hot pot with satisfaction. He then couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh. Alas. I really can't be blamed. I truly didn't intend to take pictures. Nor did I plan to flaunt my lunch. What I said earlier was sincere. I genuinely don't want everyone to boast about food, because those friends who went to the official shelter have really poor meals. I truly didn't expect today's lunch to be hot pot. This kind of delicacy I simply can't help but share with everyone. Looking at the silent forum, Yi Liangrun took a deep breath and typed again. However, to be honest, for those friends in the official shelter, if possible you should mention it to the shelter manager. Let them change the food you eat every day. Eating too many compressed biscuits isn't good. The Apocalypse Health class is once again in session. Compressed biscuits are made from puffed flour and eating too many can lead to malnutrition, lack of vitamin intake, and symptoms like constipation. Moreover, the main issue is that compressed biscuits contain trans fats. They can raise blood cholesterol levels, increase the risk of coronary heart disease, and even lead to conditions like heart disease and diabetes. Therefore, if possible, it's best not to consume them for long periods. If you can eat regular meals, do so. After saying this, Yi Liangrun turned off his phone and began to earnestly enjoy his hot pot. Meanwhile, the forum was in chaos. What can I even say? The big shot is amazing. I suddenly feel that the cafeteria meals are no longer appealing. Yes, although today's cafeteria food is quite good and warm. But can anything compare to the fragrance of hot pot? Can anything be warmer than hot pot for the body? So, did the big shot say we were excessive because our flaunting was too low level? It should be. After all, what's so great about ordinary meals? The big shot must be tired of them by now. That's right, worthy of being a big shot. This kind of food is what you call enjoyment. The ordinary meals we eat indeed have nothing to boast about. The big shot is amazing. 10086. The residents of Jiangcheng were fervently discussing. On the other side, those residents who went to the official shelter were not only enraged but also felt utterly crushed. Can you act like a person? I might as well just crash into the tofu. Big shot, didn't you say not to flaunt? You said we were already having a hard time, so why do you tell others not to flaunt while you flaunt here instead? Wow. I'm crying. Looking at those meals, I could at least accept it. After all, before going to the official shelter I had also eaten in the mining cafeteria, but hot pot. I remember the last time I had hot pot was 3 months ago. Big shot, can you be a person? Hot pot has arrived. Is it really the apocalypse over there? It doesn't feel like it to me. Thus the entire forum began to show signs of polarization. On one side was fervent admiration. On the other side were lamentations. And so time passed to 1 o'clock. After indulging in hot pot for over half an hour, Yi Liangrun finally set down his chopsticks, patted his slightly bulging stomach. I feel so comfortable after eating. I must say this time eating hot pot was far more enjoyable than any time before. I didn't expect even such a complex hot pot base could be handled by an all-purpose home robot. Indeed, creating the all-purpose home robot was truly my best initial choice. Yi Liangrun stretched comfortably and glanced at the surveillance screen. At that moment it had started to rain heavily outside. However, due to the lack of standing water on the ground and the fact that he had had the difficulty of obtaining points, the outside was filled with people collecting sand and stones. A picture was shared on the forum labeled Black Round Ball. The person who posted it remarked this thing is incredibly heavy, much heavier than regular minerals, though small. It weighs about 4 to 5 kilograms. I've never seen anything like this before and it feels quite strange to touch. Does this thing have any use, big shot? Suddenly someone on the forum replied, congratulations to the brother above, you've struck gold. This is a good item, even a big shot like me would want it. Really? Of course not, it's just a piece of coal. Did you really think it was treasure? Exactly, you dug out a piece of coal and even tagged a big shot. Are you kidding me? This is definitely not a piece of coal. I know coal and this is not its weight. Then it's just a broken stone. The person was left speechless. At the same time, inside the shelter, Yi Lianrun looked excited. He certainly knew what this was. Energy stone. Finally someone has dug one up in the first mining area. Yi Lianrun immediately replied, brother, congratulations, you really struck gold. This is a good item, it's the essence of the entire mining area, akin to the heart of the mining zone. Many constructions require this thing. From now on you can take a paid leave of 3 days and it'll reward you with an additional 20 points. Of course, during your paid leave you can still eat at the cafeteria, which is still free for employees. As for this item, just throw it into the mining area storage room, we'll send someone to collect it. As soon as this was said, the forum exploded. Shocked. 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 Wow, is this really a good item? 1. I initially thought it was just a broken stone. 1. I thought the same, I didn't expect it to be the essence of the entire mining area. Moreover, the big shot is willing to collect it for a full 20 points and even gave 3 days of paid leave. Wow, this is amazing. Meanwhile, the person who dug up the energy stone was stunned. Is what you said true? I feel like I'm dreaming. It's like suddenly winning the lottery. It doesn't seem real. Big shot, you aren't joking, are you? If I take this leave, will I be fired? Haha, you're killing me with laughter. You got such a good deal and you're still questioning it. Exactly, can a big shot's words be false? Brother, go take your leave, stop showing off here and making others envious. No way, I need to search too to see if there's anything good. Don't worry, I'm not lying to you. At this time Yi Lianrun also replied, this thing is truly valuable. However, everyone shouldn't become too obsessed with this item. This thing is very rare, there are usually only a few in each mining area and they come from the deepest parts. So everyone should just mine honestly, as this thing is hard to come by. After saying this, Yi Lianrun closed the forum, looking at the excited expressions on the monitoring screens from the 3 mining bases, and he smiled with satisfaction. The first energy stone has finally appeared. At the same time, it can help the mining area employees break free from their monotonous mining lives. After all, every day is a tedious routine of mining, digging and more digging. Although there are food incentives, it still creates a sense of fatigue, greatly reducing mining efficiency. At this time, it's necessary to help these people find a new goal. The energy stone can be considered the best goal. To regain motivation, they must dig quickly to reach the depths of the mining area and search for the energy stone, thus continuously increasing mining efficiency. This is also the reason why Yi Lianrun specially rewarded this person. Suddenly 3 virtual screens popped up. High-grade, high-yield rice seeds increases yield by 10 times. Research completed seeds have been automatically converted. High-grade, high-yield vegetable seeds increases yield by 10 times. Research completed seeds have been automatically converted. High-grade, high-yield fruit seeds increases yield by 10 times. Research completed seeds have been automatically converted. Yi Lianrun's eyes brightened. Wow, the seeds have automatically researched to a high grade and have successfully completed research. Moreover, high-grade, high-yield seeds can directly increase yield by 10 times. In that case, I don't have to worry about food for now. At least it will be sufficient to meet the daily consumption of the residents of Jiangcheng. Soon it was 10 o'clock at night. As the residents of Jiangcheng happily arrived at the mining base to collect apples, the heavy rain intensified again. In an instant, torrential rain poured down. Meanwhile, residents heading to the official shelter sent a message again. Brothers, are you okay? The flood has reached inland. There is satellite video playing at the official shelter and the flood has reached the neighboring province. I saw that satellite video too, it's terrifying. The flood hit Wangshui city and in just 1 minute the entire city was submerged. This isn't just a flood, it's like a super tsunami. Houses were instantly swept away. Brothers, you better be careful with the rain this heavy, don't get flooded. Yes, definitely be careful, it's really scary. If the flood reaches here, I wonder if the official shelter can hold up. As news from the official shelter appeared, the forum quickly became lively. Scary. 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 Wow, is it that terrifying? Has the flood really reached inland? It's so frightening, I'm so scared, all I can do is quietly eat my apple. Has it really reached the neighboring province? The flood is so fast. I'm a bit worried. But speaking of which, the free apples from the big shot are really delicious. Big, sweet and round apples. Of course they're delicious since they're from the big shot. No way, I have to write today's events down in my notebook. December 24th evening, today marks the 7th day since the apocalypse began. The big shot gave each person an apple. This is the first apple I've eaten in these 7 days of the apocalypse and it's super delicious. I'm grateful to the big shot.
Is there really someone writing a diary? Bro, have you gone too far with the show-off?
By the way, for those in the official shelter, it's Christmas Eve tonight, don't forget to eat apples.
Yes. Eating apples on Christmas Eve is essential for safety.
The flood situation was instantly overshadowed. The people in the official shelter were left speechless upon seeing these messages.
After a long while, someone finally sent a meme. Spitting blood.
Then countless memes started flooding the screen. Spitting blood 3 times.
Angry to the point of spitting blood. I don't want to live anymore.
You guys have gone too far. Even if you're showing off to be so sarcastic about us eating apples.
I would love to eat some too, but that's only if there are. This is outrageous. How heartless.
The news from the official shelter had just come out. Residents of Jiang City sent a flurry of memes.
I feel helpless. What can I do? Just keep eating apples. My heart is completely unmoved and even wants to laugh.
With a powerhouse backing me, I feel unperturbed. Yes, with a powerhouse here, what does the flood matter? You guys in the official shelter are overreacting. You have no idea how impressive the powerhouse is. What can we do? They went to the official shelter.
The forum fell silent. Inside the shelter,
Yi Liangrun glanced at the messages on the forum, unable to suppress a smirk. The residents of Jiang City indeed held him in high regard.
They even regarded him as an omnipotent figure.
Not even concerning themselves with the flood, instead bragging about him.
Though, this feeling of being praised does feel quite nice. But this is a bit too much. Yi Liangrun chuckled to himself and immediately replied on the forum, everyone should pay attention.
The flood is indeed a serious matter, do not take it lightly. While I mentioned building walls to block the flood, we are still lacking materials, especially sand and gravel.
I ask everyone to keep up the effort.
As soon as these words were said, the forum instantly became lively again and the atmosphere shifted dramatically.
Wow, the powerhouse actually spoke up.
The powerhouse warned us about the flood. Did everyone understand?
Understood. 10,086. Looks like the flood is really dangerous.
Yes, we need to dig more sand and gravel tomorrow.
I didn't expect we were still short on sand and gravel. That's right. Natural disasters cannot be underestimated. Rest assured, powerhouse, we will give our all. The sand and gravel will definitely be enough. You guys are too much. The people in the official shelter couldn't help but start replying. Yes, too much.
Just now when we kindly reminded you, you completely brushed it off, even mocking us while flaunting your apples.
Now the moment the powerhouse speaks, you change your tune.
The powerhouse is indeed reasonable, and he even knows to remind you, otherwise I would have been infuriated. Sai, why is it that the people in the official shelter are so unreasonable? Yeah, if the leader of the official shelter were also a powerhouse, how great would that be? Sai, I'm so tired of eating compressed biscuits that I'm about to throw up. Suddenly they demanded we work overnight to build waterproofing.
Isn't that too much?
There's so little food and they won't even let us rest. Do they not fear we will tire ourselves to death? Are we just being treated as pure labor? Suddenly someone from the official shelter sent a message. As soon as this was said, the forum exploded.
What? Overnight construction for waterproofing?
Has the flood threat reached that level?
So soon?
Wait, didn't the powerhouse just say we were still lacking a lot of sand and gravel? If the flood really comes and the powerhouse hasn't finished building the wall, won't we be in trouble?
1. Inside the shelter, Yi Liangrun looked at the messages on the forum, frowning. The official shelter actually demanded overnight waterproof construction.
The flood broke out so quickly. Not being able to see the flood's trajectory with my own eyes and having to rely on the messages from the official shelter is quite troublesome.
Yi Liangrun shook his head, his gaze falling on the surveillance screen. Comprehensive satellite monitoring area 20000 kilometers in radius. Upgradable. Upgrade options quality 600, expand monitoring range 800.
Note each upgrade expands the satellite's monitoring range by 10000 kilometers. System upgrade the monitoring range of the comprehensive satellite monitoring.
Yi Liangrun immediately spoke. Ding. You have spent 800 survival points to upgrade the comprehensive satellite monitoring. Upgrade success. Comprehensive satellite monitoring area 30000 kilometers in radius. Upgradable. Upgrade options quality 600, expand monitoring range 1600.
Note each upgrade expands the satellite's monitoring range by 10000 kilometers.
Remaining survival points 89,510.
After the system prompt, the monitoring area suddenly distorted. In the next moment, the monitoring area added more than a dozen screens covering all areas within a 30000 kilometer radius of Jiang City.
Yi Liangrun looked at the monitoring screen, his expression instantly changing. Although the flood has not invaded our province due to a full day of intense rainfall, small-scale floods have already begun to appear in our province. Moreover, it's not far from Jiang City and is even flowing this way.
No wonder the official shelter wants to build waterproofing overnight. Although the small floods are not fast, they are not far away. At the speed they will arrive in about a day. Gazing at the information on the surveillance screen, Yi Liangren's expression grew solemn. He then shifted his focus to the materials currently at hand and the resources needed to construct the steel wall.
You currently possess metal resources: pure iron 39050 kg, titanium alloy 25550 kg, sand 23100 kg. 1T2 level steel wall level 5. Required materials: sand 200 kg, pure iron 100 kg, titanium alloy 20 kg.
Note each steel wall is 20 meters long, 4 meters high and 1 meter wide.
To enclose the entire Jiang city, 500 walls are needed.
Each side requires 120 walls. Yi Liangren crossed his arms and pinched his chin, pondering for a moment before letting out a sigh. The small flood isn't too big and its direction is mainly northwest. The northern terrain is too high and given the water level of the small flood it poses no threat.
Therefore constructing the wall on the western side should be sufficient to hold it back. In total we need 120 walls. No 140 walls.
The two sides of this wall also need extra materials to prevent the flood from seeping through. 140 T2 level steel walls require materials: sand 28000 kg, pure iron 14000 kg, titanium alloy 2800 kg. Although we are still short on sand, fortunately it's not by much. Once the transport robots make a few more trips we should be good to go. Fortunately the direction of the small flood is mainly northwest. If it were to the southwest this flood would definitely pose a danger.
Half an hour passed. Ding! You have successfully collected resources: 400 kilograms of pure iron. Reward survival points 240. Ding! You have successfully collected resources: 400 kilograms of pure iron. Reward survival points 240. Remaining survival points 91510. Ding! You have successfully collected resources: 400 kilograms of titanium alloy. Reward survival points 330. Remaining survival points 92330. Ding! You have successfully collected resources: 400 kilograms of sand. Reward survival points 40. Remaining survival points 93470. You currently possess metal resources: pure iron 43250 kg, titanium alloy 27450 kg, sand 28600 kg. Remaining survival points 93510. At 11 o'clock in the evening. For the first time in these 2 days Yi Liangren stayed up late. After the 4 transport robots returned with the supplies for the 9th time, Yi Liangren began to construct the T2 level steel wall. System: construct 140 T2 level steel walls. Yi Liangren said immediately. Ding! Constructing 140 T2 level steel walls requires materials: sand 28000 kg, pure iron 14000 kg, titanium alloy 2800 kg. Do you confirm the construction? Yi Liangren nodded. In the next moment a virtual screen popped up again. Ding! The construction of 140 T2 level steel walls was successful. You currently have remaining metal resources: pure iron 29250 kg, titanium alloy 24650 kg, sand 600 kilograms. Ding! Do you want to manually install the T2 level steel walls? Yes. Yi Liangren replied. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge virtual screen appeared in his view. The screen displayed a compressed map of the entire Jiang city. Then along the edges of Jiang city transparent rectangular light points appeared somewhat resembling modules from a tower defense game, indicating where T2 level steel walls could be installed. Yi Liangren aligned himself with the northwest direction, confirmed the position and began to install them one by one. It took nearly 20 minutes to complete the installations. When the last T2 level steel wall was installed, Yi Liangren finally relaxed his grip and took a deep breath. That was exhausting. To think I could only install them one by one. Back to the point, the materials aren't sufficient. If there were enough materials to build walls on all 4 sides of Jiang city, I could just let the system install them automatically. However, although it was tiring this time, the small flood should pose no threat. Yi Liangren gently exhaled and massaged his sore arms. Then he called over the all-purpose home robot for a massage before going to sleep. The next morning. The heavy rain not only had not diminished but had intensified several times, accompanied by howling winds. The wind was so strong combined with the rain that it created a feeling of being unable to move an inch. Nevertheless, many people in Jiang city braved the winds to go out and collect sand. However, as soon as they stepped outside, they were taken aback. In the northwest of Jiang city, an incredibly tall city wall had appeared. In almost an instant, someone couldn't help but take a photo and post it on the forum. Within moments, the forum erupted in excitement. What the hell? Shachik. 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 What the hell, did I just time travel overnight? What the hell, the city wall is dark and heavy, it must be at least 7 or 8 stories high, right? How many meters is that? At least 15 meters, right? This is too powerful. In one night Jiang city has gained such a high city wall. Not only high. I live right next to the city wall and I just checked, it's at least 1 meter thick. It's simply terrifying. Was this built by a big shot? Of course it was built by a big shot. Who else could accomplish such a feat? What the hell, this is too awesome. A big shot is amazing. Heart-wrenching. Big shot is amazing. Big shot is amazing. 1. 10,086. No wonder the big shot said there was still a shortage of sand. It turns out he needed to build a wall of this magnitude. Exactly, I initially thought that building a wall a few meters high would be impressive, but now I see I was too weak. However, from this it seems that this flood is likely extremely dangerous. Otherwise the big shot wouldn't have built the wall so high and thick. This indicates that if it were lower it would be submerged by the flood, and if it were thinner it would be washed away by the flood. Looking at it this way, it seems we still need more sand. Brothers, let's charge ahead. We need to continue collecting sand and not let the big shot down. Let's get the other 3 walls built as soon as possible. Yes. Charge ahead. Moments later. Inside the shelter. Yi Liangrun woke up. He habitually glanced at the surveillance screen. The rain was heavier and the winds had increased, which made Yi Liangrun's heart race. Yet nearly all the residents of Jiang City were out quickly collecting sand. Yi Liangrun was taken aback. He opened the forum to take a look. A smile of satisfaction involuntarily crept across his lips. This is quite the pleasant surprise. I didn't expect that the walls I built to withstand the small flood would also enhance the efficiency of these people's sand collection. Yi Liangrun glanced at the system information accumulated from last night. Ding! You have successfully collected 400 kilograms of pure iron. Reward survival points 240. Ding! You have successfully collected 400 kilograms of titanium alloy. Reward survival points 330. Ding! You have successfully collected 400 kilograms of sand. Reward survival points 40. Your current remaining metal resources: pure iron 39250 kilograms. Titanium alloy 34650 kilograms. Remaining survival points 126470. I didn't expect that after the rain, with the difficulty of scoring halved and my own encouragement, the collection speed of sand has doubled. In just one night I directly collected over 30000 kilograms of sand. The survival points have reached 120000. Now tonight I can build another wall. Yi Liangrun beamed with a radiant smile. He then stretched, washed up and started having breakfast. Just then a message suddenly arrived from the official shelter. The flood is about to rush into the neighboring Huiyun city. Instantly the forum erupted once again. Yi Liangrun's expression changed in an instant. According to his estimation, a small flood reaching Huiyun city should at least happen this afternoon. Could it be that due to the expansion of the heavy rain combined with the strong winds, the small flood has gradually transformed into a medium flood, accelerating its arrival? Yi Liangrun's gaze instantly fell on the surveillance screen, observing the current situation in Huiyun city. The flood was still about 1,000 meters away from Huiyun city. However, Huiyun city had already turned into ruins. Under the torrential rain, in many places the water had spread over a meter high. Many houses and private shelters in lower areas had all been submerged. Although most people in Huiyun city had gone to the official shelter, many still remained, including those living in private shelters. At this moment these people were all dragging their families to find higher ground, trying to escape the flood. But those who had reached higher ground were already seeing the flood surging in the distance. Their expressions were filled with utter despair. In just a few minutes the medium flood that was still a kilometer away had surged into Huiyun city. Like a primal beast it rushed towards them to devour, with waves reaching several meters high, even exceeding 10 meters. This scene undoubtedly plunged these people into complete despair. There's no escape. Who can come to save us? Help! The sounds of fear, despair, wails and cries began to spread. But soon they were completely swallowed by the flood. In an instant the flood completely engulfed these people. Following that, all of Huiyun city turned into yellow earth beneath the flood. The original tall buildings crumbled and vanished in an instant. The only thing visible was water. Flood. The flood. In the shelter, Yi Liangrun watched these scenes with a grave expression. If I didn't have the system, if I hadn't built the walls of Jiang City last night, then today this scene would have happened in Jiang City, right? Yi Liangrun felt a surge of lingering fear. Although he had a sense of urgency, he hadn't taken the flood too seriously until now. Seeing the tragic state of Huiyun city, he was alarmed. The walls must be built as soon as possible. Plans can't keep up with changes just like this small flood. Meanwhile, the Jiang City forum was also bustling with activity. The flood has already rushed into Huiyun city. Shockage. I remember Huiyun city isn't far from us. Not just not far, it's the city next to ours. Terrifying. Damn, is the flood that close already? That's why I came to remind you. It won't be long before the flood rushes over. It might be within today, even within 2 hours. Within 2 hours. Terrifying. 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 Just then the person from the official shelter spoke again. The official shelter has been reinforced overnight and the waterproofing is now very solid. Although it may not completely block this flood, at least there is a 90 chance. But is it safe over there for you? Alas.
Unfortunately, it's too late for you to hurry to the official shelter now. The flood will likely arrive before you do. If you had come to the official shelter earlier, you would be completely safe. When this was said, the forums suddenly became lively.
Bro, are you not a secondary account of Brother Lien?
Yeah, if you're not Brother Lien's secondary account, how could you say such a thing?
Just kidding, although what you said seems very dangerous. We have a big shot with us. Exactly, with a big shot would we be in danger?
You'll probably get submerged before we do.
Brother Lien admitted, I've found you. Yeah, this is definitely your secondary account. 10086. Brother Lien, it's you, stop pretending. Brother Lien, show yourself, it's boring.
Brother Lien, you're probably going to get slapped in the face again. After these comments and emojis appeared, the person from the official shelter immediately went silent. After a long time, he sent another message. Alright, I admitted it was Zhong Shang who made me say this. After all, it's 2 bags of meat-flavored compressed biscuits. Honestly, saying this does weigh on my conscience. Zhong Shang tricked us into coming to work, and now he wants to trick you over too.
Really?
By the way, everyone must keep this a secret. Don't let it out, or else my 2 bags of meat-flavored compressed biscuits will be gone. When this was said, the residents of Jiang City almost laughed themselves to tears.
Damn. You made me laugh to death. Ha ha ha. Brother Lien is awesome, even using new tricks to deceive us. Laughing to death.
Yeah, just that the deception didn't work and he exposed himself first. I can't anymore. I need to take a break or I'll really laugh myself into a fit.
Soon an hour passed. It was 11 o'clock in the morning.
The flood had arrived.
Earlier than anyone had expected. Yi Liangren's gaze was fixed outside Jiang City.
To be precise, it was on the city wall of Jiang City.
He stared intently.
At this moment, the flood was still 100 meters away from the city wall.
80 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Boom, a loud bang erupted.
It was like a thunderclap that resonated throughout Jiang City.
The flood crashed against the wall, immediately sending waves splashing back.
Then came another wave, a combination of the previous and new waves crashing together. Boom, 3 times in succession.
Finally, the tide of the flood stabilized. Yi Liangren let out a sigh of relief. The wall held firm this time, the torrent was blocked. Yi Liangren relaxed, stretched lazily, and his gaze fell upon the forum on his phone.
At that moment, a series of messages caught his attention, making him chuckle. The messages came from the official shelter.
Damn. Damn. Damn.
The official shelter is leaking. Damn it, we built at least several meters of waterproof walls overnight and the result is that the shelter's main door is leaking. Are these officials really that incompetent? Don't they know where the waterproofing is lacking?
Damn, the water is coming. Damn it, it's so cold.
Why did I trust that scoundrel Zhong Shang and enter the official shelter? Just as the news about the official shelter appeared. Soon the residents of Jiang City sent their congratulations.
Damn, is it really that impressive? Can't help but chuckle. Edge.
I remember just an hour ago the officials were trying to persuade us to come to the shelter, right? Yeah, they even said that if we arrived early at the official shelter we would be completely safe. The waterproofing of the official shelter is very reliable. Even if not 100%, it has a 90% chance to block this flood. Is this what a 90% guarantee looks like?
Just this. Just this. Impressive. Can't help but chuckle. Edge. Maybe I have some misunderstanding about 90%. 10086.
By the way, speaking of incompetence, what about Brother Lien's livestream?
Right.
If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Didn't Brother Lien say he would livestream eating shit?
Exactly, where is the livestream? Why hasn't it been released yet? Yi Liangren couldn't help but laugh. This group of people really wouldn't let go of any opportunity. Can't they give Brother Lien? Oh no, how did I get led astray?
Can't they give Zhong Shang some faith? He didn't even dare to come to the forum now. As soon as he did, he was bombarded with questions about the livestream. If he doesn't come to the forum, how can I claim the survival points from the game rewards?
Really? You all are too petty.
Clearly, when he comes, the forum becomes so lively.
Yi Liangren was internally complaining when his gaze fell on the surveillance footage and he was taken aback. 3 question marks suddenly appeared in Yi Liangren's mind. What the hell are the residents of Jiang City doing? Yi Liangren could see on the surveillance footage that suddenly many people in protective gear were excitedly rushing towards the flood.
Clearly Jiang City was still quite far from the flood due to the wall's protection, yet this group of people had dashed right into the flood zone.
Are they trying to get themselves killed? Yi Liangren looked at the forum. He was ready to find out what was going on.
Just then another message came from the official shelter.
Damn. Damn. Damn.
The people above actually told us to carry cement down to block the main door of the shelter.
As if that wasn't enough, they didn't even give us protective gear. As if that wasn't enough, they didn't even give us a ring. Damn, this is too much.
I only brought a down jacket, and to keep it dry I'm wearing a short sleeve shirt. It's already freezing and now I have to get in the water.
Is it that miserable? Not giving protective gear is one thing, but making you wear short sleeves and carry cement to block tisk how miserable. Good thing I didn't go to the official shelter. Is this even human work? Just as the forum was buzzing with messages, suddenly a picture was posted on the forum. A 3-kilogram big fish. Brothers, hurry up and catch some fish. Damn, a lot of fish came with the flood. These are all meat. As soon as this was said, the forum erupted. The people at the official shelter were utterly dumbfounded. Catch fish in the flood. Bro, are you joking? Exactly, not to mention whether there are actually fish in the flood at this temperature. The water is only 1 or 2 degrees at most. Aren't you afraid of freezing to death? Yes. And even if you can withstand the cold, the flood is so fierce, if a stone gets swept up and hits you, you're done for, and you still want to catch fish. Bro, are you going to your death? Before the words were finished, someone on the forum posted a bunch of pictures. A basket full of big fish. 8 3-kilogram soft-shelled turtles. This is my harvest after half an hour. It's pretty good, right? What the people inside the official shelter said was instantly ignored. Damn. Bro, this is how much you caught in half an hour. That's excessive, right? Even those who used to livestream beachcombing couldn't compete with you. Exactly, your luck is just too incredible. Bro, teach me, how did you do it? The person immediately sent a meme. Proud smilage. Just kidding, do you know my name? How Yun Lai. With a name like that, do you think my luck would be bad? And I didn't even need to go into the flood. Let me tell you, just now I saw fish in the flood, so I went over with the idea of getting lucky. Do you know what happened? As soon as I got close to the flood, these fish flew straight into my basket. They were clearly disoriented by the flood. This isn't fishing, it's clearly just picking up fish or even catching fish falling from the sky. As for the cold, what a joke. With the protective gear given by a big shot, I not only didn't feel cold at all, but after half an hour of catching fish I was sweating all over. As for the danger of the flood, that's nothing. The protective gear is very sturdy. The impact from regular waves doesn't hurt at all. Again, being at the edge of the flood, there's no need to worry about being swept away by it. I must say the protective gear given by the big shot is truly impressive. Forget it, I'm not telling you anymore, I'm going back to fish. After he finished speaking, Hao Yunlai vanished without a trace. The forum erupted. Residents of Jiangcheng boiled over the moment they saw his message. Holy! Is the big shot's protective suit truly that formidable? As long as you're not in the torrent center, you can remain unscathed at the edge. No way, I'm tempted too. I want to go fish. It's all meat. And it's all free meat. Count me in. 1. 10,086. Gradually the forum quieted. After a moment, someone from the official refuge finally spoke. My composure has collapsed. Wailing. Ah. Fish. Ah. Meat. My sorrowful tears spill from my mouth. Is this even something human beings would do? Damn. I just finished backbreaking labor hauling cement with everyone to the official refuge's gate, finally blocking the flood. Now my hands and feet are nearly numb from the cold, and you tell me you were sweating from picking up fish. I want to cry. I so want to eat fish. No, never mind fish. If someone would give me a warm garment now, I would feel blessed. Ah. Coming to the official refuge was the greatest regret of my life. 1. 10,086. If we had followed the big shot, would we be living like this? Ah. Zhongshang, are you even human? Zhongshang, why did you mislead us? Can the official refuge compare to the big shot? The forum ignited with righteous fury. Those in the official refuge began an endless litany of grievances. Yi Liangren, reading it all, could not help but chuckle. Good heavens. Truly remarkable. The refuge is suffering so terribly. And yet you spend your time picking up fish here. Especially that Hao Yunlai. In half an hour he somehow gathered nearly 30 to 40 gene of fish tisk, most of which practically flew into his basket. Are you a favored child of fortune? And fine, you collected them, but why post the bounty on the forum to flaunt? Aren't you afraid of enraging the people in the refuge? Clearly. We are all struggling to survive this apocalypse together. It's just that you are a little better off. Forget it, ill comfort them myself. Yi Liangren shook his head inside. Who could blame him for being so kind? He began to type on the forum. Brothers who went to the official refuge, do not be too regretful. In truth, there are benefits to going to the official refuge. For example, though you survive on compressed biscuits, at least you will not starve to death. For example, though the flood came, even if the official refuge leaks, it will at most be a minor problem. In no circumstance would it drown you. At least you are safe. Besides, though you are cold, it is surely warmer than being outside. After all, there are so many people in the official refuge. Look at people in other cities, especially those who did not go to official refuges now. The majority are done for. Recently, for example, the fate of Huiyun city residents, you must have seen it in the refuge news. As for our Jiangcheng, though with my health things are tolerable, they are by no means splendid. At most only a tad better than yours. So you needn't be so regretful. Moreover, their daily work is truly exhausting. And besides, they are unwilling to waste meat. After saying this earnestly, Yi Liangren could not help but sigh inwardly. I truly am too kind. Even now I am consoling people trying to steady their spirits. Yi Liangren had not finished his lament when at that moment. Suddenly, on the forum Hao Yunlai posted another picture of 4-meter-long grass carp. Holy, just now after I finished chatting with you I turned back with my basket to continue gathering fish and this fish flew straight into my basket. A full 4 meters, this must weigh hundreds of gene right. I can eat for at least 3 meals. You'll dry all these fish into jerky for at least half a month. I won't have to worry about lacking meat. Enough said. I'm off to collect more fish aiming to gather half a year's supply. Hao Yunlai vanished again. The forum was silent for a few seconds. The next moment those in the official refuge utterly lost their composure, completely shattered, unable even to pick themselves up. This is what you call hard work. This is what you mean by being unwilling to eat meat. This is only marginally better than us by an infinitesimal insignificant bit. Wow. My composure is utterly destroyed. Big shot, if you hadn't said anything I think I could have endured. Why did you have to comfort us? Ah. I want to cry, I want to eat meat, I want to pick fish. Yeah. Big shot, how can you expect us not to regret? Ah. Once there was a sincere choice before me, but I did not cherish it. When I lost it I regretted it beyond measure. There is no sorrow greater in the mortal world. If heaven would grant me another chance I would say 4 words to the heavens. I choose the big shot. If I must set a time limit on that choice I hope it is 10,000 years. In the refuge reading the messages from these utterly broken people, Yi Liangren forced a wry smile. Ah. How did it come to this? Clearly. I was genuinely trying to comfort you. I was doing such a fine job consoling them. How did someone suddenly post a bragging picture? This Hao Yunlai really crosses the line. Well, it seems today is truly not a day for comforting people. Yi Liangren shook his head inside. His gaze fell to the kitchen. The all-purpose household robot was already preparing lunch and a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen. Yi Liangren drew a deep breath, utterly satisfied. I truly did not lie to you. The residents of Zhongcheng are in truth living fairly ordinary lives. Whether it's food, shelter, or possessions. It's just so-so. After all, it's not comparable to... Every day I have banquet-level chefs cooking, Michelin-caliber pastry chefs crafting desserts, a variety of beverages, master-level massages, and the refuge fully warmed throughout. How could they compare with me? So truly only a little better than you. Why won't you believe that? Why won't you believe it? 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The rain intensified. The Zhongcheng forum buzzed to life once. Peanut-flavored compressed biscuits. At least the people above have some conscience. For dinner tonight anyone who helped carry cement to block the flood will receive 2 extra packs of compressed biscuits. Yeah, I've been at the official shelter for so many days, tonight should be the only time I can eat to my fill, right? Although there's food tonight, it's so cold. I only brought one down jacket and now I'm curled up inside it covered with a blanket, yet I still feel like I'm freezing to death. The official shelter doesn't turn on the air conditioning, but can't they at least start a fire? At least let us who have been soaked warm up. If you hadn't mentioned it I wouldn't have started shivering. Does the official shelter really not treat us as human beings? The people in the official shelter began to voice their complaints, seeking comfort. However, just as the news was posted, suddenly an image appeared on the forum. 3 whole golden yellow crispy and delicious grilled fish. Initiator Hao Yunlai. I have to say the photo is really well taken. On top are the grilled fish and below is the charcoal fire. The grilled fish had several cuts made into them, brushed with oil, chili, cumin, and various seasonings. Paired with the charcoal fire below, even in the picture one can see the droplets of hot oil sliding down the cuts, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. At a glance it's clear that these 3 grilled fish are absolutely delicious. Even Yi Liangren felt a bit hungry upon seeing this photo. This kid has some good cooking skills. How about I have barbecue tonight too? Yi Liangren's eyes lit up. Sure. It's been ages since I've had grilled meat. I wonder how the barbecue made by the all-purpose home robot tastes. Yi Liangren's gaze instantly turned to the all-purpose home robot. Let's make grilled meat for dinner tonight. Ding. Command received successfully. Meanwhile in the forum Hao Yunlai also sent a message. Friends in the official shelter, have you all started dinner yet? Just in time, I'm also preparing dinner tonight. 3 grilled fish, I should be able to eat my fill of meat, not bad. The only headache is there are just too many fish caught this time. Eating fish every day I really feel like I might get sick of it. Unfortunately most of what was swept out by the flood were fish, there were very few other things. We only caught 8 soft-shelled turtles and no crabs at all. A whole basket, easily 70 to 80 pounds of fish. Forget it, after all it's free meat. If it's too much I can just deal with it. After Hao Yunlai finished sending his message the forum instantly became lively. What the hell, 70 to 80 pounds of fish? Brother Hao Yun, you're really lucky. Lucky? Brother, aren't you the child of destiny? I spent a full 2 hours and only caught 3 fish totaling only 5 or 6 pounds, barely a fraction of what you have. Exactly. Brother, I thought I caught a lot, 7 or 8 pounds of fish in an hour and a half, but it turns out it was just a tenth of what you got. Today was even worse for me, I only caught 1 fish, just over 2 pounds. My luck is just too terrible. Indeed, people can't be compared.
Compared to others is one thing, but compared to Brother Lucky, I'm afraid I'd starve to death. Meanwhile, the people in the official shelter were left speechless.
Moments later, they were almost ready to leap through the internet. You are being excessive. Excessive. It's downright provoking, especially that Lucky guy.
Fishing is what you bragged about catching. A 4-meter-long fish is also you. In just half an afternoon you actually caught 70 to 80 pounds of fish.
Are you even human?
Seriously, just tell me, are you the king of the sea or something? And why do you have to post pictures on the forum while fishing?
Do you really think we have it easy at the official shelter? Honestly, I've gone 5 days without eating rice. How can you show off here? Aren't you being a bit too harsh? Wow. I want to cry so badly I can't hold it back. Can't you think about us who went to the official shelter? Can't you at least comfort us?
Even if you don't comfort us, don't kick us while we're down.
Do you really not consider us human? Do you know how we've been at the official shelter these 5 days? It's just compressed biscuits, and more compressed biscuits. For a full 5 days I haven't eaten any other food. And there you are, not only getting food daily but also posting it on the forum. Do you really think we're living too comfortably at the official shelter and come here to mock us? If you're so brave, come to the official shelter and see if I don't beat you to death. Are you kidding me? Let me go to the official shelter. You must be out of your mind.
In Jiangxing there are big shots, no worries about food, clothing or cold, and there's meat.
Plus it's a lot more relaxed than your official shelter.
I must be crazy to go to the official shelter.
Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. I've grilled my fish, time to eat. Delicious, mouth-watering grilled fish.
As soon as this was said, the people in the official shelter completely exploded.
Wow, he actually posted another picture.
God, he's truly driving us crazy.
Looking at the 2 packs of compressed biscuits in my hand, I actually want to throw them away and stomp on them. Aw. I want to hit someone. Can someone help me beat him to death? Angry to the point of spitting blood. Seeing the messages in the forum, Yi Liangren couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
This Hao Yunlai, his luck seems a bit too outrageous, doesn't it? In just an afternoon, or rather less than that, the flood swept through in just 2 or 3 hours. In such a short time he actually picked up 70 to 80 pounds of fish. If the beachcombers knew about this, wouldn't they be furious? At this moment someone suddenly sent a message on the forum specifically tagging him.
Big shot, oh great one, are you there? If so, come and mediate this. Yes, oh great one, life here is simply unbearable. This is too much, truly too much.
Big shot, if you're here, please speak up and take a look at what this person has done. We are already struggling so much living like this in the official shelter, and just when we are about to reach our limit he goes and kicks us when we're down.
Wow, this person is too much. Exactly, big shot, now only you can help us.
If you don't say something to him, we're afraid we will be driven to our doom.
Yes.
Big shot, please have pity on us and say a word or two to him. We can't get through to him, but if you say it, he'll definitely listen. We don't ask for much, just that he stops kicking us when we're down in the future.
I for one am truly at my wit's end. I can't hold back either, I really want to hit someone.
In the past other friends were somewhat restrained when sharing food pictures. But him, he is completely unrestrained, posting several times.
Big shot, please help us. Big shot, are you going to help me? Big shot 1. Big shot 1. Big shot 10086. The forum exploded. Countless people from the official shelter came out to mention Yi Liangren. Yi Liangren looked at the messages feeling both amused and helpless. However, this Hao Yunlai is indeed going too far.
This kind of boasting is fine once in a while, but to post multiple times in a short period, isn't that specifically targeting people? Especially just now the official shelter had a leak and those who went there are already having a tough time. Clearly I was comforting them and he suddenly pops up with pictures.
It completely undermined my comforting words. It's just. Yi Liangren sighed helplessly. How am I supposed to comfort you? Yi Liangren's gaze fell on the table.
There was an induction cooker on it, and on the cooker was a frying pan with grilling paper inside. And on the paper there was a pile of meat. The all-purpose home robot was busy brushing the meat with sauce and oil. And on other parts of the table there were many plates of meat. Whether it's beef, lamb, pork belly or tenderloin, you could say it had everything. Yes. He was also eating barbecue. After seeing the pictures sent by Hao Yunlai, he suddenly craved barbecue, so he immediately had the all-purpose home robot start preparing. Though the equipment was rather simple, with an all-purpose home robot of master-level cooking personally operating, the taste could only be better. At that moment the meat being grilled in the pan was lamb. The lamb had been specially marinated by the all-purpose home robot, its color a rich red, fragrant and glistening with oil. Just looking at it made one's appetite soar. As the lamb was almost cooked, the all-purpose home robot skillfully sprinkled black pepper, then picked up chopsticks and firmly pressed down, evaporating some of the excess juice from the lamb. Finally, when both sides were slightly charred, the all-purpose home robot carefully lifted the lamb, placed it on a plate and handed it to Yi Liangren. Yi Liangren swallowed hard, unable to wait to take a bite. His eyes instantly lit up. The lamb grilled by the all-purpose home robot, having had some moisture evaporated through the final technique, was juicy without being dry and not greasy from excess juice. Upon entry it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, spicy and fragrant, complemented by a unique sauce with absolutely no gamey taste. Moreover, unexpectedly Yi Liangren detected a smoky flavor that could only be found in charcoal grilling. You must know that the all-purpose home robot was using an induction cooker for grilling. And smoky flavor is generally only present in charcoal grilling. How this was achieved he had no idea. However, the taste was truly delightful. One bite made it impossible to stop. After finishing this piece of lamb, while the all-purpose home robot continued to grill, Yi Liangren looked at the forum with a hint of helplessness. At that moment a crowd of people who had gone to the official shelter were still mentioning him. Yi Liangren shook his head and sighed helplessly, spreading his hands. How am I supposed to comfort you? The problem is I'm also eating barbecue. And not just fish. In this situation how can you expect me to criticize Hao Yunlai? I would feel embarrassed to criticize him. Because I'm eating better than he is. Forget it. I might as well say something. After all, we are all comrades struggling to survive in this apocalypse. We can't let Hao Yunlai keep making others feel disheartened. Since Hao Yunlai loves to target people so much, I might as well let him taste the feeling of being targeted too. Yi Liangren lightly exhaled, his fingers falling onto the forum as he began to type. Stop mentioning me, I'm here. Hao Yunlai, you have indeed gone too far this time. Yi Liangren had just sent 2 sentences. The forum instantly exploded. Countless people from the official shelter erupted into cheers. Big shot. The big shot has arrived. The big shot has come to speak for us. He's here to uphold justice for us. Long live the big shot. Long live the big shot. Brothers, hurry. Hurry, and Hao Yunlai. Hao Yunlai won. Hao Yunlai won. Hao Yunlai 10086. Residents of Jiangcheng saw the scene and instantly rejoiced. Wow, the big shot actually came. No kidding, the big shot has always cared for the people, he would definitely come. But I wonder if Hao Yunlai will dare to Hao Yunlai. Hao Yunlai won. Hao Yunlai won. Yi Liangren saw this and chuckled lightly, also mentioning Hao Yunlai. Hao Yunlai. Hao Yunlai, you should be around, right? Stop lurking and come chat with us. Once these words were spoken, within a few seconds Hao Yunlai appeared. Big shot, are you looking for me? Yes, I'm looking for you. Yi Liangren smiled slightly and continued typing. Mainly, you have indeed shown off a bit too much today. It's fine to joke around occasionally, but you also need to be mindful of everyone's feelings. In this apocalypse, maintaining a good mood is still very important. And today the official shelter faced a flood and they are already having a tough time. You repeatedly posted pictures to show off, which is indeed not good. For example, do you know what I had for dinner tonight? Saying this, Yi Liangren picked up his phone and snapped a picture of the table. Delicious barbecue feast. Look, I also had barbecue tonight, and not just fish. Beef, lamb, pork, chicken. I have it all. But did I show off? No, and not even I boast about it, right? Yi Liangren spoke earnestly, delivering a lengthy admonishment, lightly reprimanding Hao Yunlai. He continued typing in, moreover, it's not just Hao Yunlai, this applies to all of you. And I sincerely hope everyone can engage in harmonious, friendly and joyful conversations on the forum, not deliberately flaunt achievements. After all, this is the apocalypse, any calamity could strike at any moment. So why not embrace each day with joy and gratitude? The Apocalypse Wellness Seminar is now in session. And maintaining a sound mental state is profoundly vital. Indeed, intense emotional fluctuations inflict tangible harm upon the body. For instance, during rage, cells secrete elevated levels of kinin's catecholamine synthesis accelerates and the sympathetic nervous system surges into hyperactivity, resulting in tachycardia, hypertension, coronary artery strain and heightened risk of cerebral hemorrhage or coronary disease. And conversely, sustained optimism gently relaxes the neural and cerebrovascular systems, fortifying immunity and lowering cholesterol levels. That is precisely why so many say a smile turns back 10 years. And therefore safeguard your inner peace every single. Having spoken his piece, Yi Liangren set aside his phone, picked up his chopsticks and savored a perfectly grilled beefsteak prepared by his all-in-one domestic robot, utterly content. Meanwhile, the Jiangcheng forum fell into an eerie, profound silence. Not full 10 minutes passed before the first reply. This, oh no, and I regret it, I shouldn't have asked the senior expert for help. NAS, a member from the official shelter, posted this message. The forum erupted instantly. I regret it too. N1N1N and 10086. Is this even assistance? Hao Yunlai merely enjoys grilled fish, but the senior expert. The moment he appears, he posts a photo of a lavish barbecue feast. My ration biscuits suddenly taste utterly bland. This isn't support, it's salt rubbed deep into our wounds. Exactly. Yes, the senior expert's intervention certainly rebuked Hao Yunlai, but who suffered the heavier blow? Us. And preserve a healthy mindset, could someone please teach us how? All I want to do is weep. My tears don't just stream from my eyes, they burst forth from my mouth too. In that instant, the morale of the official shelter residents shattered completely. And meanwhile, Yi Liangren happily devoured his robot-prepared barbecue and idly glanced at the forum. Upon reading the flood of replies, he shrugged nonchalantly and spread his hands in mock despair. And see. I told you, and how am I supposed to console you under these circumstances? How am I supposed to reprimand Hao Yunlai? and I am feasting on something far more luxurious than his grilled fish.
And yet you insisted on summoning me, relentlessly tagging me.
What choice did I have? Now look, you've been struck down harder than ever and I'm left stranded between two fires.
Truly, Liangren shook his head and sighed. He closed the forum app and resumed his meal. And at that very moment Jiangcheng residents flooded the forum with jubilant congratulations.
Haha, suddenly I can't stop laughing and same here, I nearly collapsed from laughter.
Ha 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 ha, I'm dying.
And seeking comfort only to be crushed further, I can't take it anymore.
1.
N1N, 10086 N Jiangcheng residents swarmed in with torrents of laughing emoticons.
Brothers from the official shelter, were you truly consoled? And I'm curious too, were you actually comforted? Truly the senior expert's method of consolation is extraordinarily unique.
Nind, especially that photo he posted.
My mouth is watering. Truth be told, the senior expert had no real choice.
And exactly, he was asked both to soothe you and to chastise how you lie. What else could he possibly do?
Absolutely, he handled it flawlessly. And ultimately the real mistake was your timing.
Precisely, why on earth choose dinner time to seek solace?
And did you honestly think the senior expert eats rationed biscuits like you? As Jiangcheng residents' messages spread, the official shelter residents sank even deeper into despair. You. I'm sobbing now.
And first the senior expert strikes us down, then you pile on.
Why did I even open this forum today? Oh no, I'm devastated.
And Yuri being cruel, piling on while we're already broken. Just as the official shelter member's composure crumbled anew, a fresh message appeared on the forum.
I understand what the senior expert meant. And today I truly overstepped in boasting.
Nan, to my brothers who've entered the official shelter, please cease this anguish. Didn't the senior expert emphasize how vital a balanced mindset is?
And you must laugh more. Clearly your current state reveals deep distress. Hao Yunlai posted this message on the forum offering earnest compassionate counsel. And yet the moment it appeared, the official shelter members exploded in outrage.
I swear, of all people you dare comfort us. And Hao Yunlai, anyone but you has the right to utter those words. Exactly, who triggered this entire crisis? Who shattered our peace of mind first?
It was you, plain and simple. And how utterly devoid of emotional intelligence are you? Tell us to stay positive.
Drop dead, and under this barrage Hao Yunlai fell silent and logged off immediately. His abrupt departure shattered the official shelter members' morale beyond repair. They could no longer even vent their fury upon a target. And the forum descended into waves of inconsolable grief from the official shelter residents.
Ding! You have successfully collected resources: 400 kilograms of pure iron. Reward survival points 240. Reward survival points 240. Remaining survival points 131510. Reward survival points 330. Remaining survival points 142330.
You currently have remaining resources: pure iron 59250 kilograms.
Titanium alloy 36450 kilograms. Sand 48,100 kilograms. Energy stone 1 piece. Remaining survival points 153320. It was 11 o'clock at night. Yi Liangren rubbed his chin looking at the results of the day, the transportation outcomes of the robots, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
The survival points have reached 150000.
But the amount of sand transported today is a bit low.
After deducting the 33000 from yesterday, today's total transport is only 15000 kilograms.
Basically only half of yesterday's amount. Were there really that many people fishing this afternoon?
Yi Liangren frowned slightly, then his gaze fell on the surveillance screen examining all the maps of the province.
Although the large flood has not yet invaded the province, we cannot let them run rampant like this. This matter must be brought up tomorrow.
However, while the survival points are still relatively abundant, I can expand the surveillance area a bit more to keep a constant check on the exact location of the flood. Yi Liangren contemplated for a moment and made a decision. His gaze shifted to the surveillance screen.
Full spectrum satellite surveillance.
Area 30000 kilometers radius.
Upgradable. Upgrade options: quality 600, expand surveillance range 800.
Note each upgrade to expand the surveillance range increases the monitored area by 10000 kilometers. System upgrade: the full spectrum satellite surveillance range 3 times.
Yi Liangren immediately spoke up. Ding!
You spent a total of 5600 survival points to upgrade the full spectrum satellite surveillance.
Upgrade successful. Full spectrum satellite surveillance.
Area 60000 kilometers radius.
Upgradable. Upgrade options: quality 600, expand surveillance range 6400.
Note each upgrade to expand the surveillance range increases the monitored area by 10000 kilometers.
Remaining survival points 147720. Oh no. Yi Liangren's brow furrowed deeply.
Did it really cost 5600 survival points to upgrade the satellite surveillance 3 times? Is it true that the cost of each upgrade has doubled?
Moreover, system, have you inflated in some way? You didn't even notify me for confirmation this time. In the past you always prompted for anything over 1,000 survival points, but now when it's 5,000 you don't say anything. Yi Lianren couldn't help but mumble. Even though the survival points are relatively abundant now.
But to suddenly use up 5,600 points just to expand the surveillance range feels a bit painful.
It's simply too expensive.
After a moment Yi Lianren took a slight breath, then focused his gaze back on the surveillance. The surveillance screen expanded outward from Jiangqing, covering a full 6,000 kilometers, almost overlapping with the neighboring province. Although it is indeed a bit expensive, this kind of surveillance screen isn't too much of a loss. Yi Lianren comforted himself, then began to seriously search for the position of the large flood. As he searched, his eyes changed. On the satellite screen he hadn't paid much attention before, but now as he zoomed out, nearly 2/3 of the neighboring province had been completely submerged by floodwaters. At this rate, at the latest, the large flood will reach Jiangqing the night after tomorrow. But keep in mind it's still pouring. Moreover, earlier a medium flood had already erupted due to the heavy rain, and if a medium flood merges with a large flood, the speed will at least. This means that by tomorrow night at the latest I must have built the entire wall of Jiangqing.
Thinking of this, Yi Lianren felt a wave of anxiety.
Fortunately, I upgraded the satellite surveillance 3 times, and thankfully the system did not prompt me. Otherwise, if I thought it was too expensive and didn't upgrade, I would have missed the flood situation.
Just this information is worth no less than 5,600 survival points.
Now I have a total of 48,100 kilograms of sand, which can build 240 T2 level steel walls.
Each wall needs 120 blocks, enough for 2 walls. Plus the one built last night, I am just short of 1 wall.
1 wall, which means I need to collect at least 24,000 kilograms of sand by tomorrow.
It's too difficult.
After being washed away by the flood, a lot of sand has been swept away, plus it's raining, making it inherently hard to collect sand.
Yi Lianren immediately turned and looked at the 4 transport robots that were moving metal resources in the surveillance screen.
Transport robots 1234, from now until noon tomorrow, gather all the sand nearby and transport it back to the shelter. The robots can work tirelessly, and since they are right next to the shelter they can save distance. Thus, combined with the sand collected by Jiangqing residents during the day tomorrow, it should be enough. Moreover, fortunately the northern area is elevated, so even if another medium flood comes it won't threaten Jiangqing. The situation in other areas is different. If there are no walls to block it, the medium flood could directly wipe out Jiangqing.
I guess I'm lucky to have a natural little barrier.
Yi Lianren smiled slightly, and for now he should start building walls in areas without small barriers. System: construct 240 T2 level steel walls. Building 240 T2 level steel walls requires materials: sand 48,000 kilograms, pure iron 24,000 kilograms, titanium alloy 4,800 kilograms.
Do you confirm the construction? Yi Lianren nodded. In the next moment the virtual screen popped up again. Ding!
240 T2 level steel walls have been successfully built.
Your current remaining resources: pure iron 35250 kilograms. Titanium alloy 31650 kilograms. Sand 100 kilograms. Energy stone 1 piece. Ding!
Do you want to manually install the T2 level steel walls? The system's virtual pop-up appeared.
Yi Lianren was just about to speak. Suddenly, buzz. The phone vibrated. Yi Lianren opened it to see someone messaging him on the forum. It was Du Long. Big shot, are you there?
If you plan to build walls next, it's better to start with the northern wall. The northern terrain is indeed elevated, and being at the valley bottom it resembles a natural dam. However, this time the rain has been too heavy and prolonged, coupled with the medium-sized flood's erosion. It's very likely that the water in this natural dam is close to overflowing.
Once it truly overflows, the threat to Jiang City will undoubtedly be far more terrifying than floods elsewhere.
Therefore, if you plan to build walls next, it's best to prioritize constructing the northern wall. Seeing a series of messages from Du Long in his private chat, Yi Lianren was taken aback.
Understood, thank you for the reminder. Yi Lianren immediately replied, feeling a bit apprehensive. Fortunately,
Du Long's message came in time. If it had been any later, I might have already finished building the wall. At that point, if the wall couldn't be relocated, it would truly be dangerous. I must say, brother Du Long always appears at the most critical moments. I shall refer to you as the strongest.
You're too kind. Meanwhile, Du Long instantly replied. Actually, I have to thank you too, big guy.
If it weren't for your reminder, and if I hadn't reinforced the waterproofing overnight, I would probably be in serious trouble with this medium-sized flood today. And now finally I have thoroughly fixed the waterproofing and can breathe a little easier. Seeing the message, Yi Lianren smiled slightly, then suddenly gasped and immediately turned to look at the surveillance footage.
Du Long might be in danger.
The position where he is building the wall starts from the second ring of Jiang City and goes all the way around, enclosing everything within the second ring. To be honest, the area within the second ring is already sufficient for the residents of Jiang City to live in.
If the range is expanded, the materials might not be enough. But Du Long is different.
Du Long resides in the storage room of his own supermarket. And generally large-scale supermarkets cannot possibly be built within the second ring due to the high property prices.
Yi Lianren immediately typed to remind Du Long, you probably can't breathe easy yet.
Serious. If all goes as expected, a massive flood will sweep into Jiang City around midnight tomorrow. Yes, regarding the flood, if your waterproofing is reinforced enough, you can indeed relax a bit.
But what's coming next is the most important. This flood is extremely large in scale. If nothing unexpected happens, it will last at least 2 days. However, that is the situation within the second ring of Jiang City. With walls in place within the second ring, the flood will at most cause some waves to splash over the walls, so even if it covers, it will only result in some pooling from the drainage, leading to puddles a few centimeters deep on the ground. But the situation outside the second ring is different. The walls I built cannot enclose Jiang City from outside the second ring, as that would waste too many resources. And Du Long, your position is indeed outside the second ring, right? Yi Liangren's message landed and Du Long instantly replied. My position is indeed outside the second ring, and it's even close to the third ring. Are you saying that even if I reinforce the waterproofing, it will be difficult to stop the massive flood? No. The more threatening issues are not the flood itself, but two other things related to the flood. First, oxygen. The underground storage room where you reside will have its oxygen cut off once it is completely covered by the flood. This is definitely more dangerous than the flood. Second, warmth. The fifth ice age has already begun and the temperature is starting to drop gradually. If nothing unexpected happens after the massive flood sweeps into Jiang City, within 2 days it will freeze and cover the area above your storage. By that time, the temperature in your storage room will surely drop by several degrees. You must ensure warmth, and you cannot rely too much on external electricity. After the flood arrives, the power system will largely fail, so you'd better prepare a few generators. After sending the message, Yi Liangren noticed Du Long unusually fell silent. After a long while, he finally began to reply. Sajbk. Upsajbk. I thought I could be safe. But it turns out I'm still far from it. Thank you, big guy. If it weren't for your reminder, I would probably be in serious trouble this time. No more talk, I need to prepare for warmth and oxygen supply now. Crying. After seeing the message, Yi Liangren put down his phone and nodded with a smile. He then turned his gaze back to the surveillance footage, starting to look for suitable points for wall construction. The western wall has already been built, the northern one must be constructed this time, and the remaining ones are the southern and eastern walls. This matter must be approached with utmost caution. Otherwise, if any mistakes occur, the residents of Jiang City will face a catastrophic disaster. And at that time, without these people to help find survival points, I too would be in serious trouble during the subsequent stages of disaster. Yi Liangren meticulously surveyed every angle in the surveillance footage. From inside Jiang City to outside Jiang City to the province and then to the neighboring province. He began to check the water flow conditions, dam situations, and geographical positions of every area. And so forth. I must say, fortunately, the images from the satellite monitoring are relatively clear even at night, otherwise I would have to rely entirely on guesswork. After a long time, Yi Liangren finally concluded the south is more dangerous. Although the east also has the possibility of a medium-sized flood breaking out, several dams in the south are already at full capacity and some are even on the verge of collapse. Once these dams have issues, even if a medium-sized flood breaks out, the south will definitely be far more dangerous than the east. System. Start manually installing the T2 level steel walls. Yi Liangren immediately spoke. The next moment, a massive virtual screen appeared in view. Yi Liangren began to align the north and south, confirming the positions before installing them one by one. When the last piece of T2 level steel wall was installed, Yi Liangren finally relaxed and took a breath. He also checked the time. It was already 11:30. Time to sleep. The next morning, just after 7 o'clock, the sun had just risen. It was still pouring rain outside. The temperature had dropped a few degrees and was almost at zero. Most people were already awake at this moment, not waking up from the cold but from the occasional thunder outside. However, due to the cold, they really did not want to get out of bed. At that moment, the Jiang City Forum suddenly became lively. People from the official shelters sent news pictures. Latest notification: the Mikasa Dam, Sichuan Dam, Yuli Dam, and several other dams have collapsed due to excessive water storage and lack of supervision. Wushang Dam, Shitong Dam, Haiyun Dam, and several other dams are also about to exceed storage capacity and are expected to automatically open the sluice or collapse within 2 hours. After the news images were posted by those in the official shelter, the Jiangqing Forum was instantly in an uproar within 5 minutes. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? The dam actually broke. How could I have felt nothing about such a big event? Are these dams far from us? Upstairs, you are quite ignorant. These broken dams are not far away but rather very close. Yes, like the Sanlisa Dam and the Sichuan Dam, these 2 dams are right next to our city. The other 4 dams except for the Yunli Dam are all within this province. The reason you didn't hear the sound of the dam breaking is mainly because after the dam collapsed, a large amount of water reduced the impact, resulting in the sound not being very noticeable. That's right. But in such a short time, 6 dams have already collapsed. It's a bit scary, and these 6 dams that have already collapsed are not too far from us. If they all surge together, wouldn't Jiangqing be in serious trouble? After all, the big boss has only built 1 wall so far. The residents of Jiangqing began to discuss fervently on the forum. Meanwhile, the person who had posted the news images earlier also chimed in again. Brothers, is it safe over there for you? As far as I know, this dam collapse will lead to multiple small to medium floods, and the coverage will be very broad. Basically, all 4 directions, east, south, west, and north, could encounter flooding. But the big boss has only built 1 wall. Is it really safe?
After a few seconds the person added, "I'll be straightforward this time, it was actually Brother Lien who asked me to post the images. The reward is still 2 packs of compressed biscuits." Brother Lien always seems to want to take advantage of this opportunity to hit you guys. It seems he hasn't been able to swallow his anger from before. But I'm really a bit worried. As soon as this was said, the residents of Jiangcheng were stunned. Brother Lien actually came again. And he is pulling this kind of trick again. But this time it was exposed too quickly, right? Exactly, we haven't even spoken yet and this person directly revealed everything. TSK. If Brother Lien finds out, he might just be furious. But speaking of it, Brother Lien is quite persistent. How many times has this been already? That's right, if this kind of perseverance were applied to other things, what couldn't be accomplished? Why must he question the big boss abilities? Exactly, think about it, when has our big boss ever lost? Instantly the forum was filled with cheerful remarks. At this moment suddenly an image appeared on the forum. Super Waljk. What the hell, look at what I found. Just now after our undercover at Brother Lien's revealed the news, I couldn't help but go outside for a look. After all, so many dams collapsed at once, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. The reason is simple, I used to be an engineer for the dams and I know just how terrifying the amount of water that could collapse the dams would be. But as soon as I stepped outside I felt at ease. In just one night the big boss actually built 2 more walls. One to the north, one to the south. With the wall to the west already built, I feel like I'm living in a super big castle. What the hell, the big boss is really amazing. How could I have worried just now? My worries were truly unnecessary. Worship Big Boss. Big Boss forever God. As soon as this was said, the residents of Jiangcheng almost laughed out loud. Here it comes, Brother Lien got slapped in the face again. Laughing out loud. And this time the slap was particularly swift. The news was just released and the next moment it was slapped back. Big laughed. No, it should be said that the big boss is truly amazing. He knew the dam wouldn't hold up, so he built the walls overnight. Big boss forever a god. Bow to Big Boss. By the way, what did the upstairs person just say? Our undercover at Brother Lien's revealed the news. What the hell, good lord, this title undercover is simply amazing. What the hell, I just saw it, undercover, this title is 666,666. This title is simply too appropriate. What is this if not an undercover? Brother Lien sent him to sow discord among us, but instead he revealed everything right after posting the news images. Laughing to death. At this moment the person from the official shelter seeing this news couldn't help but weakly reply, Although the title undercover is very fitting, can we stop discussing this topic? I'm a bit scared. Scared that the 2 packs of compressed biscuits I've got will be taken back by Brother Lien. After all, I also don't know if Brother Lien will suddenly come to the forum to take a look. Weak please. As soon as this was said, the forum became even more joyful. Bro, are you really suffering so badly over there with Brother Lien? Upstairs, you're mistaken, it's not him suffering, it should be Brother Lien who's suffering. After all, Brother Lien has even turned the person he sent to incite us on the forum into an undercover. You know, such a person must have been carefully selected by Brother Lien. So, does this mean that among the people at the official shelter there isn't a single person who is on Brother Lien's side? All of them are undercovers. I can't take it anymore. By the way, undercover bro, remember to tell Brother Lien that we are still waiting for his livestream. Yes, I was about to forget, it's been several days already. Brother Lien promised a livestream of eating SHT, why hasn't he done it yet? Meanwhile in the shelter, Yi Lianren opened his eyes under the comfortable massage of an all-purpose home robot. The first thing he did upon waking was to look at the surveillance footage to understand the current situation. Upon seeing this, Yi Lianren smiled. His guess was indeed correct. The several dams to the south had already failed, although the resulting waves would also affect the east. The most dangerous part was still the south. And he had already built the wall to the south. Yi Lianren stretched comfortably and walked to the dining table. While enjoying the perfect breakfast made by the all-purpose home robot, he opened his phone to check the forum's news. Upon seeing this, he discovered a bunch of undercover messages. Yi Lianren was taken aback, and after scrolling through a string of messages he couldn't help but chuckle. This Zhongsheng is really suffering enough. But speaking of it, the residents of Jiangcheng are still a bit too relaxed, or rather too at ease. With this time to chat, they actually aren't going to collect sand and stones. Yi Lianren immediately picked up his phone to type. Just then, suddenly, boom, a loud sound like thunder on a clear day resounded deafeningly. The entire Jiang city was startled by the deafening sound, everyone hurriedly looking around for its source. At that moment an even louder sound echoed once more. The terrifying noise seemed to explode right next to their ears. This sound was exceptionally frightening and made their hearts race. It felt as though the ground itself was shaking in response to that terrifying noise. Simultaneously the forum was flooded with discussions about the terrifying sound. So scary JPG. So scary JPG. What the heck? Did you all hear that sound? It can't just be my imagination, right? I heard it. I heard it. If you can't hear this sound, you must be deaf. This sound is terrifying, isn't it? But why can't I find the source of the sound?
I feel so unsafe and completely panicking. Do you think this could be a sign of a major earthquake?
While the residents of Jiang City were frantically discussing the source of the sound, news suddenly came from the official shelter.
I've heard this sound before. This is the sound of a mudslide.
And it's not just any mudslide, it's a super large one. At least a significant portion of the mountain has collapsed, creating this sound upon impact on the ground. If I'm not mistaken, it should be due to the continuous heavy rains in recent days that caused a nearby mountain to collapse.
Wait a second, I have news.
Suddenly stopping mid-sentence, the person quickly posted a news image on the forum. Latest announcement: the Linjiang Dam just collapsed. Due to a mistake by the technical staff, the public was not notified in time to evacuate. We ask for your understanding. The Linjiang Dam is the second largest dam in Jiang province with a massive water capacity and is built very solidly backed by a mountain. Even if the water capacity exceeds the limit, the dam would not easily encounter problems. Therefore, although the staff detected that the Linjiang Dam was nearing its water capacity, they were confident that there would be no issues. However, multiple underground currents were found in the mountains behind the Linjiang Dam, combined with the excessive water capacity, which directly led to the landslide of the mountain, thus causing the collapse of the Linjiang Dam. This will be a disaster with extremely high destructive power. Due to the excessive water capacity, it is highly likely to trigger a medium-sized flood again.
Residents of cities near the Linjiang Dam are advised to take precautions. The Linjiang Dam.
I remember the Linjiang Dam is the dam behind that mountain to the north of our Jiang City, right? So the sound that just occurred was from that mountain collapsing. No wonder we couldn't find the source of the sound. It turns out it was blocked by the walls built by the big shots, preventing the flow and landslide from being exposed.
So that's how it is. Finally, I can breathe easy knowing that there are walls built by the big shots blocking us. What do we have to worry about?
Exactly. In the forum, the residents of Jiang City erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, the person who had just posted the news image from the official shelter quickly sent another message.
Everyone, you must not let your guard down.
You may not be very familiar with mudslides, especially the terror of mountain collapse mudslides.
But I have personally experienced it, and I know just how terrifying this type of mudslide can be. Mountain collapse mudslides are different from ordinary mudslides. They carry the minerals from the entire mountain.
These minerals are generally huge, and combined with the nearly 90-degree slope after the collapse and the high-speed flow of mud, the destructive power is comparable to that of a missile.
Especially since behind the mountain is the Linjiang Dam, and moreover it is the second largest dam in Jiang province.
When that amount of water capacity suddenly bursts forth, the speed of the water flow will significantly increase the lethality of the mountain collapse mudslide. I am not in Jiang City, nor have I seen the walls built by the big shots, but I can assure you of one thing: at this level of mudslide, no engineer can guarantee that their constructed buildings can withstand it 100%. Not to mention, from the pictures you sent, the walls built by the big shots are merely walls. There is nothing behind them for support. These walls are the weakest in terms of impact resistance. Now, the only thing I am grateful for is that I arrived at the official shelter in advance. This person sent a heartfelt long message. After sending it, the entire forum fell silent. But shortly after, the residents of Jiang City suddenly became lively.
It's confirmed, it's confirmed. Brother, you must be a fan of Face Brother, right? Com analysis JPG.
No kidding, who else would say such a thing besides a fan of Face Brother?
Brother, you've been exposed. The last sentence you sent directly revealed your identity. I already know the truth, JPG. You explained everything so well earlier. How did that last sentence suddenly take a turn? Brother, that last sentence must have been added by Face Brother specifically, right? I am Conan, JPG.
Absolutely. I could tell at a glance that this sentence was different from the previous explanations. The writing style changed completely. Honestly, what did Face Brother promise you for a few packs of compressed biscuits?
Curious, JPG.
After typing so much, you must be getting at least 3 packs of compressed biscuits to make it worth it, right? For a moment, the forum was filled with exuberance. As for the mountain collapse mudslide, they completely cast it aside. It's a joke. They already said that the mudslide was blocked behind the walls built by the big shots. Do they still need to worry?
The walls produced by the big shots can't be that fragile, can they?
Their trust in the big shots was absolute. At that moment, the person from the official shelter finally sent a message.
This.
Was my exposure that obvious?
Helpless, JPG.
How did you guess it so quickly?
Alright. Can't help but sigh, JPG.
I admit that after that loud sound, Face Brother immediately came to me because I had some prior contact with him. He knew I worked in geological surveys, and then he offered me 5 packs of compressed biscuits as a reward to question the walls built by the big shots.
I had no choice. I didn't want to question the big shots.
But the amount Face Brother offered was just too much.
5 packs. A whole 5 packs of compressed biscuits. Do you know what that means? That's enough to keep me from waking up hungry in the middle of the night for the next 3 days.
I am truly terrified of hunger. The person from the official shelter continued to message. Ever since I arrived at the official shelter, there hasn't been a single night where I wasn't awakened by hunger. Do you all know that feeling of waking up at 2 or 3 in the morning suddenly too hungry to fall back asleep?
Now the time I dread the most every day is nighttime. Because I know I will get awakened by hunger again.
And once I'm awakened by hunger, going back to sleep is incredibly difficult. I can only curl up in bed, desperately clutching my stomach.
To be honest, I haven't had a good night's sleep for a whole week. So I hope everyone can forgive me. Forgive me for questioning the Great One's voice, but I have no choice, I just want to eat enough. After this remark, the residents of Jiang City couldn't help but send their sympathetic greetings on the forum. Wow, is it really that tragic? But speaking of which, now that you've mentioned it, I feel a bit hungry too. Fortunately, the difficulty of earning points has decreased significantly these days. I specifically exchanged points for a few kilograms of rice and meat, and coincidentally I still had a few preserved eggs left at home. I'll have preserved egg and lean meat porridge for breakfast. Calmly thinking. White rice. Red pork. Upstairs I'm envious. Preserved egg and lean meat porridge is my favorite. It's a pity I don't have preserved eggs at home, otherwise I would want to make preserved egg and lean meat porridge too. Sigh. I can only make do with chicken I just exchanged yesterday to make chicken and vegetable porridge. Wow. You two upstairs are going too far, bullying me for not exchanging for meat. Fortunately, the cafeteria in the mining area has opened, and as an employee I can go enjoy a free breakfast. Oh, today is my lucky day. The breakfast in the cafeteria even has meat. Red date rice porridge. Fresh meat pie. Scallion flour rolls. I'm envious. You guys over there in the mining area actually have fresh meat pies today. I'm feeling unbalanced. Why does my mining area only have buns and soy milk for breakfast? Sauce meat buns. Fresh meat buns. Soup dumplings. Soon the forum was flooded with breakfast pictures. Seeing these pictures, the person from the official shelter almost had a stroke on the spot. Are you all showing sympathy? Oh my god. Preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Chicken and vegetable porridge. Fresh meat pie. Soup dumplings. Especially the sauce meat buns, my favorite. Why are you doing this to me? I was just so happy a moment ago. I got 5 packs of compressed biscuits for free today, and finally I won't have to starve at night. But you all sent me these pictures. Suddenly, bang. A loud rumble ensued. And this time it was even more terrifying than the last loud noise. It was like a thunderclap that exploded right in everyone's ears, leaving them with a sense of ringing. Along with it came a massive tremor, as if an earthquake had truly occurred. What the hell? Is a mudslide coming? This sound. It's so terrifying. I was making breakfast and almost threw the pot out of fright. I suddenly feel a bit scared, even though I know the walls built by the Great One are definitely super strong, but I'm still afraid that such a level of impact might pose a danger to the walls. Just moments ago, the forum, which was dominated by food discussions, erupted again. Discussions began to revolve around the mudslide. At this moment, the person from the official shelter sent another message. Earlier, although it was Brother Face who used 5 packs of compressed biscuits as payment for me to speak, I assure you that what I said is indeed true. The combination of mountain collapses and mudslides, along with the collapse of the dam's flood, will generate an absolutely tremendous impact, potentially equating to the power of several missiles. So I am genuinely worried about whether the walls built by the Great One can hold up. Yi Liangren was intently watching the surveillance footage of the northern part of Jiang City. During this time, he had even forgotten to eat breakfast. At this moment, it was already the 3rd breakfast prepared by the all-purpose home robot. After the loud noise, Yi Liangren finally let out a sigh of relief. Then he turned around, picked up his breakfast, and started eating. I must say, after the initial loud noises, when he looked at the surveillance footage, the mudslide on the screen truly terrified him. In that instant, or rather within those few short minutes, the mountains collapsed, trees, boulders, and mud surged down. Simultaneously, the dam by the river collapsed, and the terrifying flow of water was comparable to a medium-sized flood surging in. It then merged with the mudslide, directly crashing towards the northern wall. Without the wall, he could be certain that such a scale of mudslide, once it came down, would completely destroy the entire Jiang City. Moreover, it would be utterly annihilated, just like being hit by a missile strike, leaving nothing but ruins. He even worried whether the T2 grade steel wall could truly withstand this level of mudslide. He dared not be certain, so he kept his gaze fixed on the surveillance footage, not daring to look away. Until this moment, after the loud crash, when the flood and mudslide collided with the T2 grade steel wall to the north and the wall showed no signs of damage, Yi Liangren finally felt relieved. As expected from a product of the system, this terrifying mudslide couldn't touch the wall at all. And I must thank Du Long for the information. If the northern wall hadn't been built last night, we would really be in trouble today. Yi Liangren sighed with lingering fear. Then he relaxed and ate his breakfast while picking up his phone to browse the forum. Seeing that the forum was also worried about this matter, Yi Liangren smiled slightly and aimed the surveillance footage to take a picture. The wall that withstood the mudslide and remained intact. Everyone can rest assured, although this mudslide is strong, the wall I built is stronger, and the mudslide will not pose a threat to Jiang City. As soon as these words were spoken, the forum instantly erupted. The Great One has appeared. The Great One is here. The Great One is amazing. What the hell? This wall completely blocked the mudslide outside, and there isn't even a trace. Is it really that strong? No kidding, after all, it's the wall made by the Great One, it must be sturdy. The Great One is amazing. 10,086. Ding. Your speech has successfully provided the residents of Jiangchang with ample security.
In the apocalypse, a sense of security is undoubtedly the most crucial. Only when they feel secure can they wholeheartedly serve as your tools. Your faith among the residents of Jiangcheng has further increased. Please keep up the good work. Reward survival points 2000. Seeing the suddenly appeared virtual notification from the system, Yi Liangren smiled brightly. Indeed, anything related to the residents can earn survival points. Although the reward of survival points isn't much, it's just a matter of a few sentences. Yi Liangren smiled slightly and continued typing on the forum. By the way, we still have a long way to go before the last wall is repaired with sand and stones. These 3 walls have nearly consumed all the sand and stones we had accumulated, and we are now very close to the incoming deluge. Please everyone put in more effort to gather sand and stones. At least let us in Jiangcheng remain safe and sound in the face of the massive flood. As soon as he finished speaking, the forum erupted. What the heck, have we run out of sand and stones already? So soon. Since the boss has spoken, I will go collect sand and stones after I finish eating. Count me in, I'll collect sand and stones after I eat. What are you eating for? If the last wall isn't built in time and the flood comes, are we all going to the underworld for dinner? Exactly. The boss has personally spoken, which shows how scarce the sand and stones are. Right, skipping a meal won't kill us. Worst case, we can nibble on a piece of bread. Hurry up. I believe everyone still has some stock of supplies, although they may not taste great, at least they are better than compressed biscuits. The person upstairs is right. Do you want Jiangcheng to be submerged and go to the official shelter to eat compressed biscuits every day? Anyway, I'm going to collect sand and stones now. If I gather more, I can go have lunch at the cafeteria in the mining area today, eat and continue collecting without wasting time. Right. 10,086. In an instant, a large wave of people dressed in protective gear dashed out into the heavy rain, heading towards various sandy areas to collect sand and stones. In the shelter, Yi Liangren watched the scene on the monitoring screen, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Meanwhile, on the forum, the people in the official shelter, however, erupted in outrage. What the heck? You guys have gone too far. What's wrong with compressed biscuits? Even if they taste bad, at least they fill you up. Right, do you have to humiliate compressed biscuits like this? It's really too much talking about this thing like it's crap. But our food every day is just this stuff. What the heck, the person upstairs, you're even worse. They at least meant it without saying it outright. Did you have to say it so directly? Honestly, I can't even look at the compressed biscuits in my hand anymore. It was already hard to swallow on a daily basis, and now you make me think of crap. I can't take it anymore. I really can't eat breakfast today. Right, me too. But Brother Face probably hasn't seen the forum. After being slapped last time, he hasn't dared to come on. Today I don't know what his breakfast is, but since he was the one who tricked us here, we can't let him off easy. It's time to urge him to go live. Make him live stream eating crap. Right. If we can't eat, how can we let him enjoy it? Even if he doesn't live stream, we have to make him lose his appetite. Damn it, bringing us to the official shelter, and this is the kind of garbage treatment we get. At first he said that if we came early he could secure us better treatment. Is this what you call good treatment? Every day is freezing cold and we have to do hard labor and only get crap like compressed biscuits to eat. It's bad enough, but we can't even fill our stomachs with this. Let's go find Brother Face together. 10,086. Inside the shelter, Yi Liangren turned his gaze to the system information that had accumulated all night. Ding. You have successfully collected supplies 400 kilograms of sand and stones. Reward survival points 40. Remaining survival points 147760. Ding. You have successfully collected supplies 400 kilograms of sand and stones. Reward survival points 40. Remaining survival points 147800. Ding. You have successfully collected supplies 400 kilograms of sand and stones. Reward survival points 40. Your current remaining supplies. Pure iron 35250 kilograms. Titanium alloy 31650 kilograms. Sand and stones 11,900 kilograms. Energy stone 1 piece. Remaining survival points 148900. Did I collect about 11,800 kilograms of sand and stones overnight? Yi Liangren stroked his chin, feeling relieved. Last night he had the 4 transport robots work hard to collect sand and stones around the shelter. Without the time delay of back and forth travel, the collection efficiency was indeed very fast. Moreover, the main reason was that the nearby sand and stones had already been nearly scavenged by the 4 transport robots. Now they needed to run a bit farther to collect sand and stones, which caused significant delays here. Otherwise, the amount of sand and stones collected should be even more. However, the time for collection isn't over yet. Until 12 noon. Almost we should be able to collect around 15,000 kilograms of sand and stones. Yi Liangren pinched his chin, calculating for a moment. In that case, we only need 9,000 kilograms left to complete the last wall. The residents of Jiangcheng should have enough time to gather it in a single day. Yi Liangren settled down and finally began to comfortably finish his remaining breakfast. Soon noon arrived. At this moment, the residents of Jiangcheng gathered in the 3 mining area cafeterias.
Today they chose to eat in the cafeteria instead of going home to cook.
The cafeteria was particularly lively, filled with jokes and laughter, with no one arguing at all. Or rather, as long as there was someone arguing, a certain line would appear at this moment. As long as you believe in the boss, we are like brothers from different parents. Then the arguing parties would shake hands and make peace. The whole cafeteria was filled with cheers of "Long live the boss." Meanwhile, on the forum, the people from the official shelter suddenly sent a message.
Angraged. Furious. Enraged. Do you know? Do you know?
We just went to find Brother Face to hold him accountable. On the forum, messages from the people in the official shelter poured in, each one filled with fury.
Damn it, Brother Lien said before we were lured into the official shelter that he would fight for us to have better treatment, allowing us to live in peace. And what happened?
After arriving at the official shelter, we were met with such garbage treatment.
We have to do hard labor every day, feeling like we might die, and we can't even eat enough or stay warm.
We must confront him for an explanation.
Even if there is none, we should ruin his appetite so that he can't eat for a few meals.
After all, didn't he say a few days ago on the forum that he would do a live stream eating excrement?
And guess what we saw? Brother Lien is actually not eating compressed biscuits. When we opened the door, he was eating instant noodles.
And it was braised beef noodles. Not only was there beef but also braised mushrooms.
So mad I want to kill Jk. I have my knife sharpened.
The forum was soon filled with various angry memes. At that moment, the residents of Jiangcheng's 3 canteens all slowed their eating, curiously looking at their phones, each one filled with anticipation for what would follow.
What happened next? What happened next? Damn, is Brother Lien really that impressive?
It seems he still has some influence in the official shelter, otherwise how could he have instant noodles?
Right, what did you all do after finding out?
Soon the people in the official shelter sent more updates.
Smirking Jk. Proud Jk. What did we do?
Hoof. How long has it been since we last ate vegetables?
Let alone meat.
And yet he has both of those to eat.
While he eats meat, we don't even have soup every day, it's still just compressed biscuits.
So we were so furious at that moment that we wanted to knock over the instant noodles in his hands.
Luckily, I reacted quickly and snatched them, taking a big bite first.
Soon that bucket of instant noodles was completely divided among us, not even a drop of grease left. The expression on Brother Lien's face at that time, let me tell you, was absolutely hilarious. Later we found out that as a manager he could exchange for one item of supplies every week, including instant noodles, chocolate, fruits,
and so on, choosing one of them.
And today he had just exchanged for his supplies for the first week, and before he even got to eat it, we took it away.
Haha, so satisfying.
So refreshing.
In an instant the anger in our hearts vanished and we all exited together. However, in the end I saw that Brother Lien looked like he was about to cry.
So funny it killed Mejk. After the official shelter's messages were sent on the forum,
the residents of Jiangcheng suddenly fell into silence.
They looked at their lunchboxes and the meals inside, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Soon they couldn't help but post messages on the forum.
I suddenly feel that Brother Lien is a bit pitiful. Yeah, I also think Brother Lien is really pitiful. Sigh, it really is pitiful. I want target Brother Lien anymore. Right, count me in.
And you guys, the brothers who went to the official shelter, you were too much.
Yes, it really was too much. Isn't it tough for Brother Lien?
You brought a large number of people into the official shelter, yet you are all undercover, not a single person thinking of him. Now when he finally gets to eat a bowl of instant noodles, you all took it away from him, he didn't even get a bit of broth.
Exactly.
So pitiful, it's just a bucket of instant noodles, why are you all like this?
Look at what I'm eating. Sweet and sour ribs. Sizzling fudge. Spicy pork ribs. A big bowl of white rice. Right. And me. Sour fish. Savory pork. Konjac duck. A big bowl of white rice. What are we eating? Isn't it thousands of times better than instant noodles? Did we snatch it?
Exactly, it's just a bucket of instant noodles and you all took it from Brother Lien, he must be heartbroken.
Moreover, this is something Brother Lien should have, he is in management and you are not.
On the forum, the residents of Jiangcheng suddenly expressed their sorrow. Although they often liked to post pictures and tease each other on the forum, they had never done anything like fighting over food. Moreover, they deeply understood the experiences of the people in the official shelter, because at the beginning when the big shots didn't show up, they also lived in extreme misery due to food. Yet even back then they held on to their principles, because stealing someone's food is truly too much. The person who got robbed probably even wished they could die. At this moment the people in the official shelter exploded.
I can't believe you all. Don't you fear being struck by lightning? Exactly. It's just a bucket of instant noodles. Just that. Of course you don't care, you eat so well every day with meat and vegetables. What about us? We have been gnawing on compressed biscuits for nearly 10 days. 10 days, do you know what that means? If anyone could give us a meal with meat, I would sign a contract on the spot. Right. How can you all still mock us here?
So mad it killed Mejk. So mad it killed Mejk. So mad it killed Mejk.
Meanwhile inside the shelter Yi Liangren, who had been watching the forum messages, suddenly fell silent. Then he looked at the meal he was eating. Today the all-purpose home robot prepared a French feast for him. Bouillabaisse foie gras Paris lobster red wine chicken. Looking back at the messages on the forum, Zhongshang was actually eating instant noodles. And before he could finish it was taken away. Yi Liangren couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. With a snap he took a picture. Then he typed on the forum. To be fair, this time you all really went too far. Not to mention anything else, just this one point is the most important. Zhongshang is the manager, and because he led you into the official shelter he is your manager. In fact, this is just like the relationship between a boss and their subordinates at work. How could a boss and a subordinate possibly be on equal footing? To give a simple example, your relationship with Zhongshang is just like mine with all the people in Jiangchang. Would we eat the... No. For example, this is my lunch today. Bouillabaisse egg. Foie gras. Paris lobster. Red wine chick. Yi Liangren posted the picture on the forum and couldn't help but sigh, continuing to type, isn't it obvious from today's lunch that I definitely eat better than everyone else? Zhongshang is the same. If he as your manager has no better treatment than you all, what motivation does he have to help the official shelter manage you? Once he stops managing you, who will take care of the food you need daily? If you all make mistakes, who will take responsibility? Who will fight for better treatment for you? Besides, you have just entered the official shelter. Or rather, you have been inside for a while, but it's still just a short time. You definitely cannot be compared to the original residents of the official shelter. But I believe Zhongshang is definitely trying to fight for it. Because he cannot be content to always remain at the lower level of management. However, after what happened today, he might not even have the mood to fight for you all anymore. Calm analysis. Moreover, this is just one point. So what you did today was indeed wrong. As soon as Yi Liangren said this, the forum erupted. Residents of Jiang City flooded in with messages. Yes, yes, yes. What the boss said is reasonable. The boss is awesome. Right. It's truly reasonable, not just us flattering the boss. Serious. Exactly, your actions directly reminded me of a joke. How to get fired by the company: the boss toasts you and you don't drink, the boss walks and you take a card, the boss speaks and you chatter, the boss private matters, you meddle and the boss serves food and you turn the table, the boss listens to the game and you self-draw. In the official shelter, your relationship with Zhongshang is quite similar to that of a boss and subordinate. And your actions today are even worse than this joke. You directly flipped the table while the boss was eating. You directly made it so the boss couldn't eat. To be honest, that's really impressive. 6666666. What the upstairs said is so spot on. So appropriate. Laughing out loud. I laughed to death. So think about it, Zhongshang is your superior. Facing such matters, not being infuriated to the point of spitting blood is already good, and he would still think about fighting for your benefits. Stop dreaming. Exactly. 10086. As soon as the residents of Jiang City said this, the forum fell silent for 2 or 3 minutes. Then someone from the official shelter suddenly sent a message. Ah. Then does this mean we're done for? Residents of Jiang City quickly replied, of course, here is a song for you about being done for. Get ready to eat compressed biscuits for a long time. You might not even have 3 packs of compressed biscuits to eat in it. Instantly the forum exploded. We're doomed. I seem to see the character danger appear on my forehead. Not even 3 packs of compressed biscuits a day. Is this going to make me starve to death? Crying. What should we do? Who can tell me what we should do next? Okay, I admit we indeed made a mistake in this matter, but how can we make up for it? Right, there won't be any chance for recovery, will there? Brothers, help us. Boss, help us. 1. Why don't we go apologize to Face Brother? Yes, apologizing should be fine, right? As soon as this was said, Yi Liangren immediately shook his head and typed no. The people from the official shelter instantly panicked. Ah. Then what should we do? We can't even apologize. Does that mean we're just waiting to die? Crying like a baby. Don't panic. It's not that I don't let you apologize, but you still don't understand the seriousness of the matter. Yi Liangren continued to type, if you rashly apologize at this moment, it will only worsen the consequences. It might even make Zhongshang think that you are mocking him. Because what you did was indeed too excessive. If you were a boss and your employees flipped your table while you were eating and then apologized afterward, would you accept it? Of course not. Even if you seem polite on the surface, even if you say you forgive them, you will definitely remember this matter in your heart. After all, a boss is always proud and you have embarrassed him. So what should you do? You need to find an excuse. Push all the reasons for your actions onto this excuse. Let Zhongshang have no grudges against you and attribute all the hatred to this excuse. After sending this message, Yi Liangren paused. He pinched his chin, thought for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Then he continued to type, well. This excuse is indeed hard to find, but right now there happens to be a ready-made one. And that is me. I have repeatedly embarrassed Zhongshang, forcing him to live stream eating dirt, and now he doesn't even dare to show up on the forum. So your excuse can be me.
Just say that because I am posting delicious food on the forum every day while you are eating compressed biscuits every day you feel psychologically unbalanced. So out of anger you want to confront Zhongshang wanting to eat something delicious, but when you see Zhongshang eating instant noodles your heart feels even more unbalanced.
Let me be the bad guy this once.
After all, Zhongshang already has a high level of hatred towards me, it won't matter if it goes a bit higher. As soon as these words were said the forum exploded. First the residents of Jiang City directly boiled over.
Boss.
Boss, you are truly great. Exactly, clearly we are unrelated people, yet you not only proposed a solution but even willingly became the bad guy to let Zhongshang.
Ah.
My eyes are red in this life, I only recognize one big brother and that is you, boss.
Bowing to boss. Bowing to boss. Bowing to boss.
At this moment the people from the official shelter also exploded.
Boss. Wahajk. Boss, we are sorry for you.
Yes, we are so sorry. Clearly we were misled by Face Brothers' instigation and went to the official shelter, but you not only did not abandon us but you are also willing to stand up for us, even willing to become the bad guy for us.
Ah. Boss, you are too good. Crying JPG.
In the official shelter countless people with red eyes expressed their gratitude with tears.
Wow. I really want to cry. Why didn't I choose the big shot from the beginning?
Yes. Such a great person, how could I not choose him and instead pick Zhongshang? Why is there no regret medicine in this world?
Big shot, please accept my bow.
Seeing the messages on the forum, Yi Liangren shook his head and smiled, typing, you guys go quickly.
By the way, don't send too many people, just 2 or 3 will do.
Too many will only raise Zhongshang's suspicions.
Okay, big shot. We are on our way.
Even though we are Zhongshang's people now, our hearts will always belong to you.
Right. Our hearts will always have only the big shot. Upon seeing the flood of messages, Yi Liangren couldn't help but smile. Have I just gained a whole bunch of little brother? Just then a virtual screen popped up. Ding.
Your words have not only captured the hearts of the residents of Jiang City but also those who have gone to the official shelter. This time your status in the hearts of the official shelter's residents has greatly increased. They have already begun to believe in you, which will significantly enhance your acquisition of survival points in the future. Please keep up the good work. Reward survival points 6,000. Remaining survival points 155720. Yi Liangren's eyes lit up and his smile became radiant. Did I really win over that group of residents who went to the official shelter? And moreover, I was directly rewarded with a whole 6,000 survival points. Especially since it only took a few words. I can only say, Zhongshang, you are truly my super lucky star.
Every time I appear on the forum I can reap survival points.
Now that you're not on the forum I can still reap survival points.
Impressive. Yi Liangren beamed as he continued to enjoy his French meal. I must say this taste is just delightful.
I wonder how those residents who went to the official shelter managed to get through their days eating compressed biscuits. Before long Yi Liangren had finished his French meal.
The forum had once again erupted with activity. Thank you, big shot. Thank you, big shot. Thank you, big shot.
Big shot, please don't support me, my knees are already unable to stand and are heavily pressed against the ground.
Big shot, please accept my bow. 1. 10,086.
Seeing this flood of messages, the residents of Jiang City couldn't help but inquire, brothers from the official shelter, what happened?
Did you succeed in your apology? Of course we succeeded.
Yes, how could the big shot's method possibly fail?
Exactly.
You guys really don't trust the big shot.
I look down on you. Look down on you. Look down on you.
As the flood of disdain emojis appeared, the residents of Jiang City were directly amused.
Wow. They even looked down on us. Exactly.
I don't know which group of guys didn't trust the big shot and insisted on going to the official shelter.
Right.
And they even questioned the big shot's building several times for a few packs of compressed biscuits.
How ridiculous. Wow. I was wrong. Brothers, I kneel, please don't say anymore, this is all black history.
The people in the official shelter immediately begged for mercy. Then someone continued, don't say anymore, let me tell you why we are so excited.
I am one of the 3 who went to apologize.
When we entered Brother Lian's room, his entire face was still dark and he was holding a bucket of instant noodles with no broth left. Seeing this scene, we knew we had really made a mistake, just as the big shot said we had severely offended Brother Lian. So next we followed the big shot's words and pushed all the excuses onto him. You guys have no idea, as soon as we said this, Brother Lian's face instantly brightened and he even stood up, warmly inviting us to sit down. Then with a beaming smile he told us how could he blame us, he understood us very well. Especially in the end, he even shared a huge piece of good news with us. Actually, he has been fighting for better food for us and it has already shown signs. If all goes well, in a week we will have at least one day a week when we can switch from eating compressed biscuits to trying other flavors like instant noodles.
At this point the person couldn't help but send an emoji. Joyful. This time it's truly thanks to the big shot.
If it weren't for the big shot, Brother Lian would have probably hidden all these better foods for himself. By then we would truly regret it. Now every time I think that in a week we will at least have one day to change flavors and no longer eat compressed biscuits that taste like excrement, I feel like I will wake up laughing in my dreams tonight.
Thank you, Big Shot. The Big Shot is forever a deity.
Seeing this message, the residents of Jiang City couldn't help but send their congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations, you can finally improve your meals.
Yes, yes.
You guys are really congratulating us. Shocked. You guys didn't take the opportunity to mock us. Didn't send food pictures. Not mocking is just instant noodles. Terrifying.
The residents of Jiang City seamlessly replied with the same emoji.
As long as you believe in the Big Shot, we are like brothers from different parents. In the shelter, Yi Lianren couldn't help but chuckle at this scene. Goodness. What a good situation. Why do I feel like a villain brainwashing them all? Ding.
You have successfully collected resources 400 kilograms of sand and stone.
Reward survival points 40. Ding.
You have successfully collected resources 400 kilograms of sand and stone.
Reward survival points 40. Ding.
You have successfully collected resources 400 kilograms of sand and stone.
Your current remaining resources: pure iron 35,250 kilograms. Titanium alloy 31,650 kilograms. Sand and stone 28,900 kilograms. Energy stone 1 piece. Remaining survival points 157420. It's 10 o'clock at night.
Yi Lianren looked at the system messages that had piled up throughout the day and finally revealed a relieved smile.
Finally enough. I can build the last wall now.
System construct 120 T2 level steel walls.
Yi Lianren immediately spoke. Ding.
To construct 120 T2 level steel walls, the materials required are sand and stone 24,000 kilograms, pure iron 12,000 kilograms, titanium alloy 2,400 kilograms.
Do you confirm the construction? Yi Lianren nodded. In the next moment, the virtual screen popped up again. Ding.
120 T2 level steel walls have been successfully constructed.
Your current remaining resources: pure iron 23,250 kilograms. Titanium alloy 27,250 kilograms. Sand and stone 4,900 kilograms. Energy stone 1 piece. Ding.
Do you want to manually install the T2 level steel walls? A virtual dialog box appeared.
Yes.
Yi Lianren immediately answered, and as soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic virtual screen appeared.
3 minutes later, the fourth wall fell from the sky, completely encircling Jiang City. Each wall also humanely featured an automated city gate.
When safe, the gate would automatically rise, allowing residents to enter and exit. In times of danger, the gate would automatically lower, sealing off Jiang City and blocking all disasters outside the walls. At this moment, Jiang City truly resembled a massive fortress, impregnable.
Yi Lianren couldn't help but stretch with a radiant smile.
Finally finished, the greatest danger to Jiang City has been resolved.
A virtual screen popped up. Ding.
You have successfully built the walls of Jiang City before the arrival of the massive flood. The sturdy T2 level steel walls can completely withstand the flood.
This action undoubtedly ensured the safety of Jiang City's residents. With a safe environment, their work efficiency will significantly improve.
At the same time, your status in their hearts has risen higher, so please keep up the good work.
Reward survival points 10,000. Yi Lianren's eyes lit up. Another reward of 10,000 survival points.
Now my survival points are approaching 170,000. I am already a confirmed millionaire.
Yi Lianren took out his phone and opened the forum, typing happily, "Today I'm in a good mood. Everyone in Jiang City reward 5 points. Tomorrow everyone can go to the mine to collect a fruit."
As soon as these words were spoken, the forum fell silent for a moment and then exploded. Surprise edge.
Fruits. The Big Shot is giving out fruits again. Long live the Big Shot. Long live the Big Shot. Long live the Big Shot. Wow. I can eat fruits again.
Last time the Big Shot sent fruits, I divided them into 7 pieces, wrapped them in plastic wrap and put them in the fridge, and I still haven't finished them. This time the Big Shot sends again. Doesn't that mean I can eat fruits every day for the next 10 days?
Awesome. Damn. You upstairs, you're amazing. Why didn't I think of that?
I have plastic wrap at home too, and I've had no use for it.
10086. Thanks for the reminder.
Next, I will also divide the fruits into portions. Just thinking about the next few days when I can eat fruits every day, I will definitely wake up laughing in my dreams tonight.
The forum was completely boiling over among Jiang City's residents.
At this moment, the residents heading to the official shelter couldn't help but come out to complain again.
Wow. Fruits again. The Big Shot is giving out fruits again. Crying.
Oh my god, speaking of fruits, I calculated carefully. I haven't eaten fruits for at least half a month. I feel like I've forgotten what fruits taste like.
Crying.
Oh. I was just so happy because I knew that if we endure another week we might have a chance to change our diet and not have to eat those disgusting and nauseating compressed biscuits.
And now I'm suddenly not happy. Fruits. Ah.
Why did I have to go to the official shelter?
Exactly. And this official shelter is so stingy, right? We work so hard every day and no one even asks about us not turning on the air conditioning. Is fine, I can accept eating compressed biscuits.
But today is already December 30th.
Tomorrow night is New Year's Eve and I haven't heard of any activities.
I'm afraid no one will care about us again. I originally hoped that on New Year's Eve the official shelter might reward us with some good food, but now it seems forget it, that's just impossible.
Heartbroken. As soon as the last person's message from the official shelter was posted, the entire forum fell silent. After a full minute the forum exploded. Shachik. Shachik. Shachik.
Damn you upstairs, if you hadn't said it I would have forgotten. Yeah, I also completely forgot about calendars and stuff. Who looks at calendars during the apocalypse? Now that you mention it I just realized that tomorrow night is actually New Year's Eve.
Exactly. Thanks for the reminder. Even though it's the apocalypse, New Year's Eve is still a big event worth celebrating. Right. Tomorrow I will use my points to exchange for some meat and vegetables and make a nice dinner. 10086. Really, thank you, brother. If you hadn't said it we would have all forgotten.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
As the thanks from Jiang City's residents came out, the person from the official shelter was completely blown away. I suddenly feel like crying.
Wants to cry, can't help it, crying clearly. I was just complaining about the stinginess of the official shelter.
And now, you all didn't even know tomorrow is New Year's Eve. And now that I mention it, you're all preparing to get something good to eat. Ugh. Whoa.
Just thinking about tomorrow night, I'll likely be stuck with nothing but compressed biscuits, and if those run out late at night I'll be left shivering and starving, curled up on my bed, breathing only the biting northwestern wind. And you there in Jiangcheng are feasting on fragrant steamed rice and tender meat.
I can't bear it anymore.
My composure has utterly shattered.
Why must heaven torment me so cruelly?
Why did I ever open my mouth and declare aloud that tomorrow is New Year's Eve? If I'd kept silent you'd all have passed the night quietly, and at least I'd have suffered less.
Whoa. I desperately want to slap myself hard. Slapping myself. Upon reading this, residents of Jiangcheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Don't take it too hard. That's right, after all tomorrow hasn't even arrived yet. Exactly.
Maybe tomorrow the senior administrators of the official shelter will suddenly remember and host a New Year's Eve gala.
Yes.
Anything remains possible as long as time hasn't run out. Don't despair.
Stay strong. Keep your spirits high.
Didn't the master himself remind us to remain optimistic and cultivate a serene, resilient mindset?
That's right.
Tomorrow I'll pray for you, praying the shelter's leadership awakens its conscience and hosts a festive gala laying out an abundance of delicious food.
Absolutely. Perhaps by then you'll feast even better than we do, leaving us staring enviously mouths agape. Jiangcheng residents began offering waves of heartfelt reassurance. Just then someone interjected.
Come to think of it, I've only just realized, did the master's sudden delivery of fruit serve as our New Year's Eve gift?
Oh. You're absolutely right, I'd completely forgotten. How thoughtful of the master to remember even our festivals.
Indeed, he must already know tomorrow is New Year's Eve. He stayed silent precisely because he knew our points were scarce.
Celebrating New Year's Eve would inevitably drain many points, leaving us struggling through the days ahead.
So instead of announcing it, he quietly gifted each of us 1 fruit and 5 points, a modest heartfelt holiday offering. Receiving this unexpected bounty will surely treat ourselves to a proper meal, effectively celebrating the festival while still conserving points to secure a more stable future.
Wow.
The master truly cherishes us beyond measure, constantly watching over us, anticipating our needs.
Touched.
Now that you mention it, I realize too, the master has silently contemplated so much on our behalf.
Suddenly I'm overwhelmed with emotion. The master is simply extraordinary. Tears streaming down cheeks.
He is nothing short of a living sage. I kneel before him, forehead to floor.
Kneeling. 10,086.
No, I must record this moment in my little notebook today. December 30th evening, the 13th day since the apocalypse began.
The master gifted each of us 1 apple and an additional 5 points.
Yet he said nothing about tomorrow being New Year's Eve, fearing we might recklessly spend points depleting our reserves and compromising our future well-being.
The master is truly a paragon of benevolence, indeed a living sage. 6666. The diary gentleman appears again.
Gentlemen, I'm now genuinely dying to know what else has been inscribed in your little notebook.
Exactly.
Once the apocalypse ends you must show us.
Absolutely.
Forget everything else, just this single truth that the master has pondered so deeply on our behalf is unforgettable. The moment the apocalypse ends I'll make a photocopy of your notebook, reading it every single day to eternally honor the master's grace.
Reading it once isn't enough, I'll enshrine the photocopied notebook, lighting 3 sticks of incense daily. The master is a true living sage. 10,086. The forum erupted utterly irreversibly. Inside the shelter, Yi Lianren froze completely. Huh? How exactly have I been looking after you? Since when have I been contemplating your welfare?
I simply reached nearly 170000 survival points, and the Jiangcheng walls were finally completed, so in celebration I treated you all. It's no different from a company earning a massive windfall than its CEO distributing small bonuses.
Perfectly ordinary. How did you suddenly elevate me to sainthood in your minds? Yi Lianren stood bewildered. Wait, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Damn, it completely slipped my mind.
And you actually believed this fruit and those 5 points were a deliberate holiday gift, deliberately withheld to prevent reckless point spending and preserve your future quality of life.
This level of imagination leaves me utterly speechless. And you've already written it down in your little notebook. You'll photocopy it after the apocalypse and read it daily.
Worse, you'll enshrine the photocopy and burn 3 sticks of incense daily.
Well, well. Have you truly mistaken me for a bodhisattva?
Yi Lianren's brow furrowed, his expression incredulous.
But...
He stroked his chin, a subtle smile curling at the corner of his lips.
They've reminded me. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve.
Such a grand occasion, I'd be remiss not to offer gifts and harvest some survival points.
After all, it's a major festival, guaranteed to deepen their devotion to me. Besides, what I gave earlier truly wasn't a holiday gift. Mulling it over, Yi Lianren swiftly typed and sent a message.
Helpless shrug.
Actually, you've misunderstood. These 5 points and the fruit were simply tokens of my good mood today. As for tomorrow being New Year's Eve, I genuinely forgot.
I'm quite busy after all.
Still, such a momentous occasion demands a proper gift. You've all rightly pointed out how few points you hold. To prevent wasteful spending, I've decided.
Each of you may collect 1 portion of sweet glutinous rice balls and 1 portion of dumplings from the mining zone tomorrow evening.
Let us celebrate New Year's Eve joyfully, even amidst the apocalypse. Smiling. The moment Yi Lianren posted these words, the forum exploded anew. The master, our master, has gifted us again. Touched. Deeply, profoundly touched. Master, you are simply beyond compare. Exactly. If anyone else had been misinterpreted, they'd never admit it, they'd seize the credit outright.
But the master is different. He not only acknowledged the truth that his earlier gift wasn't ceremonial, but also honored our unspoken wish by bestowing another gift.
What defines a sage? This is the very essence of sainthood. Precisely.
A person who embodies honesty, boundless generosity, profound empathy, and selfless dedication. Who else, if not such a being, could possibly qualify as a sage?
Long live the big boss.
Long live the big boss 1,000,000 times. Long live the big boss 1,000,000 times 1,000,000. On the forum, the residents of Jiang City began what seemed like an endless cheer.
What a guy.
In the shelter, Yi Lianren looked at the forum filled with people elevating him to the status of a saint, unable to hold back a chuckle.
These people really have vivid imaginations. And their imagination is ridiculously exaggerated.
Clearly I was just trying to earn some survival points, yet in their eyes I have turned into a super altruistic hero. TSK. But speaking of which, the feeling of being admired and praised by so many people is quite enjoyable. Suddenly 2 virtual screens popped up.
Ding.
Due to your joyous mood, you have gifted each resident of Jiang City 5 points and a fruit, making them equally delighted. At the same time, due to the approaching New Year's Eve, your action led the residents of Jiang City to mistakenly believe this was your New Year's gift to them, enhancing your reputation in their hearts. Reward survival points 2,000. Remaining survival points 169420.
Ding.
You chose to give each resident of Jiang City a serving of tang yuan and dumplings on New Year's Eve, causing a complete celebration among them.
Moreover, because you explained your previous gifting action, the residents of Jiang City now perceive you as an incredibly honest and selfless person, which further elevates their faith in you. Reward survival points 2,000. Remaining survival points 171420. 2 rewards appeared simultaneously. Yi Lianren's eyes lit up. What a guy. So it turns out that not just holiday gifts can earn survival points.
But if that's the case, doesn't it mean that as long as I keep giving gifts I can earn survival points every day?
Yi Lianren's smile instantly brightened.
However, he quickly shook his head.
No way.
Such actions should only be done occasionally. If I give gifts daily, these people may develop a habit, and if I stop, their faith might even decline. While I'm not sure if the system has a punishment mechanism, since I can earn rewards by gaining the faith of Jiang City's residents, if their faith declines even without punishment, future rewards might decrease.
Moreover, if I give gifts every day, I don't have that many fruits. After all, the first batch of fruits hasn't matured yet. Yi Lianren pondered and dismissed the idea.
Then he looked at the omnipotent home robot and said, "Home robot, you don't need to massage me tonight, go make dumplings and tang yuan instead."
The entire population of Jiang City needs to eat tomorrow night, and the quantity required is enormous. Can you finish it in one night? Command received successfully. It can be completed. 2 virtual pop-ups appeared as the omnipotent home robot walked into the kitchen. Yi Lianren was stunned for a moment, filled with amazement. Impressive.
There are still nearly 100,000 residents in Jiang City. To think it can prepare tang yuan and dumplings for 100,000 people in one night.
This efficiency is a bit terrifying. Yi Lianren couldn't help but move closer to the kitchen, eager to see how the omnipotent home robot would make dumplings in Tangyuan. Upon witnessing, he was utterly shocked. What the heck? The hands of the omnipotent home robot suddenly elongated, and at the tips of its extended fingers small hands appeared. What was once just a pair of hands had now transformed into 10. Moreover, each small hand was perfectly sized to wrap a dumpling or Tangyuan. Wow, is it really this intelligent? Meanwhile, on the forum, the residents who had gone to the official shelter were experiencing an even more explosive reaction. One gift wasn't enough, there's actually a second one. Jealousy and envy. Exactly, and the second gift is that tomorrow night they can get a serving of dumplings and Tangyuan for free. Crying heavily. Aha! Dumplings and Tangyuan. A symbol of New Year's Eve. Tears of sadness flowing from my mouth. Whoa whoa. My heart hurts so much. If the official shelter holds an event tomorrow night and we get to eat something delicious, I can accept that, but if we only get to eat compressed biscuits again, I might as well find a place to end it all. Crying heavily. Wow. Who brought up New Year's Eve? Step forward voluntarily or I swear I will beat you up. Anger. Crying heavily. 1100086. Suddenly the wails of the residents in the official shelter on the forum came to an abrupt halt. The entire forum fell into an eerie silence. The residents of Jiang City were taken aback by this situation, quickly typing to ask what happened. Why did all the messages suddenly disappear? Exactly, I thought my internet was lagging. Why did the forum become so quiet all of a sudden? Hey brothers in the official shelter, are you still there? Yet no one responded. The countless people on the forum began to speculate. Where is everyone? Could it be that the internet in the official shelter has gone down? Impossible. In the apocalypse, external information is crucial, second only to food. And as an official shelter, they definitely wouldn't let their internet be so poorly managed, constantly disconnecting. That's true, after all, they've been hiding in the shelter. Without the internet, they wouldn't know the situation outside and they'd have no idea when the apocalypse would end. Thus the internet could never go down. Then, do you think something major happened? Something major. Could it be that the official shelter has leaked water again? Impossible. Haven't they been working overnight to build waterproofing these past few days? And didn't they just block the leak at the door yesterday? How could it possibly leak again? Right. Just as the residents of Jiang City were debating heatedly, the residents of the official shelter appeared. Brothers. Residents of Jiang City, have you finished building the last wall of Jiang City? Extremely serious. Incredibly worried. Upon hearing this, the residents of Jiang City immediately sent messages. Has the last wall been completed? How could it be finished so quickly? The big boss is amazing, but he's not a god. Exactly, we were still collecting sand and stones during the day. The big boss said we were still short on sand and stones, urging us to gather as fast as we can. What's wrong? Has the flood surge struck again? Don't be afraid. Jiangcheng boasts 3 full defensive walls. This surge is nothing more than a minor nuisance, easily withstood. Surely it can't possibly hit from all 4 directions this time. On the forum, residents of Jiangcheng posted messages with utter nonchalance. Yet these casual remarks instantly sent waves of panic through the official shelter's inhabitants. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? This flood surge is far more perilous than you imagine. Yes, it's immense. Unprecedented in scale. And it's not a mere flash flood triggered by ordinary rainstorms. It originates directly from coastal regions. Catastrophic glacial melt and rising sea levels, both caused by recent solar flares, have unleashed a superflood of apocalyptic magnitude. You hurry and take cover. Immediately. Do not underestimate this threat for a single moment. This is the emergency broadcast just aired by our official shelter. Breaking report: 3 minutes ago, the superflood, triggered by solar flares, glacial melt and sea level rise, has entered Jiang province. The sheer scale of this deluge transcends the very definition of flood. It is in truth a continental tsunami. For this surge sweeps inland directly from the coast. Satellite observations confirm that the resulting waves reach heights of up to 300 meters. The wave energy attenuates significantly upon entering inland regions. Prolonged torrential rains have already saturated multiple zones. Merging with the coastal surge, they coalesce into monstrous 30-meter waves even within Jiang province. Statistical analysis indicates that the impact force generated by such 30-meter waves, given their volume and velocity, is comparable to that of an intercontinental ballistic missile. All residents of Jiang province must prioritize safety above all. If you have not yet reached an official shelter, seek refuge in basements immediately. Do not ascend to higher ground. The crest of the wave renders elevated areas the most lethal. Satellite image: 30-meter superwave. Satellite image: superwave instantly obliterating skyscrapers. Residents of the official shelter flooded the channel with urgent news image. Just moments ago, the city of Yunlong, located only 300 kilometers from Jiangcheng, was overwhelmed. Situated downstream and historically prone to flooding, Yunlong boasted the most flood-resilient infrastructure across the entire province.
Yet, this colossal surge breached its defenses in precisely 3 seconds. Take cover, brothers, listen to me, take cover now in basements. Although the surge approaches from the south and Jiangqing possesses southern walls, such a superflood will inevitably engulf the city from all 4 directions. It will breach the wall-less side first. These warnings from the official shelter sent tremors of dread through Jiangqing's populace.
Meanwhile, inside the shelter, Yi Lianren scanned the forum alerts. His gaze instinctively shifted to the surveillance feed, Yunlong City. At a single glance, his brow twitched involuntarily. Yunlong City had been utterly submerged. Not merely flooded, but drowned as if beneath an ocean. Across the entire cityscape, only churning waters remained, not a single structure pierced the surface. It had become an underwater metropolis. Yi Lianren's eyes snapped forward to the nearest city between Yunlong and Jiangcheng. Even as he turned his gaze, the megasurge arrived. Yi Lianren's heart lurched violently. He saw the wave. A towering 30-meter monstrosity. Under its crushing impact, residential towers, over 20 stories tall, collapsed instantaneously. Not crumbling gradually, not shattering into fragments, but pulverized outright, reduced to dust in a single devastating blow. Reinforced concrete, steel rebar embedded in cement, disintegrated into powder under such overwhelming force, utterly incapable of resistance. This wave's height exceeds even T2-grade steel fortifications. We must reduce the flood's volumetric flow rate. Otherwise, even if the floodwaters themselves are contained, the collapse of such a wave upon Jiangcheng would inflict catastrophic casualties. Yi Lianren immediately focused on the urban construction center. 1 T2-grade flood-resistant trough level 5. Required materials: 200 kilograms gravel, 100 kilograms pure iron, 50 kilograms titanium alloy. The only means to mitigate flow rate is the flood-resistant trough. The surge approaches from the south, so I will install troughs along the entire southern perimeter. By the time the megasurge reaches Jiangqing, its flow volume will have diminished by over half, rendering the T2-grade steel walls fully capable of safe containment. Yi Lianren's gaze shifted to the supply depot. Current inventory: pure iron 23250 kg. Titanium alloy 27250 kg. Gravel 4900 kg. Energy stone 1. Remaining survival points 167420. Each trough requires 200 kilograms of gravel. I possess ample iron and titanium, but gravel suffices for only 18 units, and 18 is certainly insufficient. Yi Lianren frowned deeply, then reviewed the trough specifications. Each trough covers a 2-kilometer radius. He shook his head. The system states a maximum effective range of 2 kilometers, but I require peak efficiency, not maximum spread. I need at least 1 trough per 500 meters. His eyes returned to the surveillance feed. The megasurge was still 150 kilometers from Jiangcheng. 150 kilometers. Then I'll install troughs across 100 kilometers. 1 kilometer demands 2 troughs, 10 kilometers 20, so 100 kilometers requires 200. Total materials: 40000 kg gravel, 20000 kg pure iron, 10000 kg titanium alloy. Iron and titanium are sufficient, but I am short by 35100 kg of gravel. System: can survival points be used to purchase gravel? Yi Lianren spoke aloud, and instantly a holographic interface materialized. Ding. In response to the host's request, gravel has been added to the next tier material list, available upon system upgrade. Yi Lianren swiftly accessed the exchange interface. Exchange system. Level 2. Upgradable. Next level: Level 3. Upgrade cost: 2000 survival points. Current exchange list: pure iron 1 kg 10 points. Titanium alloy 1 kg 100 points. Aluminum alloy 1 kg 200 points. Energy stone 1 unit 500 points. Locked categories: Level 3, nanomaterials, hyperalloy T1V, etc. Only 2000 points. I'll upgrade immediately. Ding. The exchange system has been successfully upgraded. Exchange system Level 3. Upgrade available. Upgrade direction: Level 4. Required survival points: 4000. Current exchange list: sand 1 kg 1 survival point. Pure iron 1 kg 10 survival points. Titanium alloy 1 kg 100 survival points. Aluminum alloy 1 kg 200 survival points. Energy stone 1 piece 500 survival points. Nanomaterials 1 kg 1000 survival points. Superalloy T1V 1 kg 1000 survival points. Unlocked list: Level 4 cosmic alloy vibranium. And so on. Seeing the upgraded exchange interface, Yi Lianren couldn't help but furrow his brow. Good heavens. 1 survival point for every kilogram of sand. Come on, sand is so ubiquitous, how can it be so expensive? I still need 35,100 kilograms of sand. Does that mean I need 35,100 survival points? This is outrageous, asking me for over 30,000 survival points at once. Rounding up, isn't that equivalent to losing 100 million at once? Yi Lianren couldn't help but vent his frustrations inwardly. However, the next moment he spoke: system exchange for 35,100 kilograms of sand. There was no choice. Resolving personnel casualties was more important than sand. Fortunately, his current survival points were still relatively ample. Soon a virtual screen popped up. Ding.
Exchanging for 35,100 kilograms of sand will cost a total of 35,100 survival points.
Do you confirm the exchange? Yes. 35,100 survival points. Yi Liangrun gritted his teeth and nodded. Ding. 35,100 kilograms of sand exchanged successfully. Your current remaining supplies: pure iron 23,250 kilograms. Titanium alloy 27,250 kilograms. Sand 40,000 kilograms. Energy stone 1 piece. Remaining survival points 136,320.
Immediately after exchanging for sand, Yi Liangrun spoke again. System: create 200 T2 flood-resistant traps.
Ding.
Building 200 T2 flood-resistant traps will require materials: sand 40,000 kilograms, pure iron 20,000 kilograms, titanium alloy 10,000 kilograms.
Do you confirm? Yes. Yi Liangrun nodded. Ding. Construction successful. Your current remaining metal supplies: pure iron 19,050 kilograms. Titanium alloy 15,550 kilograms. Sand 0 kilograms. Energy stone 1 piece. Ding.
According to the host's wishes, the T2 flood-resistant traps have been automatically distributed to the south side of Jiang City 1 every 500 meters, which can guide the flood underground at the first opportunity. Yi Liangrun finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze back to the monitoring screen. Meanwhile, the super-large flood was still 110 kilometers away from Jiang City. Yi Liangrun took out his phone and opened the forum. At this moment, the forum was still bustling with activity. Brothers, what should we do? Should we go to the basement? Worryage. Upstairs, go to the basement. Shouldn't you first consider one question: where is there a basement? Kamsk. Exactly. Not to mention, where to find a basement? Even if we know where it is, can we run there in this situation? I'm afraid we won't make it, and the super large flood will have already rushed over. Most of us will definitely die halfway. Calm analysis. Right. What the upstairs said is correct. In small quakes there's no need to run, but for big quakes you can't escape. This time it's a flood, but the principle is the same. Exactly. Even if we really get to the basement, what then? Such a large-scale flood will certainly submerge all of Jiang City. In the basement it's just temporary shelter. In the end we would either freeze to death, drown, or starve. I've come to terms with it. I choose to immediately make a delicious meal and die full. No regrets in death. Yes. If it weren't for the big boss taking care of us all this time, we probably would have starved to death long ago. Since that's the case, what's there to be afraid of? What the upstairs said is true. The only regret is not knowing if I can remember the big boss' kindness after I die. If I can remember, I will repay the big boss in my next life. Sijk. 11086. Seeing the residents of Jiang City bravely facing death in the forum, Yi Liangrun raised an eyebrow. Are they all this calm? Moreover, even at such a time they still regret whether they can remember me after death. Good heavens, have I really become a saint in your hearts? Yi Liangrun shook his head and smiled just as he was about to type. Suddenly he saw a new message appear on the forum. The initiator was Zhong Shang. Zhong Shang. Yi Liangrun was taken aback. His fingers poised to type suddenly halted. After many days, Zhong Shang reappears. Is he about to have me fleece the sheep again? At this moment on the forum, Zhong Shang sent a message. What you just said, I don't quite agree. What do you mean? If it weren't for the big boss taking care of you all the time, you would have probably starved to death long ago. This is simply a huge mistake. If it weren't for the big boss you speak of, you would absolutely choose to go with me to the official shelter. Yes, the food at the official shelter isn't great, but I've been fighting for it. After this week, at least once a week you will get to eat a decent meal. In the future it will only get better. And most importantly, at the official shelter you absolutely don't have to worry about safety issues. At least during this time with the super large flood you will definitely not encounter any accidents. I really don't know how that big boss you speak of has bewitched you, even if this time you still don't regret it and are still grateful to him. It's simply ridiculous. Zhong Shang immediately sent a barrage of comments. After his remarks, the forum buzzed with activity. Face brother. It's really Face brother. It must be Face brother. No one else could say such thing. Face brother has appeared again. And targeting the big boss again. However, Face brother, to be fair, what you said makes a lot of sense, but I still choose to follow the big boss. Right. Even if we can live in the official shelter, even if we can survive, so what? Every day we only eat unpalatable compressed biscuits, still can't fill our stomachs or keep warm. Is this kind of life really interesting? Exactly. At least with the big boss we've been happy during this time. By the way, speaking of Face brother's appearance, I suddenly feel a sense of regret. 1. I also feel a sense of regret. 1. Me too. Everyone say it together. Good. Let's say it together. After a brief silence. On the forum, the residents of Jiang City suddenly sent out 2 sentences. Face brother, before we die, can you fulfill one small wish for us? Face brother, can you live stream eating shit now? Let us have a glimpse. Inside the official shelter.
Zhongshang's face instantly darkened. Damn it, this is the apocalypse and you still want me to go live? Dream on.
Suddenly Zhongshang smirked and typed swiftly.
You want to watch me stream? Fine. But I'm not streaming today.
I'll go live precisely at dawn tomorrow, but by then you may well be beyond watching. No sooner had these words appeared, the forum erupted. Zhongshang residents erupted in furious curses.
Damn it, Brother Lian, you've gone too far. Exactly. Brother Lian, you're utterly inhuman.
At a time like this you still refuse to fulfill our last wish.
Absolutely right.
You're determined to leave us dying in despair.
And now you mock us.
Precisely at dawn tomorrow. You're doing this just to enrage us. Do you think we'll even be alive to watch?
Brother Lian, can you even call yourself human anymore?
Inside the official shelter, Zhongshang read these furious posts and his expression darkened once more.
He immediately typed back. I'm not human.
Fulfill your wishes before death.
Let you die in peace. What nonsense.
What are your wishes?
To make me eat feces. Such an outrageous demand, I'm supposed to grant it. No, I'll keep you dangling. I will stream at dawn tomorrow. I will deny you that sight. So what?
If you're truly enraged, summon your so-called great lord.
Isn't he all-powerful? Don't you worship? Then let him complete Zhongshang's final wall right now. Let him guarantee your safety.
Survive tonight and you'll get to watch my stream, won't you?
But can he? Hoof. Keep dreaming. You think you'll see my stream? Not a chance. Zhongshang's blistering retort ignited mass outrage once again. Zhongshang residents flooded the forum with messages. Damn it, Brother Lian, you're nothing compared to the Great Lord. Exactly.
You promised to eat feces on livestream, now you blame us.
Right.
You're a faithless wretch, yet you dare accuse us of excess.
And you mock us.
Just then a new message appeared on the forum.
Everyone please stop arguing, may I speak?
Actually, the final wall of Zhongshang was completed last night.
Inside the shelter, Yi Lianren suddenly typed. He'd intervened because Zhongshang had pushed Zhongshang's citizens to the brink of psychological collapse.
If he hadn't stepped in, their mental states would have shattered, and that would harm their health. The moment this message appeared,
silence fell instantly. The entire forum froze.
10 seconds passed, then it exploded with frenzy.
Brother Lian, has he been slapped again? LOL, dying of laughter. JPG. Brother Lian, are you still online? Not logging off again, are you? Sarcastic grin. JPG. Brother Lian, come out. Keep arguing. Why retreat into silence? Laughing until I choke. JPG. Brother Lian, you did promise to stream at dawn tomorrow, don't forget. Exactly. This time you won't ghost us again, will you? Come out, Brother Lian, why dive deep again?
Everyone ping Brother Lian together.
Yes. Yes.
This time, we won't let Brother Lian escape.
1. Brother Lian. Brother Lian. Brother Lian. Finally bombarded by relentless messages, Zhongshang reappeared, bluntly typing. All of you, shut up. Slapped. Ha, dream on. Even if your great lord has built all 4 walls of Zhongshang, so completion doesn't mean invulnerability.
From the wall photos you posted earlier, I measured the height of your great lord's construction barely exceeds 20 meters. Do you grasp the sheer terror of this megaflood?
A 30-meter tidal wave. That's only the beginning.
The flood's water depth, its flow volume, has never dipped below 10 meters. Combine that with 30-meter waves atop the surge and you get a total height of 40 meters. And its impact force rivals that of intercontinental ballistic missiles. Do you truly believe these walls can withstand it? Even if your great lord's walls are indestructible against such force, the waves alone would drown all of Zhongshang. Moreover, Zhongshang is fully encircled.
Waves crash in, but cannot recede. You'll perish even faster.
Still hoping to watch my stream tomorrow?
Dream on.
After posting this barrage, Zhongshang abruptly launched a forum-wide livestream.
The entire forum froze in shock. Zhongshang residents clicked in instantly, only to stare dumbfounded. The stream wasn't showing Brother Lian eating feces.
It showed a satellite feed. Zhongshang himself appeared on screen smirking coldly.
Thought I'd stream eating feces. Dream on.
From now on I'll broadcast this flood in real time until it breaches Zhongshang. I'll show you exactly how horrifying this mega flood truly is. You still cling to hope that walls will save you.
That's pure delusion.
As Zhongshang finished speaking, the satellite feed surged onto screen.
In the next instant, the mega flood filled every viewer's vision.
At that moment, the flood roared toward a vast forest.
The forest was immense, not small at all.
Tower-like trees dominated the landscape, averaging 10 meters tall, with the tallest soaring over 20 meters. Yet, in the instant the mega flood struck, the entire forest vanished beneath the waters. Only the crowns of the tallest trees, those exceeding 20 meters, peaked above the surface, their uppermost leaves barely visible. Then, the tidal wave struck, swallowing everything like the gaping maw of a primordial beast.
Those colossal trees were instantly pulverized into splinters floating atop the floodwaters, transformed into lethal projectiles of the surging current. Zhongshang's voice echoed.
The height of Jiangqing's walls matches only these giant trees.
Now, do you still believe such a wave cannot crest them? Poof. Once it does, Jiangqing's structures will shatter into rubble in an instant. And all you'll be able to do will be wait for death. Regret not joining me in the official shelter. Oof, too late to regret. You chose to follow your great lord, and that choice sealed your fate. The forum fell into utter silence.
Everyone stared intently at the live broadcast on the forum footage of the colossal flood surge. Zhongshang continued boasting and mocking them for not seeking refuge in the official shelter, but his words washed over them like idle wind, ignored entirely as all attention remained riveted on the surging flood. Moments later, the colossal flood swallowed the entire forest whole. Only then did the forum erupt into frenzied discussion. This flood is utterly terrifying. Indeed, it submerged the forest in an instant. And this was no mere woodland but a vast sprawling forest. Terrifying. For years I dismissed televised depictions of mega tsunamis and cataclysmic floods as pure fiction. How could natural disasters possibly be so monstrous? Not until witnessing this colossal flood with my own eyes did I realize how laughably naive my former beliefs truly were.
Exactly. Can human strength possibly withstand such a force? Utterly impossible.
No wonder those who had already taken shelter in the official facility urged us to flee the moment they learned of the flood's approach. Precisely, only retreating deep underground could spare one from being instantly crushed by the sheer impact. Do you think the wall built by the master will truly hold against this flood? How dare you question anything crafted by the master? You'll regret that remark deeply.
Absolutely. How dare you doubt the master? His creations have never failed. Stopping this flood will be effortless.
True, the wall may hold back the flood itself, but the resulting wave has already surged far beyond its height. Yet this cannot be blamed on the master. Who could have foreseen that this flood would generate such an unprecedented crest?
He has done everything humanly possible.
Indeed, the master is no deity capable of divine foresight. Countless residents of Jiangcheng flooded the forum, passionately debating the colossal flood. Inside the official shelter, Zhongshang watched these posts, and his face darkened once more. Damn it, after speaking for so long not a single soul listened.
The colossal flood is now 105 kilometers from Jiangcheng.
He roared into the livestream.
Enjoy your final moments while you can.
As for me, I shall observe this spectacle safely from within the official shelter.
Yes, life here lacks the comforts of Jiangcheng. You won't savor meat, for instance.
But at least I remain alive. At least within this shelter I dwell in absolute safety. Whereas you, when the flood arrives, you may never see tomorrow's sun. Better yet, I shall release this livestream publicly warning residents of other cities who have yet to seek refuge in official shelters.
In this apocalypse, individual survival is utterly impossible.
That so-called master you praise so highly, how formidable is he really?
Yet even he cannot save you, let alone anyone else. I eagerly await the final moment. Will you at last regret your choices?
Zhongshang spoke with biting irony, yet before his final word faded, something strange appeared on the livestream feed. The satellite feed continued uninterrupted until suddenly a single drop of water fell from above.
It vanished almost instantly. Yet many Jiangcheng residents caught it. Instantly someone typed, "Did you see that?"
In the livestream, the roof of Lian Ji's residence just leaked.
Leaked? Are you hallucinating? I've been watching closely, I saw nothing. Wait, I saw it too. At first I thought I'd imagined it, but now it seems real. The forum exploded anew.
Zhongshang scoffed upon reading the messages.
Leaking.
Preposterous, the official shelter cannot possibly. His sentence broke off midword as another drop fell directly before him. His expression shifted instantly. He jerked his head upward and saw that the ceiling above him was already soaked through. Within moments the livestream descended into gentle rain, droplets pattering steadily downward. Zhongshang stood speechless. At that moment the forum erupted in laughter. Ha ha, this is priceless.
Do you think Lian Gu has just been humiliated again? And the master hasn't even appeared yet.
Of course he's been humiliated, he just declared the official shelter absolutely secure and now it's leaking. If it leaks, can it truly be called secure? I suspect the official shelter is now in greater peril than Jiangcheng. It's
exactly. Lian Gu, let's be honest, you might just be a jinx. Every time you declare something with absolute certainty, reality twists in the opposite direction.
Well said. From now on perhaps you should refrain from making definitive statements unless you wish yet another public humiliation.
Indeed, Lian Gu, we're all fellow citizens of Jiangcheng.
Though we may depart before you, there's that old saying. When death draws near, even words turn kind.
We mean you no harm.
Zhongshang's fury boiled over at this torrent of mockery. He sprang to his feet and bellowed, so what if it leaks?
So what if every prediction I've made has been proven wrong?
At least this time I am unequivocally correct.
The colossal flood will submerge Jiangcheng. Go on to mock all you like.
When the waters rise, I'll watch you beg for salvation. Even as Zhongshang spoke, the leak intensified. He rushed out to summon maintenance personnel. Meanwhile the forum seethed with renewed fervor. Lian Gu has jinxed it again. Do you think this jinx will backfire? If it does, perhaps we truly owe him our thanks. That is to say, when I saw the super large flood I was panicking. But then when Brother Lian suddenly made another outrageous prediction, I suddenly felt calm, as if his words had already diminished the power of the flood.
I'm not joking. Honestly, if Brother Lian's outrageous prediction gets refuted this time, let's be kinder to him in the future.
After all, we can forgive him for the live-streamed eating of excrement.
Indeed. After all, Brother Lian has started to reverse his outrageous predictions, protecting our personal safety. The residents of Jiang City began to discuss fervently on the forum.
At this moment, someone suddenly messaged, "By the way, I just remembered, before Brother Lian came, didn't someone mention that the official shelter might leak again?"
Yes. I saw that too.
The people from the official shelter suddenly disappeared from the... At that time I thought something major had happened, and it was then that someone said the official shelter might leak again.
Wow, now that you mention it, I remember too. This is a prophecy. 10086. I just remembered too. Prophet, are you there? If so, please respond.
I have scrolled up and found the Prophet, and I even changed his ID to Prophet. Brothers, how does my work as the forum moderator look?
666,666. 666666. 666666. Prophet.
Instantly the forum moderator led the charge to mention the Prophet. Then a flurry of mentions followed. Soon someone with the Prophet's ID popped up.
I just casually mentioned it before. I never thought it would actually come true. As soon as this was said, the forum erupted once more. The Prophet has appeared. Don't be afraid, Prophet, we won't hurt you.
Exactly what is there to be afraid of?
We won't hurt you. Yes. Prophet, come on, predict again. Will Brother Lian's outrageous prediction be refuted this time? And will this super large flood destroy Jiang City?
Seeing a bunch of silly and funny emojis, the person behind the Prophet ID felt a sudden reduction in pressure. After all, the flood was coming to Jiang City and everyone was about to face the end, so let him play the Prophet one last time to make everyone happy. Thinking this way, the person typed and messaged, "Alright, then he'll make a prophecy."
In my opinion, Brother Lian will definitely be refuted again.
As for the super large flood, I'm not saying this, but before it even reaches the walls of Jiang City, it will likely turn into a stream. As soon as this prophecy was made, the forum exploded.
Wow.
I don't know why, but suddenly my heart felt calm.
Me too.
With Brother Lian's outrageous prediction and the Prophet's prophecy, I suddenly feel that this super large flood poses no threat to us at all.
Yes.
What is there to worry about? Jiang City is perfectly safe.
10086. At that moment, Zhongsheng returned to the live broadcast room. After glancing at the messages on the forum, he couldn't help but scoff. You want my outrageous prediction back? And the Prophet? Have you really all consoled yourselves to this extent? Sorry, but right now I really want to bring you down a peg.
After all, besides the esteemed person you mentioned, the ones I detest the most are you clueless people.
My outrageous prediction, I won't even mention that superstitious nonsense anymore.
As for the prophecy from the so-called Prophet, the super large flood turning into a stream.
This is honestly going to make me laugh.
You've all seen how large the super large flood is and how terrifying the water flow is, and there are no sinkholes, valleys or canyons nearby that can accommodate such a huge flow.
In this situation, to think the flood will turn into a stream is simply a pipe dream.
Saying this, Zhongsheng began to adjust the satellite images to track the position of the super large flood in real time.
Just watch carefully and feel the despair. The super large flood is now 80 kilometers away from Jiang City. If nothing unexpected happens, it will only take about 8 minutes.
I want to see how this flood will turn into a stream. After saying that, Zhongsheng focused on the monitoring screen.
The super large flood was surging madly towards Jiang City. 7 minutes. 6 minutes.
The leakage from the official shelter had turned into a torrential downpour. Zhongsheng was drenched in the heavy rain, looking like a drowned rat, yet he remained steadfast, with a cold smile appearing in the live broadcast room, staring intently at the monitoring screen. He just couldn't swallow this frustration. He wanted to watch Jiang City being swallowed by the super large flood. And then at the last moment he could ridicule these residents of Jiang City fiercely. He wanted the residents of Jiang City to deeply regret not coming with him to the official shelter at the last moment.
5 minutes. 4 minutes. When it was still over 30 kilometers away from Jiang City,
Zhongsheng's brows twitched fiercely.
The super large flood seemed a little odd. The surging water was still as turbulent as ever. It looked just as terrifying.
But why did he feel that the flow of water seemed to be decreasing?
No. This must be an illusion. Yes, it must be an illusion.
Zhongsheng shook his head, affirming in his heart.
3 minutes. 2 minutes. Just when the super large flood was still over 10 kilometers away from Jiang City,
suddenly, the super large flood just fizzled out. As if the flood had reached a desert, the water was completely absorbed by the sand.
Finally, when it was still a few kilometers away from Jiang City,
the flood really turned into a stream, crashing against the walls of Jiang City, producing
A sound that was incredibly tiny and then it completely slipped away. Zhongsheng's face went blank. Meanwhile, on the forum, it exploded instantly. Wow. 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 Prophet. Bro, you are really the prophet, right? The flood actually turned into a stream. Bro admitted, don't hide it, you must be the prophet.
At this moment the hearts of all residents in Jiang City were shaken to the core. They jokingly called the man a soothsayer and asked him to make a prediction, but it was all just a jest.
Thoughts of suddenly feeling calm and fearless were all false.
On the contrary, they were quite anxious and terrified. However, no amount of panic or fear would change their fate. Rather than succumbing to despair, they decided to enjoy the last moments. They began to cheer for the man to make a prediction.
Little did they know his prediction actually came true. This kind of thing was simply a miracle, right? Perhaps this man was indeed a true soothsayer.
At that moment, the man who was being called a soothsayer by everyone was completely bewildered.
Could it be that I really am a soothsayer?
Initially, when he mentioned that the official shelter might leak, he was merely speaking offhandedly. Later, the crowd urged him to make a prediction. As for the man who had been repeatedly proven wrong, we won't mention him. His prediction of a massive flood turning into a stream was simply him echoing what others said, even comforting them. Because he knew very well that the man was right. For a flood of this magnitude to turn into a stream was nothing short of a but
it actually came true. Could it be that after the apocalypse I awaken superpowers? Anything I predict can come true. Could it be that I am destined for greatness from now on? Yet he quickly shook his head. It must be a coincidence, right? Such a surreal event. Meanwhile, on the forum it was bustling with activity.
All the residents of Jiang City were fervently tagging him.
Soothsayer. 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 Soothsayer, come out. Do you still dare to deny that you are indeed a soothsayer? Serious. Exactly. If you don't come out, be careful, we might take action against you. Humorous. Chang Wei, do you still dare to claim you can't fight? Dog Hedgehog.
At this moment, residents from the official shelter also chimed in.
Soothsayer. Soothsayer. The water in the official shelter has already reached knee-high. Soothsayer, why did you say the official shelter would leak? Angrij. Do you have any idea how miserable we are right now? Crying. Damn it, the entire official shelter is about to be flooded.
The walls above us are like showerheads and they're at full blast.
I am currently in a winter swim.
Clearly we are in a shelter, yet it feels like we're standing in the street getting drenched by a torrential downpour.
Moreover, the most crucial part is that it is winter, freezing cold, and we can't even rest.
We have to go block the leaks and it's already past 11.
Wailing JPG. Ah. Soothsayer, how could you be so cruel to us? I am going crazy JPG. Wow. I only had a compressed biscuit for dinner.
If I hadn't moved I wouldn't have felt hungry, but now I have to do hard labor.
Broke down crying. Soothsayer, you better come out or I'm going to take action against you. Sharpening knife edge. Yes. Soothsayer, you better come out. Sharpening knife edge.
Residents of the official shelter had all gone mad, wailing on the forum.
Can I say this is really just a coincidence? Finally, the soothsayer couldn't help but reply. This time the forum instantly erupted again. Damn. The soothsayer has come out. Brothers, quick. Let's take action against him. Raising knife edge. Raising knife edge. Raising knife edge. Coincidence.
A massive flood suddenly turning into a stream, and you dare to claim that's a coincidence?
My sadness is so great. Exactly. If it weren't for your prediction, I would even doubt that this flood could have submerged the entire Jiang province, and you actually say it's a coincidence. Those upstairs, be more confident and remove your doubts. Yes.
A coincidence once is one thing, but how could it possibly be a coincidence every time? And they are all such outrageous events.
Right. Right.
A flood turning into a stream, would a normal person even say such a thing? If you are not a soothsayer, how could you possibly make such a statement and the results align perfectly with your prediction? You must have known the outcome long ago. The residents of the official shelter were filled with indignation.
Looking at the messages on the forum, the soothsayer felt helpless and couldn't help but say, well, since you all don't believe me, you'll make another prediction. Isn't it 11 p.m. right now? All right. I predict that within 3 minutes it will be bright outside. I want to see if this time my prediction can succeed.
Once these words were spoken, the forum instantly erupted.
Soothsayer, you're going too far.
Is it really necessary to go to such lengths to hide yourself?
Exactly. You have already been verified. Is there even a need to hide? We wouldn't really take action against you. Just as these messages were posted, suddenly a resident from Jiang City sent a message. Damn. 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 You guys look outside, it's bright. It's bright outside edge. The entire forum fell silent. A minute later the forum erupted again. Damn, it really is bright outside. Super aurorejk. I saw it too, damn. Although the sun had not risen, an enormous aurora appeared inland, illuminating everything as clearly as daylight. Damn brothers, this is solid proof. This person is definitely a soothsayer. Yes, absolutely confirmed. Auroras only occur in polar regions and some high-latitude areas. For them to appear inland is almost an event of a millennium. Yet it appeared less than a minute after the soothsayer made his prediction. What else could this mean? Exactly. This is absolutely confirmed. Absolutely confirmed, brothers. Damn it, when I came and I saw Chang Wei fighting against Lai Fu. How could Chang Wei claim he couldn't fight?
At this moment the soothsayer was completely stunned.
He quickly opened the window and looked outside. Instantly he was left dumbfounded. Damn it, it really is bright outside. Could it be that I really am a soothsayer?
Damn it, the news is already broadcasting it, and at that very moment residents of the official shelters also sent in photos. Breaking report: due to rapid melting of the north and south polar ice caps, Earth's magnetic field has undergone drastic fluctuations. Just now colossal auroras have appeared across the globe. Across Earth, daybreak simultaneously bathed every corner, a phenomenon unseen for 100,000 years.
An alert, though extraordinary citizens are strictly advised not to leave official shelters without authorization. N. The prophet. What? You still refuse to admit it. And you are the prophet, so much so that a 100,000 years phenomenon has manifested just to fulfill your prophecy.
At this very instant the entire planet is bathed in daylight.
3 prophecies, 3 flawless accuracies. How can you still claim this is mere coincidence? And prophet, what do you have to say now?
If you dare deny being the prophet one more time, I'll beat you senseless. And prophet, tell us, why did you claim the official shelter was leaking?
Jiang Chang.
And the prophet stood by his window gazing at the auroras, dazed, disoriented.
And who am I? Where am I?
What must I do? And he glanced down at his phone, forums ablaze with breaking updates. And silently he closed the app and lifted his eyes again, savoring the celestial spectacle above.
Please, spare me.
If I were truly the prophet, would I even bother responding to you? And I prophesy 100 gene of rice, meat and vegetables shall descend from the heavens, landing right before my door. With that he shut his eyes, waiting, breath held, brimming with anticipation.
N. Meanwhile, as the prophet went offline, the clamor gradually subsided. Suddenly many noticed the livestream was still running.
And clicking in they found Lian Gu still standing rigidly in the broadcast frame, transfixed by the satellite feed, numb-hollowed.
The forums erupted anew. And right. Lian Gu is still here. And exactly. Besides the prophet, there's Lian Ji's toxic blessing too. Lian Gu, we owe you our lives. Who knew you'd deliberately reverse bless us, turning a cataclysmic flood into a gentle stream? Yes. You're absolutely right, Lian Ji's reverse blessings are just as potent as the prophet's foresight. And Lian Gu, do you finally believe it now? Come on Lian Gu, don't tell us you still doubt your reverse blessing power. And think back, how many times has your affirmation ever come true? Not a single one. And honestly Lian Gu, you'd better stop affirming things altogether. With blessings like yours, humiliation is inevitable. Absolutely, we only speak for your own good, especially since you just saved us all. Inside the official shelter, Zhongsheng stood frozen, staring blankly at the forum feed, his eyes slowly regaining focus. And then his face darkened, deepened into stormy silence.
In an instant he killed the livestream and logged out of the forum entirely.
And finally turning back to the satellite feed he murmured, voice barely audible, "And could it be? I am a toxic blesser. Does nothing I affirm ever succeed? And how many times now?
And since the apocalypse began, I haven't predicted a single thing correctly. Especially this time, a flood of unimaginable scale, reduced to a mere trickle.
And that defies all logic."
As he spoke, even Zhongsheng began slipping into superstition. But he shook his head sharply, and no.
I cannot believe in superstition. I'm a top-tier graduate of Blue Planet University, I trust science. Nias, science is all I trust.
This time Jiangqing's underground must contain vast karst cave systems, directly connected to lower Liang basins. And so when the flood surged, it simply diverted through subterranean channels into those depressions. That is why Jiangqing survived.
And my misjudgment stemmed from premature certainty without thorough prior investigation.
And yes, it was also fueled by rage.
Anger clouded my reason. And exactly. And that must be it.
Next time I'll investigate everything meticulously before uttering a single affirmation.
Then failure will be impossible. And Zhongsheng nodded fiercely, utterly convinced his reasoning was flawless. Meanwhile on the forum. And Jiangqing residents, seeing Lian Gu vanish offline, rushed to plead his return. Lian Gu, don't go. Don't log out.
Seriously, no one said you were humiliated this time. And exactly.
We're thanking you, why'd you log out? Lian Gu, come back and chat. We won't even make you eat excrement on livestream anymore. And yeah, don't hide from us. Yet no matter there, please. Lian Gu remained offline. And sigh, Lian Gu just can't take it. His mental resilience is weak. True, he should learn from the senior expert who always maintains unshakable optimism. Absolutely. N. But honestly, I can't sleep. N1. N1. N. N10086. Tonight's been pure euphoria, and after surviving that apocalyptic flood I'm still buzzing with adrenaline. Sleep is impossible. Same here. Plus, the auroras outside are breathtaking, yet blindingly bright. No chance of sleeping, N. Meanwhile, Jiangcheng.
And the prophet stood slumped at his threshold, defeated hollow. Just moments ago he had prophesied 100 gene of grain would plummet from the sky onto his doorstep. He waited 10 long foolish minutes, yet not a single grain fell.
Not even a speck.
And for a fleeting deluded second he'd actually believed he'd awakened supernatural powers in the apocalypse.
Fury swelled within him.
And had those forum users not insisted he was the prophet he'd never have stooped to such Whoever calls me the prophet again, I'll rip their throat out. And he snatched up his phone, opened the forum and typed, fingers trembling with rage. Holy hell, the prophet's back online. And prophet, what's wrong?
What triggered this sudden breakdown?
Why deny it now? And exactly.
The evidence is irrefutable, what's left to deny? Jiangcheng residents asked, curious. And but inside the official shelter, that announcement detonated like a bomb. So the prophet, you actually dare to come out? Exactly. Not only have you come out, but you also dare to deny that you are the prophet again.
Do you really think that by finding such an excuse you can cover up the leaks in your official shelter?
I tell you, impossible. We will remember this matter until death. That's right.
Still denying it? Do you really think I won't dare to hit you? The people from the official shelter expressed their outrage. These words instantly caused the prophet to collapse, nearly spitting blood from anger.
You all. All right. You don't believe me, do you?
You all think I am the prophet and believe it was I who caused the leaks in your official shelter, don't?
Then I will make another prophecy now. Moreover, I will predict something good for you.
I foresee that tomorrow night your official shelter will also send you New Year's gifts.
Does this work? Whether I am the prophet or not will naturally be revealed tomorrow night.
As soon as these words came out, the people from the official shelter erupted in the forum.
Wow. The prophet is amazing. Wow. Prophet, why didn't you say this earlier? If you had said this earlier, how could we blame you?
That's right, although you causing the leaks in our official shelter is indeed troublesome, but compared to food, what is that trouble?
You're truly a great person, prophet. Exactly, if you had prophesied like this earlier, we would have been trying to please you. 10086.
Seeing the grateful remarks from the official shelter on the forum, the prophet became furious and trembled all over.
You all. You better wait for me. The prophet angrily logged off, feeling extremely indignant. Damn it, no one believes the truth anymore. Tomorrow. When everything is revealed tomorrow, I want you all to apologize to me. I still don't believe that even such a stingy official shelter would give you gifts. Meanwhile,
inside the shelter, Yi Liangren was closely monitoring the surveillance footage and the information on the forum. Initially, when the news of the prophet and Zhong Sheng's bad luck came out, he found it amusing. But at this moment he suddenly realized.
Damn it, is the T2 flood prevention channel really that powerful? Then didn't I suffer a huge loss this time?
I spent a full 35100 survival points to purchase sand and stone to build the flood prevention channel just to avoid the super large flood destroying Jiang City.
As a result,
too many flood prevention channels were built and the flood turned into a stream. And the residents of Jiang City in the official shelter didn't even know it was my doing, but instead believed it was because of Zhong Sheng's bad luck and the prophet's prophecy. Doesn't that mean I not only lost my reputation but also wasted so many survival points and metal resources? Even if the residents of Jiang City eventually know it was my doing, I could still get some survival points back and wouldn't lose too much.
Yi Liangren facepalmed, suddenly feeling immense regret.
If he had known the flood prevention channel was that powerful, building 20 would have been enough. Why build 100? Just then several virtual screens popped up.
Ding.
Since you rationally assessed the danger of the flood before the arrival of the super large flood and made the correct choice by building a large number of T2 flood prevention channels.
This ensured that the super large flood did not pose any threat to the residents of Jiang City, and the sense of security among Jiang City's residents has improved yet again. Please continue your efforts.
Reward survival points 20000.
Remaining survival points 156320. Ding.
While the residents of Jiang City are imagining that this super large flood was solved by Zhong Sheng's bad luck and the prophet's prophecy, you rationally did not explain this matter. This means that in the hearts of the residents of Jiang City you remain a saint and were not deified.
This is a very correct decision.
Because once you are deified, it will be very difficult to gain considerable faith points for the subsequent operations. After all, for those who are deified, everything is seen as easy. Reward survival points 20000.
Remaining survival points 176320. 2 system rewards appeared. The first system reward was within Yi Liangren's expectations.
The second system reward, however, left him stunned. Soon Yi Liangren gently patted his chest, still feeling a bit apprehensive.
Goodness.
It's fortunate I didn't step forward to explain, otherwise I would have been directly finished. If I had been deified and couldn't gain faith points, how would I get through the subsequent stages of the disaster? It seems that this prophet can be cultivated well and used as my tool. But speaking of which, this guy really is impressive. The first prophecy about the official shelter leaking actually came true. The second prophecy about the super large flood turning into a stream, even though the T2 flood prevention channels were built by me, I didn't expect the effect to be that good, yet he guessed it. As for the third time, this was truly a dream come true. He predicted dawn and it actually dawned. TSK TSK TSK. However, to be fair, he probably doesn't need my help, right? Yi Liangren stretched, lay on the bed and began to sleep with a smile. With this super large flood coming to an end, Jiang City should not face any major issues for a while, at least not before the end of the second stage. I can also slowly accumulate survival points to prepare for the future. Moreover, although I used a lot of survival points this time, factoring in the system rewards, I actually made a profit. Not a loss, not a loss. Soon, the sun rose, piercing through the dark clouds. After several days of rain today, the rare rain stopped and the sun appeared. The forum instantly became lively. Countless residents of Jiang City began to chat. Brothers, the sun is out. Wow, the sun actually came out today. Then I must take off my protective suit and enjoy the sun. Yeah, although the big guy's protective suit is impressive, lightweight and warm like gloves, but after wearing it for a long time it still feels a bit uncomfortable. 10086. Just as the residents of Jiang City were chatting enthusiastically on the forum, at this moment the residents of the official shelter were wailing. Ah. Damn it. If you don't want them, if you find the protective suits uncomfortable, just hand them over to us. Exactly. We've been blocking floodwater all night and only one zone remains. My hands and feet have gone completely numb. At least you still have sensation in your limbs. I, on the other hand, was sent to the deepest section because of my height. Now I feel as though everything below my chest may need amputation. And yet you, possessing such high-performance insulated lightweight protective suits, still complain. Do you even know what I wore while sealing the breach? Shorts and a short-sleeved shirt. I didn't dare wear socks, I feared they'd take 10 or 15 days to dry and I'd freeze to death in bed tonight. Yet you, clad in warmth and comfort, still grumble. I swear I'd kill you right now. Residents of official shelters across Jiangcheng erupted in fury online. Absolutely. If only that expert were from our side, I'd willingly skip a ration pack every day. I'd do the same. 10,086. You truly are ungrateful, receiving blessings yet spitting on them. Anyone who dares utter such words before me will be the first to fall beneath my blade. Across the forum, residents of official shelters roared in collective outrage. Jiangcheng residents responded with sympathetic expressions. Sigh. How tragic, truly heartbreaking. Just hearing your accounts makes me shudder. Yet ever since the expert distributed the protective suits, I've long forgotten what cold feels like and thus struggle to empathize with your suffering. Enough of that, I'm off to prepare breakfast. Today deserves something special, it's the final day of the year and tonight is New Year's Eve. One must never deprive oneself. You've crossed the line. While our brothers in the official shelters are exhausted, freezing and desperate, you not only offer no comfort, you mock them. Truly inhuman. Even if you're cooking for the holiday or indulging in a festive meal, must you flaunt it so deliberately? Our shelter brothers have labored through the night, cold, famished, utterly spent. Isn't this sheer psychological torment? Look at me. I woke up half an hour ago and began preparing breakfast immediately. Behold, century again pork congee. Steamed pork buns. 1/5 of an apple. Rice protein and even a post-meal fruit. Did I intentionally post these? Not at all. You're the one being unforgivable, such behavior invites a beating. The moment these messages flooded in, the official shelter residents detonated. You. Ugh, I'm hemorrhaging. Wow. You've gone too far. Heavens. Why must you do this to us? I haven't even had breakfast, I ate only one ration pack last night and now I'm on the verge of collapsing from hunger, yet you parade food photos before us. First off, I'll let that slide. But you're the most outrageous of all. In any drama, someone like you wouldn't survive past episode 3. The first merely mentioned cooking, but you posted the actual images. Then dared accuse him of being excessive. Who's really crossing the line here? Grr, I'm so furious I'd crawl through the internet cables just to strangle you. Someone, anyone, please end this person. A torrent of furious replies instantly overwhelmed the forum. The poster who'd shared the food images finally replied, "What on earth is wrong with you all? Why are you all attacking me? I was actually defending you, I couldn't stand that other person mocking you, yet you've turned on me instead. Honestly. Fine. Given your pitiful state, exhausted, starving, still laboring without even time for breakfast, I'll grant you absolution this once. After all, I haven't even finished my breakfast yet." At these words, the official shelter residents exploded anew. You're determined to drive us to our graves, aren't you? And defending us. Oh, how I wish you'd join us in the official shelter, then we'd follow the expert and bombard you nightly with such food images. Let's see how you interpret defending you.
Enough. Enough.
He's clearly logged off, proof of zero emotional intelligence.
Exactly. Brothers don't waste anger on someone so socially inept, it's beneath us.
So what if he posted pictures?
Tonight we'll feast too, and the Prophet himself foretold it.
We'll post our own images on the forum and watch them seethe with envy.
Yes. The moment you said that, my fury vanished.
Cheers.
Wow.
Just thinking about the New Year's gift from the official shelter restores my strength entirely. Let's be fair, what will the official shelter gift us this year?
Roast whole lamb.
After all, the Prophet predicted it, the quality must be exceptional.
Excellent. How eagerly I await tonight.
Poof.
Why bother with ration packs anymore?
I vow not a single pack today, I'll save every ounce of stomach space for tonight's banquet.
Roast whole lamb awaits me. 10,086. Brothers, let's go.
While the sun is out, we can collect sand and stones while soaking up the sun.
Yes.
Such good weather, it would be a shame not to collect sand and stones.
Collecting them in the rain is simply miserable. Exactly. Moreover, although the super large flood has ended, the big shots have not yet adjusted the conditions for earning points.
Now 50 kilograms of sand and stones can still be exchanged for 1 point.
Brothers, if we don't hurry to collect now, it will be even harder to earn points once the rules are adjusted. Right. What was said upstairs makes sense. Brothers, let's quickly collect sand and stones. Not just sense, you seem to have forgotten one thing.
Why do the big shots want to collect sand and stones? Because they need it to build the walls of Jung City. And now the walls of Jung City have already been built. Who knows, one day the big shots might suddenly decide they no longer need sand and stones. If we don't collect more now, it will be very difficult to earn points in the future.
Oh wow.
Now that you mention it, I just realized the walls have already been built.
Doesn't that mean they no longer need sand and stones?
Right. We need to quickly exchange for more points now.
Exactly.
Although this may feel a bit unfair to the big shots since sand and stones are no longer useful to them, we are still taking advantage. But to be honest, there really is no easier way to earn points than through sand and stones.
After all, we are not employees of the mining area. 10086. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. The forum suddenly became lively.
A dark mass of Jiang City residents, after finishing their breakfast, rushed out of their houses to start collecting sand and stones.
At this moment in the shelter, Yi Lianrun opened his eyes.
He sat up from the bed and stretched. Then his gaze instinctively fell on the surveillance screen to grasp the latest situation. However, upon seeing this, he was momentarily stunned. Why are these people so active today? Logically speaking, since the super large flood has ended and there is no flood crisis weighing on them, they should be a bit lazier.
Yi Lianrun was somewhat surprised. He opened the forum to check the situation. Upon seeing it, he couldn't help but smile. So that's how it is.
They think I will raise the difficulty of earning points again, or even cancel the rule of exchanging sand and stones for points. However, sand and stones are still very important to me, even not inferior to metal resources. Moreover, most importantly, although I have 3 mining areas, each area does not produce much metal resources each day, and the survival points I can earn are limited. On the contrary, the residents of Jiang City together collecting sand and stones can help me earn a considerable amount of survival points each day. Compared to survival points, these points exchanged for sand and stones are indeed trivial. No matter what, I could never cancel the rule of exchanging sand and stones for points.
But I should probably not mention this matter for now,
lest I dampen their enthusiasm. Yi Liangrun smiled mischievously. At this moment, the all-purpose home robot had already served breakfast. Meanwhile, on the forum, residents of the official shelter suddenly sent messages.
Finally, we have resolved the last area of the official shelter from leaking.
So exhausted, JPG.
Yeah, I really don't want to move anymore. I feel like I'm completely done for, JPG. Wow, I really envy you guys.
Your daily task is just to collect sand and stones, and you can choose your working hours.
Wow. Crying, JPG. Exactly our daily work. Really, they don't treat us like humans at all.
I used to think livestock had it tough. Who knew that now I've directly become something even worse than livestock?
Crying, JPG. You all aren't getting to the point.
I think the biggest reason is still the reward mechanism. Damn it, we work nearly 12 hours a day in the official shelter, all physical labor, yet we receive absolutely no rewards.
The only thing we have is food and accommodation. Right. And we are eating compressed biscuits, and the place we live doesn't even have heating.
You have to know it's winter now, and the 5th ice age has already begun, with daily temperatures not exceeding 3 degrees.
Exactly, even if
we can't get points like the brothers in Jiang City who can exchange them for delicious food.
Just giving us an extra pack of compressed biscuits every day would be good, but we don't even have that. Angry, JPG. Wow.
If only the higher-ups of the official shelter could learn from the big shots and allow us to work in exchange for points, even if those points can only be exchanged for the worst rewards, even if the reward is just compressed biscuits, at least it would be filling.
Sigh. Enough, I'm going to sleep. Although breakfast's compressed biscuits have been distributed, I really have no appetite. Now I just hope time can pass quickly so it can be evening sooner and I can get the gifts from the official shelter to enjoy a good meal. Going to sleep, JPG. Going to sleep now. Only sleeping can make time pass faster, JPG. 1. I'm also going to sleep. If I don't sleep, I'm really afraid I'll eat the compressed biscuits. If that happens, I will definitely eat less than others during the evening feast. This absolutely cannot happen. Sleeping, JPG. 1. I'm going to sleep too. By the way, before I go, there's something I must say. Oof. Brothers in Jung City, just you wait. You have been mocking us with delicious food for these days and I will not forget it. Tonight we must use delicious food to mock you fiercely. Contempt, JPG. Right. 1. 10086. The residents of the official shelter all went to sleep. They had been busy dealing with the leaks all night and soon disappeared one by one from the forum. At this moment, residents of Jiang City popped up on the forum. Brothers, what do you think the official shelter will give them as New Year gifts? Curious, JPG. I don't know. But at least this is what the prophet predicted. It can't be too bad, right? That's true, it's possible they might even eat better than us. Ha! Does that mean we will really be mocked by them? Unwilling, JPG. The one upstairs, isn't that a bit too much? Really, the one upstairs, you are going too far, aren't you? We have a big shot watching over us in Jiang City, so our lives are quite comfortable. On the contrary, their lives in the official shelter are so miserable. What's wrong with enjoying a good meal? Exactly. And besides, it's just this one meal. If they're ridiculed, so what? After tonight we can go enjoy another delicious meal tomorrow. The big shot even sent us each 5 points, which is enough for 5 meals at the cafeteria in the mining area. That's true. So it's definitely good to stick with the big shot. I'm so glad I didn't choose the official shelter, or I would probably regret it terribly. Who wouldn't? I counted the days they've been at the official shelter for half a month, and what do they have to show for it? They only have this one meal tonight that barely passes. And what about us? With the big shot protecting us, which day in the past half month has our food not been satisfactory? In the forum, the residents of Jiang City were enthusiastically discussing what delicacies the official shelter would serve tonight. In a corner of Jiang City. In an ordinary residential building. The prophet saw these messages on the forum and his brows couldn't help but furrow deeply. Then he looked at the breakfast on his table and suddenly felt that it had lost its appeal. Damn it. It's been a whole night and you guys are still discussing this matter. And it's getting more and more heated. They're even guessing what food it might be. I told you I'm not a why don't you believe me? Soon. Night fell. The residents of Jiang City gradually arrived at the nearest mining area. They gathered happily in the cafeteria of the mining area, chatting away while waiting for the tang yuan and dumplings to be served. Before long, the cafeteria window opened. Instantly everyone's eyes lit up and they rushed to line up. In the shelter, Yi Liangren looked at the content on the surveillance screen, a radiant smile on his face with 2 bowls in front of him. 1 bowl of tang yuan and 1 bowl of dumplings. On New Year's Eve, this is definitely what we need to eat. Yi Liangren picked up the bowl filled with tang yuan and brought it to his face, gently sniffing it first. Instantly a rich aroma rushed into his nose, making his appetite surge. Initially he was worried that the tang yuan and dumplings made by the all-purpose home robot might not taste great. After all this time, they were produced in bulk with a total of 100,000 servings made overnight. With mass production, it was natural that the taste would suffer a bit. But at this moment, just by smelling the aroma, he knew his worries were unnecessary. Then Yi Liangren took a bite and the rich sesame filling flooded his mouth, his eyes instantly brightening. Delicious. And it's not just ordinary delicious. This sesame filling is surprisingly not greasy at all. The tang yuan, especially the large ones, can be particularly prone to being greasy. Since sesame is very sweet, eating too much can easily become overwhelming. So even if the tang yuan tastes great at first, after eating 4 or 5 one can get tired of it and not want to touch it again. But the tang yuan made by the all-purpose home robot was completely not greasy. Yi Liangren recalled last night when he watched the all-purpose home robot make the tang yuan, and he suddenly understood why the sesame filling was soaked in water. He had wondered why the sesame filling needed to be soaked in water. It turned out to be this. When frying the sesame filling, the amount of sugar added cannot be too little or it won't be flavorful. But if too much is added, it becomes overwhelmingly sweet. Even if the amount is just right, the sesame filling after being cooked will still carry a greasy feeling and the sugar will deepen that greasiness. Thus, after the all-purpose home robot fried the sesame filling, it soaked it in water using a special method to filter out the sesame filling, eliminating all the oil. In this way, the sweetness is just right, neither greasy nor bland, instead carrying a refreshing taste reminiscent of pure spring water. Yi Liangren couldn't help but eat another tang yuan. The next moment his eyes brightened again. The dough used for the tang yuan, the all-purpose home robot must have also used a special technique. This dough has a chewy texture, yet it requires no effort to bite into, and most importantly, it doesn't stick to the teeth or the mouth. The most uncomfortable aspect of tang yuan is not just being greasy but also sticking to the teeth and mouth. That feeling is terribly uncomfortable.
But the Tanyuan made by the all-purpose home robot perfectly avoided these two major flaws of Tanyuan.
Indeed, the all-purpose home robot is a god forever. Meanwhile, in 3 mining area cafeterias,
the residents of Jiang City also received various Tanyuan and dumplings.
In an instant, astonished voices, cheers and praises filled the air. The forum instantly became lively again. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Have you guys had Tanyuan? Damn it, unfortunately I have no culture, but the phrase wow can conquer the world. This Tanyuan really, besides wow, I don't know how else to describe it. I knelt before the Tanyuan.
Yes, yes, yes.
I feel the same. In fact, I think using words like delicious or super delicious is simply an insult to the Tanyuan.
Tanyuan, the #1 delicacy in the world. Exactly. I've never had such delicious Tanyuan. Tanyuan, I would call you the ultimate delicacy. 1.
In the past, I actually disliked Tanyuan because they were too sweet and stuck to my teeth. Especially when they stick to the mouth, it's just extremely uncomfortable. But this time these Tanyuan broke my prejudice against them that I held for 23 years.
I realize I've directly fallen in love with Tanyuan. I'd even be willing to eat this Tanyuan every day.
Exactly.
This Tanyuan is simply amazing. Heavens.
Why are there always tears in my eyes?
Because this Tanyuan is ridiculously delicious. Tanyuan is delicious, I admit, but have you all tried dumplings? Damn it, I think this dumpling is truly the best food in the world.
I've always heard them say that nothing beats dumplings, but I never believed it because the dumplings I've had were just okay. But today, damn it, after tasting this dumpling I feel that the world pales in comparison and other foods are completely on a different level. Even Tanyuan can't compare. These dumplings are truly the undisputed #1.
What the heck?
What the heck?
This dumpling. Oh my, is this the taste of dumplings? Wow. I'm crying
too. Oh my, I've always heard people say that when you encounter true delicacies you can taste the flavor of home. I always scoffed at it, but today I truly tasted the flavor of home.
Ah. Dumplings, I miss you, Mom.
Yes, this dumpling, as I took a bite, the juice of the fresh meat, the fragrance of the vegetables, the essence of the wheat. All of this, the blend of deliciousness and warmth, instantly enveloped my entire mouth.
Ah.
I felt as if I had returned to my mother's embrace, as if I had returned to the amniotic fluid. In that moment I seemed to return to the beginning, soaring freely in a warm world, carefree. Originally I thought the Tanyuan I had just had was the most delicious food in the world. I even boldly declared it the best under heaven.
But now I regret it, I was wrong.
And it was a huge mistake. I have desecrated the sanctity of dumplings. Who dares to claim invincibility before dumplings? Who dares to call it the first?
Ah. Dumplings, I confess to you, you are indeed the strongest delicacy in the world, bar none. Today I finally comprehended the true essence of food. True delicacies do not lie in abundance but in refinement.
A plate of dumplings like this, even if a full banquet was placed before me, would pale in comparison.
Oh God, Buddha. Thank you for granting me such a perfect meal.
I originally thought that tonight's Tanyuan and dumplings were just the most ordinary Tanyuan and dumplings.
But even so, I was already very happy. Because this is free, this is a cross-year gift from the big boss.
But at this moment I suddenly felt ashamed. Suddenly I felt regret. I felt an immense shame for my thoughts.
I actually doubted the big boss gift. Would a gift from the big boss be ordinary? When has anything from the big boss ever been ordinary?
Is there anything in this world better than this Tanyuan and dumpling?
Big boss, I apologize, I'm sorry. Yes. Big boss, I also want to apologize.
I actually thought that the food at the official shelter tonight would be better than ours.
I even envied them. I was so foolish. Big boss, I'm sorry. 10086. The entire forum erupted. Everyone was there bowing down to Yi Liangrun in apology. In the shelter, Yi Liangrun looked at the messages stunned.
Then he looked at the dumplings he was eating in front of him, utterly bewildered.
Are they really that delicious? Although they do taste good, aren't you all exaggerating? Ah.
I even tasted the flavor of home.
I even returned to the amniotic fluid.
You all are exaggerating too much.
How come I didn't feel that? Or is it
because I eat food made by a universal home robot every day, and the food made by the universal home robot is always of such a standard, so I have gotten used to it?
Yi Lianren stroked his chin, nodding. It should be like this. I'm afraid I have gotten used to it. Suddenly Yi Liangrun sighed. Sigh. Indeed, continuously eating the delicacies made by the universal home robot has its downsides. Now I can no longer find that feeling of enjoying such food. That feeling must be very beautiful, very happy, right? Really? All thanks to the universal home robot, the food is always the same, can it be improved a bit? Let me also feel that happiness. Yi Liangrun pouted, continuing to eat dumplings. Meanwhile, on the forum, the residents of the official shelter could no longer hold back and messaged in. You all are going too far. Exactly, you all are really going too far. It's just a plate of tang yuan and dumplings. Why act like it's something divine? Is it necessary? Not bad. Do you really think we haven't eaten dumplings?
Yes, I admit dumplings are delicious. After all, nothing is better than dumplings.
But aren't you all exaggerating a bit?
Saying a full banquet pales in comparison to dumplings.
Who dares to claim invincibility before dumplings? I don't believe you. You all stop pretending. Do you really think we only ate compressed biscuits since we were born and nothing else? Exactly. Even tang yuan won't be overly sweet, won't stick to your teeth. Do you think I would believe that? Just stop pretending. We've already seen through you. Ha ha. You all actually dare to say we are pretending.
Don't think that just because you all worship the big boss now we can forgive you.
Yes. I will never allow anyone to desecrate dumplings. Right. Dumplings are the best in the world. Especially today's dumplings. I can guarantee 100% that everything related to dumplings is absolutely true.
If there is a lie, let me be struck by lightning.
You don't believe it, but that's only because you haven't eaten this dumpling yet. That's right.
You all immediately apologize to us, otherwise this matter is not over, let me tell you.
Yes. Dumplings must not be insulted by anyone, nor should tang yuan.
In an instant the residents of Jiangcheng began to denounce.
The official shelter exploded even more. Are you still pretending with us? Exactly. Do you think we don't know your thoughts?